Memory description forged from the shard of a fallen star, this stalwart blade is firm and unyielding. It favors those who are willing to fight to the last drop of blood and knows no surrender. Interesting. Not wasting any time, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard. Immediately, an elegant sword appeared in his hand. The sword looked a bit like the Azure Blade, but only in the sense that it was single-edged and had a long hilt suitable for two hands. However, this was where the similarities ended. For starters, its blade was much longer, somewhere between 70 and 80 centimeters, and slightly curved. It was forged out of the same bright, lustrous metal as the Carapace demon's armor. It was incredibly sharp. The hilt was made out of polished black wood, quite similar in appearance to the onyx branches of the great tree. The crossguard was round in shape and more pronounced than that of the Azure Blade, offering better support and protection to the wielder's hand. The sword had no decorations, no ornaments, no embellishments. It was simple and austere, like a true weapon designed for battle and battle alone. It seemed to radiate a cold, fearsome aura. As soon as his hand touched the Midnight Shard, Sunny felt that this sword possessed an unbreakable will. Its blade was strong enough to withstand devastating blows without suffering any damage. With this sword in his hand, nothing would be able to leave Sunny unarmed again. More than that, there was a strange new sensation somewhere deep in his heart. When Sunny held the Midnight Shard, he could feel a subtle presence, as though there was a deep well of power hiding inside of him, just beyond reach. He couldn't quite understand how to access that power yet, but it was certainly real. I guess I'll have to win its favor first. But how do I do it? I'll have to experiment later. Admiring his new weapon, Sunny looked at Nephis and said, "Even I know what type of sword this is. It's a katana, right?" She studied the Midnight Shard and then answered, "Technically, it's a tachi. It's longer than a traditional katana and has a slightly different blade shape. But they are quite similar. A tachi, well, it sounded nice anyway. And most of the principles he had learned with the Azure Blade could be applied to a sword of this type as well, since they shared the same foundation. The new acquisition wasn't quite enough to make Sunny forget about the loss of the echo, but his mood did improve significantly. He liked the Midnight Shard a lot. There was beauty in its simple, resolute design. It was understated and deadly. Kind of like Sunny himself. It was a significant upgrade. Suddenly, a dark thought appeared in Sunny's mind. Glancing at Nephis, he cleared his throat and said after a bit of hesitation, It's a very nice weapon. Tier 3, no less. Are you sure that you don't want to keep it for yourself?" Changing Star was the one to deal the final blow to the Carapace demon, after all. By right, the memory belonged to her. But Sunny really hoped that she would refuse. Nephis shook her head. "I already have a sword. It suits me." Inwardly, Sunny sighed with relief. Good, he thought. Makes you wonder, though, if she's unwilling to exchange her longsword for a tier 3 weapon, then what is the tier of that silver sword of hers? He didn't buy the idea that it simply suited Changing Star better even for a second. She had told him herself that the principle of using these types of swords was basically the same. Upgrading to the Midnight Shard and giving the old weapon to Sunny would not have caused her any problem. The only reason she would refuse it was that it would have been a downgrade, instead. Once again, he became curious about the exact circumstances of how Neph had gotten her true name. To receive his own, Sunny had to kill an awakened tyrant. Could it be possible that she had done the same? Or even something more incredible? But he was too tired to try and fish for information. They all were. Afraid that the strange winged creature they had seen devouring a dead centurion would appear again, this time to claim the remains of the Carapace demon, the 3 sleepers relocated to a far side of the island and hid behind the trunk of the great tree. Only when they were sure that nothing would be able to notice them from above did they finally allow the exhaustion to prevail and went to sleep. Sunny fell into dreamless darkness almost instantly, happy to finally be able to rest. However, this time something strange happened. He actually saw a dream. Strange, Sunny thought. This isn't supposed to happen in the dream realm, right? Then, there was no more time to think. Chapter 75 Broken Dreams. Sunny woke up from the insistent sense of alarm coming from his shadow. Groggy and disoriented, he opened his eyes and sat up. What's wrong? He looked down at the shadow and saw it repeatedly pointing up with a tense expression on its it didn't have a face. He could just tell that it was nervous. Trouble. Sunny looked up and saw nothing but the scarlet leaves of the great tree. The sky was hidden, but he could easily tell that the sun was still up. It seemed that he was asleep for just a few hours. There was no threat anywhere in sight. He frowned. What got you so spooked? The shadow just pointed up again, seemingly irritated by his stupidity. Sunny blinked a couple of times and addressed it again. High in the tree. Higher? In the sky. Finally satisfied, the shadow crossed its arms. Something dangerous is above the island, that creepy raven thing again. He had to check, but why did he feel as though he was forgetting something? Sunny scowled, trying to understand where this feeling of missing something important had come from. What was there to miss? He was asleep, then woke up and conversed with the shadow. Asleep. Suddenly, he remembered bits and pieces of a strange dream. At least it seemed like a dream, was it? People weren't supposed to dream in the dream realm. It was just how things worked from what he knew, only Cassie seemed to be an exception from this rule. He didn't remember much about this supposed dream of his, with even the remaining fragments already fading from his memory. There was a woman grabbing him by the shoulders, an expression of horror and panic on her face. She was saying something, but he couldn't hear what. No, not a woman. It was Cassie. Yes, it was her. And the thing she was saying. Sunny strained his memory, trying to catch the pieces of the dream before they completely disappeared. Yeah, I think she was saying Suddenly, he could clearly hear Cassie's frightened, tense voice as she was hurriedly telling him to remember something, repeating the same sentence over and over again in a begging tone. You have to remember, Sunny, 5, it's 5, remember, you have to remember, it's 5. What a strange dream. Sunny cast a glance at Cassie, who was sleeping peacefully near Neff, and shook his head in bewilderment. He wasn't sure if this memory of his was really a dream or some strange scene he had imagined right before falling asleep. With how the dream realm worked, he was leaning toward the latter possibility. Still, I better tell the girls when. He was distracted from this thought by the shadow, which waved its hands impatiently. Oh, right. There's a threat in the sky. Instantly, Sunny had forgotten all about his intention to share the contents of this strange memory of his with Nephis and Cassie. In fact, he had forgotten that it was strange and possibly important altogether. This lapse in his judgment was sudden and unnatural, but since Sunny couldn't remember things that he had forgotten, he didn't notice anything amiss and went about his business as if nothing had happened. If he did, he could have realized that this might not have been the first time he had forgotten something important since they arrived at the Ashen Barrow. Standing up, Sunny summoned the midnight shard and glanced darkly at the blood-red leaves of the great tree. Feeling the coolness of the black polished hilt in his hand, he felt a little calmer. Woken up by his quiet movements, Nephis opened her eyes and looked at him, her body tensing up. There was a silent question in her eyes. Sunny shook his head. I don't know yet. Stay with Cassie while I check things out. Leaving the girls behind, Sunny walked forward. He was planning to reach the edge of the island, where the branches of the colossal tree were not as thick and the sky could be seen through the openings in its crown. Technically, he could have sent his shadow to do this instead of going himself. But in situations like this, where the danger was unknown, Sunny usually preferred to keep the shadow close by in case he needed to use it. Reaching the eastern slope of the Ashen Barrow, he carefully looked up, still hidden in the shadow of the great tree. Up above in the vast grey sky, a small black dot was circling around the island. Sunny's chest became heavy with weariness. Back when the terrible winged beast had first appeared, it looked exactly like this from the distance. Leaving the shadow behind to keep watch on the black dot, he returned and briefly told Nephis and Cassie about his discovery. Right now, it's just flying above the island. I don't know if it's the same creature or not, and when it is going to land. Changing Star frowned. Last time, it wasn't very interested in searching for live prey. Perhaps it's mostly a carrion eater, and thus is only interested in the carapace demon's carcass. Cassie offered her own opinion. Maybe we're too weak and little to satiate it. After all, it never came for the corpses of the scavengers we had slain. As if eating mere beasts is beneath it. Sonny shook his head. Back then, it did come for the carapace centurion's meat. But it took a few scavengers with it as well before leaving. So it'll be too optimistic to think that this abomination will not try to devour us too if given a chance. Nephis thought for a while, then gave him a nod. You're right. The best course of action would be to stay away from the carapace demon for now and hide when it decides to land. Then, looking up, she added. But first, we must observe it to make sure that it's the same creature and confirm its intentions. Not having an argument against this logic, Sonny led the girls to the spot where he had left his shadow. There, they sat on the ground and watched the black dot as it circled around the ashen barrow. Observing the flying creature left them disturbed and unsure of what to do. The black dot drew closer a few times, allowing them to discern that it was indeed the same terrible monstrosity that they had encountered a few weeks before, or at least a creature of the same type. However, it never got too close to the crown of the great tree, as though hesitating to land in its shadow. What's worse, as hours passed by, it was joined by two other abominations of the same breed, each as horrifying and repulsive as the first one was. Now, 3 black dots were circling in the skies above their heads, filling Sonna's heart with dread. One of those creatures, with its corpse-like white body and raven black feathers, with an unnatural mess of powerful limbs protruding from its wide chest, each ending with a set of terrifying talons, was enough to wipe out their entire group. The memory of how easily the creature had broken through the adamantine shell of the carapace centurion with its massive beak was still fresh in his mind. He suspected that these abominations were at least as powerful as the carapace demon was, or perhaps even more so. And now there were 3 of them. We'd better hide well, he thought, cold sweat running down his back. However, the flying monsters seemed to be reluctant to approach the ashen barrow for some reason. They just circled around it, sometimes hesitantly approaching, but then gaining height again. Their behavior was strange and disturbing. After some time, Cassie quietly said, "Maybe they're not hungry?" Sonny blinked, trying to imagine a world where a nightmare creature might not be hungry. Was it even possible? He, on the other hand. I don't know about these albino chickens, but I'm hungry as hell. This was true. The 3 of them had not eaten anything since yesterday. Sonny was afraid that if the abominations did decide to land on the island, the loud growls of his stomach would give away his position. Nephis glanced at him and asked, "Want to eat some grilled chicken?" Sonny opened his eyes wide and hissed, "Don't even think about it." She stared at him, then turned away with a smile. That was a joke. She knows how to joke. Well, at least someone's sense of humor was worse than his. In the end, their worst fears did not come true. After the sun began to roll toward the horizon, the 3 flying abominations finally made a decision and left the skies above the ashen barrow, flying west in a loose wedge formation. They never descended low enough to notice the 3 sleepers, let alone landing on the surface of the large island. Sonny was left drenched in sweat and tired from anticipating a disaster, almost disappointed at the fact that all this worrying had turned out to be for nothing. Looking at Cassie, who couldn't see that the danger had passed, he said, "They're gone." The blind girl exhaled with relief and relaxed, the frown disappearing from her face. Thank heavens. Sitting here and waiting was 5 times worse than hiding from one of them at those cliffs. For some reason, Sonny flinched a little. What did you say?" "I said that waiting for them to land was very tiresome." He blinked, not understanding why he had reacted so strangely to this innocuous sentence. Did he see a dream having to do with Cassie and number 5? Right, he did. Not that it was anything to think twice about. "Oh, yeah. You're right." Then he turned to Nephis and asked, "What do you want to do now?" Changing Star looked west, where the black dots had disappeared from sight, and said after a short pause, "Let's check the western edge of the island and decide on the next high point to reach." Sunny shrugged, not having any objections. Cassie smiled. "Good idea, who knows, maybe we'll finally see the walls of the castle." Soon, they had crossed the island and approached its western slope. Here, the ground was raised just before plunging down, forming a natural rampart that hid the landscape from their eyes. Nephis was the first to climb up and reach the top. Sunny was just behind her when he felt that something was wrong. Changing Star's posture was somehow strange, stiff and rigid, as though she had suddenly turned to stone. Stepping on the ashen surface of the natural rampart, he worriedly looked at Nephis and noticed a grim, resentful expression on her face. He had never seen her in such a state before. Turning his head, Sunny looked west and then narrowed his eyes. His face instantly darkened. Feeling the desire to curse, Sunny gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Inside his head, only one word was repeating over and over again. Damn, damn, damn. Chapter 76 The Abyss. Beyond the western edge of the Ashen Barrow, the landscape of the Forgotten Shore was not at all like what Sunny had expected and hoped to see. On this side of the island, the slope was much steeper. At the spot where it was supposed to end, the familiar sight of the flat wasteland was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the ground continued to slope downward at a less drastic, but still considerably sharp angle. It continued far into the distance. In fact, the whole island appeared to be standing on the edge of a colossal depression in the earth, one that stretched as far as the eye could see. With its edges slightly curved, it resembled a giant crater left behind by an unimaginable impact. From what Sunny was able to observe, the crater's diameter could only be calculated in hundreds of kilometers. The roots of the giant tree, which could be seen protruding from the soil far below, seemed like tiny blades of grass in comparison to the sheer size of the abyssal chasm's wall. It was like the whole world was tilted on its side, making Sunny's head spin. In short, there were no more high natural features to the west of them. The only way forward was to go down, with no hope of finding shelter from the crushing torrents of the dark sea. Which meant that there was no way forward at all. Their journey to the west had come to an end. And with it, all hope of finding a gateway to the real world was lost. Sunny stared at the desolate landscape, feeling rage and disbelief clawing at his heart. He just couldn't believe that all their struggles were for nothing. But the proof was right in front of him, real and undeniable. Damn it all. He tried to think of some cunning way to solve the situation, but there was nothing his imagination could come up with. The dark sea with all its horrors drowned the world every night, and the only way to escape it was to climb high enough before the sunset. With no heights anywhere in sight, what could he do? Sunny glanced at Nephis, who seemed to be even more crestfallen than him. Her face had turned into an icy mask, a dark look full of bitterness and resentment in her eyes. He opened his mouth, trying to come up with something to say, but no words came to his mind. In the end, they both remained silent until the distant rumble announced the return of the dark sea. Deep in the colossal crater, dark torrents appeared from beyond the horizon, rushing to fill it to the brim. A little bit stunned, Sunny watched as the water level rapidly rose, finally turning the endless chasm into a vast sea of black. Then, it began to overflow, sending an unstoppable flood of water into the wasteland. Flowing past the Ashen Barrow, it rushed inland, crushing against the coral of the Crimson Labyrinth. Soon, the whole world was covered in seething black water. Sunny licked his dry lips and turned to Nephis. After a short pause, he said in a raspy voice, "I think we found the source of the dark sea." She lingered, watching the last rays of sunshine slowly disappear from the sky, then turned to him with a grim expression on her face. Let's head back. All three of them felt lost and heartbroken because of the terrible discovery. Cassie in particular seemed to be utterly shocked. It doesn't make sense, it just doesn't, she mumbled on their way to camp. How could it be? Gripping Sunny's shoulder, she quickened her step and asked. Are you sure that there's nothing higher than the sea level out there? Are you absolutely sure? He sighed, feeling his mood turning even darker than before. Yes. We looked quite thoroughly. The whole land just goes down, down, and down. It stretches to the horizon, as far as we could see, in all directions except for the east. The Ashen Barrow is right on the edge. The blind girl shook her head. But how could it be? I've seen that we had reached the castle, there must be a way. Sunny remained silent, not knowing how to answer. If there really was a way, he had no idea about it. After a few seconds, Nephis answered instead of him. We will try to come up with something tomorrow. Worst case scenario, we'll have to go around the whole thing. Sunny trembled at the thought. A journey like that would take months. To circle around the colossal crater, they would have to cover many times more distance than they had in the prior weeks, each day bringing the risk of stumbling onto something beyond their ability to resist. And each night bringing the risk of something stumbling onto them. The chances of surviving several months in this hellish place were nothing if not abyssal. Ha, ha. Abyssal. With a grimace, he tried to not think of the worst-case scenario. The darkness of the falling night was not the best environment for scary thoughts. Tomorrow. Well, rest, recharge, and think of something tomorrow. It is just like Cassie said since she saw us entering the castle, there must be a way. They reached their temporary camp due. Before the sun had completely disappeared. Lying on the makeshift bed of fallen leaves, Sunny tiredly closed his eyes and thought. I hope I won't see any dreams today. Then, he slightly frowned. Dreams? Since when am I capable of dreaming in this place? Oh, right, there was that one dream, or was it a memory? What was it about again, huh? I can't seem to remember. With that thought disappearing from his mind, he fell asleep. In the morning, the mood between the three of them was pretty somber. No one seemed to want to talk or do anything, aimlessly staring at the ground or the rustling leaves of the great tree. In addition to the blow of yesterday's revelation, they were also hungry. The corpse of the carapace demon was starting to look more and more appealing, at least to Sunny. However, he was still not at the point of breaking his promise to Cassie. Finally, Nephis broke the silence. Standing up, she looked up with grim resolution and said, I'm going to climb to the top of the tree and take a look around. Maybe you'll notice something that we missed from up high. Sunny stared at the giant tree, suddenly feeling incredibly small. It was truly enormous. The Ashen Barrow itself was already much taller than the giant knight statue and every other shelter they had seen, and the tree almost dwarfed it in size. Climbing all the way up would take a lot of time and effort. But maybe she would really be able to notice something from that incredible height. He scratched the back of his head and said, All right. But be careful. Keep an eye on the sky. If you notice those winged abominations again, come back down. Changing Star gave him a nod and headed for the tree. Without turning her head, she calmly said as a farewell, Take care of Cassie while I'm gone. It shouldn't be more than a few hours. Sunny waved a hand and watched her walk away. Then, he tried to think of something to do. On a usual day, he would have already started his morning training. But today, he was too hungry. Come on. Hunger is not an excuse. Do you think you'll always have a full stomach before a battle? No, so get up and train. Don't you want to try how the midnight shard feels in your hand? With a sigh, Sunny got up. He trained for an hour, enjoying the swift and reliable feeling of his new sword. The long tachi was truly incredible. It was light, maneuverable, and unrelenting. Its edge sang as it cut the air. Sunny already felt as though it was a part of him. His movements were fluid and measured, almost elegant. After the training session was over, he decided to do something useful. Walking over to the carapace demon's corpse, Sunny spent some time prying the soul shard out of it. In the end, he gathered all 3 of the crystals with some effort and stashed them into the seaweed rucksack. What to do now? After a bit of pondering, he suddenly got an idea and tried to find the place from his memory, the one where the carapace demon had dropped the transcendent soul shard into the sand. That shard had been brought to the Ashen Barrow by the subservient centurion and would be a real treat for Neff or Cassie. He quickly found the right spot. However, no matter how hard Sunny looked, he couldn't find the alluring crystal. In the process, a couple more hours had passed by. Stang. It was quite large. Where could it be? He was determined to continue the search. But, at that moment, the shadow that he had left with Cassie noticed movement in the branches of the great tree. Nephis was back. Sunny walked back to the camp, thinking about what she had found. Was there hope for them after all? Or was there only more bad news? By the time he returned, Neff and Cassie were sitting on the ground with relaxed expressions on their faces. She saw something? Sunny thought, suddenly excited. But in the next second, his eyes widened. The 2 girls were holding something in their hands, their lips painted red. They were eating. They were eating the fruits of the great tree. Chapter 77. Enthralled. Sunny stumbled and looked at his companions in utter shock. Nephis and Cassie were each holding a large, round, glistening fruit. The skin of these fruits was smooth and black as onyx, while the succulent insides were red as ruby. Their hands, chins and lips were smeared with red juice, making it look as though they were feasting on blood. The air was filled with an alluring, sweet aroma. Sunny recoiled. But his stomach involuntarily growled, reminding him how hungry he was. Nephis looked at Sunny and offered him a relaxed smile. Hey! He stared at her, lost for words. Finally, after a few seconds had passed, Sunny collected himself and screamed. What do you mean, hey? What the hell are you doing? His voice was loud, full of disbelief and anger. Both Neff and Cassie turned to face him. They were visibly confused. Why are you shouting? Sunny gaped at them, feeling like he had lost his mind. Why were they so nonchalant about this? What was going on here? Trying to find some sense in the situation, he took a cautious step forward and looked at Nephis. Did she wait? What was he thinking about? He was so hungry. It was hard to concentrate on anything except for food. Shaking off the unexpected memory lapse, Sunny remembered what he was about to say and pressed. Why did you change your mind? Changing Star frowned. Changed my mind? About what? He clenched his teeth, thinking that she was trying to fool him. About the fruits. I thought we had agreed to avoid eating them. Nephis blinked, a confused expression appearing on her face. Did we? Why? Sunny opened his mouth to answer, but then froze. Actually, why did they make that agreement? I can't quite remember. He was sure that there was a reason, but his memory was completely blank. There definitely was an agreement, wasn't there? He was pretty sure that there was, at least up until a few moments ago. Now, however, how did he imagine the whole thing? There really was no reason not to eat the alluring fruits. Especially when the 3 of them were so hungry. No, wait, that's not right. Are you all right, Sunny? He flinched and glanced at Nephis, who was looking at him with concern. Suddenly, Sunny felt lost and confused. What were they talking about? Something about some sort of agreement. What agreement? Not knowing how to answer, he just stood there with a frown on his face and pouted. Ah, this is embarrassing. Did I completely space out while she was talking to me? Fortunately, Cassie quickly came to his rescue. She always knew how to make the situation less awkward. Are you angry because we started eating without you? He looked at her and noticed the big, delicious fruit in her hands. His stomach growled. So hungry. Oh, I guess. Cassie smiled and pointed to the ground, where another fruit was placed on the pile of fallen leaves. Her teeth were smeared with red juice. Don't worry, Neff brought 3 of them, 1 for each. How nice of her. Sunny picked up the fruit, looked at it, and took a bite without thinking. Instantly, his mouth was filled with delightful, cool sweetness. The succulent, juicy fruit was probably the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. It was both nourishing and refreshing, with rich texture and soft, lingering aftertaste. The ruby flesh practically melted on his tongue, making his whole body tingle. It was pure joy in the form of a fruit. Wow. Despite his delight, Sunny felt disturbed for some reason. Something was very wrong about the whole situation, but what? Taking another bite, he frowned and tried to understand the source of this anxious feeling. It was hard to think about anything except for how heavenly the fruit of the soul tree tasted, but he forced himself to concentrate. Her soul tree? Since when? Wait, don't get distracted. Sunny was finally able to pinpoint the source of the strangeness. It was his shadow. When he reached out to pick up the fruit, the shadow did not copy his movements, as though reluctant to touch it. Even now it was motionless, refusing to mimic him eating the fruit. Weird. What is it with this guy? Sunny took one more bite and looked at the shadow, lost in thought. The shadow had an eccentric temper, but it rarely did something without a reason. If it didn't like the fruit, there had to be something wrong with the fruit. Sunny frowned, suddenly feeling a sense of dread grip his heart. There was something wrong with the... Damn, why is it so hard to think about this stuff? There was something wrong with the fruit. Why would there? Wait, is this why I screamed at Nephis? She broke an agreement. What was the agreement? Sunny was at the precipice of remembering something very important. He felt as though he just needed to pull on the thread, and the whole truth would reveal itself. Something terrible was going to happen if he failed. But then, Sunny got distracted. Something unexpected happened, something that required his full attention. Instantly, he somehow forgot all about the problem with the soul tree's fruits. Because at that moment, the spell was talking into his ear. Your shadow grows stronger. What? He blinked, then looked at the delicious fruit in his hands. The spell announced the increase in his power right after Sunny swallowed his 3rd bite. Stunned, he raised his head and looked at Nephis. Changing Star, too, was staring at her fruit with a strange expression on her face. Feeling his gaze, she looked up. Sunny licked his lips. Did you? At the same time, Nephis said. I just absorbed a point of soul essence. Without saying anything, they both turned to Cassie. The blind girl was enthusiastically devouring the fruit. Red juice was flowing down her chin and dripping to the ground. Stopping for a moment, she smiled. Actually, I received mine a few bites ago. Sunny's eyes widened. Excitedly, he summoned the runes and found the right cluster. Shadow Fragments 971000. He really received a fragment. He received a shadow fragment without risking his life in a battle against deadly monsters. Finally, Sunny was able to realize why the carapace demon had been so fixated on the soul tree and its fruits. These fruits were pure magic. Forgetting all about the uneasy feeling, he raised his hand and greedily bit into the succulent, delicious, nourishing flesh. Late in the evening, when the sun was already hidden behind the horizon and the dark sea had once again turned the Ashen Barrow into a lonely island, the 3 of them were preparing for the night. They had moved their camp to rest between the roots of the great tree. With newfound energy received from consuming miraculous fruits, all their worries seemed to fade. With no way to move further west, Nephis, Sunny and Cassie had decided to rest for a few days before making any decisions. They deserved a short vacation. The Ashen Barrows was a perfect place to recuperate. There were no monsters in the surrounding wasteland. It was large enough to protect them from the horrors of the sea, and they had plenty of food thanks to the soul tree. What's more, that food could even provide them with power. Where else would they be able to grow stronger without risking their lives? As far as hell goes, this place was almost a paradise. Sunny lay on the makeshift mattress of fallen leaves, feeling relaxed and optimistic for the first time in many, many days. Things seemed to be getting better. Before falling asleep, he glanced at the mighty branches of the great tree and thought with a bit of regret. With the carapace demon gone, there's no one to protect this magnificent tree anymore. When we continue our journey, it will be completely defenseless. What a shame. His consciousness was already half asleep. However, one last thought entered Sunny's mind right before he completely slipped into the embrace of darkness. What a shame that no one will be here to serve it and feed it and help it spread its seeds. Chapter 78 Bliss. In the morning, Sunny was woken up by the gentle rustling of leaves. Opening his eyes, he saw rays of sunshine falling through the scarlet crown of the soul tree, painting the world in soft shades of pink. The sight was beautiful and tranquil. It felt as though none of the dangers and terrors of the dream realm could reach him here. A soft breeze touched his skin, bringing with it coolness and the smell of fallen leaves. For the first time in a long while, Sunny felt at peace. Is this what a vacation feels like? If so, their decision to have one was the best decision ever. He sat up with a yawn and lazily looked around. Cassie and Nephis were already awake. Seeing them put a smile on Sunny's face. Why the hell am I grinning? Shaking his head, Sunny put on a serious expression and said, "Good morning." The girls greeted him. Then, Nephis slightly tilted her head and asked, "Hey, do you remember why we didn't leave anyone to keep watch last night?" Sunny blinked. Indeed, why hadn't anyone guarded the camp? No. I guess we were too tired. Plus, it's so safe here. Why deprive ourselves of sleep? She frowned. Sunny expected Changing Star to berate them, but, unexpectedly, she just shrugged. I guess. That's not like her. Am I not the only one in a great mood? To make Neff feel better, he pointed down and said, "Don't worry. My shadow would have warned us if anything had happened." She seemed to have forgotten about her question already, returning to whatever she had been doing before. All three of them were easily distracted these days. Sunny sighed. "So what are you guys going to do today?" Cassie turned to him with a smile and answered in a teasing tone. "Nothing, we're on vacation, remember? So we're just going to rest and relax." Sounds like a plan. Speaking about plans. At that moment, Cassie scowled and said with a comically strict expression, "You two, Sunny, you are not allowed to plan, plot and scheme. Just sit back and enjoy the day." "All right." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "All right." He felt as though he was forgetting something. But what? Looking at Nephis, Sunny hesitated and asked, "Remind me, why did you climb the soul tree yesterday?" She glanced at him in confusion. "Oh, I don't really remember." "To get the fruits?" Sunny smiled at the mention of the miraculous fruits and nodded. "Yeah. That makes sense." A few days passed by. Sunny, Nephis and Cassie spent them idling away, not concerned with anything in the world. Their tired bodies and minds needed time to rest. They slept until noon, ate the delightful fruits and sat around the fire, talking or simply soaking in the warmth. Sometimes, they would play games or engage in other forms of entertainment. Other times, they would keep to themselves, enjoying the almost forgotten feeling of privacy. Sunny had been a loner for most of his life, so these past few weeks that he had spent side by side with other people, without even a minute to himself, were a taxing experience. He relished the opportunity to be alone with his thoughts once again. Luckily, the island was large enough for the three of them to stay apart if they didn't wish to be disturbed. Not that it happened often. At first, he had expected that lazing around doing nothing would very quickly grow boring, but surprisingly, it did not. He felt perfectly fine simply laying on the ground and staring at the gently swaying branches of the soul tree, caught in a blissful reverie. In moments like these, he would lose track of time, often realizing that entire hours had passed only when the sun was about to set. The concept of time, in general, had become strangely hard to grasp. Sunny wasn't entirely sure how many days they had spent on the peaceful island. He was pretty sure that it was less than a week, but couldn't remember the exact amount. Not being able to remember something had become a common occurrence. All three of them were turning increasingly absent-minded and forgetful. Sometimes, Sunny would catch himself straining to remember details of his previous life or notice the strangeness of their behavior. But a minute later, he would forget about these concerns, distracted by some innocuous thought or occurrence. His memory was becoming hazier and hazier. The only clear things in it were how delicious and refreshing the magical fruits were, how pleasant it was to live under the shade of the soul tree, and how magnificent it was. The tree was beautiful, benevolent and generous. It protected them from the cursed blight of the Crimson Labyrinth, kept the monsters away and provided nourishment both for their bodies and for their soul cores. Sunny was becoming increasingly convinced that finding the majestic soul tree was a true blessing. The thought of leaving its gifts behind and returning to the horror of the outside world seemed less and less attractive. Why leave when they were perfectly happy here? Well, at least two of them were. While Nephis was as carefree and tranquil as Sunny and Cassie in the beginning, as time went by, she grew strangely despondent and gloomy. It seemed as though she had reverted back to her old, distant and unsociable self. Instead of chatting or relaxing with them, Changing Star ended up spending most of her time sitting on the western edge of the island alone, staring into the distance with bleak eyes. Sunny had no idea what was wrong. He was worried about her. Not even the frequent, insistent lapses of memory managed to overcome his concern about Neph. On one of the evenings, Sunny approached the western slope of the island, feeling as though his head was about to split from pain. For some reason, he kept forgetting the reason for this visit on the way here. It took all of his willpower to hold on to his intentions. He wanted to check on Nephis. Just like always, she was sitting at the ridge of the western edge, gazing into the distance. Sunny climbed onto the ridge and sat down, looking at her with hesitation. "Hey, Neph." Changing Star glanced at him. Her indifferent expression was back, making any attempt to understand her true emotions futile. However, it was clear that she was not all right. "Hey." Sunny scratched the back of his head. Was he seeing things, or was her hair a bit longer than before? "Why aren't you enjoying the vacation?" Changing Star frowned. "After a while," she said. "Don't we need to keep moving west?" He raised his eyebrows, surprised. "West? What is in the west?" Neph's frown deepened, turning into a scowl. I don't remember. But I feel. She grew silent, then said quietly. "I feel like I have to do something very important. Abandon the soul tree. What a strange idea." Sunny pondered for some time, trying to understand where she got the idea that they had to move somewhere. Finally, he asked. "Why west, of all directions?" Nephis turned to him. There was a strange, pained expression on her face. Gritting her teeth, she whispered. "I don't know." Sunny sighed. If she didn't know, then he, of course, had no idea either. All he knew was that he wanted to make her feel better. But how? Sunny frowned, trying to think of a way. He felt that there was something very obvious that he was forgetting. Something that would instantly erase Neph's suffering. When the realization hit him, he froze. Of course, how could I forget? The answer was so clear. He just had to climb the soul tree and find an especially juicy fruit for her to eat. Chapter 79 Twist of Fate. It was already dark when Sunny returned to the great tree. Cassie was asleep, snuggled comfortably under her cloak. There was a peaceful smile on her face. Sweet dreams. She wasn't bothered by her terrible visions in a long time. Everything became better since they decided to stay on the tranquil island. Everything except for Neff's mood. She didn't even bother to return to camp today, staying at the western edge of the barrow. Sunny didn't like that she was so close to the black water. He sighed. I need to get some tasty fruits for her as soon as possible. She definitely would not be able to stay sad after eating the magical fruits. They were so sweet and delicious. Sunny began salivating just from thinking of boo. Tea them. Maybe I'll find one for myself, too. In the beginning, they took turns climbing to the lower branches of the soul tree to gather fruits. Lately, though, Nephis seemed to be distracted by her strange melancholy. As the result, the group relied on him to bring down fruits for everyone. He had already picked the lowest branches clean, choosing the ripest fruits first. Later ones were smaller and not as heavenly, although they still tasted amazing. Since each fruit was big enough to satiate a person for a long time, they rarely ate more than one in a day. The ripest fruits provided Sunny with 1 or 2 shadow fragments, while the smaller ones gave 1 or even none at all. I wonder how many shadow fragments I accumulated. Should be more than 100, right? Maybe even 110. No way. We've been here just for a few days, a week at most. He could just summon the runes and check, but somehow that thought didn't even occur to him. If it did, he would have been horrified. Forgetting all about the shadow fragments, Sunny looked up and scratched the back of his head. Initially, he was planning to climb the tree in the morning and explore higher than he had previously gone, looking for the best, most delicious fruit possible to give to Neff. But after thinking about it, he decided to not wait until the night was over. He could see perfectly in the dark, after all. And this way, he would be able to give Changing Star a delightful present much sooner. Stepping close to the trunk of the miraculous tree, Sunny began climbing. The first stretch was the most difficult since he had nothing to grab except for small cracks and bumps on the smooth, obsidian bark. Reaching the branches required a lot of effort. However, he was already accustomed to it. Moving his hands and feet almost on instinct, Sunny got higher and higher. Soon, he was already pulling himself on top of an enormous, wide branch. These first branches were as wide as roads. He sat down and rested for some time, enjoying the coolness of the night air. Sunny had never climbed the soul tree in the dark before. Without the bright sunbeams falling through the leaves, it looked strangely different. The vibrant magnificence was gone, replaced with eerie stillness. The rustling of scarlet leaves did not seem calming and tranquil anymore. In fact, it made Sunny shudder. It sounded like thousands and thousands of trapped souls, all screaming in agony. What's up with me today? How can I even think of such things? What a fool! Good thing that the great tree can't hear me, otherwise, I'd be so ashamed. Please forgive me, soul tree. Shaking his head, Sunny stood up and continued climbing. He was very disappointed in himself. After all the good things that the tree had given them, he had stupidly doubted its benevolence, its greatness, its desire to devour, always ravenous, always growing starving, hungry forever. How ungrateful. Why did he even begin to think about her? What exactly was he thinking about? Sunny frowned, failing to recall his train of thought. Whatever. I'm here to find a tasty fruit for Neff, not practice my reasoning. Climbing higher and higher, he soon abandoned the area that they had explored before. The crown of the great tree was vast enough to form a maze of its own. The large branches grew chaotically in all directions, twisting and crossing each other, with thick foliage blocking lines of sight and making any attempt of looking for the fruits difficult and time-consuming. Still, Sunny was determined to continue. He figured that if he went really high, where sunlight was denser, the fruits would be much riper. They had never tried a fruit from the higher branches. If he could find a really amazing one, Nephis would have to change her mind and abandon her strange thoughts of leaving the island. After all, these fruits were magical. Maybe she'll even smile. Encouraged, Sunny continued climbing. Time slowly passed. After a long while, Sunny finally decided that he had climbed high enough. He wasn't sure how many hours ago he had started the ascent, but judging by the soreness of his muscles and the visibly diminished width of the branches, he was somewhere in the upper part of the tree. Stepping on one of the branches, he slowly walked forward and looked from side to side. Searching for the fruits was not easy. It required good perception and patience. And a great sense of equilibrium. Of course, falling from this height would not be a great experience. In fact, it would be his last. Carefully observing the surroundings, Sunny moved further and further away from the trunk of the great tree. The branches were softly swaying under his feet. A few times, he jumped from one to another, causing a change in the melody of rustling leaves. On the way, he noticed several hanging fruits. They looked ripe and delicious, but none of them was really special. And he wanted to find the most wonderful fruit possible. Finally, Sunny got so far that the branches grew really narrow and thin. Now, they were almost the same size as those of a normal tree, barely able to support his weight. But he still did not find a suitable gift for Nephis. Sunny helplessly looked around, crestfallen. He really thought that he would be able to. Then, he noticed something strange. Some distance away from him, the branches just above the one he was standing on were twisted downward, as though weighed down by something. However, he couldn't quite see what it was behind the almost impenetrable wall of leaves. In fact, he only noticed the anomaly because it was dark. In the light of day, the bright color of the sole tree's foliage would make the shape of the branches indiscernible. But in Sunny's night vision, all colors were muted, almost turning into various shades of gray. Interesting. Jumping, he grabbed onto a higher branch and pulled himself up. Then, careful not to fall, Sunny approached the leaf barrier and forced his way through. In the process, he had to enhance his strength and agility with the help of the shadow, otherwise, he would either have had to turn back or tumble down to his death. Finally, he freed himself from the last layer of leaves and took a step forward. Then, Sunny froze, his eyes opening wide with wonder. Right in front of him, hidden from the world in the secretive pocket of twisted branches, a giant, elaborate bird nest rested between the scarlet leaves. Chapter 80 Spirit of Exploration. The nest was spherical in shape, with a round hole at the center of it. Usually, such a nest would be made out of grass and twigs, but this one was constructed from the branches of the great tree, each at least as thick as a man's arm. These branches were twisted and interwoven together in a chaotic pattern, creating gapless, onyx black walls. Sunny had never seen anything like it. Birds were a rare sight in the real world, let alone giant ones. The size of the entrance into the nest was large enough for a small truck to pass through. The nest itself was several times bigger. Wow. For a second, he felt a sense of fear, afraid that the giant bird was somewhere near. But then his fears disappeared. The nest looked abandoned. It was ancient and empty, some of its parts already on the verge of collapse. It was as though thousands of years had passed since anyone had been in this hidden, secretive place. The air was filled with the feeling of lonesomeness and desolation. Makes sense. If I barely managed to pass through the leaves, how would a giant monster do it without leaving a giant hole in the barrier? Sunny hesitated, caution and curiosity wrestling against each other inside his heart. On one hand, exploring ancient nests was not the best of ideas anywhere, let alone inside the dream realm. It posed great risks. On the other hand, it also could lead to a great reward. Plus, wasn't it just too damn interesting? In the end, Sunny decided to climb inside the nest to satiate his curiosity. He had convinced himself that it was safe following an unexpected train of thought. In his warped state of mind, Sunny was convinced that the soul tree was a great and benevolent being, one that protected them from the terrible threats hiding in the outside world. If so, How could anything having to do with the great tree be unsafe? Moving closer to the entrance of the nest, he balanced on the edge of the branch and tried to look inside. However, he wasn't tall enough to see anything except for the inner side of the nest's roof. Since his position was pretty precarious, Sunny decided not to delay the inevitable and jumped, throwing himself up and over the lip of the entrance. A moment later, he landed on a soft surface. The lower part of the nest was covered in a thick cushion of white, silky spider webs. Time had made them brittle and pliable like sand. There was so much spider web around that, for a moment, Sunny thought that he had fallen into a giant white cocoon. But no, it was just a nest. And there, in the center of it, was a... Sunny blinked. At the center of the nest, there was an egg. A giant, ancient egg that was as tall as he was, gray and seemingly lifeless, as though turned to stone by the passage of time. Forgetting to breathe, Sunny looked around, making sure that there was nothing and no one else around. But no, the giant nest was empty and silent, with not even a stray shadow hiding anywhere in sight. How fascinating. Sunny felt strangely excited. The feeling of discovering something incredible, something that no one except for him had ever seen, filled him with a deep sense of wonder and satisfaction. He had never known that there was such a side to him, one full of an explorer's passion. Let's check this thing out. Walking on the soft silk, Sunny slowly circled the massive egg and studied it. At a first glance, it seemed to be made of stone. The surface of the egg was colored in various shades of gray, which were overlaid over each other like moving clouds. This pattern was strangely beautiful, giving the egg a mysterious aura. But overall, it was just big and smooth. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then stepped closer and put his hand on the surface of the egg. Immediately, he felt a strong sense of astonishment. The egg was warm to the touch. Is it still alive? In the next second, Sunny felt a strange pull affecting his core. It was as though the egg was trying to steal his life force. He jerked his hand away and looked at the egg with dark apprehension. The damn thing was not only alive, but also capable of sucking the life out of anything that touched it. It only failed to eat his soul because of one reason. As far as Sunny knew, he was the only existence in two worlds without an actual soul core. He had the mysterious shadow core instead. That's why his life force had not been affected. Phew. That was close. Looking at the giant egg, Sunny thought about how to get back at it. The nest, without a doubt, once belonged to an extremely powerful nightmare creature. Therefore, its spawn was also a being of considerable strength. However, due to some unknown reason, that being had not been able to hatch and was left behind by its parent, destined to remain trapped within the egg for all eternity. Or at least until some unfortunate fool came close enough to feed it with soul essence and give it enough power to break free. Luckily, I'm not a fool. Wait, or maybe I am. His decisions have been very strange lately. He couldn't quite explain some of them, including this latest one. It was as though his thinking ability had been reduced. Whatever. I'm still smarter than a damn egg. Like a true explorer, he went where no one had gone before and made an incredible discovery. He found an unbelievably mysterious, rare being, one that not a single human had ever heard of. Naturally, he had to kill it. That's what the spirit of exploration was all about, wasn't it? Summoning the midnight shard, Sunny thrust it into the stone surface of the egg, causing a rain of sparks to fall on the spider webs. The sharp blade slid harmlessly across the stone, leaving only a shallow scratch on it. Tough bastard. The egg was sturdy enough to withstand a strike from an awakened weapon. If it was that resilient, Sunny was scared to imagine how powerful the adult monster would be. It was definitely not an average nightmare creature. But then, he was not an average sleeper. His shadow flowed from his hands onto the midnight shard, turning the polished metal of the blade black and lusterless. Immediately, a cold aura radiated from the sword, making it feel sharp enough to cut the world apart. Stepping forward, Sunny raised the shard above his head and sliced down, delivering a crushing blow. Enhanced by the shadow, the dark blade bit into the stone surface of the egg and split it apart. Cracks ran through the giant stone egg as Sunny's sword plunged into it. A flash of sinister crimson light shined through the cracks, then disappeared, leaving behind nothing but darkness. A torrent of viscous, black liquid flowed onto the white spiderwebs. In the ensuing silence, Sunny heard the spell's bewitching voice. You have slain a great devil, vile thieving bird's spawn. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Chapter 81 Weaver's Eye. Chapter 81 Weaver's Eye. Sunny blinked. You have received a memory Dropovica. Wait a moment, wait a moment. A great devil. He gulped. Nightmare creature with 4 soul cores was called a devil, just one class below the dreaded tyrant. From that detail alone, the evil ancient egg had been potentially more powerful than the carapace demon. However, what shocked him the most was its rank, not class. The quality of most things having to do with the nightmare spell followed a similar hierarchy, from dormant to awakened, ascended, transcendent, supreme, sacred and divine. Humans had only ever managed to reach the transcendent rank. These heroes were known as saints, each wielding an unimaginable amount of power and leading humanity in its war against the nightmare creatures. The nightmare creatures, too, were different from each other in a similar fashion, with 7 ranks of power. They were, in order of growing strength, dormant, awakened, fallen, corrupted, great, cursed and unholy. A great devil, therefore, was a nightmare creature with 4 soul cores, each one of the great rank. Which were the same in terms of power as a supreme soul core would have been if a human ever managed to pass the 4th nightmare and rise one step above the saints. Sunny had just killed one of the most powerful nightmare creatures to ever fall by a human hand. At least as far as he knew. Victories against the great devils were rare enough to be of historic importance. What a stroke of luck, to find one absolutely defenseless, yet to be fully born and weakened by thousands of years of neglect. Not to mention the fact that he was probably the only human alive to be partially immune to the egg's terrifying life-sucking powers. Wait, how many shadow fragments did I get? Sunny felt stronger, a lot stronger. He was used to receiving 2 fragments for each awakened beast he killed. Thus, it was fair to assume that a fallen beast would give him 4, a corrupted beast would give him 8, and a great beast would give him 16, forgetting the ridiculousness of the notion that a sleeper would ever be able to slay a great beast. However, the vile thieving bird's spawn was not a beast, it was a devil. It had 4 cores, so 6 to 4 fragments. Dumbstruck, Sunny summoned the runes. In his excited state, he even disregarded the insistent forgetfulness that prevented him from doing so earlier. Shadow fragments 196-1000. After seeing the number, he was giddy with joy at first. But then, Sunny frowned. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. I had 96 fragments before coming to the Ashen Barrow. I received 6 to 4 just now, that makes it 160. Where did the additional 36 fragments come from? From the fruits? No way, we've been eating them for less than a week, 1 fruit a day. To get that much a whole month would have to pass. But how could so much time pass without him noticing? Yes, his memory was strange lately, but... Sunny tried to concentrate on the discrepancy, but it was very hard, for some reason. The more he thought about it, the less clear he became on what exactly he was thinking about. What was I trying to remember? Something about the shadow fragments. Yeah. A few minutes later, he massaged his temples and sighed in frustration. I guess I was trying to calculate how many fragments I got from killing that vile egg. It's 6 to 4. What is there to think about? That is great. He would spend more time celebrating the insane amount of shadow fragments he had received, but there was another amazing thing waiting for his attention. A memory. He had actually received a memory from a great devil, a real, actual supreme memory of the 4th tier. That was fantastic. Sunny summoned the runes once more and looked at his memories. Memory's silver bell, puppeteer's shroud, midnight shard, drop of ichor. Hurriedly, he concentrated on the new one. Memory drop of ichor. Memory rank unknown. Memory type unknown. Memory description: the loathsome thieving bird was hated both by the gods and unknown. However, it only cared about shiny things. Enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes, it stole one of them on a dark, starless night. Impatient, the vile creature looked at its bounty while still in flight. However, when it saw the reflection of unknown forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil, it went mad and screamed, dropping the eye on the mortal realm below. All that was left in its greedy beak was one drop of pure, golden ichor. Sunny frowned. What the hell was that? He had never heard of a memory with an unknown rank and type. How was this even possible? Did the spell really not know, or was it simply refusing to let him know? Why would it do that? And the description itself, what were these words that it failed to translate? He tried to forego the automatic translation and look at the runes themselves, but they were beyond his ability to translate. In fact, he had never seen runes of this type before. Weirdly, studying them caused him to feel dizzy and nauseated. That is very, very weird. Also, to his shame, Sunny had to admit that he had no idea what the word ichor meant. It simply wasn't in his vocabulary. Maybe if he went to school and got an education like other sleepers, he would know. Sunny hesitated for a minute or two, then cautiously summoned the strange memory. Instantly, golden sparks of light appeared in the air in front of him, coalescing into a spherical drop of radiant, golden liquid. What am I supposed to do with thigh? Before he finished his thought, the spell spoke again. Its voice sounded a bit strange. It was almost excited. You have acquired a drop of ichor. Do you wish to consume it? Sunny blinked. Consume a memory? Things were getting weirder and weirder. He hesitated. What was going to happen if he did consume it? Memories were rewards given by the spell to the awakened. As such, they were usually useful, very rarely useless, and never harmful. At least that was the common knowledge. However, this one was out of the ordinary. And it was the spell he was talking about. The damn thing was nothing if not unpredictable, usually with catastrophic consequences. The safest approach would be to put the golden liquid back into his soul sea and never touch it again. But it was a memory received from a great devil, chances were he would never hold another one in his whole life, not even in his dreams. Sunny was simply unwilling to let this opportunity go. Trying to calm his rapidly beating heart, he licked his lips and said, "Yes. I want to consume it. As you wish." The golden sphere separated into two streams of beautiful, radiant liquid. The streams flowed through the air, approaching Sunny's face. He felt a gentle caress his cheeks. Then, the golden liquid reached his eyes and flowed through them, entering his soul through the pupils. Soon, it was gone. Sunny was frozen, not knowing what to expect. A second passed, then another. He raised his trembling hands to his face, finally feeling something. In the next moment, Sunny opened his mouth and let out a terrible, wailing shriek as unimaginable, blinding pain tore through his entire being. Chapter 82: Fear of the Unknown. Sunny fell into the soft embrace of spiderwebs, screaming, his whole body convulsing in spasms of terrible pain. The unbearable agony radiated through his nervous system, his mind drowning in the endless torrent of torturous, excruciating, harrowing suffering. It felt as though every muscle, every fiber, every molecule of his body was being torn apart and reassembled, only to be torn apart again. His eyes, especially, felt as though there were two white-hot metal rods inserted in them, making all the other pain pale in comparison. Or maybe they had become searing spheres of molten metal themselves. He clawed at his face, leaving bloody marks on it. However, seconds later they were already gone, erased by some unknown force. His voice was soon gone, too, leaving Sunny without an outlet to express his horrible torment. The process was the opposite of the gentle rebirth he had experienced after passing the first nightmare. It was violent, ruthless, and unnatural, forcefully reshaping Sunny's body into something that it was not meant to be. That nothing was ever meant to be. Powerless to stop it, Sunny had no choice but to endure the agony. All he could do was try not to go mad from pain. Tears were streaming down his face, leaving bloody trails in their wake. There was no end to torture. Then, after what felt like an eternity, there was. The pain subsided, lessened, and finally vanished. Sunny was left lying on the thick carpet of spiderwebs, utterly drained and depleted. In the silence that was broken only by the hoarse sound of his ragged breathing, the spell's voice whispered. "You have acquired a new attribute. One of your attributes is ready to evolve." Sunny remained motionless for a long time, slowly coming back to his senses. The memory of the terrible ordeal was still echoing in his mind, making him shudder from time to time. He was afraid to open his eyes and look at his body, afraid to see himself changed in some horrific, repulsive way. Have I become a monster? Feeling a sense of dread, Sunny shut his eyes tighter. However, he did not feel like a monster. In fact, he didn't feel different at all. From what he could tell, he still had 2 hands, 2 legs, and soft human skin. There was no change in his strength and resilience. It was as though nothing had happened. "Come on. Just do it." With a nervous sigh, Sunny opened his eyes and looked himself over. Everything was the same. He shifted his perception and studied himself again through the shadow. He was still human. Well, something did change, but he couldn't quite describe it. It was as though his vision was slightly different from before. The world seemed deeper, somehow. Sunny only noticed the difference because of the contrast between his own perception and that of the shadow. Previously, they were more or less similar. A drop of ichor that came from the weaver's eye. Carefully, he raised a hand and touched his eyes. They felt the same. But they were also different. He just couldn't understand in what way. Lowering his hand, Sunny noticed a drop of blood on one of his fingers. It came from a small scratch on his cheek, one that had not healed like the others. Deep inside his blood, Sunny noticed a barely visible hint of the golden shine. As if the radiant drop of golden liquid he had absorbed was still there, now a part of him, strongly diluted and fused into his own bloodstream. The shine was so faint that he had almost missed it. Sunny suspected that in the light, it wouldn't be visible at all. What the hell have I done to myself? That was the moment when he accidentally glanced at the pipette's shroud, simultaneously thinking about the golden shine. Something switched in Sunny's head, and suddenly, he saw the memory differently. His eyes widened. Under the surface of the grey fabric, 5 glowing embers were shining with ethereal light. Each of them represented a nexus and anchor of countless diamond strings that stretched to different parts of the armor, weaving an intricate, elaborate, unpredictable pattern. It looked a lot like the inner void of the spell, only at an infinitely smaller scale. However, Sunny was surprised to find out that he sort of understood the pattern. A newly found innate knowledge helped him sense the traces of logic behind the seemingly chaotic placement of the strings, a defined purpose behind every twist and turn. They were meant to achieve certain effects: durability, resilience, and another, more complex type of protection. The hint of understanding came naturally to him, as though it was his innate ability. I need to study this further. Intrigued and apprehensive, he entered the Soul Sea. A familiar dark expanse of still water appeared in front of his mind's eye. There was the looming shadow core, the shining satellites of his memories, and the strange feeling that something was moving just beyond the periphery of his vision. Out of habit, Sunny turned his head to try and catch sight of that something, knowing that he would not see anything. However, this time, he did. With a startled yelp, Sunny flinched away and lost his balance. What the hell? What the actual hell? Out there in the darkness, at the border of the dim light cast by the shining memories, stood motionless black figures. They were shadows of creatures he had killed. There was a shadow that resembled the slave with broad shoulders and bloodied back, one whose name Sunny had never bothered to learn. His figure was deformed and horrifying, as he had been transformed into a murderous beast after becoming the host of a mountain king's larva. That larva was then strangled by Sunny. The shadow of the mountain king itself was towering above him, just as dreadful and abhorrent as the tyrant had been when still alive. Sunny shuddered as he remembered escaping from the horrid creature's claws. The shadow of the cruel slaver that had hit him with the whip was also there, standing beside the tyrant. This was the first, and for now the only, human whose life Sunny had ended with his own 2 hands. He even stole the boots and cloak of the dead man's body. On both sides of them, there were other shadows. Hulking carapace scavengers stood silently, their pincers lowered to the ground. A fearsome centurion's savage silhouette could be seen among them, surrounded by the giant centipedes, bulbous knots of carnivorous worms and a few strange, man-eating flowers. Every single being that had fallen by Sunny's hand was there in the form of a shadow. Or, to be more precise, every being whose shadow's fragments had been absorbed by him. Despite the fact that shadows had no eyes, he couldn't help but feel that they were all staring at him. Silent, motionless. Watching. Feeling cold shivers running down his spine, Sunny gulped and stood up, his legs shaking a little. Finding out that a small army of dead shadows had appeared inside your soul sea was not the most pleasant of surprises. Let alone if those shadows once belonged to creatures who you had personally slain. He clenched his teeth. Can I repeat what the actual hell? Chapter 83:5. The shadows stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared at the shadows. After a while, the situation became a bit awkward. Sunny shifted a little, then hesitantly asked, "Are you guys not going to do anything?" The shadows did not react, remaining as motionless and quiet as they had been from the start. As a matter of fact, he didn't see them move or show any sign of life at all. In that regard, they were even more lifeless than his echo had been here in the Sea of Soul. Sunny scratched his head. His initial fear was slowly disappearing. At first, he was scared out of his wits, but more so from being startled than from feeling an actual threat. This was his soul sea, after all. Very few things could harm him here. Sunny was pretty sure that the shadows were not capable of doing anything, let alone attacking him. They seemed more like manifestations of some weird facet of his aspect rather than actual beings. As such, they weren't dangerous. The question was, why did the shadows suddenly appear? After briefly thinking about it, Sunny came to the conclusion that they did not actually appear, per se. Instead, they were always here, it's just that he had not been able to see them. But now, with his eyes changed by the strange transformation he had gone through, he could, just like he could see the diamond strings inside the puppeteer's shroud. Speaking of the puppeteer's shroud, glancing at the silent shadows one last time to make sure that they would not lunge at him, Sunny frowned with suspicion and turned away. His back instantly began to tingle. Just think of them as fashionable pieces of furniture. Who says soul seas don't need a touch of interior design? Somewhat consoled, he walked closer to the shining spheres that represented memories and summoned the puppeteer's shroud. One of the spheres floated down and slowly dimmed, revealing the armor within. Just like before, Sunny could see 5 glowing nexuses and countless strings permeating the grey fabric. They resembled miniature stars assembled into a constellation. The shroud came from a tyrant, which is a class of nightmare creatures with 5 soul cores. 5 soul cores, 5th-tier memory, 5 nexuses makes sense. For some reason, the number 5 moved something in his mind. Sunny scowled, not understanding the feeling of unease that suddenly appeared out of nowhere and disrupted the flow of his thoughts. Trying to concentrate on the task at hand, he summoned the runes describing the puppeteer's shroud. The familiar description appeared in the air around the armor. Memory puppeteer's shroud. Memory rank awakened. Memory tier 5. Memory type armor. Memory description a worm of doubt. The identification of the tier was new. It seems that the spell decided to be helpful and incorporated Sunny's new understanding of the inner workings of memories into its interface. Tears were not something that humans had learned from the spell. Instead, it was just an improvised way of differentiating memories of different power levels within the same rank. It was often unreliable and outright wrong, but it was better than nothing. But in the case of Sunny, the information was 100% true. He could confirm it with his own two eyes just by counting the number of core remnants inside a memory. He could even understand their purpose. That might be extremely useful. However, his attention was drawn to something else. At the very bottom of the description, a new cluster of runes appeared. Memory enchantments enhanced durability, doubtless. Sunny smiled. That was what he was hoping for. Previously, he had only been able to intuitively sense the special qualities of his memories, with no way to learn their true nature and limits except for the trial and error approach. And using that method during a battle was not conducive to survival. Now, however, he concentrated on one of the enchantments. Enchantment doubtless. Enchantment description provides the wearer with a small amount of protection against mind attacks. Good to know. The amount was small because it was just an awakened memory. Since enhanced durability was self-explanatory, Sunny dismissed the puppeteer's shroud and summoned the silver bell. The small bell had only one spark of light, which was much less bright than the ones inside the puppeteer's shroud, at that. Studying the runes did not show anything interesting. It was a Tier 1 dormant memory with a single enchantment that increased the range at which its ringing could be heard to several kilometers. Finally, it was time to take a look at the Midnight Shard. The graceful blade appeared in front of Sunny in all its austere beauty. Memory Midnight Shard. Memory rank awakened. Memory Tier 3. Memory description forged from the shard of a fallen star, this stalwart blade is firm and unyielding. It favors those who are willing to fight to the last drop of blood and knows no surrender. Memory enchantments unbroken. Enchantment description: this blade refuses to be broken, and thus is durable beyond reason. It will greatly enhance the power of its wielder when they are close to death, however only if the wielder is unwilling to surrender. Sunny sighed, simultaneously satisfied and disappointed. Now he knew how to access the well of power that hid in the deepest parts of his heart when the Midnight Shard was in his hand. However, it could only be done when he was at the death's door, wounded and minutes away from perishing. It could either save him from a dire situation or create an opportunity for a very heroic last stand. Sunny did not care for heroics, so the second option did not seem appealing at all. The first one was much more useful, but only in the case of him screwing up terribly and getting himself in a lethal amount of trouble. In other words, it could only be used if he failed. In normal battles, the special qualities of the Midnight Shard were of no use at all. A pity. But an ace in your sleeve in case things really go south is not bad either. Done with his memories, Sunny was ready to learn of the new attribute he had received. Considering how much pain he had to go through to acquire the damn thing, he had pretty high expectations. Looking for the cluster of runes representing his attributes, Sunny focused his attention and carefully read their names. There were 5 attributes fated: Mark of Divinity, Child of Shadows, and the new one, Bloodweave. Sunny was about to summon the description of the Bloodweave, but then stopped. Something was not right. Something did not add up. The feeling of unease from before had returned, now much stronger. When did he first feel it? For some reason, his thoughts were slow and murky. He felt a strong inclination to forget all about the strange feeling and concentrate on something else. But this time, he did not. It was when I was studying the puppeteer's shroud. And it was connected to the number 5. 5? What meaning was there to the number 5? With his attention beginning to wane, Sunny bit his lip, causing drops of blood to roll down. A burst of pain cleared his mind for a moment. There were 5 attributes fated: Mark of Divinity, Child of Shadows, and Bloodweave. What? There were 5 attributes. But he only counted 4. Bewildered, Sunny stared at the runes. He was sure that there was a 5th attribute. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't read its name and description. Every time his gaze fell on the runes corresponding to the 5th attribute, he would find himself distracted, his memory wiped clean of any mention of it. Just remembering that there were 5 attributes was incredibly hard. Clenching his teeth, Sunny tried to keep his concentration, not allowing himself to be distracted. He was not going to forget. 5, it's 5, there's 5 of them, damn it. Immediately after he said those words out loud, something changed. It was as though an invisible veil had fallen from his eyes. Or, rather, from his mind. Sunny froze, shock and fear permeating his heart. He was remembering. Didn't I see a dream? Yes, of course he saw Cassie standing over him with panic in her eyes. Begging him to remember the number 5. No, wait. Was that a dream? At the time, he believed so. But then, he forgot. Just as he had forgotten what actually happened on that day. On the day when Cassie woke him up to tell him something important. Chapter 84 Black Seed. It happened on the day they killed the carapace demon. Back then, all 3 of them were utterly exhausted. After moving away from the corpse of the giant creature and finding a good hiding spot, they fell to the ground and immediately fell asleep. But they didn't stay asleep for long. An hour or 2 later, Sunny was shaken awake by Cassie, who was holding him by the shoulders. There was an expression of terror written clearly on her face. Sunny, wake up. Instantly coming back to his senses, he jumped to his feet and summoned the Midnight Shard, afraid that they were under attack. However, there was no one around except for panicked Cassie and wary Nephis, who was in a similar pose, her sword raised and ready to strike. Confused, Sunny looked at the blind girl. Cassie? What's the matter? Grabbing him by the shoulders again, she brought her face close and whispered in a begging tone. Sunny, you have to stop it, please, you are the only one who can. He frowned, failing to understand what exactly he was supposed to stop. Did she see another vision? Trying to calm her, he said in a measured tone. It's all right, Cassie. Slow down, breathe. Tell us what happened. Start from the beginning. She desperately shook her head. There's no time, I will forget soon, we all will, but you have to remember. We will all forget soon. What does she mean? Not able to see Sunny's dazed expression, Cassie yelled. You have to remember, Sunny, 5, it's 5, remember, you have to remember, it's 5. Remember 5? The blind girl was not making any sense. Sunny carefully put his arm around her, feeling how scared she was from her shaking body. All right, Cass. I promise I'll remember. 5, right? See, it's pretty hard to forget. Nephis was looking at them with a frown, not neglecting to scan the surroundings for any signs of danger from time to time. For some reason, Cassie was only talking to Sunny, not paying her any attention. What was it that she thought Sunny could do, but Changing Star could not? Hearing his answer, the blind girl calmed down a little. However, she was still terrified. Good. Good. Remember, it's 5. You promised. Her voice sounded quieter and quieter, as though she was not sure of what she was saying. Sunny was barely able to discern her mumbling. The more complex a thought, the harder it will be to hold on to it. That's why I can only tell you this one word, the simplest thing to impart. When the right time comes, it might change things. Carefully choosing his words, Sunny hesitantly asked. Cassie? Can you tell us what happened, exactly? Hearing his voice, the blind girl flinched and raised her head to face him. There were still traces of fear in her eyes, but mostly, it had been replaced by confusion. Huh? Did something happen? Sunny blinked. Wasn't she the one who woke them up in a panic? Wait, why did she wake us up, to begin with? For some reason, he had trouble remembering the details of the past few minutes. The conversation they just had was already hazy in his memory. I guess I'm still groggy from waking up so abruptly. Lack of sleep affects concentration. You wanted to tell us something. It had to do with the number 5? Cassie raised her eyebrows. 5? Why 5? Sonny didn't know what to say. He was going to ask the same question. I have no clue. Perplexed, he looked at Nephis, hoping that she will be able to clear the situation. Changing Star was standing a few steps away with a distracted expression on her face. Sensing his gaze, she stared at him and asked, "Why do you have your sword out?" Sonny glanced at the midnight shard and tried to remember what had caused him to summon the memory. I am not sure. Why did you summon yours? Nephis looked down, as though noticing the sword in her hands for the first time. An expression of doubt appeared on her face. What's wrong with our heads today? Understanding that it was pointless to expect help from Nephis, Sonny sighed and turned back to Cassie. Did you see another vision? The blind girl trembled. Her eyes opened wide, once again filled with fear. A vision, yes, I saw a vision. An awful, awful vision. What did you see? She was silent for a few moments, trying to remember. A deep frown appeared on her face. Finally, Cassie quietly said, I saw a mountain of corpses. Countless bodies piled on each other until they formed a blood-soaked hill. And at the top of it, a tiny black seed was floating in a pool of blood. She grew silent, then continued. That was the past, I think. But then I saw the future, a future. It was us. Oh, gods, we were. Her voice trembled. As though not daring to say something aloud, Cassie stopped. Sonny waited for a while, then carefully asked. We were what? The blind girl turned to him in confusion. What? He scratched the back of his head. What were they just talking about? You were telling us about your vision. I think. Cassie frowned. What vision? To his embarrassment, Sonny wasn't sure either. He just remembered something about the number 5 and a seed. For some reason, he felt as though that number was very important. But why? He had no idea. I forgot. Suddenly, Nephis, who was standing nearby, lowered her hands and dismissed the sword that she had been holding for some reason. Looking at them with a bit of confusion, she hesitantly asked. Why are you guys awake? We need to rest. Something might get attracted by the demon's corpse, so we'd better return to peak condition as soon as possible. Distracted and already forgetting about the conversation with Cassie, Sonny blinked a couple of times, shrugged, and decided to go back to sleep. None of this made sense anyway. They were probably struck dumb by exhaustion. He felt so tired. A few hours later, when the shadow noticed the winged creature circling around the island, he awoke again. By that time, the memory of Cassie's warning was so fragmented and hazy that it seemed like a strange dream. But the seed was already planted deep into his subconscious. And now that it had blossomed, Sonny was finally able to fight through the haze of oblivion and remember everything. Chapter 85, One Step at a Time. Sitting inside the vile thieving bird's nest, Sonny frowned and clenched his fists. Something unnatural was happening to them ever since they came to the Ashen Barrow. Now that he had remembered Cassie's warning, it was apparent that their minds were affected, making them forgetful and easily distracted. Even now that he knew about it, thinking straight was strangely hard. It took all of his will just to keep the knowledge of the anomaly in his memory. The events of these past few days were still hazy. Remembering something else, Sonny closed his eyes in frustration. Had they really spent mere days on this island? The number of shadow fragments he received from eating soul tree fruit suggested otherwise. It was quite possible that as much as a whole month had passed since the first time they ate them. And their minds were corroded a bit more with every day that passed. Pretty soon, there would be nothing left of them at all. Only empty shells, walking around wearing their faces. Sonny's face paled. With a growing feeling of dread, he realized that there were large gaps in his memory. He could not remember how they got to the ashen barrow, and where they were going. Other things, too, were unclear and blurry. Stay calm. Despite how compromised his memory was, there were still ways to understand what was going on, and then maybe undo it. After all, he was able to remember Cass's warning. That meant that their memories were not gone, just obfuscated. First step: resist the impulse to forget everything again. Not succumbing to the constant pull on his mind was not an easy task, but he was able to manage, at least for now. Second step: try to understand the reason why you were able to remember these things. When Cassie begged him to remember the number 5, she must have already known that he would receive a new attribute. He had noticed the existence of the mysterious 5th attribute as the result, which triggered the frightening revelation. However, why was he able to not forget about the existence of the 5th attribute altogether? What made him so special? Cassie had even said that he was the only one who could do it. Why him and not Changing Star? Sunny massaged his temples. Then, a sudden realization came to him. Doubtless. One of the enchantments of the puppeteer's shroud was providing him with a small amount of resistance against mind attacks. That's why he was slightly less susceptible to the frightening forgetfulness that infected them on the ashen barrow. That was the reason why he had been the last one to agree to eat the miraculous fruits. Why he had often felt that things were wrong. He was also the only one who had managed to remember Cassie's warning, even if it took him a long time. Cassie knew about the puppeteer's shroud, and that's why she had chosen him instead of Nephis. Smart girl. So their warped state was the result of a mind attack. But who could attack them on this desolate island? The answer was pretty obvious. That damn tree. Looking down, Sunny felt cold sweat running down his back. The soul tree was, in fact, a colossal, ancient and utterly horrifying nightmare creature. If he was right, then its power had to be simply unimaginable. He was afraid to even think about what its rank and class were. No wonder it was able to drain a whole area of the crimson labyrinth of all life. No wonder it was able to survive and thrive in this hellish place. Of all the horrors in this hell, it might have been the most terrifying. Finally, Sunny knew the reason why no other nightmare creature dared to approach the ashen barrow. Even monsters were afraid of the soul tree. Except for equally harrowing things that dwelled beneath the waves of the deep, dark sea. There was no way for them to destroy it. The soul tree was just too big, old, and powerful. For a moment, Sunny entertained the idea of setting it on fire, but quickly abandoned it. He would need a volcanic eruption or some sort of divine intervention to burn that colossus down. So what to do? After thinking for some time, Sunny decided not to be hasty and move forward one step at a time. First, he had to know the exact situation with his attributes. Summoning the runes, he tried once again to read the description of the hidden 5th attribute. The result was the same. He knew it was there, but could not remember what it was no matter how much he tried. Figures. Confirming that it was still impossible for him to solve that mystery on his own, Sunny moved his attention to the Mark of Divinity. New runes appeared under its description. Mark of Divinity attribute description: you bear a faint scent of divinity, as though someone briefly touched by it once, a long time ago. Mark of Divinity is ready to evolve. Proceed? Not wasting time, Sunny said yes. Immediately, the name and the description of the attribute changed. The new runes read: Attribute Spark of Divinity. Spark of Divinity attribute description: every fire starts from a spark. Somewhere deep within your soul, a radiant spark shines with divine light. He didn't feel any changes within himself. It seemed as though the question of whether or not he wanted to proceed was just a formality, and the attribute already evolved back when he had consumed the drop of ichor. My affiliation to divinity has increased. Neat. Although I'm not sure how it might be useful. Was that spark of divinity the reason why he was now able to see the inner workings of memories, as well as some other stuff like the shadows in his soul sea? If so, was it a universal trait of all awakened with high divine affiliation, or just his? For some reason, Sunny felt that it was the latter option. He had received the drop of Ica from a being called Weaver, and then became able to see the strings that were weaved through the memories, giving them their unique qualities. It wasn't hard to see the connection. If this was true, did it mean that there were different kinds of divinity? And he inherited a small amount of a very special kind of divinity. Was Weaver even a deity? Every god he had heard about was named in a similar fashion. There was Shadow God, War God, well, that's it. He had never heard the names of any other god. However, Weaver's name was different. Maybe Weaver was not a deity at all. Maybe he, she, or it was actually one of the unknown. Sunny shook his head, feeling that he had almost allowed himself to get distracted and release the hold on his memory. He could not allow himself to go on tangents now. Concentrating, he looked at his new attribute, Bloodweave. Bloodweave attribute description: you have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your blood has been altered and imbued with odd tenacity. So he would be less likely to bleed out in the future. That was a very nice enhancement. However, it did not help Sunny with his current situation. It was time for the next step. It was early morning when Sunny descended from the soul tree. However, he didn't bring any fruit with him. Walking over to sleeping Cassie, he took her by the shoulders and gently shook her awake. The irony of how this situation mirrored the one where Cassie had told Sunny to remember the number 5 was not lost on him. The blind girl slowly came to her senses and turned to face him with a sleepy, confused expression. "Sunny? Why are you up so early?" He hesitated, then said with a friendly smile, trying very hard to act as though everything was all right. "Actually, I didn't sleep at all this night." Cassie frowned. Luckily, she could not see the sorry state he was in, nor the dried blood on his face. "Really? Why?" He shrugged. "I decided to climb the soul tree and search for some fruits. But that's not very important. Hey, your aspect ability allows you to see other people's attributes, right?" She nodded, still confused. "Yes. You know this. Why?" Sunny lingered, then said in a carefree tone. "Can you take a look at mine?" Chapter 86 Final Clue. Sunny's thought process was very simple. Honestly, in the state he was in, complex ideas that went against Soul Tree's indoctrination were almost impossible to hold on to. He was already at his limits just trying to remember what had happened in the giant nest. On his way down, Sunny had to bite himself several times, leaving bloody marks on his hands. Sharp pain cleared his mind for a few moments and gave him temporary relief from the constant pull of forgetfulness. Coincidentally, he was already noticing the effect Bloodweave was exerting on him. The bites only bled for a short while, quickly turning into scabs. The speed of coagulation of his blood was clearly enhanced. He also felt more energetic, his endurance substantially better than it had been before. Which made sense. The human body was a system where every part affected the other. A comprehensive improvement of one of these parts, especially one as important as blood, had to lead to a chain reaction of lesser improvements throughout the system. It seemed that he had severely underestimated the importance of his new attribute. Focus, idiot, no tangents. Gritting his teeth, Sunny concentrated on the task. He wanted to use Cass's aspect ability to learn the truth of the hidden attribute. Her sight was different from his. Sunny could only see the information provided by the runes because it was a default function of the spell. He simply accessed that information with his mind. Cass's sight, however, came from her aspect. Thus, even if their minds were compromised, it should not have affected her ability to see other people's attributes. She also had a high affinity to revelations and fate. So, there was a high chance that Cassie would be able to succeed where he had failed. Finally reaching the ground, Sunny woke the blind girl up and, after a short conversation, mentioned the attributes. Then, he carefully asked, "Can you take a look at mine?" Cassie was visibly confused by this question. Can't you do it yourself? Sunny smiled. I can, but I think you'll be surprised when you see them. The blind girl hesitated, then shrugged. All right. But if it turns out that you woke me up for nothing, I'll be pretty upset. That was not very nice of you. She turned to face him and froze for a moment, as though staring into his eyes. Fated, child of shadows, spark of divinity. Wait, wasn't it mark of divinity? I must have remembered wrong. Stopping for a second, Cassie shyly covered her mouth with her small hand and yawned. My memory has not been too good lately. Too much rest, I guess. Where was I? Oh, yes. Bloodweave, huh? Where did this come from? Sunny forced a chuckle. This thing? From an egg. Anyway, is there something else? Cassie blinked a couple of times. An egg? Well, if you say so. Usually, an appearance of a new attribute was not something one would gloss over. But in the state she was in, Cassie's attention span was severely reduced, and her mental capacity was clouded. She just frowned for a second, then forgot all about the discrepancy. Sunna's heart, meanwhile, was beating like it was going to explode. With a fake smile frozen on his face, he waited for the blind girl's next words. They were going to decide whether or not he would be able to get to the bottom of things. And, therefore, find a way to rise from that bottom. With an absent-minded smile, Cassie said. My mom makes the best eggs. What were we talking about? Right, your attributes. The last one is enthralled. Wait, where did this? Knowing that there was very little time, Sunny hurriedly asked. The description. What does the description say? A bit of tension sipped into his voice. Startled by this intensity, Cassie didn't ask the same question again and simply said. You've been mesmerized by the ancient fiend, soul-devouring tree, and are being turned into its thrall. Once the process is complete, there will be no escape. As soon as Sunny heard these words, it was as though heavy chains fell from his mind. Suddenly, his memories returned in an avalanche, making him stagger. His eyes opened wide. Only now that he had fully recovered his memory did Sunny realize the extent to which his mental state was warped, how much of his true self was gone, how close he came to being completely obliterated without even knowing that a terrible monster was slowly devouring his mind. An extreme feeling of terror filled his heart. For a few moments, Sunny lost the ability to speak, covered in cold sweat and shaking. Calm down. Calm down. It didn't happen, you stopped it. You're back, it didn't eat you. Slowly, he was able to get a grip on his feelings and achieve some semblance of composure. He came very close to the edge, but did not take the last step. He was still himself. It wasn't over yet. They still had a chance. Looking at Cassie, Sunny slowly exhaled and said, Thank you. The blind girl smiled and raised her eyebrows. For what? She had already forgotten all about their conversation. Sunny was free from being mesmerized by the soul devourer, but Cassie was not. Her memory, mind, and thinking was still compromised. Turning worse as they spoke. A pained smile appeared on Sunny's face. Struggling to keep his tone light and cheerful, he said. For helping me out just now. Sorry about waking you up so early. Go back to sleep. I'll take it from here. Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then got distracted and forgot that he was there at all. Yawning, the blind girl lay down and covered herself with her cloak. Soon, she was asleep again, happy and blissfully ignorant of the fact that her days were numbered. Sunny watched her for a while, a grim expression on his face. Finally, he turned and walked away, thinking. Over my dead body. Chapter 87 Plan of Escape. Nephis was still at the western edge of the island, gazing over the receding black waters. It seems as though she barely moved since the last time Sunny saw her. Looking at her with clear eyes, free from the most debilitating effects of being enthralled, he was able to notice things that he had not noticed before. Neff's hair was indeed longer. Back at the academy, it was short and usually parted to the side. Now silver strands were already long enough to cover her ears, hanging messily without their usual luster. Changing Star's face seemed much thinner, with dark circles under her eyes and a bleak, dull expression. Her usual confidence and energy were gone, replaced by exhausted stillness. She looked as though some unknown illness was consuming her from inside, slowly turning the once radiant girl into a pale shadow of her former self. Sunny suspected that he knew what that illness was. He had known for a long time that Nephis had a mysterious goal, and that her determination to achieve that goal was nothing short of frightening. That burning desire of hers, it seemed, was strong enough to resist even the enthrallment of the soul devourer. However, while the feelings remained, the actual memories were gone. Thus, Nephis had been left longing desperately for something that she did not know, with no way to understand the nature of her emotions or satiate them. This inner conflict was the reason for her terrible state. Coming closer, Sunny sat down and looked at Neph, wishing to see her striking grey eyes shine once again with unbreakable resolve. "Hey, Neph." She turned her head to him, not saying anything. Sunny gritted his teeth, feeling dark anger blossoming in his heart. "That loathsome tree. I have something to tell you." Trying to stay calm and not miss anything, he told Nephis everything that he had found out. He told her about his trip to the upper parts of the soul tree, the giant nest he had discovered, the vile thieving bird's spawn and how he had killed it, the strange memory with no rank and type, the new attribute he had received and the hidden one he had accidentally discovered. Finally, Sunny told her about the nature of that attribute, the true nature of the soul devourer, how long they had been on the island, and what they had forgotten. When he finished, Changing Star's expression didn't change one bit. Looking away, she simply said, "I see." Sunny blinked. "I see? I see? That's all you have to say?" She glanced at him and smiled darkly. "What do you want me to say?" He gaped at her and clenched his fists. "Wow, how horrible, good job, Sunny, say something, at least is it so hard to behave like a human?" She turned away, not answering. Sunny stared at her for several seconds, then said in a tired, defeated voice, "I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do, Neph. How do I get us out of this?" She was silent for a while. Sunny almost assumed that Changing Star had already forgotten everything that he had told her, but then he noticed sparks of white radiance dancing in the depths of her eyes. Nephis had activated her aspect ability, using pain to stay lucid for as long as possible. Finally, she looked at the retreating dark sea and said, "We need to build a boat." Sunny blinked. "What?" Changing Star sighed and turned her face to look at him. "We've been here, on this island, for many weeks. Our minds are slowly being erased by the soul tree, turning us into its slaves. Forever. However, the process is not complete." He nodded, listening. "What thoughts did the soul tree put in our heads?" "That it is benevolent and great. That its fruits are desirable. And that we shouldn't leave the island, staying as close to it as possible. The first two commands make perfect sense. The third, however, is not so simple." Nephis gestured at the vast expanse of black water. "From that third command, we can deduce that the effect of the soul tree's enthrallment weakens with range. And that if we put enough distance between ourselves and the tree, it will be broken." Sunny's face brightened when he understood Neph's logic. So there was a way they just had to leave the Ashen Barrow and flee, not looking back until the soul devourer's brand was gone from their souls. However. But why a boat? Why not just run away on foot? Changing Star lowered her head and said quietly, "We'll never make it to the castle on foot. We'll just die. I was too arrogant before to think, well, it doesn't matter now. It will take many months to go around the crater through the labyrinth, especially now that we don't have the echo. And every day we spend there is another day we risk encountering something that will kill us without even breaking a sweat. She sighed. We were already lucky to survive for as long as we did. But in the end, no matter how much we fought and persevered, we still encountered the soul tree. This should have been our end. Do you know how improbable it is that we even got a chance to have this conversation? Sunny hesitantly shook his head. First, we had to have an oracle in our group to see the future. Then, Cassie had to formulate and execute an ingenious plan in the short amount of time her memory remained intact. That plan was based on the fact that there was someone with an awakened armor of 5th tier in our group, one enchanted with the extremely rare mind protection trait, no less. Awakened with the revelation affinity were few and far between. Sleepers with a memory equal to the puppeteer's shroud were even rarer. That person then had to find and kill a great devil. More incredibly, he had to receive an actual lineage memory from it. Do I need to explain how implausible this combination of events is? Sunny slowly shook his head. Nephis closed her eyes. My point is, if we go into the labyrinth, we will inevitably meet the next soul tree, and even if we miraculously manage to survive that encounter, there will be the next, and then the next. Sooner or later, we will die. She looked west, where the last remnants of the dark sea were disappearing beyond the horizon. But if we build a boat and use Cass's staff to fill the sail with wind, maybe we'll be eaten by the dwellers of the depths, or maybe they won't pay us any attention at all. It's a gamble either way. Either we die, which is the same as returning to the labyrinth, or not. If we survive, we'll be able to travel 100, maybe even 200 kilometers in one night. More distance than we had covered so far. Sunny froze, stunned by that number. In all the weeks preceding their battle with the carapace demon, they had traveled for no more than 100, maybe 150 kilometers from the giant knight statue. It was a considerable amount, especially because of how hard each step through the Crimson Labyrinth had been. To travel as much, perhaps even more in a single day, that would have been incredible. But sail on the dark sea? Suddenly, he felt very cold and small. Chapter 88 Boat Builders. Trying to gather his courage, Sunny looked into the distance and said in a raspy voice. You've seen the creatures that dwell under these waves. Do you really want to swim across them? Changing Star was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. We are damned either way, Sunny. What do we have to lose? She fell silent for a moment and grimaced, pale flames dancing in her eyes. Then, in a quiet voice, she added. We will not light any fires, relying on your eyes to guide us west. We will hope that Cass's armor will protect us. Maybe it will be enough. Sunny glanced at Neff and asked. What's so special about Cass's armor? She hesitated for a moment, then answered without looking at him. It's a Tier 6 awakened memory. One of its traits is to make the wearer less likely to draw the enemy's attention. While Sunny was digesting this information, Nephis suddenly trembled. Closing her eyes, she said through gritted teeth. I am at my limit. My mind is fading. If you have any questions left, better ask them fast. He blinked, startled. Then, knowing that there was not much time left, Sunny asked the first thing that came to his mind. Do you even know how to build a boat? Changing Star simply nodded, letting him know that she did. Her expression was slowly turning lost and dull again. Racing against time, Sunny frantically thought of another question. How do I convince you to leave the island once your memory is gone? Nephis looked at him, struggling to hold on to the last shreds of lucidity. For a moment, her eyes became clear again. White flames ignited in their depths, illuminating her pale, beautiful face. Asta Song Vale. Say those words to me, and I will listen. Starting to lose the grip on her thoughts, she turned away and added after a short pause, her voice steady and even. If anything happens, take Cassie and flee. Don't. Then, the light in her eyes slowly dimmed, and soon, Changing Star was staring west once again, all memory of their conversation gone from her mind. Sunny sat by her side for some time, waiting. After a while, he shifted a little and said, "Hey, Neff." She turned to him, her face bleak and full of confusion. "Sunny? Oh, when did you get here?" "A while ago." Then, he smiled and said in a carefree tone, "Hey, can I ask you something? Do you know how to build a boat?" Nephis was very surprised by his question, but eventually agreed to help him. Sunny didn't tell her why exactly he wanted to build a boat, dodging the questions with practiced finesse. His flaw was not making things easy, but with the state Neff was in, persuading her was not very hard. Manipulating her felt a little strange, but explaining everything once again would have taken too much time. Not to mention that he wasn't sure that it would work again. And there was not much time left. With every hour, their condition worsened. Even Sunny was having trouble keeping his lucidity intact. Every time he felt that his mind was beginning to slip, he had to inflict pain on himself to get a few moments of reprieve. Even so, his thoughts were slow and fragile. Keeping them together was taking a heavy toll on him. They had to flee the island as soon as possible. Sunny was determined to be ready by the time the dark sea returned. Turning away from Nephis to not let her see the pained expression on his face, Sunny bit his hand once again. Feeling the bitter taste of blood on his tongue, he let the wave of pain clear his mind and blinked, amused at the irony of the situation. He was gnawing on himself to prevent himself from being eaten. What a funny contradiction. Hiding his bleeding hand behind his back, Sunny turned to Neff and asked, "So, how are we going to make the boat?" She thought about it for some time, then said indifferently, "We will have to use the materials at hand. For the hull, we will have to use the dead demon's carapace. We can strip several armor plates of suitable shape and tie them together with the golden rope." Sunny raised his eyebrows. The carapace demon's armor. It's made out of some strange steel. Can steel even float? Nephis glanced at him with reproach. "Anything can float, Sunny. You just have to make sure that you're displacing more water than the weight of the floating object. That's how boats work." He blinked. "Oh, okay. About the sail, I think we can ask Cassie to lend us her cloak. What do you think?" Changing Star gave him a strange look. "I mean, yes. I still don't understand what got you so excited about boat building, but I'm sure she'll be willing to help you out with this our passion project." Sunny smiled. "Great, let's go butcher the demon, then." A strange sentence to say with a smile, but not the strangest one he had to say to convince Neff to help him. A few minutes later, they reached the giant carcass of the carapace demon. It was towering above them like a small hill of polished metal. After that first day when the strange winged abominations had circled around the island for several hours, never daring to approach, nothing else had shown up to lay claim to the fearsome creature's meat. As the result, the carcass was largely intact. Strangely, the demon's corpse had not begun to rot. Only the metal of its carapace slowly deteriorated, losing its luster and shine, then turning less and less durable. By now, its surface was marred by large patches of rust. Nephis climbed up on top of the carcass and walked from side to side, looking under her feet. Then, she gestured at several spots. "These curved plates will be perfect if we can fit them together tight enough. Each one is long enough to form the entirety of the hull, leaving enough space for the three of us to sit side by side." Sunny had no knowledge of shipbuilding, so he decided to trust her judgment. Looking up from the ground, he asked, "What about the mast?" Changing Star scowled. "That I will have to think about." Sunny smiled. "All right. While you're thinking, I'll go fetch Cassie to keep you company." Chapter 89 Demon's Bones. Chapter 89 Demon's Bones. Sunny had a lot to do before the sunset. The parts of the plan spun in his head, making it ache. He had to constantly remain focused, straining his will to its limits, just to keep himself from forgetting everything. When it was not enough, he had to use pain to augment his concentration. His hands and arms were covered in ghastly bite marks. Without the blood weave, Sonny might have fainted from blood loss already. Still, with his pale face turning even whiter from exhaustion and feverish light burning in his eyes, he must have looked like a zombie. Luckily, Cassie couldn't see any of it. It didn't take much to convince her to join their strange endeavor. The blind girl's state was way worse than his or Neff's. She seemed to be barely holding on, her thoughts slow and meek. Sana's heart was gripped with worry. Why is she affected so much more than us? Is it because we have true names, but she does not? Names were anchors of one's sense of self, after all. Could it be that true names served a similar role, only in matters having to do with the spell? He didn't know. Sonny guided Cassie to the carcass of the carapace demon. Nephis was already busy stripping plates of armor from its back. Her silver sword was seemingly able to cut through the deteriorated metal, making the task not as hard as he had been afraid of. Gently sitting the blind girl down in a spot where Neff could see her, he climbed atop the dead demon and evaluated the progress of Changing Star's work. She looked at him with a frown. "Aren't you going to help? This was your idea, after all." Sonny shrugged. "Maybe later. You seem to be enjoying yourself, anyway. Some people might say that it's a fun little project to chase the boredom away, right?" She blinked a couple of times, then said, "I guess." Sonny nodded a couple of times, looking down at the spots where, stripped of armor plates, the demon's flesh was laid bare. The azure blood had coagulated, turning it dark and as hard as stone. Here and there, though, white layers of fat remained in pristine condition. "Actually, I have another project in mind." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Oh really?" Sonny summoned his sword and stepped closer to the gap in the creature's armor. "Yeah. I want to make a candle." Saying those words, he began to cut, separating the fat from the hardened muscle tissue. Neff blinked a few times and then looked at Cassie. "Hey, Cass. Has Sonny lost his mind?" The blind girl perked up at the sound of her name. "Huh? I am not sure. I think he's just bored." Sonny concentrated on his task, not paying them any attention. For a moment, he entertained the idea of cutting himself with the Midnight Shard's razor-sharp blade, but then dismissed it. Cutting through the puppeteer's shroud would have been really hard, and he couldn't dismiss the armor in front of the girls. Well, to be more precise, he didn't want to. With a sizable chunk of the demon's fat in his hands, Sonny jumped down from the carcass and landed on a pile of fallen leaves. Making a candle out of animal fat was not very hard. He just needed fire, water, and time. The wick could be made out of seaweed fibers. It was not going to be pretty, but he didn't care about aesthetics. Leaving Nephis and Cassie behind, Sonny rushed back to their camp. The sun was already high in the sky. He spent the rest of the day doing two things: watching over the process of making the candle and running around the island, gathering as much fallen leaves as he could. From time to time, he would catch a glimpse of Nephis working on the boat, sometimes instructing Cassie to help her with menial tasks. From what he could see, the boat was coming along nicely. Changing Star knew what she was doing. Of course, this was only possible because he had convinced her that this was just something he wanted to do for fun. The girls knew that Sonny was planning to use the boat to escape the Ashen Barrow. The effects of enthrallment would have kept erasing their memories of the task, making finishing it impossible. As it stood, Sonny was the only one who knew the true purpose of the boat. That's why he was forced to bear the full weight of Soul Tree's mind corruption alone. He felt as though he was about to drop dead of exhaustion. His head felt like it was filled with molten iron. His vision was starting to become blurry. But, stubbornly, Sonny refused to give up. No matter how tired he was, how much he wanted to let go and ease this suffering, returning to the bliss of not knowing, he kept his thoughts on one goal, and one goal only. Escaping the clutches of the Soul Devourer. Finally, with the evening approaching, the boat was ready. Looking like a walking corpse, Sunny slowly approached the demon's carcass, which was now cut open and sliced apart. It was as though a mad vivisector had visited the island to perform an autopsy on the giant and forgot to sew the poor creature back up. Nephis looked at him with concern. "Sunny, are you all right?" Giving her a crooked smile, he shrugged. "I'm fine. Comparatively." He did not specify what exactly he was comparing his current condition to. Turning his head, Sunny looked at the boat with dark satisfaction. It was not how he had imagined it. The hull was made out of curved plates of polished metal, with sharp spikes protruding from them in all directions. The plates were held together by the golden rope that was tied tightly around them. Changing Star had managed to make the gaps between the different parts of the hull so thin that no water could seep through. The mast was made out of the demon's spine and ribs, with Cass's enchanted cloak hanged on them to serve as the sail. There was even a steering oar, fashioned out of the tip of the giant's scythe. He had expected to see a makeshift raft, but what met him was an actual vessel. Yes, it looked crude but also strong, eerily macabre, and strangely impressive. Sailing upon the cursed sea on a boat made of demon bone sound like the beginning of a legend, he thought, temporarily mesmerized by the ghastly visage of the carapace vessel. Nephis looked at him with a hint of satisfaction. "Happy? Now what?" Sunny gathered his thoughts. Now. As soon as he tried to think of what they had to do next, an invisible barrier appeared in his mind, blocking any attempt to continue that thought. Now wee. No matter how hard he tried, Sunny couldn't quite remember what he wanted to do. With a scowl, he raised his hand and bit down on his mangled palm, feeling drops of blood flowing into his mouth. But even that pain did not help him destroy the barrier. Sunny smiled darkly and kneeled, placing his hand on the ground. Summoning the midnight shard, he raised his other hand and brought the pommel of the sword down without any hesitation. As the brittle bones of his ring finger shattered from the powerful strike, a wave of agony washed over his mind, obliterating the adamantine barrier. Now we get the hell out of here. Chapter 90 Nightfall. Nephis stared at Sunny, shocked by his sudden act of self-mutilation. Hissing through gritted teeth, he dismissed the midnight shard and slowly rose back to his feet. A crap that really hurts. His poor finger was red and swollen, pulsating with sharp pain. It was unmistakably broken. Sunny was so full of self-pity that he wanted to cry. Why am I so unlucky? First that nightmare in the nest, now this. How come no one else is suffering, just me? He conveniently decided to forget that Changing Star had been literally torturing herself for weeks and that due to her blindness Cassie was always covered in bruises. Hearing his pained voice, the blind girl turned her head and asked, "Sunny? What happened?" He grimaced and tried to smile. It's nothing serious, really. I just, sort of smashed my hand a bit." Nephis opened her mouth to say something, but he hurriedly interrupted whatever she wanted to say. "Anyway, Neph. Can you help me drag this gruesome masterpiece of yours to the edge of the island?" At this point, one wrong question could make things very complicated. He didn't want to reveal the true purpose of his actions until the last moment. That way, he would have more leeway in how to deal with problems should any arise. Changing Star hesitated. A few seconds later, she shrugged, looking at him with a concerned frown. "Are you sure you're okay, Sunny?" He forced a smile. "I will be if you help me." Giving up, she shook her head and walked over to the front of the boat. Sunny turned to Cassie. "We're off, Cass. Wait here for a bit, all right? I'll come get you soon." She lingered, as though not quite understanding his words, then answered with an uncertain expression. "Okay." Sunny raised his healthy hand to grip her shoulder, then hesitated and turned away with a dark look in his eyes. Enduring the pain, he walked toward the boat. "Hold on a little more, Cassie. It will be over soon, I promise." The night was already approaching. Sunny and Nephis dragged the boat across the island, pulling it as oxen yoked to a wagon. The ashen sand was not the most difficult of terrains, but the spikes on the strange vessel's hull were making the task harder. Thankfully, the boat was lighter than it looked. Sunny knew that the alloy of the demon's carapace was extremely light from his experience with the midnight shard, which was forged from the same lustrous metal. If you were to believe the sword's description, this miraculous alloy came from a shard of a fallen star. Whether this omen was good or bad, he didn't know. Soon, they heard a thundering rumble in the distance. It came from the direction of the colossal crater. The dark sea was awakening. Gritting his teeth, Sunny grabbed onto the golden rope that was coiled around his chest and pulled harder. Come on faster. The sun was just about to touch the horizon when they finally reached the edge of the island. Falling to his knees, Sunny released the rope and gasped for air, his chest rising and falling frantically. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion was drowning his senses, making it hard to stay awake. Not yet, you can't let go yet. Nephis was silent, looking at him with a frown. For once, Sunny felt glad that she was weirdly taciturn by nature. Gathering his strength, he stood up and glanced at the darkening sky. Time was running out. Turning to Neph, he strained his parched throat and said in a raspy voice, "I'll explain everything once Cassie is here. Don't go anywhere until I bring her, all right? Please." Changing Star stared at him for a few seconds, then shrugged with indifference and didn't say anything. "I'll take it as a yes." What else could he do? Cursing under his breath, Sunny turned around and hurried away. He had one last task to accomplish before returning for Cassie. Some time later, he came back to the spot where he had left Cassie. The blind girl was still there, sitting some distance away from the carapace demon's carcass and idly staring into the ground. Hearing the sound of his approaching footsteps, she smiled weakly. "Sunny?" He walked over, tired to the bone, and said while trying to keep his tone casual. "Yeah. It's me." Cassie got distracted for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a fruit?" "I'm hungry." He flinched, then shook his head. "No. Listen, we need to. I'm hungry. Do you have a fruit?" Sunny stopped, looking at the blind girl with a forlorn expression. She sounded like a broken doll, repeating the same phrase over and over. Her condition wasn't good. He licked his lips. "Come with me, and your hunger will disappear." This was the best misdirection he could come up with within the confines of his floor. However, this time, he failed to achieve the desired effect. Cassie smiled and said, "Really? You'll take me to the fruits?" Due to his exhaustion and the debilitating effect of the enthrallment, Sunny got distracted for a moment and failed to control the floor. Without realizing it, he opened his mouth and said, "No." Cassie pouted and lowered her head. "That's not nice, Sunny. Why did you lie to me?" Still reeling from his mistake, Sunny missed the moment and made things even worse, turning a small oversight into a real problem. "Because I want to take you away from this cursed island." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sunny froze and opened his eyes wide, refusing to believe that he had just messed up that bad. However, the damage was already done. Cassie turned to him with a deep scowl. "Take me away." "But I don't want to leave." "Why would I leave the soul tree?" Sunny silently cursed and shouted, abandoning any attempt to control himself. "Because that thing is evil, it's pure goddamn nightmare. Come on, let's go." Grabbing her hand, he tried to pull the delicate girl away, but she resisted with surprising strength. "Let go of me, you jerk." Cassie managed to rip her hand away from his grip and flinched back, looking at Sunny with anger. "I said I don't want to go. You're acting strange. Sunny, stop, please." Sunny froze, not knowing what to do. This island is our home. It's so nice here, with the three of us together. Why do you want to leave?" He lingered, struggling to do what he knew had to be done. Finally, Sunny gritted his teeth and said, "Because it's 5, remember?" "I'm sorry, Cassie." Then, He lunged forward and violently grabbed the blind girl, easily suppressing her resistance. "What are you doing? Stop, help, Neff." Throwing her over his shoulder, Sunny turned around and ran toward the edge of the island. Cassie resisted desperately, using her small fists to pummel his back with a rain of punches. Despite the fact that she had never taken part in battles against the nightmare creatures of the Forgotten Shore, she still was considerably stronger than a normal person. All those soul shards Changing Star had shared with her gave Cassie enough strength to make Sunny feel every strike. It wasn't enough to seriously injure him, but more than enough to hurt like hell. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Cassie." Deeply disturbed, Sunny tried to block out Cassie's desperate screams and rushed to the boat. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. As the last glimmers of light were disappearing from the sky, he finally returned to the edge of the island. The ghastly boat was silently standing on the sand, just a few meters away from the restless black water. Changing Star was resting just in front of it, raising her head to look at the source of the commotion. Neff helped Sunny had gone crazy. Nephis slowly rose to her feet, her indifferent expression radiating coldness. She slightly outstretched one hand. "Crap. Wait, it's not." Before he could finish the sentence, the silver sword appeared out of thin air, aimed at the ground for now. "Explain yourself." Changin Star's voice was even and calm, but Sunny could feel the hidden threat in it. Suddenly, he saw her in a new light, or, rather, in an old one. As a potential enemy. The idea of facing off against Nephis sent chills running down his spine. He had almost forgotten the feeling he got back in the academy, watching her wipe the floor with most of the sleepers in their batch. He had forgotten that she, too, was a monster. Chapter 91 Escape. Licking his lips, Sunny cautiously said. "It's not as you think, Neff. We've been caught in a trap by the Soul Tree. It's not benevolent, it's not protecting us. In fact, it's doing the opposite. If we don't leave this island, we'll become its slaves, forever. Or until it finds someone stronger and devours us." She tilted her head and looked at him with an unreadable expression. "Come on, Nephis, remember we've talked about this already, this whole thing was your idea to begin with." For a moment, he thought that his words had awoken the stolen memories in her mind. But her response shattered those hopes into pieces. "Leave the great tree? You have really lost your mind." "Curses." Changing Star raised her sword and said in a tone that made Sunny tremble. "Let Cassie go. Now." He hesitated, thinking about the best course of action. Then, he carefully placed the blind girl on the ground. "All right. I did. See? Now, listen to me. I have something very important to tell you." Before he was done speaking, Nephis disappeared from his view. Realizing that he was about to be attacked, Sunny prepared to defend himself. However, a moment later, he was already lying on the ground, the tip of the silver sword pressed against his throat. Changing Star was standing above him, pale lights burning in her eyes. Well, that was embarrassing. All his training, all the experience he had won in countless bloody battles, all the power he had gained, Sunny had really thought that he stood a decent chance of standing his ground in a fight against Nephis, maybe even reaching a tie. But in the end, he had only lasted a second. One would be tempted to call this shameful display a premature capitulation. "Nice one, idiot, now stop fooling around and focus." Feeling the cold steel touching his skin, Sunny tried to move as little as possible. He was pretty sure that Changing Star wouldn't just kill him in cold blood, but it was still better to not give her any reasons to do something drastic. After all, Neff's mind was not all there. Looking up at her cold, indifferent face, Sunny strained his vocal cords and shouted in exasperation. "Asta, song, veil." Nephis' hand trembled, making a drop of blood roll down his neck. Her eyes opened wide, full of surprise and shock. Then, a dark expression appeared on her face. Pressing slightly on the sword, she took a step forward and pierced him with a burning gaze. When she spoke, her voice was trembling with suppressed emotions. How do you know these names? Who are you? Sunny blinked, equally as surprised by her reaction. He had thought that these weird words were just a part of some code to jog her memory awake. But, as it turned out, they were not. Asta, song, Vale, what the hell does it mean? What can make Nephis lose her cool? It has to be something important. Trying to stay as still as possible, he cautiously glanced at the blade of the sword and honestly answered. I didn't even know that these were names. It's just what you told me to tell you in case you forget what had to be done. You said if I tell you this, you'll listen to me. Nephis stared at him, a shadow of doubt appearing on her face for a split second. It was gone almost instantly, replaced by grim determination. Gritting her teeth, she snarled. Which domain do you belong to? Sunny had no clue what she wanted him to say. So, he just asked. What's a domain? She grinned, a maniacal glimmer appearing in her eyes. This was very unlike calm, composed Nephis. If Sunny didn't know better, he would think that a completely different person was standing in front of him. A person that was much more unpredictable and dangerous. Meanwhile, Neph said. Don't pretend to. Suddenly, she stumbled, then frowned. It seemed as though Sunny's question touched something in Changing Star's mind, causing a chain reaction. A few seconds passed, each turning her frown deeper. Slowly, the familiar poised calmness returned to her eyes. It didn't seem as though she had remembered everything, but, just as Nephis had promised, it seemed enough to make her listen to what Sunny had to say. He understood it from the fact that she had finally removed the tip of the sword from this throat. She even helped him stand up. Looking at Sunny with a strange expression, she then said. I really told you those words. Rubbing his slightly cut neck, he simply nodded. Bloodweave was already busy repairing the damage to his skin. Nephis looked down, then closed her eyes for a few moments. When she opened them again, they were full of resolve. What do I need to do? Sunny really wanted to ask her about the meaning of the 3 mysterious names, but decided against it. They had to hurry. Ask Cassie to summon her staff. Then get her into the boat. Dismissing her sword, Changing Star glanced at him for the last time and walked toward her friend. Somehow, Nephis had managed to talk Cassie into following her and boarding the ghastly vessel. She probably had to lie about a lot of things, but Sunny didn't want to ask, afraid that his flaw would ruin everything. Once the girls were inside the boat, he wrapped his tired body into the shadow and put his hands on the metal hull. Every part of his body seemed to hurt in its own unique way. His mind was utterly exhausted. Come on, Sunny. One last push. With a crooked smile, he strained his muscles and pushed the boat toward black water. As the last light of dusk disappeared, submerging the world into absolute darkness, the boat built from the bones of a demon slipped from the ashen sand into the cold embrace of the dark sea. Following Sunny's instructions, Cassie aimed her staff and activated its enchantment, causing a strong gale to fill their modest sail. At first, the boat moved slowly, the mast creaking under pressure. But Changing Star's craftsmanship was meticulous and reliable. The demon's spine held, and little by little, the small vessel began to gain speed. Sunny sat at the stern, controlling the steering oar. In front of them, an endless expanse of black water stretched to the horizon, hiding indescribable horrors in its depths. Behind them, the terrifying soul-devouring tree was slowly growing smaller. Sunny stared at it, feeling a deep sense of regret grip his heart. He wished that he was powerful enough to destroy it. Leaving just like that, without exacting revenge on the ancient monster, filled him with anger. Well, at least he left it a present. Back at the Ashen Barrow, a candle was burning in a small alcove of stones that protected its flame from wind. Near the candle, a tall pile of dry, fallen leaves was towering over the alcove. It had taken Sunny a long time to gather that pile. He had scoured most of the island, hoping to make it as tall as possible. He had also mixed dry seaweed and the remaining fat of the carapace demon into the leaves. Some time later, the small candle was nearing the end of its life. Most of the wax had already melted, turning it even smaller. Just as the flame was about to go out, it ignited the leaves. After a few seconds, a massive, searing bonfire ignited in the middle of the island, illuminating the scarlet leaves of the evil tree. Almost instantly, the black waters surrounding the island surged with movement. Sunny was already too far away to see any of it. He didn't know if the creatures of the dark sea would be able to obliterate the soul devourer. He strongly doubted that the ancient fiend was that easy to destroy. However, with the carapace demon dead and the 3 humans meant to replace him gone, there was no one on the island to protect the gluttonous tree. Perhaps it would be seriously harmed, at least. For now, it was the best he could do. Looking back in the direction of the ashen barrow, Sunny gritted his teeth and thought. One day, I will become powerful enough to destroy that tree, these monsters, and anyone else who would dare to stand in my way. One day, I will become powerful enough to never be afraid again, of anyone or anything. Instead, all of them will fear me. He didn't notice that, just as he was thinking these words, Cassie suddenly raised her head and turned in his direction. On her face, a dark expression appeared, soon erased by uncertainty and doubt. Chapter 92 Journey into the Night. In the absolute darkness, a small vessel was gliding on the black surface of a restless sea. Its mast, made of a demon's spine, was straining under the assault of the winds. In the eerie silence of this vast and lightless void, the swift boat cut through the waves like a blade. No sounds could be heard except for the creaking of bones and the crashing of water against its polished metal hull. Sunny sat at the oar, steering the carapace vessel. He was guiding them west. With no moon or stars to show them the path, it was hard to keep the boat on course. But there was a mark left in his mind by the cold and menacing shadow of the crimson spire. Using it as a compass, he was able to navigate the treacherous waters without losing his way. Black skies above, dark sea beneath. With nothing but a thin layer of steel separating them from the tenebrous abyss, they sailed through the night. Below them, countless horrors were hiding in the cursed depths. Several times, Sunny felt gargantuan shadows moving close to the small boat, attracted by the sound of its passing. Powerless to do anything, he had no choice but to tremble in silence, praying that the terrible creatures would turn away. So far, luck was on their side. Perhaps they were too small and feeble to satiate the hunger of these ancient leviathans. A few hours after the start of the voyage, Sunny felt that the constant pull on his mind had begun to wane. His thoughts were slowly becoming clearer, the haze of forgetfulness weakening with each minute. Soon, a ghostly sound of shattering glass resounded in his head. Instantly, the last remnants of the fog that was clouding his consciousness disappeared. He was free from the enthrallment of the soul devourer. Relieved, Sunny couldn't help but smile. However, his smile was weak and hesitant. With the effects of the mind hex gone, his usual sharpness had returned. It felt as though an invisible weight had been lifted, allowing his thoughts to finally flow unobstructed once again. Everything became clearer, as though the whole world suddenly came into focus. It was a wonderful feeling. But with it came a better understanding of how terrifying and precarious their current situation was. They were quite literally balancing on the edge of a hungry abyss, their lives relying on nothing but capricious fortune. The decision to venture into the dark expanse of the cursed sea on a makeshift boat was pure insanity. But then again, there was nothing sane about the forgotten shore to begin with. In this desolate hell, the craziest choice was sometimes the best one you had. Gritting his teeth, Sunny held the oar and stared into the darkness. A few minutes later, Cassie suddenly shifted, making the boat gently sway. She handed the magical staff to Nephis and cautiously moved closer to Sunny, feeling her way through the darkness with her hands. Before Sunny could guess what was it that she wanted from him, he was suddenly caught in a tight embrace. The blind girl hid her face in his chest, hot tears streaming down her face. Sunny froze, stunned, and having no idea what to do. He could feel Cass's body pressed against him and shaking from crying, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck. While he was trying to comprehend the situation, she quietly whispered, "Thank you, thank you." Feeling extremely awkward, Sonny pretended to clear his throat. No need to thank me. If it wasn't for your warning, we would still be stuck on that island. So, we're even." Then, he raised his hand and awkwardly patted her on the back. Both of them were careful to keep their voices as quiet as possible, afraid that they will attract something from the black depths. Cassie silently cried for several minutes, then finally let go of him. Wiping her face, she pulled her body away and whispered, "I'm sorry." Her voice sounded a bit strange. Confused, Sonny raised his eyebrows. What is she apologizing for? I'm sorry too. For, grabbing you back then. She smiled and, wiping the last tear from her face, turned away to move back to the middle of the boat. Sonny was left alone once again. With nothing to do except for holding the steering oar, he let his thoughts wander. With his mind clear again, many things were worth revisiting. He had to distract himself from the eerie pressure of the endless dark emptiness somehow, anyway. Despite the fact that their experience with the Soul Devourer was nothing short of harrowing, Sonny had somehow managed to end up considerably better off on the other end of it. His haul this time was truly unbelievable. He had received an amazing new weapon, no less than 100 shadow fragments, and 2 new attributes. Spark of Divinity was a real improvement over its previous version. The ability to perceive the inner structure of memories alone opened a whole new horizon of possibilities. However, he was more interested in the mysterious bloodweave. Somehow, Sonny felt that he had severely underestimated the uniqueness and importance of that attribute. Its origins, too, were covered in a veil of secrets. Who was that weaver whose ichor he had consumed? Who were the unknown that even the spell was reluctant to mention? What was their connection to the gods? Why were the type and rank of the initial memory he had received from the vile thieving bird's spawn left empty? How was it even possible for a memory to give an awakened new attributes? That last question guided him to think of something else. Glancing up, he stared at Nephis and tried to recollect their conversation. Looking back, she had revealed a lot of things that he had failed to notice in the moment. First of all, Sonny now knew that Cass's enchanted armor, which had been given to her by Changing Star, was an awakened memory of the 6th tier. That meant that it came from an awakened terror, a nightmare creature 1 class above Mountain King that he himself had killed in his first nightmare. The secret of how Changing Star had managed to earn her true name was now 1 step closer to being revealed. Chapter 93 Blackwater. Apparently, as far as accomplishing the impossible went, Nephis had outdone even Sonny. An aspirant triumphing over an awakened tyrant was already unbelievable enough. But killing an awakened terror gave the word unbelievable a whole new meaning. No wonder her aspect ability is so versatile. Now, he was almost sure that Changing Star's aspect was of the divine rank, just like his. That would explain why she was able to both heal and destroy with her strange and formidable powers, a combination as rare as his own shadow control. What's the probability of 2 sleepers with divine aspects ending up so close to each other in the dream realm? Close to 0. It seemed like the unpredictable fated attribute had twisted the strings of fate once again. Sonny felt shivers running down his spine. His innate attribute was capable of bringing both terrible curses and incredible blessings. At first glance, their meeting with Nephis seemed like the latter. But, if it was truly the result of fated manipulating destiny, it could turn out to be the worst of calamities in the end. After all, one of the possible meanings of her true name was Star of Ruin. The fear he had felt in that short moment before crossing swords with Nephis was still fresh in Sonny's mind. And there were other things that she had revealed, too. She apparently knew something about the drop of ichor, being that she had called it a lineage memory without batting an eye. That suggested that Nephis knew much more about the spell than Sonny and the rest of the public did. It seemed as though there were secrets in the upper echelons of Awakened that they didn't want anyone else to know. The 3 mysterious names she had told him might have been another of these secrets. And that last word she used, asking which domain he belonged to. What were these domains? So many questions. Sunny spent many hours pondering them, as well as going over all the information about the forgotten shore he had gathered. The carapace. Boat flew over the dark water, drawing closer and closer to the western horizon. Soon, he felt that the night was already drawing its last breaths. The light of hope ignited in Sunny's heart. However, this was when their luck had finally run out. The disaster came unexpected, violently throwing them into a void of confusion. This time, Sunny had not felt anything approaching the boat. The danger simply appeared out of nowhere, leaving him no time to react. 1 second, the black waters were calm and clear. The next, they were boiling with movement, grotesque tentacles rising from them and wrapping themselves around the hull of the boat. Sunny tried to jump to his feet, but at that moment, the whole vessel was violently jerked to the side. Falling, he heard the moans of metal being bent and torn apart. Then, salty water filled his mouth. Rising, he caught a glimpse of Nephis standing at the bow of the boat, her silver sword lashing out at the approaching tentacle. However, blinded by darkness, she failed to notice a different threat. Another tentacle twisted and coiled around her body. Then, without even a scream, she was gone, dragged into the dark depths, with no hope to return. All that remained was a long blade stuck helplessly in the bulbous flesh of the massive tentacle. Sunny's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this can't be happening. The hull of the carapace vessel was then crushed and torn into pieces, throwing him into the cold, black water. For a moment, Sunny was stunned by the coldness. Then, wrapping the shadow around his body, he swam up, trying to reach the surface. Soon, he succeeded and spun, trying to see anything to give him hope. But there was nothing around, only undulating waves and twisting tentacles. Except for... Far in the distance, Sunny noticed an unclear shape rising above the water. He strained his eyes, trying to discern its nature. Then, his heart skipped a beat. A few 100 meters away, a giant stone hand towered above the surface of the sea, its palm opened as though trying to embrace the sky. It was slender and delicate, carved by the unknown sculptor with almost inhuman skill. If Sunny didn't know better, he would have thought that the hand belonged to a living, breathing being. But all of this didn't matter right now. All that mattered was that he had a chance to survive. Straining every muscle in his body, Sunny dodged a twisting tentacle and swam toward the hand, moving as fast as he could. But then, he suddenly stopped. And looked back. Misshapen pieces of metal and bone, all that remained of their boat, were floating on the surface of the dark sea. He had seen Neff being pulled under the water by the tentacles of the unknown creature, but Cassie, clad in her enchanted attention-repelling tunic, had a chance to escape. He couldn't just leave without at least trying to find her. Or can I? A dark thought appeared in Sunny's mind. After all, his own survival was the only thing that really mattered. Everything else was just a distraction. Why don't you think about yourself for a second? Are you really going to risk your precious life on the off chance that this helpless girl is still alive? He hesitated. Admit it, she is nothing but a burden. You always knew that one day she was going to drag you down. Yes, he did. But what? You're going to die, fool, turn around and flee, now. Why was he even hesitating? This was his chance to escape, his only chance. Perhaps he had to survive. Feeling an almost unbearable feeling of regret filling his chest, Sunny slowly inhaled. Then, he gritted his teeth and dove down, heading back to the spot where their boat had been destroyed. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? He couldn't see in the black water, but his shadow sense was still somewhat effective. He had a chance to feel Cassie's presence, at least if she wasn't already dead and dragged to the bottom of this cursed abyss. You fool, how is she worth it? Why are you doing this? Grimacing, he forced his annoying inner voice to shut up. In his mind, the answer was clear. Because I want to. Chapter 94 Battle in the Depths. Because he wanted to. For once, Sunna's heart wasn't full of fear and despair. Instead, it was filled with defiant indignation. He was tired of bending under the pressure of the world, furtively clutching to the tiniest glimmers of hope, always afraid, always willing to do anything, abandon anything, just to survive for another day. It wasn't enough anymore. He wanted to make the world bend to his wishes instead. He wanted to live like a human being instead of an animal. In these past months, Sunny had changed without even noticing. Somehow, he had grown unsatisfied with his previous way of life, one where his sole goal of survival at all cost overshadowed everything else. Whether he lives or dies had always been the only thing that mattered. But now, how he lived mattered more. What was the point of having no master if he lived like a slave? Gritting his teeth, Sunny dove into the dark abyss. The cold water embraced him like a burial shroud. He couldn't see in this cursed blackness, relying only on his shadow sense for guidance. Salt sipped into the bite marks on his hands and the cut on his neck, making them burn. Not paying the agony any attention, Sunny used his considerable strength to propel himself deeper and deeper into the darkness. He could feel the giant tentacles moving in the water around him, pulling the pieces of the carapace boat into the gargantuan maw that was hiding somewhere far below. Once or twice, he had to desperately twist his body to avoid being touched by one of them. But still, no sign of Cassie. His lungs were starting to burn. Sunny dove deeper. At this depth, the water pressure was starting to affect his movements, making each stroke feel heavier. Even with his body enhanced by the shadow, there was a limit to how much it could withstand. Sunny suspected that without the blood weave, he would have suffocated a long time ago. What's worse, he felt as though he was getting closer and closer to the actual body of the unknown horror that had destroyed their vessel. He still couldn't sense its massive shape, but judging by the girth of the tentacles that surrounded him, the monster couldn't have been far. And then, Sunny finally noticed something. A short distance away from him, a small shadow was struggling against a much larger and ferocious one. Cassie. Gathering all his strength, Sunny swam toward the blind girl with as much speed as he could muster. As he drew near, he could discern the details of what was happening. Cassie was being pulled down, a smaller tentacle coiled around her body. She was still struggling, trying to get free, but her movements were growing weaker with each second. She was suffocating. Filled with fury, Sunny propelled himself forward and grabbed onto the tentacle, feeling slippery flesh throbbing in his grip. If he had any choice, he would have avoided touching that thing at all costs. But fighting underwater was tricky if he wanted to deliver any sort of a powerful blow. He had to find some form of support first. Summoning the Midnight Shard, Sunny strained every muscle in his body and slashed across the tentacle, right below the point where it was coiled around Cass's lower torso. He knew that he wouldn't be able to do any serious harm with that strike, which was slowed down to a crawl by the burdensome resistance of the black water. However, his amazing sword was still sharp enough to cut into the fleshy tentacle, causing a cloud of dark blood to gush out of the wound. The tentacle furiously twitched and shot sideways, as though trying to shake the attacker off. Flying through the darkness, Sunny held on for dear life and moved his blade upward, slicing the spongy flesh apart. He never hoped to chop the tentacle off with one strike. No amount of strength would have allowed that to happen. Luckily, swords were able to pierce, slash and cut. Pushing the blade, Sunny cut deep into the tentacle. When the Tsuba was about to touch the wound, he changed his grip and pulled the tachi down. Monster's flesh spread apart under the razor-sharp blade, barely offering any resistance. A torrent of blood surged out, and with the last push, the tentacle was completely severed. Sunny was finally able to turn his attention to Cassie to see how she was doing. What he sensed made him scowl. The blind girl was barely conscious. He needed to get her to the surface as fast as possible. Pushing away the twitching remains of the tentacle, Sunny dismissed his sword and grabbed Cassie across the torso, feeling how cold her skin was through the thin fabric of her tunic. Weakly, she tried to resist, not realizing that it was him and not the monster. Pressing the blind girl to his chest, Sonny turned his head up and felt a wave of desperation crashing against the walls of his mind. His lungs were in agony, no air whatsoever left in them. His body was slowly losing its strength, full of terrible pain and thirsting for a breath of fresh air with maddening intensity. Even if he could see anything, at this point, his vision would have begun to darken. And they were so far away from the surface. What's worse, the horror of the depths was now alerted to his location. Countless tentacles were already moving, surrounding them in an impenetrable barrier of flesh. A second or two later, they would be crushed to death in the devastating embrace of the sea monster. Sonny didn't know how to save them. But he wasn't going to give up, no matter what. Making an arduous stroke with his one free hand, he held tightly onto Cassie and swam up. The tentacles were approaching, blocking all paths of escape. Sonny gritted his teeth and, in the next moment, the water around them suddenly turned pure white. An incandescent radiance filled a vast expanse of the cursed sea, obliterating any sign of darkness. The explosion of light was so intense that it pierced through Sonny's eyelids and hurt his eyes. It was as though a miniature sun had ignited somewhere far below them, turning the endless black abyss into a pristine white void. Tidal currents of radiant water surged tumultuously, throwing the world into disarray. The gargantuan tentacles convulsed and writhed madly, as though in the throes of unbearable pain. The unbreakable barrier of flesh fell apart. Sonny wasn't about to let this chance go. Straining his suffocating body, he swam to the surface, dodging the writhing tentacles. With the furious white sun burning in the depths below, he could see their shapes clearly. Moving faster and faster, he propelled himself up with everything he had left. Sonny knew that surfacing that fast was dangerous, but there was no other choice. Both Cassie and himself did not have a lot of life left in them. They needed air. Although it seemed like an eternity, the white radiance began to dim just a few moments later. But it didn't matter. Sonny was already past the barrier of tentacles, swimming up with desperate speed. He was afraid that they wouldn't make it. His consciousness was already beginning to wane, slowly slipping into the cold clutches of empty nothingness. Even knowing that there was nothing but water around, he was still overwhelmed by the suicidal desire to open his mouth and inhale as deeply as he could. His muscles were spasming, devoid of oxygen for too long. And then, finally, Sonny's head broke the surface. Blinded by pain, he drew in a gasping breath and coughed uncontrollably. Held tightly in his arms, Cassie was doing the same. Her chest was ruggedly moving up and down, sucking in the sweet ambrosia of air. Sonny never knew how precious it was before, not even while being slowly poisoned by the harmful, polluted air of the outskirts. They made it. Trying to compose himself, Sonny looked around. The last remnants of the white radiance were long gone, erased as if they had never existed. The world was once again consumed by absolute darkness. However, far away in the east, the first light of dawn was about to shine from beyond the horizon. Catching the glimpse of the giant stone hand, Sonny gripped Cassie's shoulders and swam in that direction. Chapter 95 Starlight. Sonny felt that he was at the end of his rope. He had put himself through too much abuse during these last few days. Now, it was hard to even remember when was the last time he had slept. A day before climbing the soul-devouring tree in search of a special fruit, perhaps. Since then, he had lived through the harrowing torture of the blood-weave transformation, spent countless hours on the verge of mental collapse to resist the effects of the enthrallment, mangled his hands to stay lucid, guided the boat through the terrors of the dark sea in absolute darkness, saw it being destroyed by the horrid dweller of the deep, and gave battle to that monster in the cold black depths, almost drowning as the result. His body and mind were on the brink of shutting off. Despite that, Sonny stubbornly continued to swim, bringing himself and Cassie closer and closer to the giant stone hand that was rising from the water, as though trying to embrace the skies. The dark sea was surging around him, still reeling from the effects of the light explosion that had rocked it some time earlier. Tall waves were threatening to drown the two sleepers, throwing them around like toys. Struggling against them was a hard task. And still, he persisted. The dawn was drawing close, but for now, there was still nothing but cold, darkness and danger all around them. Any second, something could rise from the depths of the abyss and put an end to their desperate attempt to save themselves. At least the tentacles were gone, perhaps scared away by the pain of being exposed to the searing light. By some miracle, Sunny eventually managed to reach the stone hand. Hoisting Cassie up, he helped her climb on the dark rocks and followed closely behind. Soon, they reached the open palm of the hand and crawled to its center, then fell down, utterly spent and exhausted. For a long time, neither of them was able to talk. All Sunny could do was lay motionless, draw in raspy breaths, and try to stay awake. His mind was empty of thoughts. That was fine, because he didn't want to think. If he did, he would be forced to remember what had happened to. Shut up. What was the point of remembering? He couldn't change anything. The sound of the black water crashing against the base of the giant hand reminded him that the night was still not over. Opening his eyes, Sunny tried to understand their current circumstances. Their shelter was slightly raised above the waves, the base of the giant thumb almost touching the surface of the dark sea. The palm was not very spacious, roughly half the size of the circular platform that had saved his life on his first day on the forgotten shore. It was angled upward, creating a slight slope. The fingers were higher above waves and wide enough to accommodate a person, but they were bent upward toward the sky, making them less suitable to serve as a refuge. We need to get further away from the water. With that thought, Sunny tiredly stood up and bent down to touch Cassie's shoulder. Cassie. Stand up. We have to move higher. His voice sounded hollow and brittle. The blind girl flinched and raised her head, her skin deathly pale. Sunny? He nodded. Yeah. It's me. She was still in shock. Sunny could see that Cassie's mind was not all there yet, so he gently pulled her to her feet. Come on, let's go. It's just a few meters. She lingered. What happened? I heard a sound and then something was pulling me down. He gritted his teeth and tried to keep his tone even. We were attacked by a sea monster. The boat was destroyed. I dove down and managed to find you, then swam to this pile of stones. It's not very high above the water, so. Cassie wavered. Where's? Sunny hurried to interrupt her, unwilling to answer the next question. Come, follow me. We can rest when we're higher. Gently guiding the blind girl, Sunny climbed to the base of the giant hand's index finger, which was the highest point they could reach without climbing the fingers themselves. Sitting down on the cold stone, he rested his back against the giant phalanx and stared at the restless surface of the dark sea. His eyes were cold and empty. Cassie was silent by his side. Her pale face was contorted, as though she simultaneously wanted to ask the question and dreaded the answer. Finally, gathering her courage, the blind girl whispered, her trembling voice barely audible. Sunny. Where is Neff? He stayed silent, not willing to speak the words out loud. Stupidly, he felt that if he spoke them, they would become the truth. But if he didn't, there was still a possibility that they were a lie. Him not answering. A few moments later, the familiar pressure appeared in his mind. The pressure grew and grew, making his head spin. Him not. Then, the piercing pain came. Sunny stubbornly endured it. He lasted for much longer than he had ever done before, keeping his mouth shut until hot tears rolled from his eyes, his whole body shaking from the terrible suffering. But eventually, he was still forced to say those bitter words. She's G. Before he could finish, a subtle sound attracted his attention. It came from below, from the edges of the restless dark waves. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. Out there at the base of the giant thumb, where the cursed sea was almost touching its stone surface, a pale white hand appeared from the black water and grabbed onto the rocks. Then, a tall figure slowly pulled itself onto the opened palm of the stone giantess. His eyes widened. Feeling that something was wrong, Cassie turned her head and asked, "Sonny? What is it?" He trembled and whispered, gripped with sorrow, "It's Nephis." An uncertain smile appeared on the blind girl's face. "Neph? She is all right?" Sonny found himself unable to answer. No, Nephis was not all right. In fact, he didn't know how she was even alive. The Starlight Legion armor was shattered and torn, revealing the mutilated flesh beneath. There was a horrifying gaping wound on Changing Star's torso, looking as though almost half of her right side was missing. Sunny could see the sharp shards of broken ribs, the rivers of blood streaming down her legs, and the mangled mess of viscera spilling over the edges of the wound. He wanted to close his eyes. Another large chunk of flesh was missing from her thigh, exposing the shredded remnants of muscle and the white surface of the femur, cracked and barely holding together. Her right arm was severely damaged, too. In fact, it was almost torn off, hanging only by a narrow strip of skin and a few tendons, like that of a mistreated, broken marionette. Even her face was not spared. One of Neph's eyes was gone, its socket crushed and shattered. The skin of her cheek was shaved off as though by sandpaper, leaving behind a mangled mess of bleeding flesh and broken teeth. The sight of her was harrowing and heartbreaking. It was apparent that Changing Star was about to die. "Sonny? Why are you not answering?" He glanced at Cassie and bit his lip, trying once again to suppress the answer that was fighting its way out. Something sharp and hot was stabbing at his heart, making his vision blurry. Meanwhile, Nephis staggered and blindly stepped forward. Her legs buckled, and she heavily fell to her knees, splattering blood all over the cold surface of the stone. A terrible moan escaped from her lips as her cracked femur finally shattered, bone piercing through muscle and skin. Sonny felt as though he was thrown into his worst nightmare. He wanted to scream, but his voice was gone. A deep, almost physical pain was tearing him from inside. He didn't want to be here. He didn't want to see this. And yet, he couldn't look away. That's why he noticed instantly when two white flames ignited in Neph's eyes. The radiance grew brighter and brighter, spill-eye. Ing from her eyes, her mouth, the gaping wounds in her body. It was as though there was a flaming star burning in the place where her heart should have been, as though she was nothing but white flame hidden behind a thin layer of human skin. The incandescent radiance filled Changing Star's blood, turning it into streams of liquid white fire. As Sonny watched, frozen in place with his eyes opened wide, that fire began to melt and reshape her flesh. Slowly, her muscles repaired herself, her organs returned to their places, her bones reassembled themselves from the shards. Where there was nothing to replace a missing part, the fire took its shape and solidified. With a terrible scream, Nephis grasped her almost severed arm and tore it away, then pressed it to the stump that was bleeding with white flame. Soon, the mangled halves melted together, becoming whole again. Shocked, he saw every terrible wound on her body heal, washed in the purifying fire. Soon, there was nothing but pristine white skin showing through the wide gaps in the shattered armor. Nephis raised her head, looking at them but not seeing anything. There was no recognition in her gaze, all understanding destroyed by the cruel crucible of the sacred fire. Then the last daughter of the immortal Flame Clan closed her eyes and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Finally, the first rays of sunshine appeared from beyond the eastern horizon. The dawn was coming. In the end, Nephis had remained unconscious for an entire 2 days. On the third day, she finally opened her eyes and slowly rose, looking around with subtle confusion. Her face, as usual, was calm and indifferent. However, she did flinch a little when her gaze fell on Sonny, who was sitting at the top of the giant hand's index finger and grinning from ear to ear at her. Frowning, Changing Star looked herself over, noticing the embarrassing gaps in her armor, and said, "Why are you smiling?" Sonny gave her a mischievous wink and shrugged. "Look behind you." Lingering for a few seconds, Neff sighed and turned around, wondering what is it that he wanted her to see. Behind her, a dark expanse of land was rising above the slope of the colossal crater. And on it, a tall city wall built of grey polished stone was towering over the giant chasm of the abyss. It looked ancient but still impenetrable, able to withstand the crushing pressure of the dark sea for 1,000 more years. Thief made it. That had found the human castle. End of Volume 1. Child of Shadows. Chapter 96. Exile. Wake up, Sunless, your nightmare is. Shut the hell up. Trying to remain in the blissful embrace of sleep, Sunny hissed through his teeth and stubbornly closed his eyes tighter. He was warm and comfortable under the blanket, on his own bed, where all the problems of the world seemed less serious and dire. For a moment, there was silence. That's better. Wake up, Sunless, you're. Goddamn. Thrusting one arm from under the blanket, Sunny summoned one of his memories. Immediately, a triangular leaf-shaped throwing dagger appeared in his hand, only to be thrown blindly at the source of the irritating voice. Missing its mark, the kunai clinked against the stone wall and fell to the floor. However, the voice did fall silent. Sunny sighed. It was already too late. He was awake. Far in the distance, the waves were starting to crash against the city wall. The night was coming, so it was time to get up. Opening his eyes, Sunny sat up and looked around. His room was beautiful and spacious. The stone walls were engraved with intricate patterns, creating an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. The furniture was made out of pale polished wood, with several mismatched pieces that Sunny had scavenged from different places himself. The room had no windows, however, there were light wells cunningly hidden here and there. Sadly, the ingenious system of mirrors that was supposed to bathe the hidden chamber in sunlight was long destroyed, leaving only darkness inside. Sunny didn't mind. In fact, this was one of the features of his secret lair that he enjoyed the most. Darkness was his best friend. Yawning, he stood up and rubbed his face to chase away the last remnants of sleep. His long, dirty hair was getting in the way, so he moved it back. Let's make some breakfast. But first things first. Sunny moved his hand, pulling on the invisible string that connected his wrist to the ring-shaped pommel of the kunai. The throwing dagger jumped into the air and landed on his palm. This was a trick that had taken Sunny quite some time to master in the beginning. He almost lost a couple of fingers while trying to learn how to control the flying blade. Walking over to a wall empty of engravings, he used the kunai to scratch a small line into the stone. All around it, there were dozens and dozens of similar lines, grouped neatly into sets of 5. It had already been 4 months since Sunny came to this loathsome, godforsaken city. Many things had happened during that time. Cass's vision turned out to be true. Far in the west, they indeed found a vast, ruined city surrounded by tall walls, with monsters wandering its narrow streets. And in the center of the city, there was a hill with a magnificent castle standing on its top. Miraculously, the castle was full of people. However, they weren't awakened, as the 3 of them had hoped. Instead, they were, each and every one of them, mere sleepers. Because there were no gateway in the castle. Hundreds of humans, those who had managed to survive the lethal hellscape of the Forgotten Shore due to their strength or luck, were stuck there with no hope of ever returning to the real world. It was nothing but a graveyard of hope. Remembering his first days in the castle, Sunny couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, what a fool he had been. So full of hope and newfound faith in humanity, where's that faith now, huh? Laughing hysterically, he bent over and slapped his knees. Oh, that's funny, good one, Sunny. What do you think about that, eh buddy? The shadow didn't respond, staring at him with reproach. Its silence only made Sunny laugh louder. He just couldn't stop. To be honest, he had gone a little bit insane some time ago. Probably around his 3rd week of living alone in the city. He was more or less alright after leaving the castle due to that unfortunate falling out with, well, it didn't matter. The point was that on his 3rd week, That damn bastard of a knight had almost disemboweled him, leaving Sunny no choice but to crawl away while using his own 2 hands to stop his intestines from falling out. After finding his way to a secluded ditch and lying there for a few days, too weak to move and simply waiting to die, with not a soul around to help him, Sunny wasn't quite the same. Good times. Anyway, he survived. Dismissing the kunai, Sunny walked over to a table that he had scavenged from the ruins of a library and glanced at the grey rock that was lying in its center. No matter how you looked at it, it was just an ordinary rock. However, as soon as Sunny's gaze fell on it, the rock spoke. "Wake up, Sunless, your nightmare is over." That rock was, in fact, one of his most valuable memories. In all ways except for one, it was indeed just a rock which was already useful enough. There were a lot of things that someone as devious as Sunny could accomplish with the help of a rock. However, this particular rock was also capable of parroting different sounds, which made it simply priceless. Right now, it was parroting Sunny's own voice. "Wake up. You vile thing." Struggling with the irrational desire to turn the parrot rock into dust, Sunny dismissed it and removed a piece of cloth from the table. Beneath it, a few strips of monster meat lay on a silver platter. He had hunted this monster himself, which was not an easy task in these parts. In fact, as far as Sunny knew, he was one of the very few people capable of hunting in the city alone. The reason for this was that most of the nightmare creatures populating it were of the fallen rank, with only a handful of weaker ones hiding here and there. No one was crazy enough to hunt the fallen monsters. Instead, large hunting parties used experienced guides to avoid these powerful creatures while searching for easier prey. But to Sunny, singling out stray awakened monsters were comparatively easy. He hunted at night, using deep shadows to make himself nothing short of invisible. If he didn't want to fight a fallen abomination, he didn't have to. Most of the time. In any case, he never went hungry. Sunny grinned and said in a deeply satisfied tone, "Ah, life is good." Chapter 97 Hunter's Dream. Chapter 97 Hunter's Dream. Life, indeed, was good. In fact, Sunny would even go so far as to say that, currently, it was wonderful. One would expect that being stuck in a cursed city located in the middle of an actual hell, surrounded by nothing but ruins and horrifying monsters, was not really the best way to live your life. But to him, this was somewhat of a paradise. To his surprise, Sunny had found out that this type of existence suited him pretty well. He had no obligations, no need to worry about the future and, most importantly, was not required to interact with other humans. Humans always made things hard and complicated. He was sick of them. Being on your own was much better. He didn't have to pretend to be someone else, force himself to behave differently from how he wanted to, and strain his mind trying to understand people's convoluted feelings. For the first time in his life, Sunny could simply be himself. Turns out, his true self was very easy to please. He had no shortage of interesting things to do, explore, and kill. His life was very entertaining and comfortable, all things considered. It was at least way better than his pathetic existence in the outskirts, back in the real world. The key to this harmonious feeling was very simple. It was to have no hope. Sunny discovered that hope was the true enemy of peace. It was the most vile and poisonous thing in the universe. If there was even a glimmer of hope to return home, he would have been desperate, full of anxiety, and probably in the middle of some insane disaster right now. Like he had always been before. But without hope, things were simple and pleasant. He really couldn't wish for more. Keep telling yourself this crap. You might really believe it. Sunny grinned. What is there to believe? It's the truth. The shadow silently shook its head, long accustomed to his crazy tirades. Lately, Sunny had been talking with himself a lot, having long arguments that sometimes descended into screaming matches. It was a good way to pass the time. A bit later, he emerged from his secret chamber. Sunny's lair was situated in the upper part of a ruined cathedral, the entrance hidden behind a tall statue of some unknown goddess. There was a small balcony that allowed him to observe the grand hall of the temple over the goddess' shoulder, concealed from sight by the strands of her stone hair. The balcony was really high above the floor, making it impossible for any creature to climb on it by accident. Falling down would certainly kill a normal human. Sunny had discovered the hidden room while spying on the bastard that had gutted him. He had entered the cathedral through the hole in its roof and landed on one of the wide support beams, then walked across and accidentally noticed the small balcony. That's how he and the bastard had become neighbors. The bastard was, in fact, the guardian of this place. He patrolled the grand hall, killing anyone who dared to come inside. Sunny saw plenty of powerful nightmare creatures fall to his sword, cleaved apart without much effort. Of course, the bastard was a nightmare creature of considerable power himself. Sunny was pretty sure that he was at least a devil. Sharing the cathedral with a devil was very convenient. Sunny could sleep easy knowing that no monster would be able to reach the inner sanctum alive. Of course, he had to be careful to never be seen by his murderous roommate. On the upside, he could observe the devil as much as he wanted, waiting for a chance to exact his revenge. Sunny was hell-bent on killing the damn knight, eventually. The bastard had to die. But before that, Sunny had to become stronger. Much, much stronger. Walking across the beams of the cathedral, he approached the hole in the roof and climbed through it. Outside, the night was already reigning over the world. It was time to hunt. A skeletal, hunched figure was slowly walking along the narrow street of the cursed city. The creature had long arms that ended with vicious claws and a deformed head with a wide mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Even with its back bent, the monster was at least 2 meters tall. It was dressed in a torn shroud that was once white, but had long ago turned brown from the dried blood. This was Sunny's prey. The creature, which was called a blood fiend, was among the weakest dwellers of the cursed city. It was merely an awakened monster, barely intelligent and comparatively easy to kill. Of course, nothing was really easy to kill here. After all, each and every human on the Forgotten Shore was just a dormant beast. Despite the fact that they shared the same rank and class, blood fiends were less formidable than carapace centurions in terms of strength and speed. However, that was only until they smelled blood, which sent them into a murderous frenzy. In that state, these fiends were a true menace. Pathetic, Sunny thought, stalking the nightmare creature from the shadows. He had killed a few of these monsters in the past and had a great time each time, well, except for this one encounter where he had accidentally scratched himself on a sharp stone. That was not fun at all. Time to die, you ugly freak. The blood fiend was just about to turn the corner when a sudden sound attracted his attention. With unnatural speed, the monster turned around and fell on all fours, his sensitive ears picking up the slightest rustle. Then, he took a few careful steps forward and stopped at a certain spot. In front of the fiend, an ordinary-looking rock was lying on the ground. A second later, the rock suddenly spoke. "Behind you," it said politely. The creature froze for a moment, then turned around with lightning-fast speed. Something whistled in the air, and the upper part of the blood fiend's body separated from the lower. Still refusing to die, the monster reached out with its long arms. Too slow. Sunny slashed with the midnight shard, severing one of the arms at the elbow. Continuing the motion, he took a quick step forward and performed another strike, this time piercing the creature's skull. The tip of the tachi entered through one of its eyes and exited through the back of the head. All of it took less than a second. By the time both parts of the monster fell to the ground, Sunny had already retrieved his sword. Looking up with expectation, he smiled and waited. "Come on, say it." As if answering his call, the spell whispered. "You have slain an awakened monster, blood fiend. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny grinned. "Ah, thank you kindly. You're so sweet." The runes shimmered as they appeared in the air in front of him. Looking down, he read. Shadow Fragments 398-1000. Just 2 fragments away from 400. These days, he was progressing at a very respectable speed. In the beginning, back when he had not known the city and the creatures that populated it, Sonny was lucky to get a few fragments in a week. He had also been much more prone to ending up blooded and one step away from death. But now, things were slowly changing. He couldn't even remember the last time he felt compelled to say goodbye to life. Ah, you idiot. You just had to go and think that out loud, huh? Just as he finished that thought, a distant sound of footsteps reached his ears. Chapter 98 Uninvited Guests. Sonny looked grimly at the corpse of the blood fiend, then in the direction of the approaching footsteps. Who was crazy enough to remain in this cursed city during the night? Only a complete lunatic would do something that stupid. All the sane people were long gone from the streets, not to mention that very few were willing to enter the ruins to begin with. A dark shadow flowed from the tip of the midnight shard's blade. Coalescing on the ground, it stared at him with sarcasm. Sonny stared back. What? The shadow shook its head and didn't answer, forcing him to turn away with a confused shrug. Whatever. Ah, it seems we have guests. What to do, what to do? The place is a mess. Looking around, Sonny sighed, glanced at the corpse of the monster once again, and summoned the kunai. The smart thing to do was to run away. Who knew what exactly was producing those footsteps? Maybe it was a group of people, maybe it was a nightmare creature with a lot of feet. It was better not to find out. He wasn't done with the hunt yet. He still had to get his trophies. Go take a look. Sending the shadow away, Sonny kneeled and began to cut the tough flesh of the dead creature. Without the enhancing effect of the shadow, slicing the blood fiend apart was not as easy. However, he still managed to find the first soul shard rather quickly. One more to go. Meanwhile, the shadow had discovered the uninvited visitors. 6 humans were cautiously walking along the narrow path in the stone ruins, lighting their way with a ghostly blue lantern. They were all rugged men, wearing mismatched suits of armor and armed to the teeth. Their eyes were cold and hard. Sonny raised his eyebrows. My, oh my. They really are people. What is a bunch of Gunlorg's thugs doing outside the castle walls in the middle of the night? Gunlorg was the owner of the castle and the self-proclaimed king of this odious place. Every sleeper on the Forgotten Shore was forced to either serve him or pay him tribute. Even still, the latter usually didn't live long. Dismissing the Midnight Shard and the Parrot Rock, Sonny concentrated on searching for the second soul shard. He wanted to be gone from the street before these gentlemen arrived. But the circle of blue light was approaching too fast. Finally catching a glimpse of the glowing crystal, Sonny grabbed it and hurriedly hid it in his armor. Then he dropped the kunai on the ground and took several steps back. But it was too late. They had already seen him. Be careful, there's a monster. As Sonny was backing away, several weapons were aimed in his direction. Feeling that things were about to get out of control, he cleared his throat and said in a trembling voice, Oh, please don't hurt me, I'm a human. Saying this, he mentally looked himself over. With his ghostly pale skin and dirty hair, his ragged armor covered in layers of dried and fresh blood, Sonny was indeed easy to mistake for a nightmare creature. He wasn't really paying much attention to personal hygiene and appearances these days. Hopefully, speaking in a human language would prove his identity. Raising his hands to show that he wasn't armed, Sonny took another step back. The 6 sleepers were really surprised to see another human this far away from the walls of the castle, especially at night. Using their momentary confusion, he cautiously moved even further away. Don't move. Finally able to comprehend the situation, one of the castle inhabitants hissed a threatening command. Sonny obediently froze, careful not to make any sudden movements. The unexpected guests proceeded to come closer, glancing at the corpse of the blood fiend as they walked past it. One of them was taller and better equipped than the rest. Piercing Sonny with a menacing gaze, he approached him and stopped 1 or 2 steps away. The man was older than Sunny by a few years. He was tall and muscular, with a patchy beard covering the lower part of his face and a mean look in his watery blue eyes. From his demeanor and memories, it was easy to tell that the leader of the group had spent no less than 3 years in the Forgotten Shore. He had experience and time to grow stronger than most sleepers here. However, it was also apparent that he wasn't really high up in the ranks of Gunlog's army. Otherwise, his equipment would have been much more impressive. Still, the heavy battle axe that was resting on the man's shoulder looked really sharp. It would take him only a second to bring that thing down on Sunna's head. "Who are you? What the hell are you doing here?" Sunny blinked a couple of times, then gulped and answered carefully. "I am Sunless. I live here." The leader of the hunting party, if that what it was, narrowed his eyes. "What, live here? Do you take me a fool, boy? No one can survive in the city." The other sleepers were of the same opinion except for one, who looked at Sunny with doubt. Frowning, he took a step forward and said in an uncertain tone, "Wait, Chief. He might be telling truth. I heard that there's a crazy kid who lives in the ruins alone." The taller man scowled. "How is that possible?" His subordinate glanced at Sunny and shrugged. "From what I heard, his aspect allows the boy to hide in the shadows really well. I guess he crawls around like a rat and picks up the leftovers after the monsters are done eating. I don't really know, but someone was talking about him back in the castle. I thought they were just telling tales." Sunny frowned. "Crazy, boy, rat, why did everyone feel compelled to call him names?" Meanwhile, the helpful sleeper thought for a bit and added, "I think he came into town with that bitch, Changing Star." Sunny's frown turned into a scowl. Looking down, he whispered to his shadow, "These guys are really very rude, don't you think?" Of course, his whisper was easily heard by everyone around. The sleepers stared at him in confusion. Sunny tilted his head a little and opened his eyes wide, as if shocked by something. "What? You think I should kill them all? I mean, isn't it a little bit over the top? I should give them a chance to apologize, at least." The leader of the hunting party took a step forward and said in a low, growling voice, "What are you mumbling about, rat?" Sunny looked at him with scorn and dissatisfaction. "Hey, I was talking to my buddy. Can you please not interrupt?" A wide, dangerous smile appeared on the tall man's face. With a sigh, Sunny turned to him and said, "All right, if you insist. You guys have offended my dearest friend, Nephis of the Immortal Flame Clan. She and I are very, very close. So I'll give you one chance to apologize for calling her a If you don't, say goodbye to your lives." The older man stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Oh, that's a good one, have you heard, guys? This tiny weasel will give us a chance. How generous should we be generous too, huh? What do you say? The boy is sick in the head, after all." The other 5 sleepers were not sharing his enthusiasm. One of them smiled darkly and said, "No, Chief. I think we should just kill him. Put the poor fool out of his misery, The sleeper that had collaborated Sunna's story before, meanwhile, was frowning again. "Wait, guys, has one of Changing Star's people, remember? The original group, I mean. They had survived 2 entire months in the labyrinth on their own. We shouldn't underestimate." However, the leader interrupted him with a contemptuous scoff. "I heard that Saint Nephis carried 2 useless sacks of shit on her back all the way to the castle. The bitch is fond of taking care of weaklings, right? That delicious little friend of hers is blind, for God's sake, I'm sure that this one is no better." Then, he turned to Sunny and grinned. "I tell you what, rat. Give us all your memories, and we'll be generous enough to let you live." If an awakened died, their memories disappeared with them. The only way to get the memories was to make the owner transfer them of their own free will. However, whether or not that wall was affected by coercion or torture didn't really matter. At least not to people like these. Sunny blinked. So you're not going to apologize? The tall man grinned. I think not. Sunny sighed. Oh well. So you want my memories, eh? I have a few. Let me think. How about this one? Lowering one hand, he summoned the parrot rock. It immediately appeared on his palm, looking as boring and ordinary as always. The leader of the hunting party frowned, not taking his eyes away from Sunny's face. Despite his crude exterior, he was paranoid and careful. Years of experience had taught him to never lower his guard. A moment later, the rock spoke. Behind you. That was the most basic of tricks. The tall man grinned, still looking Sunny in the eyes. Do you really think that I would fall for? However, before he was done talking, the blade of the kunai hit him from behind, penetrating the back of the man's skull and killing him on the spot. Chapter 99 Pursuit. Sunny had dropped the throwing dagger near the monster's body in advance and then took all those steps back to make this exact situation possible. As soon as the parrot rock spoke, he pulled on the invisible string, sending the kunai flying back in his direction. The tall bastard didn't just happen to be in its path, either. You have slain. The leader of the hunting party really should have listened to that rock. Shadow grows stronger. Before the sleepers even had time to react, Sunny was already moving. The shadow had been wrapped around his body a long time ago, making him that much faster. Summoning the midnight shard, he fluidly slashed at the nearest enemy, severing the man's arm at the elbow. The blade struck right between the vambrace and the cutter of his enchanted plate armor. To Sunny, these people were slow and clumsy, their power level and technique severely lacking. He had already been more experienced than them after the harrowing journey through the Crimson Labyrinth, learning how to wield the sword in combat from Changing Star herself. The 3 months he had spent hunting and surviving alone in the Cursed City only made the gap that much wider. Despite looking like easy prey, Sunny was anything but. However, he wasn't foolish enough to challenge all 5 of them. People might have been weaker than nightmare creatures, but what made them really dangerous was their unpredictability. Each aspect was unique, arming humans with a formidable arsenal of inexplicable abilities. Facing something you couldn't understand was the surest way to end up dead. With his advantage of surprise gone, Sunny decided that it was time to retreat. Turning around, he jumped out of the circle of light and ran. It was really hard to pursue someone who could see in the dark on these narrow streets, so there was a real chance of escaping unscathed. However, the kunai was still attached to Sunny's wrist. Sliding out of the dead leader's skull, it fell to the ground and clinked loudly against the stones, then jumped a few meters away and hit the pavement again, creating more noise. Get the bastard, he killed the chief. Following the sound of metal striking against stone, the sleepers lunged forward, following in Sunny's footsteps. What a persistent bunch. Even the guy who had lost his arm was on his heels, either having a way to stop the bleeding or simply unwilling to let the attacker escape even if it cost him his own life. This part of the city was Sunny's hunting ground. He knew every nook and cranny of these streets like his own 5 fingers. Honestly, he was unsure what these guys were even thinking. If it wasn't for him carefully choosing the path, they would have ended up disturbing some terrifying fallen creature and becoming its dinner a long time ago. Something wasn't quite right here. Gunlog's people might have been thugs, but they were experienced and accomplished hunters. They feared the city and knew how to behave while outside the castle walls. Otherwise, all of them would have been dead a long time ago. Come to think of that, it was extremely rare to see them going anywhere near the city at night. Were these fools even real hunters? If not, what were they up to? Sunny briefly considered leaving one of them alive to interrogate later, but then decided against it. To be honest, he wasn't really curious. Human business had long ago lost its allure in his eyes. He had much more interesting things to do. Finally reaching his goal, Sunny lingered on the steps, pretending to be in a panic. the 5 sleepers were once again able to lay eyes on their victim. The scrawny kid was hesitating in front of the entrance to a large ruined building, fear clearly written on his dirty, pale face. It seemed as though he didn't know where to go, afraid to run into a dead end. Noticing them, he flinched and dove into the building with desperation in his eyes. "You have nowhere to run now," rat-hissed the man who had lost his hand to Sunnis blade. Full of killing intent, the sleepers followed the crazy young man into the building. However, once they got inside, they saw no sign of the scared kid. The only thing they saw was a simple rock lying on the floor. As the one-armed man belatedly realized that something was wrong, the rock said in an ominous tone, "Say goodbye to your lives." A second later, a massive silhouette stepped out of the darkness. The man's eyes widened as the figure of a regal knight clad in a menacing black armor reflected in them. The creature was more than 2 meters tall, his Gothic armor forged from a lusterless, anthracite steel. Every part of the armor was decorated with intricate engravings that told a tale so horrifying that anyone would go insane from looking at them for too long. The helmet of the Black Knight was crowned with curved horns that might have been wings once. In the narrow fissure of his visor, 2 ghastly red flames were burning with indescribable menace. Before the sleeper had time to react, a heavy black blade fell from above, effortlessly severing his body from head to groin, cutting through flesh, bone and armor with similar ease. A torrent of blood surged to the floor. Climbing onto one of the supporting beams of the ruined cathedral, Sunny sat down and looked at the slaughter that was happening below. "Ha! The bastard is in a really bad mood today. Well, have fun." Some time later, as the echoes of screams began to fade away, he sighed and counted the corpses lying on the distant floor. It was hard to count, because most of them were in pieces. Making sure that not one of the pursuers got away alive, Sunny frowned and shook his head. 6 people, their disappearance won't go unnoticed. Especially if they were really up to no good. Why do I feel like I had just gotten myself in trouble? Chapter 100 Clear Conscience. The Black Knight remained motionless for several minutes, silently observing the corpses of his enemies. Drops of blood fell from the blade of his fearsome greatsword, gathering into a puddle beneath his feet. The thoughts of the cruel creature were a mystery. To be honest, Sunny wasn't even sure that this unstoppable mountain of murderous black steel was sentient. In that regard, the monstrous inhabitants of the cursed city were a bit strange. Usually, nightmare creatures of higher classes possessed a perverse form of intelligence, which was often comparable to that of humans, and sometimes even surpassed it. However, that rule did not apply to every monster in this eerie place. From Sunny's observations, the dwellers of the ruined city could be roughly divided into 2 groups. The first group consisted of various creatures that came here from outside the wall, be it from the labyrinth or from the depths of the dark sea. These abominable things more or less followed the unnatural laws of the spell that every awakened was familiar with. The second group was different. These creatures, he suspected, were either created from the remains of the ancient residents of the city or, creepily, had actually been them once. The wraiths, as he called them, were much more unfathomable and dangerous. Their powers and behavior refused to abide by any sort of sense or logic. The Black Knight was one of these sinister revenants. That's why Sunny had trouble predicting his actions. Most of the time, the regal devil was content simply patrolling the grand hall of the ruined cathedral and killing anything that dared to come inside. Just like he had killed those poor fools. With a sigh, Sunny lay down on top of the support beam and, not paying any attention to the deadly height of his improvised resting spot, closed his eyes. He wanted to take a breath before continuing with his nightly errands. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps informed him that the bastard had resumed his never-ending patrol. Good riddance. Despite the fact that nothing was disturbing his peace anymore, Sunny still felt strangely restless. His inner voice was in the mood to chat. "Ah, Sunny. Aren't you forgetting something?" He frowned. What was there to forget? He was just catching his breath before going out again. He also had to wait for the right moment to scavenge through the possessions of these dead hunters. You just killed 6 people. Don't you feel guilty? Sunny was a little startled by this question. Curious, he listened to his emotions and came to the conclusion that no, he did not feel guilty at all. This was his 3rd time killing a human being. Granted, the first time happened inside a nightmare, where people were supposed to be simple illusions. However, Sunny wasn't sure that he believed in this theory. The old slaver's anguish had felt awfully real to be just a figment of his imagination. The 2nd time, well, he didn't want to think about that. That happened in the castle, anyway, and that part of his life was over. The 3rd time was the cleanest of them all. Those thugs were going to rob and kill him, anyway. Sunny had seen through their intentions long before pulling on the invisible string and sending their leader into the cold embrace of death. He could have tried to run away, but they were very rude. If the thugs had insulted just him, Sunny might have tried to end the confrontation without bloodshed. However, they insulted Nephis. Bastards deserved to die. Despite the fact that his relationship with Changing Star had become strained, he still cared about her a great deal. Leaving the castle did not mean that he had forgotten their friendship. It's just that there were more reasons to leave than to stay. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the beautiful bottle made out of patterned blue glass. This was the farewell gift that Cassie had given him before their parting. He cherished this memory very much. Bringing the bottle to his lips, Sunny took several sips of cold, delicious water and opened his eyes. He didn't want to rest anymore. Better to get moving. Before venturing out again, Sunny returned to his room and walked over to a large iron chest that was standing in one of its corners. Exerting some strength, he lifted the heavy lid and admired his treasure pile. Inside the chest, more than 100 beautiful soul shards were glowing softly in the dark. The sight of them always lifted Sunny's mood. Despite the fact that he himself had no use for the soul shards, they were still a valuable resource. Here on the Forgotten Shore, shards were a form of currency among the sleepers. 100 of them was an unimaginable amount. After a lifetime of being a pauper, Sunny was finally rich. Money, I have so much money. If a person wanted to live inside the castle walls, they had to pay a tribute of 1 soul shard every week. Those who could not afford it were forced to remain outside, living in a makeshift settlement just beyond the gates, which was often attacked by the monsters. Even so, they had to pay for food or go out and hunt themselves, which more often than not led to their deaths. With how much Sunny had gathered in these 3 months, he would have been able to live in the comfort of the castle for years if he wanted to. Which, of course, he did not. Why would he pay for accommodations when he already had a palace of his own? One with no noisy neighbors and a fearsome guardian protecting the premises, no less. Putting 2 new soul shards in the chest, Sunny glanced at his dragon hoard one last time and closed the lid with a satisfied smile. Perhaps it was time to visit the castle again and buy a few things. No. He had already bought everything he needed the last time. Spending too many shards would make people doubt that he was as pathetic as everyone thought he was. Of all the sleepers in the castle, only 3 people knew that he was not just good at hiding in the shadows and avoiding danger. They were Nephis, Cassie and Castor. That damn bastard. Chapter 101 Turf War. Castor had been lucky enough to enter the dream realm near the city and arrive at the castle much earlier than the 3 of them. By the time Sunny, Nephis and Cassie had found their way to the human settlement, he was already in good standing there. Despite the fact that there were a lot of opportunities for a talented legacy to rise through the ranks of Gunlog's army, he had nevertheless decided to remain independent and eventually joined the Changing Stars cohort, drastically raising their combat strength and reputation. Looking back, that was when all of Sunny's problems had really started. That's right, it was all his fault. Not mine. Yeah, definitely. Grinding his teeth, Sunny kicked the heavy chest and cursed under his breath. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he smiled brightly and left the hidden chamber once again. Down below, things were getting interesting. Attracted by the smell of blood, several monsters tried to enter the ruined cathedral to feast on the fresh corpses. However, the Black Knight was as full of wrath as ever. Just as Sunny climbed onto the support beams, he was finishing off a large creature that looked like a praying mantis made of human skin. Initially, Sunny planned to take a look at the material possessions left behind by the 5 unfortunate thugs, but the sight of the ferocious battle made him change his mind. He would have to do it later. Besides, his shadow had already looked through the bloody remains and came to the conclusion that there was nothing really valuable among the dismembered corpses. Not wasting any more time, Sunny escaped through the roof of the cathedral and retraced his steps to the place where he had fought the blood fiend. The body of the hunting party's leader was still there. Of course, his memories had long disappeared, leaving the bearded man dressed only in rags. The heavy battle axe was gone, too. Sunny sighed. That's why killing people is not worth it. His shadow covered its face with a hand and shook its head dejectedly, trying to express that his wording was nothing short of unfortunate. Sunny frowned. What? It's not. And for him, it was doubly so. When one awakened killed another, they received a considerable portion of the enemy's soul essence without having to shatter their soul shard. Sunny, however, was not an ordinary awakened. His aspect was based on consuming shadow fragments instead. That meant that even if his enemy had absorbed hundreds of soul shards in the past, Sunny would only receive the number of shadow fragments matching their rank and class, just like he would after slaying a nightmare creature. Since all sleepers were mere dormant beasts, in this case, the number was 1. Just 1 fragment away from 400, Sunny said, a bit disheartened. All that work for nothing. Some small, rational piece of his mind was actually relieved that killing humans was not very lucrative. Otherwise, in his state no, he wouldn't. Surely. Wouldn't what? Sunny blinked a couple of times, waiting for his inner voice to answer. However, it was strangely silent. Shrugging, he bent down and searched the dead man's body, hoping to find something of value. However, he was left disappointed. There was no pouch full of soul shards as he had imagined. Sunny found was a strange piece of fabric that had been secretively tucked away into the tall thug's shirt. Looking at the fabric, he noticed crude shapes drawn on it with ink. Some shapes looked strangely familiar. Is that a map? Indeed, it was a primitive map. The shapes he recognized were the various landmarks located in the neighboring parts of the cursed city. Sunny knew many of them by heart, and had even explored a few in the past. A treasure map. Suddenly, the strange timing of the hunting party's arrival and their lack of experience made perfect sense. They weren't actually hunters. Instead, they were a bunch of fools who had been swindled by some smart person back at the castle into buying a fake treasure map. At least that was the most likely possibility. However. But what if it's real? Sunny blinked, looking at the map with a mix of distaste and avarice. He couldn't decide whether he should try and follow it or throw it away. Luckily, his thought process was interrupted by a thunderous crash. One of the buildings not far from where he was standing suddenly collapsed, filling the street with a cloud of dust and flying debris. A massive shape flew through the air and heavily crashed against another wall, causing an avalanche of stones to fall down. The creature tried to stand up, but then twitched and grew still, spilling rivers of fetid blood all over the pavement. It was unmistakably dead. Sunny quickly hid the map in his armor and dove into the shadows, trying to understand what was happening. Somewhere near, furious roars and the sound of steel clashing against steel could be heard, growing closer with each second. Strangely, there were no human voices. A battle between nightmare creatures. Such things were not rare in the cursed city, but to Sunny's knowledge, there were very few things capable of challenging the current masters of this street and the adjacent square. These creatures were not the most powerful among the inhabitants of the city, but due to their unique characteristics, Sunny tried to avoid them like the plague. He saw several monsters much more powerful than anything he would be willing to take on, ending up sliced and diced into tiny pieces on that square. However, none of them was able to give the protectors of the square as much trouble as they were having right now, at least judging by the desperate sounds of the battle. Intrigued, Sunny decided to take a look. Hidden in the shadows, he climbed up the tall wall of an ancient building and soon arrived on its roof. Watching his footing, Sunny walked forward until he reached the opposite edge of the building. From there, he could see the wide square in all its dark glory. In the middle of the square, a moving statue was fighting against several hulking monsters. Chapter 102 Stone Saint. On a dark square surrounded by ruins of once magnificent buildings, a vicious battle was coming to an end. The remains of its solemn protectors were lying on the cold cobblestones, ruthlessly shattered into pieces. Sunny blinked in shock. They actually lost. He was really astonished. The living statues that used to guard the square were a very tough bunch. As far as nightmare creatures of the cursed city went, they weren't the most formidable in terms of size and physical might. However, their strange bodies were extremely durable and capable of withstanding truly devastating amounts of damage. Aside from that, the stalwart stone warriors were also disciplined, proficient in the use of weapons and utterly deadly. They were able to perfectly coordinate their movements, using strategy and tactics to silently overwhelm opponents whose power far surpassed their own. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's why Sunny had always avoided getting into a confrontation with these weird creatures. Even though they weren't fallen by rank, the stone revenants represented a threat that was enough to make him wary. However, now the ownership of the square was about to change hands. The bodies of the previous masters lay shattered to pieces. In death, they looked just like broken statues. Even their metal armor and weapons had turned to stone after the wielders were destroyed. There were 5 or 6 of these stone piles scattered around the square, while the attackers seemed to have lost only 3 of their numbers, including the massive monster that had been sent crashing through a building earlier. Each body towered above the dark cobblestones like a small hill. The invaders were of a type of the nightmare creature that Sunny had never seen before. These new menacing monsters looked like giant spiders with bodies covered in thick plates of wrought iron. They moved with terrifying speed and force, sending cracks running through the cobblestones with each step. There were currently 2 of them left on the square, circling around the lone surviving stone warrior. The last of the living statues seemed to be a female. Compared to the spiders, she was almost comically small in stature, standing no taller than Sunny himself. The graceful stone creature was armed with a sword and a round shield, wearing a plate armor that covered most of her body, leaving only the eyes exposed. Or, rather, 2 rubies burning with crimson flames that these creatures had instead of eyes. Her armor and weapons were black in color, forged from some unknown and incredibly heavy stone-like alloy. Of course, in reality, they were made out of the same stone as their wielder. However, the dark force that had turned the granite body of this nightmare creature into the strange approximation of flesh had also turned the stone armor into metal. Currently, the last of the living statues was standing with her shield raised, the blade of the sword resting on its rim. Her head was lowered, ruby eyes silently following the movements of the 2 spider monsters. Sunny didn't know for sure, but he suspected that these spiders were both fallen beasts. In any case, the stone woman was doomed. Her enemies were just toying with her, savoring the helplessness of their victim before finishing the job. He didn't really care. In fact, he was waiting for the show. Watching nightmare creatures slaughter each other was one of his favorite pastimes, and the best thing about it was that it didn't matter who won. Come on, get her. However, in the next moment, he was surprised. In a strange turn of events, the stone monster lunged at the spiders first. Calmly striking her sword against the rim of the shield twice, she dashed forward with grim determination. The spider she was aiming at was a second too late to react. However, due to its superior physical form, it was still able to meet the sudden onslaught with a vicious strike of its own. One of its legs shot forward, threatening to shatter the stone body of the attacking living statue into tiny pieces. The smaller creature deflected the blow with her sword and bashed the spider with the round shield, putting all of her weight and inhuman strength into the strike. Sunny blinked as the massive body of the fallen beast was thrown back and toppled over. The black sword immediately lashed out, sending a shockwave through the spider's guts. A rain of strikes fell on the iron surface of the monster's abdomen, filling the square with the clangor of metal. The stone warrior attacked with savage ferocity, using both the sword and the shield to inflict as much damage as possible in a short amount of time. Just as the iron plate protecting the soft innards of the monster cracked, the second beast joined the fray. The following bloodbath was nothing short of horrifying. Despite the fact that the spiders were much faster and stronger, the steadfast stone wraith kept up with them for a while. Her indomitable will and ruthless resolve were enough to give the fearsome creatures pause. Moving with the deadly precision of a bloodthirsty killing machine, the living statue completely disregarded self-preservation in favor of making her enemies suffer. It seemed as though she was determined to take them to the grave with her. Soon, the terrible wounds on her body accumulated, making the stone creature look like a vandalized piece of macabre art. However, the spiders were no better. Their fetid blood was spilling everywhere, painting the whole square red. Severed limbs and shards of cracked iron littered the ground, mixing with the shattered remains of the fallen stone warriors. Finally, one of the spiders fell heavily to the ground and twitched, drawing its last breath. The remaining beast lunged at the staggered stone monster, its countless eyes burning with fury. The round black shield rose one last time and then flew aside, torn away along with the right arm of the stalwart living statue. However, almost at the same time, the blade of her sword pierced through the massive beast's skull, ending its life just a moment before breaking apart and turning to stone. Sunny shook his head. What an impressive sight, a lowly awakened creature slaying two fallen beasts. Midnight Shard would have liked that fierce last stand a lot. Come to think of it, this was nothing short of inconceivable. However, the graceful stone warrior paid dearly for performing the bloody miracle. Staggering once again, she fell heavily to the ground, clearly done for. The battle for the ownership of the Dark Square was over. Nobody won. Chapter 103 Coup de Grace. As the dust settled, Sunny abandoned his hiding spot on the roof of one of the buildings surrounding the square and jumped down. Avoiding the puddles of fetid blood, he walked among the corpses littering the ground and approached the dying stone monster. The nightmare creature was lying on her back, her body battered and broken. From up close, Sunny was able to see it better. The black armor of the strange monster was slowly turning to stone. In its gaps, he could see her slightly lighter skin. It was smooth like polished granite and dark gray in color. Streams of ruby dust was flowing from the terrible wounds, looking almost like blood. Two crimson gems that served her as I slowly moved, focusing on Sunny. There was no particular expression in them, just tired stillness. The flames that used to burn inside were slowly dimming. The statuesque creature stared at him without making a sound. In fact, Sunny wasn't sure that these monsters were even capable of producing sounds. Throughout the whole fight, she had remained eerily silent. He sighed. Life is not fair, huh? With these words, he summoned the Midnight Shard and thrust it through the visor of the dying creature's helm. Even at the death's door, the stone-like flesh of the living statue proved to be extremely tough. However, he put enough strength into his strike, not wishing to make the poor thing suffer more than necessary. He was always glad to kill a nightmare creature, but this one deserved a quick death. To be honest, he was very impressed by the small stone warrior's desperate last stand. They didn't know who they were messing with. But you showed them. At that moment, the familiar voice of the spell resounded in the darkness. You have slain an awakened monster, Stone Saint. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny smiled. That's 4 shadow fragments. Finally 403. However, in the next second, he forgot what he was thinking about. Because the spell wasn't done talking. Whispering into his ear, it slowly said, You have received an echo, Stone Saint. Sunny's eyes opened wide. Did he hear it right? An echo? He had finally received another echo. Cautiously looking around, Sunny lowered his voice and said to the shadow, You heard it too, right? The shadow stared at Sunny in exasperation, then gestured at its mouth, lowered its hands and didn't say anything. He smiled. Exactly, that's what the spell said. Humming a song, he paced back and forth for some time, then suddenly flinched. Oh, right. I should get out of here. Now that the stone people are gone, who knows what kind of horrors will try to make this square their nest. He made a move to leave, but then stopped and looked at the scene of slaughter with avarice. However, I really should get some mementos first. It's not every day that you stumble upon that many dead nightmare creatures before the carrion eaters arrive to feast on the corpses. This was a chance he won't get anytime soon. Sunny hesitated for a few seconds, trying to decide which monsters to approach first. The spiders were obviously much stronger. If they were really of the fallen rank, their soul shards would be incredibly valuable. However, buying anything with a bunch of ascended soul shards would be very suspicious. Plus, it would take a while to find the crystals inside the massive bodies of the giant beasts. The living statues were of the lower rank, but their shattered remains were easy to search. The other inhabitants of the cursed city could arrive at any minute. So, with a deep sigh, Sunny ran to the nearest pile of shattered stones and kneeled beside it, hoping to notice the gleam of the soul shards as soon as possible. He was barely done with the second dead statue when a sudden noise made him stop. Knowing that greed had doomed a lot of people to their deaths, Sunny suppressed the desire to linger here to the last possible moment and quickly dashed away, putting the last crystal he had managed to find inside his armor on the run. Summoning the kunai, he threw it into the air and then pulled on the invisible string, making the dagger spin around a stone column. As soon as the string coiled itself around the column, he jumped and made the string contract, sending him flying up. Just like the golden rope, the invisible string that connected the kunai to his wrist was incredibly sturdy and capable of changing its length at will, which allowed Sunny to use the throwing dagger as an improvised grappling hook from time to time. Using the top of the stone column to jump even higher, he grabbed onto the cracks in the wall of one of the ruined buildings and quickly climbed up. By the time he reached the roof, the noises produced by the approaching creature were already loud enough to make him shiver. Whatever that thing was, Sunny didn't want to find out. The sound it produced while moving made him think of a giant snake, one with countless mouths, each hissing the notes of a strange, maddening tune. Luckily, he left the wide square just in time to never meet that abomination. By the time Sunny had returned to the ruined cathedral, the night was already coming to the end. The eastern horizon was growing lighter, and the sound of the black waves crushing against the city wall was growing restless. Walking across the support beams stretching above the grand hall, he caught the glimpse of the marching Black Knight and sighed. One day he was going to kill the bastard on some glorious day. But not this day. Today, he had other things to do. Reaching the safety of his hidden lair, Sunny put the soul shards into his treasure chest and then sat down on a magnificent wooden chair. There was an excited smile on his face. It was finally time to find out what was the difference between a normal echo and one transformed into a shadow. Chapter 104 Soul Arsenal. Not wasting any more time, Sunny dove into his soul sea. Despite his changed mental state, it was as calm as always. The silent expanse of still water stretched into the empty distance, with the shadow core hovering above like a dark star. Tiny spheres of light floated in the air around it, reflecting on the surface of the tranquil sea. The silent shadows were still there, standing motionless at the edge of darkness. Compared to before, their ranks had swelled. Monsters of all shapes and sizes were among them now, making Sunny's collection of slain enemies look increasingly impressive. Walking past them, he glanced at one or another from time to time, recalling the thrilling battles with a mix of dread and pride. This was his personal museum, a dark monument to all his sins. Wait, sins? Why sins? Just at that moment, Sunny stumbled and stopped. Not too far away from him, a gaunt shadow stood among the menagerie of terrifying creatures, silently staring at him with empty eyes. That shadow once belonged to a young man, not much older than Sunny himself. He had lived in the ramshackle settlement beyond the castle's gates, struggling to survive like everybody else. Before. Sunny looked away. "Don't you look at me like that. It was your own fault, fool. You shouldn't have asked me all those questions." Out of the 3 people he had murdered with his own hands, this kill was the only one that made Sunny feel something. Because it wasn't done in the heat of the battle or to settle a personal score. This one was done in cold blood. It was why he had to leave the castle among other things. Sunny grimaced. "I said stop looking at me, just stay dead and don't bother me with your nonsense." Huffing angrily, he turned away. Soon, he walked past the shadows of the blood fiend, the hunting party's leader, and the deadly stone saint. Glancing at the statuesque figure of the stone monster, Sunny forgot all about the gaunt shadow and smiled. He was here to take a look at her echo, after all. The prospect of having another echo under his command was already very exciting. The loyal and strangely personable scavenger had been of great help to Sunny in the past, tremendously increasing his combat performance. After all, despite having a divine aspect and a uniquely powerful ability, Sunny was still just a dreamer, one whole rank below the echo. The scavenger, however, was merely a beast while the stone saint was a monster. Her power was comparable to that of the ferocious carapace centurions, far surpassing anything that Sunny could ever hope to achieve in this cursed place. The strange nature of the steadfast living statue made her even more formidable. Having a servant like that would make many impossible things possible. However, Sunny wanted even more. He was waiting to see what miracle his aspect was going to perform, hoping that the results would surpass his wildest expectations. Soon, he was standing under the black sun of his shadow core, observing the spheres of light that represented his memories. There were 9 of them now. The ones that he actually used were the puppeteer's shroud, the midnight shard, the prowling thorn, the ordinary rock, and the endless spring. Savoring the anticipation, Sunny summoned each of them one by one and read the glowing runes surrounding the memories. He had gotten the heavy kunai after defeating a peculiar creature that resembled a monstrous armored porcupine. The rain of jagged bone quills had left several holes in Sunny's body, but the reward was well worth it. Memory prowling thorn. Memory rank awakened. Memory tier 2. Memory type weapon. Memory description: this flying dagger is as unpredictable and fickle as the affection of a young beauty, but, perhaps, not as deadly. Memory enchantments: rose of betrayal. Enchantment description: the prowling thorn is connected to its wielder by an invisible string. This string is strong but mercurial, just like the treacherous bond of sentimental attachment. After reading this description for the first time, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if the spell had been scorned by a lover once. The runes practically exuded bitterness. Next on the list was his most dangerous memory, the talking rock. Memory ordinary rock. Memory rank awakened. Memory tier 1. Memory type tool. Memory description: just an ordinary rock. Memory enchantments: not really. Enchantment description: the word is mightier than the sword. The rock is mightier than the word. The funny thing was that the ordinary rock, which was capable of repeating various sounds, had fallen into the hands of a person who was unable to tell lies. It was now the most honest memory in 2 whole worlds. It had also made Sunny think twice before opening his mouth. Sometime. The last memory he decided to take a look at was, perhaps, the most precious to him. It was the beautiful glass bottle that Cassie had given Sunny as a farewell gift. Memory endless spring. Memory rank dormant. Memory tier 4. Memory type tool. Memory description: a lovesick devil had once imprisoned a mighty river in this fragile glass bottle. It was his gift it to a beautiful desert spirit. Memory enchantments: gift of water. Enchantment description: this bottle contains enough water to make flowers bloom in the desolate heart of the most lifeless of deserts. This one was sort of romantic. It seemed as though the spell was all over the place when coming up with these descriptions, to the point where Sunny couldn't even tell if it was being serious. With a sigh, he dismissed the sphere of light containing the endless spring and glanced up. The other four of his memories were not very useful. They were an incredibly heavy tower shield, a suit of armor that was worse than the puppeteer's shroud in every regard, a glass eye capable of producing bright beams of harmless red light, and the obnoxiously loud silver bell, the first memory he had ever gotten. The remaining three had been awarded to him for killing comparatively weak monsters on the streets of the cursed city. He was hoping to trade them for something more suitable during his next visit to the castle, whenever that might be. Forgetting about the memories, Sunny finally focused his attention on the brightest sphere of light that was floating in the dark emptiness above his head. The one containing his new echo. He willed it to descent and watched as the sphere glided down, softly touching the surface of dark water a few moments later. It slowly dimmed, revealing the stone figure hidden within. Here in the dark silence of the Soul Sea, the stone saint looked just like a statue. She was approximately as tall as Sunny, looking miniature in comparison to the rest of the nightmare creatures he had to face on the Forgotten Shore. She was also uniquely human-like in appearance. If not for the dark grey hue and the stone-like nature of her granite skin, Sunny might have even mistaken the strange monster for a sleeper. Provided, he couldn't see much of her body behind the graceful dark armor. The nature of these strange creatures remained a mystery. Chapter 105 Living Stone. Previously, Sunny had considered the living statues to be just that, monuments brought to life by evil spirits. There were a lot of revenants like that walking the streets of the cursed city. Take the Black Knight, for example. Sunny was almost sure that the bastard was actually just a suit of armor with a vengeful wraith imprisoned within it. He had no proof that there was an actual body in that moving steel fortress, at least. However, after watching the stone saint die right before his eyes, he wasn't so sure that she and the Black Knight were the same anymore. There certainly were similarities, even the design of their armors was somewhat similar, as though one had originated from the other. But the stone warrior's armor seemed much more ancient. And then there was the ruby dust that flowed from the stone creature's wounds instead of blood. Since when did statues have blood? It was almost like these strange creatures were designed to possess their own weird form of life. Come think about it, the stone warriors resembled artificial beings brought to life by some dark magic much more than they resembled undead creatures. Mysteries, mysteries, mysteries all around. Perhaps the runes describing the stone saint would provide him with some answers. The echo, meanwhile, was coming to life. Two magenta flames ignited in her gemstone eyes. The stone of her armor suddenly gleamed with subtle metal shine, the smooth surface of her granite skin turned slightly less rigid. Silently turning her head, the saint gazed at Sunny through the narrow split of her helmet's visor. Let's see. He concentrated on the runes. Echo Stone Saint. Echo Rank Awakened. Echo Class Monster. Echo Attributes Battle Master, Stalwart, Mark of Divinity. Sunny blinked. Mark of Divinity. That was the same as his original attribute. What business did a nightmare creature have walking around with the traces of divinity left in its evil, corrupted soul? And what with these other attributes? Battle Master Attribute Description. Born on the battlefield, the Stone Saint is proficient in all forms of combat. Stalwart Attribute Description. The Stone Saint is highly resistant to all forms of damage, as well as being fully immune to mind and soul attacks. Bewildered, Sunny shook his head. No wonder these silent stone warriors were so deadly. They were literally a bunch of killing machines created to last as long and deal as much damage as possible on the battlefield. But who had created them? Leaving the attributes alone, he lowered his gaze and read the next line of runes. Echo Description. Deep in the cavernous halls of his dark domain, the last child of the unknown had created them from stone to quell the fire burning in his resentful heart. However, that fire only grew hotter. Designed to bring peace, they were instead born into an endless war. The unknown again. Or rather, their children. It seemed like his theory was correct. The Stone Saint was either an artificial being or a descendant of one. In any case, that was before she was corrupted by whatever it was that had corrupted all the nightmare creatures. and especially those in the cursed city. Now even gods wouldn't be able to describe what exactly she was. Not that it mattered. A monster was a monster. Sunny was more interested in the fact that the traces of divinity that the stone warrior bore had to have come from their original creator, who was at least partially one of the unknown. Which meant that the unknown, indeed, were closely related to the gods and to divinity itself. Just like mysterious weaver. Looking away from the runes, Sunny studied the motionless echo with his altered eyes. What he saw made him smile darkly. Just like the memories, the true essence of the echo was weaved from the countless diamond strings that formed an infinitely complex pattern. Only in its case, the pattern was even more elaborate, dwarfing anything that Sunny had previously seen. 2 embers were burning inside the stone saint's body, serving as anchors for the endless strings. One of them was situated in the place where her heart should have been, the other in the lower part of her abdomen. Sunny closed one eye and looked more closely. And there, behind the shining pattern of the diamond strings, he noticed another, much more primitive and crude system of adamantine threads. They pierced the stone flesh of the echo, resembling a human nervous system. These strings were also seemingly made from diamond, but they were much less ethereal. In fact, they were entirely corporeal. Sunny frowned. Makes sense, that makes sense. Wait, how does it make sense? The memories and the echoes were created by the spell. They were artificial. The stone saint, too, was artificial, but in a much more mundane sense. She was made by a child of the unknown, just like her echo was made by the spell. Which meant what? That the technique that had been used to create the stone saint was eerily similar to the technique that the spell used, although it did look extremely primitive in comparison. Could that mean that the spell itself had come from the unknown? Sunny grimaced and shook his head. No, no. Although it was a sound theory, there was too little information to actually consider it substantiated or even remotely believable. He needed to find out more, learn more, uncover more before even beginning to understand the true story that connected the spell, the gods, the unknown, and his own life into one nightmarish tapestry. But there would be time for it later. Right now, he had something equally as interesting right within his grasp. Glancing one last time at the graceful stone monster, Sunny gulped and licked his lips. Then, he said timidly, Let's do this." Taking a step forward, he hesitated and then carefully put his hand on the breastplate of the stone saint's armor, right across from the place where the main nexus of her spell weave was situated. To his surprise, the breastplate felt like stone and was warm to the touch. It was as though a furious crimson flame was burning inside the nightmare creature's chest. Ha! As soon as Sunny touched the echo, a new string of runes appeared in the air in front of him. Transform echo into a shadow. He hesitated, once again afraid to make the choice. What was he going to do if the process made the stone saint weaker, or even useless? Trying not to think of this possibility, Sunny sighed and forced himself to say, "Yes." An imperceptible change happened to the soul sea, as though a gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The tranquil dark water seemed to simultaneously stay still and move restlessly. Then, a sudden pressure came from somewhere above. Raising his head, Sunny saw two dark beams descending from the depths of the shadow core. One of them fell on the echo, while the other landed on one of the silent shadows that stood motionlessly behind his back, as though connecting them together. Bathed in the dark light, the shadow of the dead stone saint slowly dissolved into it. And then the echo began to change. Chapter 106, Creating a Monster. Under Sunny's watchful eyes, the echo began to change. The light falling from the shadow core seemed to seep into the flesh of the stone creature, making it shine with dark radiance. Wisps of shadowy fog emanated from beneath her impervious plate armor, slowly merging with it. It looked as though the stone saint was engulfed in ghostly black flame, being remade by it. What little color there was on her body was washed away and replaced with nothing but darkness. Only two crimson fires burning in her ruby eyes remained, slightly changing their hue and becoming more menacing. Of course, all these changes were happening on the surface. If not for the traumatic transformation that Sunny had gone through to inherit a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage, this would have been all he saw. However, with his eyes altered by the agony of consuming the drop of divine blood, he was able to see much more. Beneath the surface, the essence of the echo was being changed as well, in a way much more fundamental than its outer appearance. The shining embers that served as anchors for the weave of diamond strings had lost their radiance, becoming as transparent and empty as the shadow core itself. The diamond strings were gone, replaced by a sea of darkness. That darkness had a form, a shape that perfectly followed the lines of the stone saint's body. It was as though a living shadow was now inhabiting it, usurping the role that had been played by the pattern of the sorceress strings once. Although similar in appearance to the original echo, this new creature was a completely different type of existence. Sunny had never seen anything like it before. It was created by his aspect, after all. The process of transformation, meanwhile, was coming to the end. The ray of dark light cast by the shadow core was disappearing, its reflection drowning in the calm water of the silent sea. The black flames were already fully absorbed by the stone-like armor of the saint, gone with the dark radiance of her smooth granite skin. Sunny observed the stone saint. Clad in the lusterless black armor, with two ruby flames burning in the deep shadows of the visor, she looked like an incarnation of pure darkness, a noble demon sent to wage war against heaven from the depths of hell. What changed the most, however, was her presence. Before, the echo felt like an empty shell, a magical tool rather than an actual being. Now, however, there were hints of mysterious will in her crimson eyes, a subtle sense there was a nascent spark of sentience burning somewhere deep within her lightless soul. Or whatever it was that the menacing monster had instead of a soul. This was a shadow. Just as this thought appeared in Sunny's mind, the faintly familiar voice of the spell resounded above the dark waters of the soul sea. You have created a shadow monster, stone saint. Hearing these words, Sunny smiled. However, a second later, the smile disappeared from his lips, replaced by a pained expression. Only now, after the process was complete, he felt a subtle emptiness permeating his whole body. He felt weakened. The loss of 100 shadow fragments was finally making its effect known. He had suspected that spending them in this way would reverse the process of power accumulation that had consumed him for these last few months, but it was still an unpleasant feeling. He was much stronger than he had been during the journey through the labyrinth, however, some of his physical might was unmistakably gone, leaving him with a bitter feeling of regret. No, he had known that this would happen, and decided to proceed with the experiment anyway. It was well worth it. Forgetting about the change in his physical state, Sunny walked around his shadow and observed her from different sides. The stone saint's eyes silently followed his movements, sending glints of crimson light reflecting from the black surface of the tranquil sea. This is amazing. I wonder what she is capable of. Summoning the runes, Sunny immediately noticed that there was a new cluster shining right beneath the one describing his echoes. Shadow Stone Saint. Excited to learn more about his new pet monster, Sunny was about to concentrate his attention on the runes, but then stopped and glanced down at his own shadow, a little embarrassed. Sorry. How are you feeling, buddy? You aren't, jealous or anything. The shadow looked away and pretended that it didn't know him. It was seemingly indifferent to the appearance of a new shadow creature in his service, even though this new shadow had a capital letter to its name. Well, I just wanted to say that you shouldn't be. I still value you very much, even though the Stone Saint is probably capable of slicing powerful monsters into tiny pieces with her sword, while you're still just a useless piece of an incredibly capable scout and my most trusted confidant. I still appreciate you. Yeah. He stared at the shadow for a bit and, seeing that it didn't react in any way, turned away. This guy had better step up his game. Ha! Focusing on the runes, Sunny summoned the description of the shadow and read. Shadow Stone Saint. Shadow Rank Awakened. Shadow Class Monster. Shadow Attributes Battle Master, Stalwart, Spark of Divinity. Sunny blinked. It seemed as though Stone Saint's divine attribute had evolved to match his own. Was it because he was her master? This was a nice surprise. However, he still didn't see how she was different from before. Frowning, he continued to look through the shimmering runes. Shadow description: Shadow Saint was created by the treacherous lost from light in the cursed darkness of the Forgotten Shore. Again with this whole treachery stuff. Can I get another epithet, huh? But in the next moment, he forgot all about this little frustration. Because the following line of runes showed him something really unexpected. Just beneath the description, a familiar set of runes shined in the air. Shadow Fragments 0200. Chapter 107: Growing Shadow. Sunny stared at the runes, perplexed. Then, a sudden light of understanding appeared in his eyes. He finally realized what was the principal difference between an echo and a shadow. It was really very simple. The echoes were mere replicas of the creatures that had left them behind. They were molded in their image and never changed, always remaining the same as the originals at the moment of their deaths. Shadows, however, were different. After all, they were mercurial by nature, always changing their forms and shapes depending on the environment. And so, a shadow was capable of change to some extent, too. It was capable of growth. His eyes widened. By slaying nightmare creatures, he was able to absorb their shadow fragments and become stronger. Eventually, his shadow core was bound to evolve, turning from dormant to awakened and beyond. The jump in power that came with this evolution was nothing short of unmatched. Granted, he wasn't sure about the particular details of this process, not to mention that, as a human, he could only become an awakened after returning from the dream realm into the real world, which was impossible to do in this godforsaken place. He also didn't know what would happen if he actually managed to accumulate the 1,000 shadow fragments that the runes demanded. But no matter what happened, if he were to continue walking forward on the path of the awakened, he would eventually outgrow his memories and echoes, rendering them weak and useless against the enemies of the comparable rank. He would then be forced to discard them and try to find suitable replacements, with no guarantee whatsoever that he would actually succeed. This problem was not as dire when it came to memories, which were comparatively easy to get. The echoes, however, were exceedingly rare. Once an echo grew too weak to accompany its master, replacing it was an extremely tall task. But shadows were capable of growing with him, becoming more powerful just as he grew more powerful. As long as Sunny was willing to put in the work, his shadow would never fall behind. The possibilities that this simple quality opened up were truly endless. It was enough to completely change his plans for the future. In the past, Sunny always envisioned himself as the main force on the battlefield, only relying on memories and a stray echo or two to support him. That was because echoes of higher ranks and classes were so unimaginably hard to come by. Although much more rare than memories, there were still many dormant echoes around, and a fair number of awakened ones too. They were mainly shared among masters and saints, who were capable of defeating the nightmare creature of these ranks with comparative ease. But battles against fallen and corrupted monsters, not to mention anything even more dreadful, were never easy. As such, there were not enough trophies brought back after killing creatures of their kind to make the idea of acquiring an echo of a higher rank a realistic possibility. For everyone except for Sunny. He could slaughter weaker monsters, get lesser echoes, and then cultivate them into unstoppable beasts of slaughter. Not bound by the laws of probability and diminishing chances, he could slowly build an army of powerful shadows to fight his battles for him, and then watch them destroy his enemies from a safe distance while sipping on a cocktail. That's what rich people drank, right? Not to mention that monsters were not bound by the need to pass nightmares to raise their rank, at least not to Sunny's knowledge. To be honest, he had no idea how nightmare creatures evolved their cores. Carapace Demon had seemed to do just fine just by eating the fruits of the soul tree and slowly absorbing large amounts of soul essence. In any case, there was a possibility that he would be able to make the Shadow Saint much more powerful than he himself had the chance to become on the Forgotten Shore. Perhaps even powerful enough to make his life here truly tolerable. Looking at the shadow with excited sparks dancing in his eyes, Sunny grinned from ear to ear. You and I are going to accomplish great things together, buddy. If his own shadow wasn't worried about its place in his heart yet, it would be smart to start worrying about it right about now. The question that was consuming Sunny's thoughts now was this: how, exactly, was he supposed to feed the Shadow Saint with fragments? If he could simply transfer some of his own to her, he would do it without a second thought, even though that would diminish his personal strength even further. However, there seemed to be no way to do so. No amount of looking at the runes, touching the silent stone creature or trying to talk to the spell did the trick. Sunny even asked for advice from his own shadow, but that guy was in no mood to talk. The scornful word traitor was written all over his expressionless dark spot of a face. At least that's what Sunny read from it after being met with the silent treatment. In all the excitement, he failed to remember that the shadow was physically unable to speak. Scratching the back of his head, Sunny paced around the soul sea and tried to come up with a reasonable way to stuff some shadow fragments inside the taciturn stone monster. Well, the most obvious answer is to go and make her kill some nightmare creatures. However, will it work? When my loyal scavenger killed something, it was I who received the fragments, not him. Wait, him? Did Cassie infect me with her childish desire to assign human qualities to everything? It, not him, it was I and not it. Right, that's better. Wait, what was I talking about? Glancing at the outside world, Sunny frowned. It was currently the day there usually, he would be sound asleep by now. Going out during the day was dangerous. He would have to walk outside the shadows, allowing all kinds of fallen horrors to lay eyes on him. He only survived for so long in this hell by being extremely cautious, cowardly, and only hunting during the night. He paid a harsh price to learn these lessons, almost losing his life in the process. But still should he risk it? Chapter 108 Test Dummy. Still undecided, Sunny dismissed the Stone Saint. He was curious to see if the slumbering shadow would become a sphere of light just like an echo would. However, she did not. As soon as he gave the command, the ornate armor of the stone creature was immediately engulfed in black flame, and with a gust of ghostly wind, she was gone. It seemed as though the shadow was returned into the embrace of the shadow core that had created her, and was now sleeping in its depths, bathed in the invisible waves of nurturing dark flames. Sunny scratched the back of his head. So, the shadows literally dwelled within the deepest part of his soul. He didn't really know how to feel about this, but felt that it was strangely fitting. He was a child of shadows himself, after all. With a thoughtful sigh, Sunny emerged from the soul sea and looked around his secret lair. Outside the ruined cathedral, the sun was shining above the cursed city. But none of its rays could reach this tranquil hidden chamber. Sunny suspected that once, long ago, the secret room served as the private quarters of a venerated young priestess who performed sacred rites in this temple. He had found some of her things in the modest wardrobe that was hidden behind a stone panel, somehow preserved in pristine condition despite the thousands of years that had passed since the city had fallen to the curse of darkness. If not for the lamentable disparity of their genders, he would have had a whole collection of clothes to wear, instead of spending every waking hour dressed in the same good old puppeteer's shroud. There were limits to the amount of abuse that even a fifth-tier armor could withstand. However, in a sense, he was lucky. At least his armor was made out of soft fabric. It would have been much worse if he had to wear a suit of plate armor or a rusty chainmail instead. That priestess, of course, had not used the same extravagant method to enter her private quarters. There actually was a doorway that led outside the room and into a concealed corridor that ended with a narrow stairwell. However, the stairs had long collapsed, leaving only a deep vertical shaft behind. This was Sunny's route of escape in case someone or something would find his lair. Standing up from the magnificent wooden chair, Sunny paced around for a bit and then lighted the fire under a makeshift stove, planning to make himself some late supper. The orange flames illuminated the hidden chamber, sending shadows dancing on its walls. Oh, right. I never got fresh meat. The night was so eventful that he had completely forgotten the initial purpose of his hunt. Throwing the last few strips of meat on the grill, he seasoned them with salt and sighed once again. The desire to simply venture outside and get into a fight with the nearest nightmare creature seemed more attractive with each minute. No, that's how you end up dead. To distract himself from these seductive thoughts, Sonny decided to summon the stone saint into the material world and perform a few experiments in the safety of his secret lair. Standing up, he willed the shadow to appear. The secretive chamber was submerged in deep shadows. His own was hidden in one of them, standing with its arms crossed on the cold stone wall. In Sonny's vision, it appeared as a silhouette made from a deeper shade of black. Usually, an echo would appear in front of the summoner, weaved from the countless sparks of moving light. However, the stone saint entrance was completely different. Instead of materializing out of thin air, she stepped out of his shadow like a sinister dark night. Wreathed in darkness, her elegant figure emanated a sense of danger and foreboding. First, 2 ruby eyes ignited in the depths of the shadow. Then, the darkness came to life and surged forward, taking the form of the deadly stone monster. The sole of her stone-like silhouette touched the floor with a loud clang, and a moment later, the shadow saint was standing in the middle of his room, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword. Sonny grimaced, feeling a slight headache. So the shadow was hiding in a shadow, and then the shadow came out of the shadow to stand with it in the shadows. This is starting to get out of hand. I really need to come up with better terminology. He felt that this was a vital problem, but no suitable words came to his mind. Glancing at the silent duo, Sonny hesitantly asked, "Any ideas?" Sadly, both his shadow and his shadow were mute and unable to voice their opinions even if they wanted to. Left with no assistance whatsoever, Sonny sighed. "All right, I'll think of something later. For now, let's see what you're capable of." Summoning his shadow, he wrapped himself in its comforting embrace and faced the stone saint, preparing to test her strength. Inhaling deeply, he focused and gave the menacing monster a command. "Strike me." Sonny expected that the shadow would hesitate for a moment, maybe even requiring some persuasion to turn on her master. Instead, the stone saint immediately leaned forward and punched him in the chest without a second thought. With his physical prowess enhanced by the shadow, Sonny was sure of his ability to withstand one blow from the awakened monster, at least to a certain degree. However, he was wrong. So wrong. Before he could even react, the armor-clad stone fist crashed into his ribs, making Sonny feel as though he was hit by a train. In the next second, he found himself lying on the floor, surrounded by numerous pieces of broken wood. Oh no, my chair. The magnificent chair was gone, ruthlessly turned into splinters and firewood by the impact with his back. It was completely unsalvageable. Sonny's back wasn't doing much better. Turning onto his stomach with a moan, Sonny spat a bit of blood on the stone floor and weakly raised one hand, giving the shadow saint thumbs up. Good, well done. 10 out of 10, just like crap, that really hurts just like I expected. Casting a furtive glance at the elegant stone knight, he forced a smile out and tried to stand up. I think I need to amend some details of the future experiments. Next, Sonny was planning to enhance the stone saint with the shadow before getting her to strike him again. However, on second thought, there were better ways to measure her power. Chapter 109 Soulmates. Picking himself up from the floor, Sonny staggered and found his way back to the fire burning under the improvised grill. Glancing at the motionless stone knight, he spat a bit more blood and groaned. As the appetizing aroma of roasting meat filled the air, the blood we've got busy repairing his body. By the time his supper was ready, Sonny was able to breathe without wincing. Putting the meat on his prized possession, the luxurious silver plate, Sonny prepared to eat. On the forgotten shore, simple everyday necessities like plates were rarer than enchanted swords and magical suits of armor. In the whole cursed city, only Gunlord and his 5 lieutenants were able to dine with as much decorum as Sonny. Granted, he had yet to find even a single pair of chopsticks in this whole damn place, let alone something more technologically advanced, like a spoon. Of course, Sunny could try and make one himself, but that wasn't the same thing. The Shadow Saint was silently looking at him with her burning ruby eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under her mysterious gaze, Sunny glanced at his plate, then at the menacing stone creature. You want some?" He raised a piece of meat and offered it to the taciturn monster. However, the Stone Saint showed no reaction at all. "Well, suit yourself." Using the prowling thorn as a kitchen utensil, Sunny dug in, devouring the juicy meat like a starving animal. With not a single human soul around, he didn't bother with table manners at all. That's the life. His perpetually hungry outskirt self would have been really shocked to see this extravagant feast. That was real meat. He had hunted and prepared it himself, no less. More than that, he got to enjoy a similar type of luxury food almost every day. Of course, that real meat had come from a revolting horror of a monster, but these were just small details. Chewing on the last piece with a sense of deep satisfaction, Sunny thoughtfully looked at the Stone Saint. It was time to continue. Earlier, he wanted to see if there was a possible synergy between the different powers that his aspect possessed. Namely, if the enhancement provided by shadow control could be applied to shadows. Sunny knew that his shadow was able to enhance his body, his memories, and, with lesser effect, various inanimate objects. However, it was unable to enhance other humans and memories that belonged to them, as well as any living creature except for Sunny himself. He had secretly tested it during his travels with Nephis and Cassie to come up with this conclusion. More importantly, it couldn't affect echoes. But what about shadows? Giving a mental command, Sunny sent his shadow in the direction of the Stone Saint and held his breath. Flowing like water, the shadow silently grasped the statuesque monster in its dark embrace. Then, it seemed to disappear, as though absorbed by the stone flesh of the tenebrous night. A moment later, Stone Saint's ruby eyes blazed with crimson fire. Her smooth granite skin shined with dark radiance once again, smoky wisps of the ghostly grey fog oozing from beneath her stone-like armor like dancing flames. Suddenly, it felt as though the temperature in the hidden chamber dropped by a couple of degrees. Shadows around the menacing creature seemed to swell, becoming deeper and darker, like a vast mantle sewn from boundless empty blackness. The elegant Stone Saint had always looked dangerous and deadly, but now, she was downright fearsome. Even without having the Shadow Saint strike him again, Sunny could tell that the experiment ended in a resounding success. It was apparent that the two types of his shadows were practically created for each other. Her power was increased twofold, at least. A bit peeved, he looked down and sighed. Why does she look so much cooler than I do when using the shadow? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I'm the true divine shadow here, me where's my aura of mysterious coolness? Shaking his head, Sunny lamented his lack of good looks and simultaneously congratulated himself on becoming the master of such a stylish monster. Technically, it didn't matter how his shadows looked, just as long as they were powerful. However, he was secretly glad that his first shadow was not only powerful, but also a darkly beautiful sight to behold. Killing monsters was great, but killing monsters while looking good was even better. Wait, if she can use my shadow, what else can she use? Suddenly excited, Sunny finally swallowed the half-forgotten piece of meat and dismissed the Stone Saint. Then, he shifted his perspective to look at the Soul Sea and summoned her again, this time inside it. The shadow appeared in the whirlwind of black flames and stood motionlessly upon the still waters of the silent sea. Her mysterious ruby eyes stared at him through the narrow visor of her stone helmet. Not wasting any time, Sunny looked up at the spheres of light circling around the shadow core. What if I can equip her with actual memories? What to choose? She was extremely strong and very proficient with her round shield, so wasn't it logical to assume that a tower shield would suit her even better? Coincidentally, he happened to have one of those. Sunny summoned the memory that he had gotten in one of the fights on the streets of the Cursed City. It was a large, square tower shield that was almost as tall as him. The thing was too heavy and unwieldy to actually use in combat, at least not by Sunny. Plus, he wielded a tachi, which could only perform to its full potential while held in both hands. Grabbing the cumbersome shield, Sunny walked over to the Shadow Saint and handed it to her with a hopeful smile. Here. Take this. Please? The shadow stared at him for a few moments, then lowered her head and glanced at the tower shield. Come on. Come on, take it. His heart skipped a bit when the statuesque creature slowly raised her hands and grasped the memory with her stone gauntlets. Yes, that's right now, use it. The stone saint obediently brought the shield to her chest. And then shattered it. Sunny froze, his mouth hanging open. Your memory has been destroyed. What? The shards of the broken memory turned into a river of tiny sparks of light, just like the echo of the carapace scavenger and the azure blade had done before disappearing forever. My tower shield. Sunny felt a sharp dagger of sorrow stab at his heart. Yes, the shield was of no use to him. But it would sell for so much money in the real world. Why did this evil thing have to break it? Why? Wasn't his beautiful chair enough? He gazed at the tiny sparks, wanting to cry. However, a moment later, his eyes widened. Because the river of sparks did not disappear. Instead, it circled around the stone saint's body and then suddenly flowed through it, separating into two streams. Each stream was then absorbed by one of the dark embers burning in the depths of the living shadow that was hiding inside the monster's body. Sunny blinked. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Chapter 110 Memento. Sunny stared at the Shadow Saint, dumbfounded. The storm of emotions that the destruction of the tower shield had produced was still tugging on his heartstrings, but now, an equally powerful feeling was slowly welling up in his chest. Not knowing how to process all of this, he simply blinked a couple of times and said in a flat tone. Huh? So, let me get this straight. He gave the shield to his pet monster hoping that she would be able to use it. And she did, sort of. It's just that instead of wielding the memory, she ate it. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, wondering if he had finally lost it. But no, the echo of the spell's voice was still resounding above the dark waters, whispering the same phrase over and over again. Stone Saint has grown stronger. With a heavy sigh, Sunny summoned the runes and found the description of the shadow. Down at the very bottom of it, the runes were slightly changed. Shadow Fragments 2200. A wild gleam appeared in his eyes. 2 fragments. He had received the memory of the tower shield after slaying a particularly hardy wraith, who, despite its frightening appearance, had turned out to be merely an awakened monster. For killing it, Sunny himself had received 4 shadow fragments. But that was because his own shadow core was dormant, and as such, he always got double the reward in battles against creatures of the higher rank, 2 for each soul core that an awakened creature possessed. The Stone Saint was such a creature herself, so it was logical to assume that she would not receive the same treatment. The tower shield had come from a monster with 2 awakened cores, so she received 2 fragments for consuming its memory. Which meant that, with a fire of excitement burning in his eyes, Sunny hurriedly summoned another memory. A disgusting eye with a menacing vertical pupil appeared from the dissipating brightness of the descending sphere of light. That eye came from a basilisk-like creature that Sunny had killed a few weeks ago. To survive the battle, he had to fight it with his own eyes closed, relying solely on the shadow sense to move through the rubble and dodge the attacks of the deadly beast. In the end, he had beheaded the vile thing with a slash of his swift blade seconds before being ripped apart by its claws. It was a fine test for his nascent combat skill. Sadly, the memory came with none of the powers that the actual beast had possessed. It was only capable of producing a harmless beam of red light, which could only be used for creating mood lighting, at least in the case of Sunny, who could see in the dark. Grabbing the eye, he held it out for the Stone Saint to take. The shadow grasped the disgusting thing, brought it to her chest, and then crushed it in her armored fist. Once again, the memory disintegrated into countless tiny sparks of ethereal light, which were then absorbed by the darkness hiding inside the elegant creature's body. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Sunny grinned, then threw his head back and laughed. So that's how it was the shadows fed on memories, they consumed them to receive power, just like he killed nightmare creatures to consume the remnants of their shadows. To make sure, he glanced at the runes again and saw exactly what he had expected to see. Shadow fragments 3200. Tier 1 awakened memory, 1 fragment. Makes sense. Giddy with anticipation, Sunny summoned the next memory. A bulky suit of rusty plate armor appeared from the sphere of light and hovered in the air in front of him. This one he had received after burning the towering nest of monstrous, flesh-devouring termites to the ground. Creating a bonfire in the absolute darkness of the Forgotten Shores night was a dangerous endeavor, but he had hoped to receive hundreds of shadow fragments by eviscerating the whole swarm of these tiny gluttonous creatures. Judging by the amount of bones littering the ground around the nest, they were a real plague. Sadly, the entire colony had turned out to be a single demonic being, landing him only 6 fragments. He even had to retreat without collecting the soul shards from the smoldering remains of the hive, scared away by the approach of several fallen horrors that had been attracted by the bright flames. The memory was of little consolation, since his own puppeteer's shroud was superior to it in all regards. But now, finally, it could be of use. The stone saint devoured the armor just like she had devoured the over 2 memories. Once again, the spell announced that the shadow monster had grown stronger. The runes changed again. Shadow fragment 6200. Every time the numbers changed, Sunny felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His menacing stone knight was becoming more fearsome with each second. He suspected that gambling addicts felt something similar in the throes of a rare winning streak. Caught in the moment, he grasped the next memory, but then stopped and stared at the small silver bell that lay silently in his hand. This one was the first memory he had ever received, barely holding on to OIF. Ian, the bitter cold and terror of the first nightmare. It was the weakest memory he had, but also the most meaningful. Sunny had killed one human to receive it, and had used it to kill another. The silver bell was a reminder. With bleak eyes, he read the runes that shimmered in the lightless emptiness of his soul. A small memento of a long-lost home, which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Suddenly drained of the excitement that had been consuming him just a few moments ago, Sunny sighed heavily and dismissed the memory. There was a dark expression on his face. Glancing at the motionless shadow saint, he turned away. That's enough for today. What a long day. I think you'll go to sleep now. Leaving the soul sea, he stood silently for a few minutes, then slowly walked to his bed and fell on it. Dismissing the puppeteer's shroud, Sunny wrapped himself in the blanket and closed his eyes. He was so tired. Chapter 111 Lesser Creature. Sunny woke up from the oppressive feeling that drowned the whole world. The sunset was drawing near, and with it, the abyssal shadow of the Crimson Spire had once again fallen on the cursed city. The distant spire could be seen from anywhere in these somber ruins, looming over the forgotten shore like an eternal dark omen. It was cyclopean and unimaginably high, with its roots growing from the endless sea of crimson coral and its peak lost somewhere beyond the veil of grey clouds. In these past few months, Sunny had gotten accustomed to its presence and learned to not pay it any attention. Thinking about the spire was a sure road to madness. After all, somewhere inside that inconceivable structure lay their only hope of ever returning home. And hope was a poison. Yawning, Sunny stood up and stretched his arms. His good mood, which he had momentarily lost for some strange reason, was already returning. Now that he had some time to put the events of the previous night into perspective, he understood even more clearly how amazing his luck had been recently. The acquisition of the Stone Saint and her following transformation into a shadow were nothing short of miraculous. His life was about to change for the better. However, Sunny had to think things through thoroughly. He was in uncharted waters in regards to how to cultivate his pet monster. The initial excitement he felt after realizing that the Shadow Saint was capable of consuming memories to collect shadow fragments was gone. In its place, there now was a series of uncomfortable questions. Sunny had spent somewhere around 6 months on the Forgotten Shore. In all this time, he had only been able to collect 3 memories that were suitable to be fed to the shadow, giving her mere 6 shadow fragments. With the current speed of progression, he would have to wait for 16 full years to see his labor bear fruit and find out what exactly was going to happen once the Stone Saint had accumulated all 200 shadow fragments that the runes demanded. Even among the elites of Gunlorg's army, there was no one who had survived on the Forgotten Shore for more than 10 years. The king of the castle himself had only been here for 8, and only lived that long in large part due to luck. Granted, Sunnis' battle ability would grow dramatically once the deadly Stone Knight was added into the equation, but still, it was too long. He had to think of something. While he was doing the math, Sunnis' eyes fell on the iron chest that stored his painstakingly accumulated fortune of soul shards. Distracted, he froze for a few moments, then hesitantly approached the chest and stared at its lid. By the standards of the Forgotten Shore, he was an incredibly rich man. His fortune could buy him a lot of things in the castle, from comparatively simple to increasingly rare and hard to come by. Some of the things that could be easily bought in that pit of despair he didn't even want to think about. What interested him the most, however, was the possibility of acquiring a large amount of memories. Powerful memories with useful enchantments were not cheap. In fact, they were extremely expensive. But he didn't really care about the quality. Since Stone Saint could get the same amount of fragments from the most useless of memories, all he needed was quantity. If he were to spend all of his shards, her power would instantly leap by a considerable amount. In the future, he would be able to cultivate the shadow at double the speed, 2/2 of the materials coming from the memories he would be acquiring from slaying monsters, the other from the memories he would be buying with the soul shards the monsters had left behind. That would potentially reduce the overall timeframe to a somewhat sensible period. However, there was a big problem with this plan. Once Sunny began to spend a large number of soul shards, he would inevitably draw a lot of attention. Dealing with random daredevils who would try to rob him, while not pleasant, was not a big problem. But if Gunlorg himself were to become interested in his exploits, that would spell disaster. And then there was Nephis, whose presence made any sort of planning futile for reasons that only she and Sunny knew. Everyone else seemed to be blind and deaf to the truth, which was the source of the problem. Sunny frowned and turned away from the chest. I might come back to this idea later. But first, I'll have to check if consuming memories is the only way for a shadow to grow stronger. He still wanted to know if the Stone Saint could absorb shadow fragments by slaying nightmare creatures, just like he could. Some time later, Sunny was cautiously moving through the stone maze of the Forsaken City. Able to become one with the shadows, he had a certain advantage over anyone else who would dare to explore these cursed ruins in the absolute darkness of the night. However, even he was always just one step away from death. Attracting the attention of the real masters of the streets, the fallen creatures who dwelled here from the ancient times, would be the end of him. Sunny had no illusions about that. Humans only survived here by learning how to avoid the fallen ones and seek out weaker monsters to hunt. There weren't a lot of lesser creatures who were able to secure a foothold in the cursed city, so hunting them was always dangerous. Nevertheless, that was what Sunny had made into his profession, and that was what he was doing now. Finally, he reached the area where he had observed a particular creature in the past. Surprisingly, Sunny was intimately familiar with that type of monster. After all, one of them had almost cost him his life in the past. Somewhere around this particular street, a lone carapace centurion had made its lair. Climbing atop a tall stone column, Sunny stood motionlessly in the darkness and waited for his prey to appear. Time moved excruciatingly slowly, but a good hunter had to have a lot of patience. His dark eyes pierced the veil of night, observing the ghostly ruins. 1 hour passed, then another. Sunny waited. Soon, his patience was finally rewarded. From the deep darkness of one of the toppled buildings, a familiar hulking shape appeared in all its menacing beauty. The carapace centurion stepped onto the cobblestones, his black carapace decorated with crimson patterns, 2 terrifying bone sides scraping against the stone. Sunny smiled. The carapace centurion only had time to take a single step before two crimson flames suddenly ignited in the deep shadows that consumed the ruined street. Then, a graceful stone knight stepped out of the darkness. Raising her shield, she rested the blade of her sword on its rim. Wisps of ghostly grey fog were seeping from under her armor, a strange dark radiance emanating from her skin. The darkness around seemed to move, as though wanting to embrace her like a dark mantle. The two monsters, one massive and savage, one small and steadfast, froze opposite each other. And then, all hell broke loose. Chapter 112 Duel of the Monsters. Just like in the battle against two fallen beasts, the stone saint attacked first. Striking her sword against the rim of the shield twice, she dashed forward without fear or hesitation. Of course, Sunny was not sure if shadows were even capable of feeling fear. The carapace centurion reacted swiftly and savagely, lunging at her in a furious onslaught of adamantine chitin and jagged blades. In front of this towering creature, Shadow Saint looked meager and slight. The two monsters collided in the middle of the street, a small shockwave spreading outward from the point of their impact. Dust and small pieces of gravel were sent flying through the air. Sunny watched the battle with vigilant eyes. He suspected that these two nightmare creatures were somewhat equal in terms of power. The centurion was much bigger and heavier, the impenetrable carapace making it an especially deadly adversary. All carapace creatures were unnaturally tough and strong. It also had the advantage of reach and mass. The Shadow Saint was equally as resilient due to her heavy armor and stone-like nature. Despite her small frame, the graceful knight possessed a stunning amount of strength. Sunny also had to keep reminding himself that she was not actually human, and as a being made of stone, weighed much more than a human would. The disadvantage of her size was bridged by battle awareness and skill, making the outcome of the fight unpredictable. However, that was only true if he failed to account for the dark embrace of his shadow. With its reinforcement, the Stone Saint was unimaginably more powerful. Sunny was pretty sure that the Centurion stood no chance. Meanwhile, the two monsters were entwined in a ferocious battle. The Shadow Saint withstood the onslaught of bone scythes by bashing one away with her shield and evading the other. Not losing her momentum, she brought the shield down and slammed its edge into the Centurion's carapace, causing the hulking creature to stagger. The force of the impact was so grievous that it sent cracks running through the impregnable carapace. Sunny marveled at the sight, congratulating himself on the decision to not test the augmented monster's strength on himself. Using the opening that she had created, the Stone Saint twisted her torso and delivered a backhand blow with the boss of the shield, striking the same spot again. The already damaged chitin plate splintered, revealing the soft flesh beneath. A moment later, she was already moving to evade the fierce retaliation of the savage carapace creature. The graceful knight was miserly in her movements, dodging each strike with measured precision. Although Sunny was only a novice in the art of combat, he had learned enough to be able to recognize the hints of a distinct battle style in how the Stone Saint fought. Her whole technique was based in simplicity and economy of movement, each action calculated and efficient. Combining hard blocks, dodges and deflections with grounded footwork and well-timed ripostes, the Shadow was able to create a stark contrast between defense and offense, the former being solid and indomitable, the latter abrupt and inevitable. It was very different from the flowing and unpredictable style that Nephis had used, and that he himself had been taught. Only now did Sunny realize that the basic katas and forms he had practiced were, in fact, very unique and unusual. Where did his fighting style come from? There was a lot to consider here, both in terms of how to improve his current technique and how to incorporate new elements into it. However, that was a task for the future. Right now, he was more interested in the outcome of the fight. The Stone Saint was already suppressing her monstrous enemy. A few of the Centurion's legs were either broken or severed, streams of azure blood gashing out of the terrible wounds. However, it was still resisting furiously. But no matter how enraged it became, the silent and menacing poise of the graceful Shadow Knight was much more terrifying. Just at that moment, the Shadow Saint sidestepped a downward slash of one of the Centurion's scythes and then pinned it under her greave. Using her weight to immobilize the enemy's weapon, she delivered a vicious blow with the rim of her shield and shattered the bone blade into pieces. The carapace monster screeched, dazed by the loss of its scythe, and immediately tried to eviscerate the loathsome little fiend with the remaining one. However, he was a fraction of a second too late. With one side of its body left defenseless, the Stone Saint now had much more space to attack. Deflecting the scythe with the shield, she dashed forward and lashed out with an upward slash, severing it near the joint. Continuing the motion, she then stepped through the rain of azure blood and mercilessly thrust her sword into the opening in the Centurion's armor that had been created by her at the start of the fight. The stone blade pierced through the flesh of the monster and devastated its spine. The force of the blow was so immense that the tip of the sword broke through the chitin on the Centurion's back. Pulling the sword out of the dying creature's body with one sharp motion, the Shadow Saint shook the blood off the blade. Then, she indifferently stepped back and froze, seemingly turning into a dark, motionless sculpture. Only the crimson fire still burning in her ruby eyes betrayed that the shadow was alive. Sunny held his breath, waiting for the spell to speak. Soon, he heard its faintly familiar voice. "You have slain an awakened monster, Carapace Centurion. Your shadow grows stronger." Slightly disappointed, he summoned the runes and checked the number of the shadow fragments in his possession. Shadow fragments 307-1000. 93 left to 400, he thought automatically. Then, just to be sure, Sunny glanced at the description of the Stone Saint. Shadow fragments 6200. So just like with the echoes, the kills performed by the shadow benefited her master instead of the monster herself. It seemed as though consuming memories was truly the only way to feed the Stone Saint. Sunny frowned. Well, that complicates things. Chapter 113 Dark Well. After the Shadow Saint had ruthlessly eviscerated the Carapace Centurion and confirmed Sunny's suspicion that he wouldn't be able to cultivate her in that way, he was left with nothing much to do. The night was still young, but he had already achieved his goal. Now, he was free to do whatever he wished. However, there weren't very many options available in the Cursed City. He could continue to hunt, reveling in the newfound power. With the Stone Saint at his command, Sunny would be able to bathe the ruins in monster blood. However, that thought, no matter how seductive, left him uneasy. Hunting in this hellish place required patience and preparation. He only survived this long by carefully scouting the potential battlegrounds in advance and studying his prey from the shadows to learn its strengths and weaknesses, not rushing into a fight until he was absolutely sure that there was a solid chance of victory. Shadow Saint or not, betraying these principles would still get him killed. And with his mental state, slightly unstable, Sunny didn't trust himself to stay cautious once the easy wins kept piling up. He had to proceed slowly. Looking around the quiet ruins, Sunny smiled slightly. Actually, he wasn't that far from the library. He had indeed turned hunting nightmare creatures into a sort of profession, but it was just that, a job. Like any well-adjusted young man, he also had a hobby. In his free time, Sunny liked to explore the ruins. The warm feeling of satisfaction he had experienced after finding the hidden nest of the vile thieving bird never left his memory. There was something deeply engaging in uncovering fragments of long-lost history and piecing them together. Maybe Sunny had inherited this passion from teacher Julius, or maybe it had always been slumbering deep within his heart. In any case, he enjoyed exploring the ancient city a great deal. It was full of all kinds of mysteries, both large and small. After thousands of years had passed, most traces of the past had been erased by the merciless flow of time. But by looking in the right places and exercising critical thinking, insight and imagination, it was possible to piece together tiny shards of truth. Every time the seemingly disparate clues clicked into a coherent picture, Sunny felt a pleasant rush. Interestingly enough, it didn't matter whether that picture pertained to something important or completely useless. In fact, he enjoyed learning about the small details of the daily life that the inhabitants of the ancient city had once led, much more than he enjoyed learning about the possible origins of the catastrophe that had befallen them, despite the fact that the latter was directly related to his own survival. For example, he was very curious to learn more about the young priestess whose private quarters he had made into his secret lair. The things she had left behind told him a lot about how the people of the city used to dress and think about the world, filling his imagination with colorful pictures of crowded streets and solemn cathedrals. But it was still not enough. His latest exploration project was the ruins of a grand library. Of course, none of the books and scrolls had survived the thousands of years in the cursed darkness. Luckily, the people who used to live in the city before its fall were very fond of stone engravings. He spent a lot of time studying the intact wall carvings, as well as fragments of surviving frescoes. One fresco, in particular, was especially grandiose and tantalizing, covering the entire floor of the library's main hall. Sadly, it was almost completely buried under rubble. Sonny had managed to clear some of it away, but most pieces of the collapsed roof were too heavy for him to lift. Maybe the Shadow Saint would have more luck. It was a suitable plan, but, for some reason, Sonny felt strangely reluctant to return to the exploration of the library on that particular night. What else can I do? He jumped down from the stone column and approached the dead carapace centurion to carve out some meat and the soul shards. Come to think of it, the spot marked on the crude map that he had found on the body of the strange hunting party's leader was not that far away, too. Maybe he could check it out. Sonny vehemently shook his head. No, the map has to be fake anyway. Right? Trying to suppress the unhealthy fire of curiosity burning in his chest, Sonny concentrated on the task at hand. Once the meat and the shards were in his possession, though, the persistent desire to follow the map returned. And if it's not fake, that's even worse. Who knows what kind of horror those fools were searching for? Surely, there wouldn't be any treasure or important secrets hidden there. This whole thing smelled of nothing but peril. In fact, it reeked of something sinister, terrifying, and utterly evil. Sonny sighed. But honestly, what's the harm in taking one tiny look? It's just one look, what's the worst that can happen? Quietly stepping through the stone rubble, Sonny cautiously approached the spot marked on the map. For some strange reason, very few nightmare creatures seemed to choose this remote part of the city as their hunting grounds. It was as though they were compelled to avoid this place. Come to think about it, that fact alone would be enough to scare Sonny away. In normal circumstances. But with the stone saint hiding in his shadow, he felt a bit braver. He would be able to run away if anything happens, at least. Approaching a large building that had been magnificent once, Sonny climbed over the collapsed wall and found himself in a dark and secluded courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there was a well. Its round mouth loomed like an open wound in the stone, filled with nothing but empty blackness. The well was covered with a strange, ornate iron grate. It must have weighed several tons at least, as though someone desperately wanted to prevent anything from ever lifting it from its place and leaving the well open. Sonny gulped before approaching and looking through the grill of the grate. The silent well was so deep that he couldn't see its bottom. Maybe there wasn't one. Picking up a small stone, Sonny dropped it down. The black mouth of the well swallowed the stone, making it disappear. Many seconds passed, but there was no sound of the rock hitting anything. Sonny was almost ready to try again, but then the well spoke. A melodic, strangely enchanting voice resounded from its dark depths, filling Sonny's ears with sweetness. A guest. He staggered back, his eyes opening wide in fear. Nope. Not doing that. Sonny wanted to turn around and run away, but something stopped him from following his instinct. He sensed that leaving without finding out more was going to be a wrong decision. And the voice sounded so human-like. It was like the voice of someone you would want to be your friend. He shook his head, breaking free from the reverie. What were those damned fools up to? What are they doing there in that damn castle? I need to warn Nephis. No, wait, I need to find out more first. I'll try to understand what is going on here, but if there's any sign of danger, I run. Gritting his teeth, Sonny forced himself to stay still. A moment later, the well whispered. How wonderful. I haven't been fed in a long, long time. Chapter 114 Voice of Darkness. The enchanting voice came from the well in a wave of whispering echoes. It was soft and charming, flowing like a smooth silken melody. It seemed to belong to a young man if mere humans could even possess such a voice. A divine being would suit it more. Or a profane one. Sonny wasn't in the mood to appreciate the smooth and rich texture of the voice, though. He was covered in cold sweat. The echoes whispered. Time, time, time. In all his time on the forgotten shore, Sonny had only met one other creature capable of mimicking human speech. The memory of that encounter still made him tremble. The thing that had come from the depths of the dark sea in a mantle of fog and stolen Cass's voice was by far the most terrifying being he had ever met. He didn't even want to remember the utter horror he had felt when the swarm of whispering voices had surrounded him. On that night, Sonny had only been able to keep his sanity intact because of the blind girl's timely warning. He had only survived the meeting with the creature that possessed a human voice by keeping his eyes tightly shut. And now, here was another. Why were those hunters searching for this ancient horror? He frowned. If something sinister was brewing inside the castle, he had to warn Changing Star. But he couldn't do anything before establishing at least some understanding of the entire situation. That's why Sonny forced himself to stay still despite the fact that every instinct in his body screamed for him to run away. Instinct was not always the best advisor. Humans possessed intelligence for a reason. The black fissure of the well loomed in front of him like a pool of darkness. Suddenly, he was incredibly grateful for the immensely heavy ornate grate that kept the charming talker imprisoned in the lightless depths. Sonny licked his lips and tried to regain his composure. Ready to summon the stone saint and the midnight shard at any moment, he took a step forward and gazed into the dark emptiness once again. Then, he slowly said, "It's nice to meet you." He couldn't quite believe that he was trying to communicate with the terrifying prisoner of the well instead of running away without looking back. Life was sure full of surprises. Until the moment it gave you the last one, of course. A soft chuckle resounded from the well. After its melodious murmur disappeared in the darkness of the secluded courtyard, the voice said, "Oh, no, the pleasure is mine." The echoes whispered, "Mine, mine, mine." Sonny was considering his next words very carefully. My life might be depending on what I say next. He couldn't help but remember old fairy tales about terrible monsters that liked to play riddles with lost children. One wrong answer, and the children were devoured, never to be seen again. Was he going to end up in similar danger? It was still not too late to turn back. However, before he could ask his question or make the decision to retreat, the thing in the well spoke again. It said, "So are you guys going to feed me or not? Not to offend anyone, but lately, you've been very tardy. I have been sitting here by my lonesome for 3 days already. Or have you decided to try something new?" Sonny blinked. What? That wasn't exactly what he expected to hear from the mouth of an ancient evil. The thing sounded so human. He was almost tempted to believe that it actually was. That's how it gets you, fool. Sonny forced himself to remain vigilant. What did he know about how primordial evils were supposed to talk, anyway? If it was able to steal the knowledge of human language from his head, it would surely be able to steal some other things too. While Sonny was trying to comprehend what was happening, a few seconds flew by. The voice waited for a bit, then returned. "Oh, I see. So we are going with starvation now. Well, I have to give you guys some credit, this is your best idea yet. Sadly, it won't work. Do you even know what type of diets we trainees have to follow to debut? I guess not. Actually, I have to thank you. This is a great opportunity to work on my BMI. The echoes whispered. BMI, BMI, BMI. Wait, what? Sunny stared into the well, dumbfounded. His eye twitched. Don't tell me that there is really just some guy sitting on the bottom of that damn well. Feeling like the world suddenly stopped making any sense, he rubbed his temples, then asked in a strange tone. Who are you? The well fell silent. Sunny tried to remember what the charming voice had told him before. Something about not being fed in a long time. It surely sounded ominous and creepy in the moment, but if he looked at it a bit differently, if the group of hunters he lured to their deaths had been on its way to deliver food to a prisoner, then that would explain why the poor guy had to skip a few meals. But why would they keep someone imprisoned in this remote area of the ruins? Meanwhile, the voice spoke again. This time, it sounded tense. Wait, you're not one of the you're not gods. Sunny covered his face with his hand, realizing what was going to happen next. Oh, gods, it's not a human, heavens, I'm going to die. Those damn fools finally got me killed. From the perspective of a sleeper locked inside a well in the middle of the ruins, only two types of beings could come here to find him, either his captors or nightmare creatures. Sunny revealed that he wasn't one of the captors by asking his last question, which left only one other possibility. The fact that he came to the well during the night, alone, and not using anything to light the way only made the conclusion easier to make. Wait, it speaks, oh, gods, I've only ever heard of one other creature on the Forgotten Shore that can mimic human speech. No, not like this. Damn, he really does have a nice voice. It's beautiful even when full of despair, huh? What? It's just a voice, why am I so enamored with her? Was he so desperate to hear a human voice? Why? He was doing fine on his own. Great, even better than ever. Focus on the task. But what exactly was the task? Sunny had never expected to find a human at the end of the crude map. What was he supposed to do now? I guess the first step would be to find out who the guy in the well is, and how he got there. Then I can decide what to do with him, or if I should do anything at all. But there hid the problem first. Sunny had to convince the young man in the well that he was actually a human, too. Sunny glanced at his shadow, feeling somewhat helpless. The shadow was bent over, holding its stomach. Its shoulders were shaking. Chapter 115 Nightingale. Sunny could really understand how bad the situation looked from the perspective of the young man with a beautiful voice. The only thing that could be worse than approaching a terrifying dark well while thinking that there's an ancient and utterly evil creature hiding inside was to actually be locked inside that terrifying dark well while thinking that some abominable thing was looking down on you from above. At least Sunny had a chance to escape if things were to turn really bad. The poor guy in the well literally had nowhere to run. Of course, there was still the possibility that all of this was just a cunning act performed by some incredibly horrifying monster. Sunny had to keep that in mind while exploring the other theory. So if he is indeed a human, how do I make him believe that I'm not a monster? That wasn't a very simple task for Sunny. He had never been good at communicating with people in the first place, and 3 months of complete isolation did not make things any better. In fact, they had made everything worse. Now, even Sunny sometimes felt uncomfortable when talking to himself. What would Cassie say? He cleared his throat. Are you a human? I am too. I am a human, too. We are both humans. Great job, idiot. After that abhorrent attempt, Sunny wouldn't be even surprised to find out that he was not, in fact, a human. Who talks like that? The young man in the well grew silent. Then, he silently said, yeah, it's definitely all over for me. Oh, well. I had a good run, I guess. Sunny sighed heavily. Stop panicking, you idiot, I really am a human. The owner of the charming voice laughed. Please forgive me if I don't believe you. He was using respectful honorifics, as though recognizing Sunny as an elder. Which was logical, given that he believed him to be an eldritch horror. An eldritch horror would technically count as an elder, all things considered. Sunny groaned inwardly. Why are you using honorifics? I bet him younger than you. The young man imprisoned in the well hesitated. Wait, you really are human? Sunny smiled with excitement, feeling that he was making progress. Yes. I really am. The voice returned a dozen seconds later. How come you're here alone and in the middle of the night? You also don't seem to have any source of light with you. Please don't get angry, Sir Monster, but that's not exactly something a human would be able to do. Maybe you should work on your story a bit more next time you venture out to devour innocent souls. Just a piece of friendly advice. Sunny sighed. Very funny. I'm able to walk around the city at night because my aspect allows me to hide in the darkness. I can also see through it, too. How did you end up in this well, anyway? The young man lingered before answering. How does one usually end up in these situations? A bunch of thugs decided to shake me down for my memories. I politely refused, and here we are. They've been keeping me here for a couple of weeks, trying all kinds of methods to get me to transfer the memories to them. But I must say, their attempts were very clumsy. In terms of knowing how to terrorize people, these fellows are not even anywhere near the laziest of sasarangs. Sunny didn't know what a sasarang was, so he just assumed that it was some kind of a horribly malevolent nightmare creature. The rest of the story was somewhat easy to believe. Of course, it would take a very special kind of fool to choose the ruins, of all places, to keep a prisoner, but thugs were not known for their intelligence. Plus, their plan seemed to have worked pretty well right until the moment they had the misfortune of stumbling onto Sunny. Well, now he knew what this whole thing was about. Just some tiresome human business. How disappointing. Nephis and Cassie were also not in any sort of danger, at least not with regard to this mess. The mystery was solved. He had wasted a whole night on this nonsense. I see. Well, goodbye. With an annoyed sigh, Sunny turned around and began to walk away. However, the owner of the beautiful voice stopped him. Wait, are you really human? Sunny grimaced. I am, I've told you already. The young man imprisoned in the well hurriedly asked. Can you maybe get me out of here? Those guys are not coming back tonight, I think. If you help me escape, it'll make it worth your while. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then frowned. In what way? After a short pause, the charming voice returned again, this time somewhat hesitant. Well, you might not know this, but I am quite a rich person. I have a whole stash of soul shards back in the castle. Some might even say that I have a small fortune. Half of it is yours if you get me out of this pit. That's 10 shards, at least. Sunny suddenly got an idea. Of course, he did not need the 10 shards that the young man was offering. The fact that he had these shards, though, that was potentially very useful. If he wanted to avoid unnecessary attention when buying memories with his hoard of soul shards, he would need a suitable proxy. A sleeper with a lot of shards of his own, one that was indebted to Sunny no less, was a perfect candidate. He smiled. Do people know that you have a fortune? The young man answered, a bit of surprise in his voice. Do they know? Yeah, I guess they do. I am known to spend a lot from time to time. On entertainment, as well as some other things. I'm a patron of arts, one can say. Perfect, so no one would be surprised if he suddenly begins to spend shards on memories. However, there was a small problem. Sunny could remove the grate, but he had no way of helping the poor guy climb out of that unimaginably deep well. Even if he was to use the prowling thorn, he doubted that the invisible string would reach that far. Its maximum length was not that impressive. And he certainly was not going to climb into the creepy well himself. Plus, he still held a bit of suspicion about the charming young man's identity. He was almost certain that he was human, but the remaining tiny bit of doubt was enough to make his paranoia ring the alarm. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny said, "What's your name?" The melodic voice answered, "It's Kai." Sunny sighed. "Well, Kai, I don't know how to tell you this, but unless you can fly, I won't be able to help you escape." The young man grew quiet. After a long pause permeated with deathly silence, he then said in a strange tone, "I can." Sunny blinked. What? Did he hear wrong? No, that was unlikely. Maybe Kai was just willing to say anything in his desperation to escape. The prisoner of the well chuckled. "I can fly. That's my aspect ability." Chapter 116 Deal with the Devil. Sunny considered Kai's words. An ability that allowed the awakened to fly was not unheard of, but it was rather rare. And here on the Forgotten Shore, where a cursed flood of darkness devoured the world every night, it was nothing short of priceless. Sunny couldn't even imagine how easier it would have been to traverse the labyrinth with someone like Kai by his side. Suddenly, it made a lot more sense why someone like him would possess a small fortune of soul shards. It also explained why his captors were so gentle in their attempts to force the memories out of the young man. He was much more valuable alive. Sunny remained motionless for some time, thinking things over. After a while, Kai spoke again, his pleasant voice tinted with a bit of apprehension. "Well, will you help me?" Sunny sighed and walked back to the dark fissure of the well. "All right. I'll remove this grate, and you can fly out. However, I don't really need your shards. If you want to come out of there alive, you'll have to do something for me instead." The prisoner of the well hesitated, then cautiously asked, "What?" Sunny smiled. "I'll tell you when you need to know. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just need help completing a few errands inside the castle. So, do we have a deal or not? If not, I'll be on my way. I've wasted enough time here already." Kai didn't have to think about it too long. Soon, his voice resounded from the darkness once again. "We have a deal." It sounded strangely relaxed, as though the young man had become resigned to fate. Sunny slightly frowned and said, "Great. One more thing: if you break our agreement and simply fly away, I will find and kill you. This is not a threat, just facts. Do you understand?" Kai lingered for a bit before answering. "Yeah, no problem." Sunny gazed into the black cavern of the well and hesitated. He was more or less sure that Kai was human, but had to be prepared to act immediately in case he was not. Following his silent command, the stone saint came out of the shadows and kneeled near the well, grasping the grate with her hands. The steel of her gauntlet scraped against the ornate iron, and with some visible effort, she slowly moved the heavy grate to the side. Sunny shivered as he listened to the wrenching sound of iron grinding against stone. The midnight shard appeared in his hands, and he lowered himself into a combat stance with grim resolve. Whatever came out of the well, he was ready to face it. A few seconds passed, each feeling like an eternity. Sunny was tensely staring into the circle of pure darkness in front of him, waiting to see if he was right to trust the prisoner of the well or not. Then, several more seconds passed. And then a few more. Nothing happened. "Ah." Sunny tilted his head, then asked with some irritation, "Aren't you going to come up?" After a bit of a delay, the charming voice resounded from the darkness once more. "You see, I just thought of something." Sunny sighed and lowered his sword a little. "What is it?" Kai was silent for some time, then answered with a bit of wariness. It's just that this grate is so heavy that it wouldn't even budge when I tried to move it. It took all 6 of my captors to put it in place, actually. And they were all big, strong men. So." He hesitated. "I know that we have already established that we are both human, and it's not that I doubt your honesty, but would you mind explaining to me how is it that you were able to remove it all by yourself?" The honorifics were back. Sunny cursed under his breath. This guy was even more paranoid than him. He was unwilling to reveal his hidden ace to Kai, but the cautious prisoner left him with no other choice. Glancing at the Shadow Saint with a dark expression, Sunny said, "That thing is too heavy for me, too. But I was lucky enough to get a very strong echo." Kai seemed to suddenly become very curious. "Oh? That is indeed lucky. Very few people in the castle have an echo. I think I know every one of them by name." After a short pause, he added, "By the way, what is your name?" Sunny rolled his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Sunless." This conversation was entering dangerous waters. Depending on what Kai was going to say next, Sunny might be forced to climb into the well after all. Not to save the young man with a beautiful voice, but to silence him forever. Meanwhile, Kai suddenly laughed. "Sunless? That name does not sound like something only a soul-devouring demon would be called at all. Zero chance of that, right?" After saying that, he laughed again, this time with a hint of desperation in his voice. However, even then Kai's laugh was very pleasant to the ear. More pleasant than his charming voice, even, but Sunny was in no mood to appreciate its melodious sound. Goddamn. Sunny rubbed his temples. Why didn't anyone ever trust him? He was such an honest young man, the most honest young man in the world, really. Annoyed, he said in a flat tone. "Very funny. Now, come out of that well before I change my mind." Eventually, Kai stopped laughing and said, "There's no one in the castle with that name. At least no one with an echo under their command. Do you maybe live in the outer settlement?" "Oh, come on." Feeling the pressure of the floor growing in his mind, Sunny closed his eyes and answered truthfully. "No." Kai cleared his throat. "So you are someone who walks the cursed ruins alone at night, possesses the strength of at least 6 men, dwells in the darkness beyond the castle walls, and calls himself Sunless. Did I miss anything?" Sunny grimaced. "Not really." For a few moments, there was silence. Then, the prisoner of the well said with a voice full of dark humor, "Would you climb out of this well to meet a creature like that?" Hidden in the darkness of the cursed night, Sunny smiled with a bit of menace and said, "If I was in your shoes, I would. And I think that you should do it, too. Do you know why?" After a small pause, Kai asked with sincere interest. "Why?" Sunny stopped smiling and allowed a cold indifference to seep into his voice. "Because I can put that grate back anytime." Without waiting for Kai's response, he ordered the stone saint to move the grate a little. A moment later, the horrid sound of iron scraping against stones invaded his ears once again. Almost immediately, the prisoner of the well changed his tune. "Oh, all right, wait, stop." The Shadow Saint released the grate, allowing silence to reign over the lonesome courtyard once again. Kai was quiet for some time, and then said with dejected reluctance, "You'd better not be a demon, all right? Stand clear, I'm coming out." Chapter 117 Cruel Injustice. Sunny felt a soft breeze lightly caress his cheeks, and then something moved in the darkness of the well. Gripping the hilt of the midnight shard tightly, he prepared for the worst. On the other side of the dark fissure, Shadow Saint slowly raised her shield and rested the blade of her sword on its rim. However, they had nothing to fear. A few moments later, a graceful figure appeared in the air, rose above the well, and then gently landed on the stones in front of it. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. The owner of the charming voice was, indeed, human. It was a young man wearing a light lamella armor, with luscious dark auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes. His well-fitted armor was made out of burnished brown leather, with deep blue embroidered garments beneath. However, for a moment, he wished that Kai actually turned out to be a demon. Because the damn guy not only possessed the most charming voice he had ever heard, but was also drop-dead gorgeous. Honestly, it was simply unfair. Kai was tall, slender, and incredibly handsome. His face was small, perfectly shaped and beautiful, with high cheekbones and flawless ivory skin. His green eyes were nothing short of electric, and his lips were soft and full like a... What am I thinking? What's more, he seemed to possess that special type of warm charm that made some people almost irresistibly attractive. Sunny wouldn't be surprised to find out that droves of girls simply fell to Kai's feet every time he happened to casually walk by. Perhaps a few guys, too. Even worse still, the bastard looked like a genuinely nice person, without the smallest trace of arrogance or entitlement on his pretty face. There were playful sparks of humor hiding deep within his eyes, and one could be absolutely sure that when Kai smiled, cute dimples would appear on his cheeks. You couldn't even hate the damn guy. 2 weeks spent in the deep dark pit did nothing to lessen his glamour, too. In short, Kai was the most beautiful person Sunny had ever seen, even compared to other awakened. He looked like one of those screen idols that people love to obsess over, only somehow even more attractive in person. Sunny glanced at himself, feeling a strong desire to grind his teeth in outrage. Well, this is just a cruel injustice, simple as that. Meanwhile, Kai noticed the Shadow Saint's burning ruby eyes, which were the only source of light in the absolute darkness of the night, and flinched back with a paled expression on his face. Oh no, it's a demon after all. Sunny got distracted from his self-pity and blinked. Then, feeling somewhat spiteful, he said, "In behind you, idiot." Kai froze, then slowly turned around to face him. Sunny didn't fail to notice that the young man held one of his hands out, obviously ready to summon whatever memory he used as a weapon. Blinded by darkness, Kai couldn't see him, of course. Well, good. Let's not let this fellow know that I'm not as good-looking as he is for a few more moments. Pretending to be perfectly composed, Sunny asked in a calm voice. Haven't I told you that I had an echo? It's her over there. Well, sort of. That is to say, those aren't my eyes. The handsome sleeper hesitated for a few seconds, then said. Sunless. You really are human. Up until that moment, both of them were just disembodied voices to each other. But now, while Sunny had already made sure that Kai was not some ancient horror or at least didn't look like one the former prisoner of the well was still in the dark, both literally and figuratively. Last time I checked, I was still human, yes. If you have a memory to produce light, you can summon it and see for yourself. Kai lingered. Won't the nightmare creatures be attracted by the light? Smart and cautious. I like him. Sunny shook his head. Usually, they would, but this courtyard is really secluded. Plus, there are not a lot of monsters in this area. I guess that's why those thugs chose this particular place to keep you imprisoned. With a sigh of relief, Kai summoned a paper lantern that glowed with soft yellow light. Sunny hissed. Arg damn. Relying on shadow sense to keep track of the young man's movements, he raised a hand and covered his eyes. Accustomed to the darkness, they weren't ready for such a sudden appearance of light. Of course, Sunny knew that this would happen. He allowed himself to be momentarily blinded to give Kai some sense of safety and better convince him of his human nature. Oh sorry. The beautiful young man lowered the lantern a little and looked up, trying to finally lay eyes on his mysterious liberator. Then, with a bit of surprise, he slightly lowered his head and looked down. Great, that is not humiliating at all. Kai stared at Sunny for a few seconds and, after realizing that he was indeed a human, offered him a dazzling smile. His smile was as charming as the rest of him. Even the cute dimples that Sunny had imagined would inevitably appear on his cheeks were, indeed, there in all their glory. It was nothing short of obnoxious. Well, what a surprise. I was almost certain that you will turn out to be a terrible monster. But you aren't. You really are human, and such a cutie too. Sunny coughed. What did he just call me a cutie? How dare he? I mean thanks. What is happening? Meanwhile, Kai frowned. But, Sunless. What? The beautiful sleeper blinked a couple of times. Can I ask something? If you really don't live in the castle or in the outer settlement, then where do you live? Sunny shrugged. I mean, are there many options left? I live in the city. Kai hesitated for a bit, but then, suddenly, a light of realization ignited in his mesmerizing green eyes. Oh, I think I've heard of you. Aren't you that crazy kid that lives alone in the ruins? Sunny stared at him with murder in his eyes. Why does everyone keeps calling me kid? Why does everyone keep calling me crazy? I'm not crazy. With a deep sigh, he answered. Indeed, that's me. You can call me Sunny, by the way. Once you get to know me better, you'll realize that I am not, in fact, that crazy. Kai looked at him with doubt. Noticing that, Sunny grinned. He decided to tease the obnoxiously gorgeous young man a little. Of course, with the limitations of his flaw, that was going to require a bit of finesse. Putting too much enthusiasm in his voice, Sunny said. And I don't actually live alone. I have plenty of creatures to keep me company, you might even call them my friends. There's a talking rock that sometimes tells me to do stuff. There's also my shadow, it has a lot of interesting opinions. He stared at Kai with a sincere smile. When the young man's handsome face became a little pale, Sunny laughed. Gee, relax, man. I am just joking around with you. Then he looked down at the shadow and added in a dark, angry tone. They're not really my friends. I actually can't stand that rock, and the shadow and I barely talk these days. Chapter 118 Mirror Image. Perhaps joking around with Kai was a bit cruel, but Sunny was really annoyed by how ridiculously good-looking the other sleeper was. Plus, he had not talked to another human in such a long time that his already lacking communication skills had become truly rusty. Since they were going to visit the castle soon, Sunny had to prepare himself for the inevitable moment when he would be forced to talk to strangers. Stretching his flaw to its limits was a good practice. He wouldn't want for something like that accident to happen again. The unpleasant memory soured Sunny's mood. Meanwhile, Kai was staring at him with a very strange expression on his face. Sunny cleared his throat. Oh, that was a part of the joke, by the way. The handsome young man continued to stare, his face full of doubt. Did I go too hard on this poor guy? He must have been scared out of his wits already. He's probably in an utter panic now. Who wouldn't be a bit apprehensive about meeting a madman? Yeah, maybe it wasn't as funny as I thought. Kai cautiously shook his head. It's not that. I just feel like I have to inform you about something. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Yeah? About what? Kai hesitated, then said in a very calming tone. It's about my flaw. I can actually tell when someone is lying to me. So, when you said that there's a rock that tells you what to do, I knew that it was true right away. Sunny glared at the beautiful young man with an incredulous expression. Internally, he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Flaw? How is that a flaw? That's a damn superpower, you despicable bastard. Why was that Kai so lucky? He had the charming voice, the tall stature, the perfect face. Even his flaw was a damn blessing. Coincidentally, it was also a perfect counter to the better half of Sunny's tricks. If Kai had not informed him about this strange flaw of his, Sunny would have gotten himself into really big trouble pretty soon. Luckily, the beautiful young man happened to be a very honest guy. What an angel. While Sunny was seething in outrage, Kai said in a gentle tone. So Sunny, what exactly does that rock ask you to do? Do you maybe want to tell me? Sunny sighed. I'll have to be really, really careful and watch what I say around this guy. Well, you're no fun at all. The talking rock is actually a memory capable of repeating words. I use it as an alarm occasionally, so it mainly tells me to wake up. As for that stuff I told about my shadow being opinionated, that's also true. Ah, but you already know, I suppose. My shadow has a bit of personality due to its function within my aspect. Kai thought about it, then smiled. Oh, I see, so it was really a joke. Very crafty. Sorry to ruin it with my flaw. Sunny scowled. Don't you patronize me. Then he stopped, thought about something, and said angrily. Wait, if you can tell when someone is lying, then why did I have to spend half an hour convincing you to get out of that well? Kai blinked a couple of times, looking innocent and hurt. Well, how do I know if my flaw works on nightmare creatures? I've never had a conversation with one before. A person can never be too careful when making deals with ancient horrors, you know. Sunny covered his face with a hand. Yeah, I know. Kai looked at him with concern. Sunny? Are you all right? This is those cursed strings of fate screwing with me again. What are the odds of meeting a person whose flaw is almost the exact opposite of mine? And why is he so goddamn stunning? Is that supposed to be the opposite of how I look? Huh? I am. Anyway. Let's get down to business. Kai sighed. Of course. A promise is a promise. I will help you do whatever it is you want to do in the castle. Shall we go together? Sunny shook his head. Not yet. I'll have to stop by a place first. Do you know the big ruined cathedral to the south of here? The other sleeper thought for a bit, then nodded. I think I do. I fly over that part of the city often, and it's hard to miss. Are you taking me there? Good question. On one hand, Sunny didn't want anyone to know where he lived. On the other hand, he didn't trust Kai enough to simply let him return to the castle and wait there. But moving through the city with a source of light was not something he was prepared to do, either. Was there a compromise? I can't take you anywhere with that lantern of yours. I survived by hiding in the darkness, remember? So you can go on and fly to the cathedral on your own. Wait for me on the roof. Kai looked south, remembering the location of the ruined temple, and nodded. All right. Sunny raised a hand, stopping the young man from flying away. Wait. Whatever happens, don't go inside the cathedral, okay? I'm not joking. There's a fallen devil residing inside, so if you do, he'll butcher you just like he had butchered that bunch of idiots who had kidnapped you. Kai stared at him in shock. What? They are dead? Sunny shrugged. How do you think I found you in that well? One of the dead thugs had a map on his body. I thought there'll be treasure hidden in the marked location. But. The beautiful sleeper smiled. But it was something much better. Thank you for the compliment. I'll be careful not to enter the cathedral, rest assured. Sunny stared at the smiling Kai for some time, then shrugged in exasperation. Sure. Off you go, then. And remember, if you break our agreement, I will find and kill me, yeah. Don't worry, Sunny. I never break a promise. With these words, Kai raised his head and looked up. A soft gust of wind touched Sunny's skin, and in the next moment, the charming sleeper suddenly soared above the ground, quickly disappearing into the sky. Soon, only a tiny dot of his paper lantern could be seen, moving south through the black skies like a lonely star. Suddenly, Sunny trembled. A cold feeling of dread grasped his heart like an iron grip. Following the dot of light with his eyes, he whispered. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light, the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. He stood for a while in the darkness, motionless. If Sunny didn't know better, he would have thought that this part of Cass's prophecy talked about Kai. But he did know better. He had known the truth of that prophecy for some time now. Lowering his head, Sunny licked his lips and asked the voiceless shadow in a raspy voice. Is it already starting? Like always, the shadow did not answer. What a stupid question. Of course not. It had started a long time ago. Right at the moment when the three of them had entered the ruined city. Chapter 119. A Fistful of Soul Shards. It took Sunny some time to find his way back to the cathedral. With the approach of the dawn, the nightmare creatures that hunted at night grew restless. He had to be especially careful as he lurked through the narrow streets, keeping to the darkest patches of shadow. Even though there was no moon or stars in the lightless night of the forgotten shore, many of the monsters here had their own ways of perceiving shapes moving through the darkness. Their ability to see in the dark was somewhat offset by Sun's child of shadows attribute, which allowed him to become indistinguishable from any shadow that he dove in. However, he still had to be cautious. In this cursed place, nothing was ever certain except for danger, death, and terror. Some time later, he climbed the familiar pillars of the cathedral and appeared on its vast roof. Walking on the wide ridge separating two slanting expanses of ancient tiles, he approached Kai, who was standing nervously some distance away. The beautiful young man was grasping a longbow made of horn in his hands, staring into the darkness with a tense expression on his pale face. Sunny stopped a few steps away from him and looked at that bow for a long time. There's not much time left. To avoid getting an arrow between his eyes, Sunny decided to announce his arrival with a gentle greeting. Hey, Kai. I'm here. The archer turned around with a startled expression and raised a hand, as though trying to summon his lantern. However, he thought better of it, afraid to attract unwanted attention. Instead, Kai gulped and whispered. Lower your voice, what if that fallen devil hears us? Sunny blinked. Oh, right. He's a very careful person. Which was a great personality trait to have, as far as he was concerned. The more paranoid, the better. Smiling inwardly, he said. Relax, he won't. Kai stared at him with doubt, then asked. Are you sure? Sunny gave him a nod. Yes. He was prepared to explain the reason behind this confidence, but, surprisingly, Kai immediately believed him and calmed down. Right, he knows when people are lying to him. Which means that he also knows when they're telling the truth. And since I can only tell the truth, he can pretty much believe everything I say without the need to ask unnecessary questions. Come to think of it, that flaw of his was actually very convenient. Meanwhile, Kai cautiously looked around and asked. So, what are we going to do here? Sunny gestured at the group of shattered tiles not too far away from them and answered in a calm tone. I'm going to climb into that hole and retrieve something from the temple. You just wait here until I return. Kai's eyes widened. Are you crazy? What about the devil? What about that bastard? Sunny couldn't help but fantasize about slaughtering the damn creature for a few seconds. The day will come. Returning to the present situation, he said. What about him? I told you, I'm good at hiding. As long as I know who I'm dealing with, they won't be able to notice me unless I want them to. He had learned that first part of the sentence the hard way. Actually, it was the bastard who taught him that even concealment of shadows had its limits. That's how Sunny ended up with his insides on his outside and in possession of this vital piece of information. Some lessons you only needed to receive once to remember them forever. Kai was looking at him with a strange expression again. Sunny frowned. What? The beautiful young man shook his head. No. It's just that it's an awesome ability. I wish I had an ability like that, to be honest. Sunny glared at him and uttered through gritted teeth. Says the guy who can fly, why would you want to hide your perfectly symmetrical face anyway? Tired of being ogled by love-stricken supermodels? Kai sighed. Something like that. How did you know? Sunny opened his mouth, then closed it again. Anyway, wait for me here. I won't be long. Throwing a glance at the charming sleeper, he shook his head and walked over to the hole hidden behind several broken tiles. Soon, he was back in his secret lair. Looking around with a bit of apprehension, Sunny sighed and removed the rucksack fashioned from the skin of a monster from his back. Then, he unloaded the strips of carapace centurion's meat on the silver plate and walked over to the iron chest. To be honest, he really didn't want to go anywhere near the castle. The idea alone made him long to stay in this dark, quiet, familiar room forever. But he couldn't. If he wanted to make the Shadow Saint stronger, he had to return to the human settlement and risk facing his fears. Whatever. I'll just go in and out. Kai will be the one doing all the work, anyway. With a heavy sigh, he raised the lid of the chest and began loading his rucksack with soul shards. Dozens of beautiful crystals were soon glittering inside. Sunny only took half of them, but the amount was already enough to drive many people to murder. He couldn't really blame them. On the Forgotten Shore, shards represented money, and money represented life. Without it, you couldn't buy yourself a place within the safety of the castle or procure food without having to risk death in the cursed maze of the city. Enyan. He would be willing to commit murder in order to survive. Keep telling yourself this. With an angry grimace, Sunny shut the rucksack tightly, made sure that no light seeped through its seams, and turned around. Glancing at his peaceful hidden lair one last time, he shut his eyes for a moment, and then walked away without looking back. It was time to return to the castle. And all the terrible memories he had left there before running away. Chapter 120. Approaching the castle. Washed in the ghostly light of the nascent dawn, Sunny and Kai were walking through the ruins of the cursed city. The night was slowly crawling away. Its retreat made one of them feel safer, while the other one grew uneasy without the familiar veil of darkness hiding him from the world. I have almost forgotten how mournful this place looks when the sun is up. Somewhere in the distance, the waves of the dark sea were halting their eternal assault on the stone walls of the ancient city. These walls had withstood thousands of years of wear and abuse without allowing even a single drop of black water to seep through. Sunny suspected that they would stand unbroken for 1,000 years more. Suddenly uncomfortable, he turned his head west and found the distant silhouette of the Crimson Spire. The menacing structure was looming over the Forgotten Shore like an evil omen, spelling doom to anyone who would dare approach it. Maybe not. Sunny had chosen a complicated and meandering route to reach the castle. Kai, who was less familiar with the cursed city, simply followed behind. The charming young man was alert and collected, his bow ready to send arrows flying at any moment. They had to circle around many areas where especially terrifying creatures were known to dwell and hunt, making slow progress. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. At some point, Sunny raised his hand, gesturing for his companion to stop. He peered into the distance with a deep frown on his face. Kai glanced at him and whispered, "What is it?" Sunny brought a finger to his lips before answering. Listen." Soon, they heard an eerie sound that resembled stifled, heart-wrenching weeping. It was as though there was a crying woman in the fog ahead of them, slowly drawing closer. Her trembling sobs made both sleepers shiver. Kai looked at him and asked without much confidence, "What are the chances that it's actually a human girl?" Sunny gave him a crooked smile. Low. Without needing to discuss it, they hid behind a large pile of rubble and waited. Pressing himself against the cold stones, Sunny sent his shadow to climb the building and observe the surrounding streets. Kai saw the shadow off with a bewildered look, blinked a couple of times, but didn't say anything. A minute or two later, Sunny glanced at him and asked, "Where are your arrows?" The charming young man hesitated, then said, "I usually carry a quiver with a few dozen arrows that was specially crafted for me by one of the best blacksmiths in the castle. But the gentleman who put me in that well may they rest in peace weren't kind enough to let me bring it." Sunny gave him an amused look. "So that bow of yours is actually useless?" Kai lingered for a few moments before answering. "I also have arrow-type memories." "How many?" The elegant archer lowered his gaze in embarrassment. "2. Will that be enough?" Sunny was silent for a bit, and then answered in a flat tone. "No. I don't think that will be enough." Out there in the fog, his shadow was looking at the creature that had been producing the heart-wrenching weeping. It was not a human girl. A massive, four-legged beast was walking through the morning mist. Its flesh was rotten and emaciated, hanging from the bones like a tattered coat. Sunny could clearly see the white arcs of its ribs through the holes in the rotting hide, the unnatural darkness hiding behind them, and the powerful jaws of the partially bared dog-like skull that were full of terrifying teeth. One didn't have to be a genius to understand that the horrid creature was one of the fallen masters of the ruined city. As he was looking, the beast opened its maw and produced another long, human-like sob, then stopped and listened, as though waiting for an answer. When nothing happened, it lowered its head and slowly continued on its way. Luckily, although their hiding spot was somewhat close, it wasn't actually on its path. If nothing changed, the fallen would walk past without even noticing them. They just had to wait. Sunny sighed. We'll have to stay here for 10 minutes, at least. Get comfortable. Once again, Kai didn't ask anything, simply taking Sunny's word for it. It seemed as though his strange ability to sense lies made the charming sleeper less prone to having a lot of questions. Which was a wonderful quality to have, as far as Sunny was concerned. With nothing to do but wait, they had a bit of time to rest and catch their breaths. Sunny summoned the endless spring and took a few sips of cold, sweet water. Noticing that Kai was staring at him, he hesitated, then passed him the beautiful glass bottle. The charming young man drank greedily, as though someone dying from thirst. Come to think of it. Feeling a little guilty, Sunny asked. When was the last time they gave you water? Kai detached himself from the bottle, wiped his lips, and smiled in pure delight. 2 or 3 days ago, I think. Thank you kindly. He returned the bottle and looked at Sunny with curiosity. Hey, Sunny. Can I ask you something? Sunny tensed up and gave the charming archer a dark look. You can. His eyes, however, hinted that he shouldn't. But Kai either didn't notice the menacing glare or wasn't bothered by it. You came to the Forgotten Shore this last solstice, right? Yeah. Sunny held his breath, guessing what the beautiful sleeper was going to ask him. How they had survived in the labyrinth. Why he had abandoned the castle. How he had survived in the ruins. Each of these questions could potentially lead to a disaster. Kai leaned forward with excitement in his eyes, hesitated for a second, and then said, What's the top music video in the charts out there right now? Sunny blinked. A what? That was absolutely not what he had expected to hear. Noticing that the charming young man was staring at him with anticipation, he shifted and answered with a bit of uncertainty. That I have no idea. Kai sighed, clearly disappointed, but then suddenly smiled again. The smile was wide and dazzling. Can I ask you another question? Chapter 121 Graveyard of Hope. In the next 10 minutes, the foundations of Sunnis' worldview were shaken to the core. Kai had drowned him in a torrent of questions, all of which had nothing to do with anything even remotely important. What interested the charming sleeper were very strange things like what types of shoes were in fashion, which celebrity wore what to some pompous award ceremony, who of them had a scandal and what was that scandal about, what was the latest dance craze, and so on. He was endlessly curious about that type of stupid crap and absolutely indifferent about all of Sunnis' dark secrets. It was almost insulting. What's worse, Sunny felt like a complete fool because he couldn't provide even a single answer. What did he know about fashion and high culture? Nothing. After a while, Kai's enthusiasm had waned. Looking at Sunny with a comically disheartened face, he sighed and gently asked one last question. Sunny, tell me honestly, were you a hikikomori in the real world as well? Sunny blinked. What is this fool talking about? A hika what? Kai cleared his throat and offered him an apologetic smile. You know, a recluse. A shoot-in? Someone who lives under a rock? Sunny stared at the gorgeous young man, feeling like the world completely stopped making any sense ever since they had met. What are you talking about? Why would I live under a rock? You would freeze to death. I lived in a cargo container once, but it had 4 walls and a roof, at least. Kai sighed one more time and turned away. I see. Well, sorry to bother you. It's just that I've been stuck in this place for about 2.5 years now, and life here is so monotone. His beautiful profile was radiating melancholy and sadness, as though Kai was lamenting something serious, as opposed to utter rubbish. 2.5 years that Dimwit survived here for 2.5 years. Sunny was surprised to hear that. Kai seemed like a nice guy, but not exactly someone well suited for the ruthless nightmare of the Forgotten Shore. Perhaps he had underestimated the charming sleeper, or perhaps there was another, much simpler reason. Sunny frowned. There was a group of people who tended to live here the longest. Suddenly suspicious, he asked in a cold tone. "Are you a part of Gunlorg's gang?" Kai looked at him with surprise. Then, he chortled. "Gods, no, if there's one thing I absolutely despise, it's bullies like him. I would rather die than become one of Gunlorg's minions. Plus, the man has no style. That armor of his is the most hideous thing I have ever seen." However, after saying that, he suddenly grew quiet and added after a few seconds in a dejected voice. "But I do accept jobs from his lieutenants from time to time. That is the reason why he tolerates my existence, so I don't really have a choice." Sunny hesitated for a bit, but then decided that he believed the other sleeper. He really didn't look like one of Gunlorg's thugs. Besides, if he had been one of them, no sane person would have dared to kidnap and imprison him. Members of Gunlorg's cohort were nearly untouchable. Which meant that Kai was, indeed, much more capable than Sunny had given him credit for. Interesting. Noticing that the eerie sobs of the fallen beast had grown sufficiently distant, he shifted his perspective to the shadow and made sure that the terrible creature was already far away. Standing up, Sunny dismissed the glass bottle and said, "We're safe now. Time to move." Once they were ready to leave, he summoned the shadow back and prepared to take the first step forward. However, then Sunny suddenly stopped and glanced at the charming young archer with hesitation. "Hey, Kai. Can I ask you a question as well?" The older sleeper smiled, honesty and eagerness written all over his face. "Of course." Sunny was silent for a couple of seconds, then said in a strange voice. "That armor of yours, do you wear it because it's the best one you could get, or because it looks good?" Kai looked at him with confusion. Raising one exquisite eyebrow, he said, "I don't understand the question. Is there a difference?" Sunny closed his eyes, sighed, and turned away. "Never mind. Let's go." As the sun rose above the horizon, they went deeper into the city, slowly approaching its center. The castle stood on a tall hill in the middle of the cursed city. It was grand and magnificent, with dozens of towers rising into the air, each supported by a number of elaborate arches and columns. Grotesque gargoyles were staring down on the ruins from under the eaves. The road leading to the castle was as impressive as the castle itself. It was narrow and heavily fortified, circling the hill in a way that allowed the defenders of the castle to endlessly rain arrows down on any possible attacker. At the end of the road, a grandiose staircase led to the gates of the castle. In front of it, there had once been a vast stone platform, meant to serve as the gathering ground for the soldiers in case the enemy was to somehow breach all but this one last line of defense. Now, the platform had turned into a makeshift settlement, with small shabby buildings made out of stone, wood, and anything else the inhabitants of this slum could get their hands on standing chaotically here and there, forming messy groups and narrow alleys. This place did not look like the outskirts where Sunny had grown up, but it had the same unmistakable air of misery, fear, and desperation. As the two of them approached the outer settlement, several sleepers greeted Kai with friendly smiles. "Hey, Knight, glad to see you, man. Where have you been lately?" Kai smiled in embarrassment. "Ah, you know. Flying around. What about you, pal?" While the charming young man was exchanging pleasantries with his acquaintance, Sunny cautiously looked around. The place had imperceptibly changed since the last time he was here. The settlement itself seemed to be almost the same, with just a few buildings slightly changing shapes. The people, however, somehow seemed more energized and confident, as though the ever-present fear of death and starvation was not as pressing anymore. However, there was a strange sense of tension in the air. I guess she was busy in these 3 months, too. Finally managing to end the conversation, Kai turned to him and smiled apologetically. Sorry about that. Sunny frowned. Why are they calling you Knight? The charming young man stared at him, then cleared his throat and said with a bit of strangeness in his voice. Oh, you really don't know. Well, it's a nickname of sorts. Nightingale, that's how I am known around these parts. What a stupid nickname, Sunny thought, and decided to get things done as quickly as possible. He couldn't wait to leave this depressing place. All right, since we're here, time to make good on your promise. Kai gave him a nod. Sure. What do you need me to do? Sunny looked around, making sure that no one could hear them, and said. It's simple. Go into the castle and find out about who is selling memories, and what the price is. Then come back and report to me. His companion blinked a couple of times, clearly surprised, then shrugged. No problem. But it's going to take a while. If you want the best information possible, of course. Sunny grimaced. Do as you see fit. I'll be waiting for you in that alley over there. Kai looked at him one last time, smiled, and walked away. Feeling nervous and tense, Sunny walked over to a secluded alley and rested his back against the wall. He tried to become as small and unnoticeable as possible. Being here was making his skin crawl. Maybe his decision to come back was a mistake, after all. Maybe he should simply turn around and walk away. However, he didn't. Deep down inside, he knew that he had to take this opportunity to gather as many memories as possible, so that his shadow could become stronger as fast as possible. Perhaps he would never get this opportunity again. Time slowly passed. An hour went by, then another. Kai was certainly taking his sweet time gathering the information Sunny had asked from him. However, nothing bad had happened. Yet. Sunny was almost starting to believe that he was nervous for nothing, but then, of course, the thing he dreaded the most became a reality. A calm, painfully familiar voice suddenly resounded from somewhere behind him. Hi, Sunny. He froze, feeling like a beast caught in a trap, and then slowly turned around. A strange, complicated expression appeared on his face. Forcing out a smile, Sunny licked his suddenly dry lips and said, Hey, Neff. Long time no see. Chapter 122 4 months ago. Neff has changed a lot since the last time Sunny had seen her. Outwardly, she looked almost the same tall, firm, and strangely distant, as though existing slightly apart from the rest of the world. She was still wearing the Starlight Legion armor, which accentuated the graceful lines of her slender, lithe body. Only now, there was also a white cloak draped over her shoulders, close in color to the pristine metal of the elegant plate armor. Changing Star's silver hair was much longer now, almost reaching her shoulders. Without the short tomboyish cut, she looked strangely mature and feminine, making Sunny's heart beat a little faster. Her calm grey eyes were as striking as ever. The true changes, however, hid much deeper. Perhaps only a person who knew her as well as Sunny did could notice them, or perhaps it was precisely because he had come to know her so well that the veil of detached indifference shrouding her true self cracked, revealing the deeper feelings beneath. Nephis seemed to be much more alive now, much more present. Her eyes shined with resolve and determination, radiating an almost infectious feeling of temperate confidence. This was her power. The power of conviction. Sunny shivered under that gaze. Neff was the person he longed to see the most and, at the same time, hoped to never see again. She was the true reason why he had to leave the castle. Stirred awake by this fated meeting, a torrent of memories rose to the surface of his mind. If only he had known at the time. Well, it would not have changed anything, really. For months ago, on the night that they had ventured into the cursed sea on a boat made of demons' bones, Sunny was shivering in the wind. After an eternity spent in the cold embrace of darkness, the endless night of their escape was finally drawing its last breaths. He shifted and turned to the east, where a ghostly line of pale lilac appeared over the horizon. Trembling, he licked his lips and said in a raspy voice, Cassie. It's morning." After he uttered these words, the last remnant of strength that had kept Sunny going disappeared, and he slumped on the stones, his chest rising heavily and then falling. A new dawn was ready to bathe the desolate hell of the forgotten shore in warm sunlight. They had survived. The three sleepers were perched on a giant stone hand that protruded from the black waves, as if held above the lightless abyss by a goddess. Sunny and Cassie were holding each other for warmth, while Nephis was lying in the center of the stone palm, still unconscious. Visible through the gaps in the shattered armor, her ivory skin was pale and listless. "We did it." They had escaped the clutches of Soul Devourer, sailed through the cursed darkness, and even lived through a battle with the horrifying dweller of the depths by some miracle. Sunny couldn't quite believe that they had actually managed to pull their daring escape off. From the moment he had learned about the enthrallment hex put onto their minds by the ancient fiend, he felt that the chances of ever saving themselves from the gluttonous evil tree were more than slim. Perhaps because it had taken away his most dangerous and tested weapon, his mind. And yet, somehow, they had succeeded. Utterly exhausted, Sunny closed his eyes and listened to the dark sea as it retreated to hide from the coming sun. Without even noticing it, he slipped into the embrace of sleep. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Sunny expected to feel crippled now that adrenaline had left his battered body, but, to his surprise, he wasn't in even half as much pain as he had anticipated. Bloodweave was truly a miraculous attribute to have for someone as prone to disasters as he was. Even his broken finger wasn't hurting that much anymore. Sunny still had to groan while sitting up, though. Cassie was sleeping by his side, as drained by the events of the previous night as he was, perhaps even more so. Her delicate face seemed vulnerable and pale, twisted in an anxious frown. Sunny sighed. Nephis had yet to regain her senses. At some time while he slept, the blind girl had used her cloak to cover Changing Star, helping her to preserve some warmth. Neph lay still and motionless, her face drained of all color. Only the quiet sound of her breathing told Sunny that she was still alive. He trembled, remembering the harrowing sight of her mangled flesh restoring itself in the crucible of purifying flame. Unleashing that flame always took a heavy toll on Nephis, bringing her unimaginable pain and suffering. Who knew what price she had paid to pull herself away from the doors of oblivion? He had not even realized before that she could use it to heal herself. Perhaps there was a reason why she had never done so in the past. Only time could tell. It's time to assess the situation. Turning away from Changing Star, Sunny looked around, trying to discern their current circumstances. His heart was heavy. If they had survived the attack of the tentacle monster and the ensuing shipwreck only to find themselves stranded in the middle of the cursed sea, with no way to continue forward, that would be a truly macabre twist of fate. To the east of them, there was nothing but the empty expanse of the colossal crater. Same thing for the... Sunny froze, noticing a dark line in the distance. That was the western edge of the crater. They had almost crossed it. Feeling a strange excitement grasping his heart, Sunny quickly turned around and looked west. His eyes widened. For a few moments, his head was silent and empty. Then, a single thought appeared in it. We were so close. He sat quietly for a long time, forgetting about everything else. A few hours later, Cassie finally woke up. Feeling that he wasn't next to her anymore, she called in a frightened voice. "Sunny?" He licked his lips. "I'm here." Cassie sat up and stretched her hand out, finding his shoulder. Why do you sound so strange?" Sunny blinked, then slowly turned his head to look at the blind girl. A tentative smile found its way onto his face. "Cassie, we found it. We have found that city you saw." In the end, Nephis had remained unconscious for 2 whole days. Sunny was really starting to worry about her, but then, on the 3rd day, Changing Star had finally come back to her sense. At the time, he was sitting on top of the giant hand's index finger, staring west with a warm, excited feeling in his heart. They did it, they were finally going to go home. Sunny couldn't wait to return to the real world. He didn't even care about becoming an awakened and the corresponding leap in power and status that much anymore. All he cared about was his soft bed, mountains of delicious food, and limitless hot showers. Sunny lowered his head and glanced at Nephis, trying to determine if there was anything wrong with her. In the webtoons, one of the characters was bound to suffer from something like amnesia right before things were about to take a turn for the better. But Changing Star seemed to be fine. She was still the same Neph he had known, tall, firm, and strangely distant, as though there was an invisible barrier separating her from the rest of the world. When the gaze of her striking grey eyes fell on him, Sunny felt his heart beating a little faster. He smiled. Thank gods. Nephis frowned, lowered her head, and then asked in a flat tone. Why are you smiling? Realizing that he was grinning from ear to ear like a fool, Sunny blinked, then tried to shrug with false indifference. Abort, divert her attention. Look behind you. The sight of what lay in the west was one of the reasons for his good mood, so it wasn't that much of a stretch. Neph stared at him for a few moments, then sighed and turned around. Behind her, a tall city wall built of grey polished stone towered above the slopes of the colossal crater. That wall was a sign that all their suffering was not in vain, and that all their dreams were about to come true. It was hope. Chapter 123 Helping Hand. Soon after Nephis had finally come back to her senses, they prepared to leave the shelter of the giant stone hand. The morning had just begun, so there was plenty of time to cross the remaining distance and climb out of the deep and vast crater. If all was going to go well, they would meet the next sunset on top of the tall wall of the mysterious city. Of course, numerous things could go wrong between now and then. But, for some reason, Sunny felt optimistic. This was a rare moment for his cynical, paranoid heart. Just like before, Sunny and Neph took turns climbing down a few dozen meters and lowering Cassie to one another with the help of the golden rope. However, they had grown considerably stronger since the last time they had to do it. Sunny remembered how tiresome it was to descend from the giant knight statue in that way and chuckled. Now, he felt as though he could do it 3 times in a row, and considerably faster, too. Even though he had spent the last few days in an endless nightmare and brought his body to the point where it was about to shut down, now, there was nothing but resilient strength filling his muscles. These 2 months that they had spent in the perilous hell of the Crimson Labyrinth, constantly fighting for their lives and slaying monsters that no sleeper should ever face one after another, had made all 3 of them much more powerful. Sunny doubted that a lot of awakened had ever gone through this ruthless of an initiation and lived to tell the tale. Once he returned to the real world, he would most likely be considered one of the elite representatives of the current generation. That might actually be a problem. Well, he could always blame everything on Nephis. She was already close to being a mythical existence, the last daughter of the legendary Immortal Flame clan, one of the few awakened in history who had managed to receive a true name in the first nightmare, the top student in her batch of sleepers in the academy, and so on. People would easily believe that a prodigy like her had been able and willing to carry 2 pathetic weaklings on her back all the way to the gateway. Sunny just had to choose his words carefully when describing the events leading up to their triumphant return. Luckily, in that regard, he was a master. Entertaining himself with such thoughts, he didn't even notice the flow of time. Soon, they were already approaching the ground. Just before jumping into the soft black mud, Nephis looked at Sunny and said, "Stay vigilant." She didn't have to remind him. Sunny knew that the last stretch was often the most dangerous, mostly because it was natural for people to allow themselves to relax in these moments, falsely believing that the worst was already behind them. Numerous awakened perished tragically with their goal already in sight. He wasn't planning on becoming one of them. Sunny carefully lowered Cassie down, watched as Neph helped her step out of the rope loop, and jumped down. He landed on the ground in a nimble roll, immediately jumped to his feet and outstretched one hand, ready to summon the midnight shard at a moment's notice. However, nothing was trying to kill them. Sunny and Nephis exchanged tense looks, and then slowly walked forward. With each minute, the distant grey wall was growing closer. At some point, Sunny gestured for Changing Star to stop and turned around, curious to take a look at the statue whose hand had saved them from drowning in the dark depths of the cursed sea. Out there on the slope of the colossal crater, slightly tilted to the side, a giant statue of a slender woman dressed in a light flowing robe towered over the black mud. She was lovely and graceful, with a slim waist and delicate arms outstretched to the skies, as though trying to embrace them. At least that was how she had looked once, a long time ago. Now, one of the arms was broken off, with only its shoulder remaining in place. Luckily, the other one was still there, and had served as a safe haven for the three sleepers in their moment of desperate need. Just as Sunny expected, there were 7 shining stars carved into the stone surface of her robe. What piqued his curiosity the most, though, was the fact that just like the giant knight, the graceful woman seemed to be missing her head. Once again, Sunny wondered if these stone titans were created without faces to begin with, or if something had beheaded them much later in a fit of destructive rage. 7 severed heads guarding 7 seals, he thought, remembering Cass's frightening vision. The mystery of that vision was nothing short of tantalizing. However, it seemed as though it was destined to remain unsolved. Sunny doubted that he would ever come back to this cursed place after returning to the real world. There were many regions in the dream realm, and almost every one of them was far better than the hellish forgotten shore. To hell with all this crap. Sending silent gratitude to the statue that had saved their lives, Sunny turned around and headed west. As they approached the section of the slope that was almost vertical, something dangerous finally happened. Just as Sunny was about to step on a wide stone buried in the mud, the stone suddenly shifted and rolled to the side. A terrible roar resounded across the vast emptiness of the colossal crater, making him shiver in fright. Fearing that something was crawling from under the soil, Sunny jumped back and summoned his sword. To his side, Nephis was doing the same, while Cassie swiftly stepped back to not be in the way. However, there was nothing moving in the mud. No giant beast rose from it to feast on their flesh, no horrifying abomination had extended its limbs to pull them underground into its maw. Then what made that terrible roar? Just as Sunny was trying to understand what was happening, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his right leg. Looking down, he saw. The damn stone was chomping on his shin. The stone, which turned out to be a bizarre nightmare creature, revealed a mouthful of long, sharp teeth on its surface. It awkwardly rolled a couple of times to reach Sunny and then tried to dig its fangs into his soft flesh. It might have bitten Sunny's leg clean off, but, luckily, the leather boot of the puppeteer's shroud turned out to be too tough for the stone's jaws. So it was just munching on the leather in powerless resentment. The situation was painful, but not at all dangerous. Sunny stared at the stone, then raised his head and glanced at Nephis in bewilderment. Her expression was as indifferent as always, but after all the time they had spent together, he was able to recognize the similar kind of amusement written clearly on her face. Ah! Sunny strained his muscles, raised the trapped leg into the air and shook it a couple of times, trying to send the stupid stone flying. However, the weird monster was really stubborn. With another thunderous roar, it doubled its attempts to gnaw on Sunny's shin, its stone teeth on the verge of shattering from all the pressure exerted on them. What a pathetic thing. The only hope of killing me it has is if I die from annoyance, Sunny thought with a confused frown. How could a nightmare creature like this even exist? I guess there are losers even among their kind, eh? Shaking his head, Sunny allowed the shadow to wrap itself around the midnight shard and brought the tip of the blade down on the hungry stone with all the strength he had. The tachi was met with some resistance, but managed to pierce and shatter the monster's stone body in the end. The bizarre creature died while still trying to take a bite out of Sunny, defiant till the very end. As the shattered remains of the stone fell into the mud, the voice of the spell whispered, "You have slain an awakened monster, Rolling Stone. Your shadow grows stronger." You have. Seeing a strange expression on Sunny's face, Nephis asked. "What's wrong?" He looked at her and blinked a couple of times. I just received a memory." Changing Star raised her eyebrow and said in an uplifted tone. "That is great. What type of memory?" Sunny scratched his head, hesitated, and then answered. It's a rock. An ordinary rock." Chapter 124 Desolation. Soon, they were standing beneath the impregnable stone walls of the mysterious city. Behind them, the great chasm of the vast crater stretched to the horizon. Somewhere ahead, the lone human citadel in this loathsome region of the dream realm awaited. It promised to deliver them from this dark place and bring them home. Sunny really couldn't wait to be finally done with this nightmare. The city wall was built from massive slabs of grey granite. Still wet from the cold touch of the cursed sea, the ancient weathered stones looked almost black. Despite the thousands of years that passed since the mysterious builders of the wall had disappeared into the fog of time, it still looked monumental and unassailable. The joints between the granite slabs were barely wide enough to insert a narrow blade. Looking up, Sunny tried to guess the height of the wall. It had to be 60 meters tall, at least twice as high as the awakened Academy defense barrier, which was constructed with the help of both modern technology and various aspect abilities. For a few moments, he wondered about the people who had erected this wall, the city behind it, and the giant statues that still stood lonesomely on the desolate shores of this cursed land. Their creations had withstood the onslaught of darkness and time, but the creators were gone. Who had they been? What terrible fate had befallen the citizens of the ruined city? But then, Sunny angrily shook his head. These mysteries had nothing to do with him anymore. He was going home, never to return to this awful pit of horror and despair. Let someone else solve them. After a short rest, they decided that it would be easier to climb the wall instead of circling it in search of an entrance. Even if they were to find a gate, there was no guarantee that it would be open. Climbing the wet granite was not an easy task, but they somehow managed. When there was nothing to use as a hold, Sunny and Nephis resorted to using their swords by inserting them into the joints between the slabs. A few unpleasant cuts later, they found the right rhythm and made quick progress. Enhanced by the consumed soul shards and shadow fragments, as well as the ruthless training regimen of the never-ending battle for survival, their bodies were full of strength and endurance. Both of them were at the peak of human physical ability. Pretty soon, they had reached the top of the massive wall and climbed over its edge. Without even needing to catch his breath, Sunny hungrily crawled forward, jumped to his feet, and gazed down. In the ensuing silence, he could hear the sound of the golden rope scratching against stone. However, his heart was beating louder. Soon, Nephis and Cassie joined him. The blind girl grasped his shoulder and asked, her voice bright and full of hope. "Sunny? What do you see?" He licked his lips. Beneath them, an expansive city lay in ruins. The beautiful stone buildings were broken and shattered, many of them turned into mere piles of rubble. There were no people walking along the wide streets, no clamor of voices to drive away the silence. Under the cold grey sky, the ruined city looked dead and mournful. It was impossible to say what terrible disaster had happened here, but it was clear that it was not natural. Many of the collapsed houses were blackened by fire, with claw marks cut into the still-standing fragments of walls. Here and there, monstrous bones of ancient horrors protruded from the ground, telling tales of desperate battles that must have had taken place on these streets once, a long time ago. Looking closer, Sunny felt cold sweat running down his back. There were strange shapes moving through the rubble, and even more hiding in the shadows. Seeing them filled him with an icy sense of dread. The ruined city was teeming with nightmare creatures. There is a vast, ruined city built of weathered stone. And there are numerous monsters wandering its streets. Just like you said there would be. The tall city wall they were standing on was as wide as a road. It stretched endlessly in both directions, enclosing the vast ruins into a strangely perfect circle. Every so often, there were towers built into its impenetrable granite body, serving as bastions against potential enemies. Who would have thought that one day this great barrier would serve not to repel the horrible monsters, but to keep the true horrors imprisoned inside? But Sunny wasn't that interested in the wall. He wasn't even too interested in the monsters. Instead, his eyes were drawn to the tall hill towering above the ruins. On that hill, there is a magnificent castle standing on a hill in the middle of the ruins. It looks like something out of a legend. Its walls are built from radiant white stone, with tall towers and majestic spires piercing the sky. It stands above the city like a symbol of hope, the only thing in this hell that seems to be untouched by the darkness and a wide smile appeared on Cassie's face. Yes, this is the castle I saw. However, Sunny didn't hear her. Just as he was describing the splendor of the bright castle to the blind girl, his gaze accidentally slid behind it. Now, all he could see was the dark silhouette of a cyclopean tower that loomed above the world like an unholy spear made out of solidified blood. As soon as Sunny saw it, his heart was gripped by an unexplainable fear. This was the Crimson Spire. The feeling of horror it emanated was enough to make him never wish to gaze at it again. And yet, he wasn't able to look away. By his side, Nephis was staring at it too, her thoughts a mystery. There was a tense, dark expression on her face. After a few seconds had passed, Changing Star was finally able to compose herself and turned away. Looking in the direction of the castle, she frowned and said, "The final stretch of the way to the citadel might be extremely dangerous. We must not hurry. Let's find a way down first." Chapter 125 A Feast in Time of Plague. Neither Nephis nor Sunny wanted to climb down from the wall, because that would leave them with no path of retreat should something terrible happen. Without the need to discuss it, they had decided to explore the nearest tower and see if there was a suitable way to descend from the wall inside of it. They followed the slightly bending wall north, keeping an eye on the ruins below. From time to time, Sunny was able to notice the shapes of creatures moving through the desolate streets of the ancient city. However, nothing seemed to be interested in scaling its tall granite bulwark. For the time being, they were safe. However, he didn't feel safe. Instead, he kept glancing at the distant axis of the Crimson Spire and shivering. That thing was seriously way too ominous. Good thing we will be out of here soon. That was the only thought that kept him from falling into an irrational panic. Their journey through the Forgotten Shore was about to end. They had endured a lot and survived through a lot. At times, he had not even been sure that they were going to make it out of here alive. But now, all their suffering was about to be rewarded. The path to freedom was already in their sight, they just had to overcome this one last hurdle to return home in glory. Soon, they were closing in on one of the mighty towers built into the wall. The structure was round in shape, rising above the main embankment by a good dozen meters. There was a wide wooden gate leading inside the tower, which was broken a long time ago, with only a few splinters remaining on the ancient iron hinges. Behind the doorway, there was nothing but darkness. Sunny felt that the sight of this entrance was a bit creepy. Of course, darkness was nothing to him. And yet. Suddenly, Cassie tugged on his shoulder, forcing Sunny to stop. Both him and Nephis turned to her, their hands outstretched and ready to summon their swords. "What is it, Cassie?" Sunny asked, alarmed. In some situations, the blind girl was able to recognize danger before they could. Her keen hearing and sense of smell allowed her to sometimes perceive things that normal humans would not be able to. Now, there was a scowl on Cassie's face. Turning her head slightly, she whispered, "Listen." Sunny held his breath and followed her words, straining his hearing to the limit. Soon, he was able to discern a strange sound coming from inside the tower. Chomp. Chomp. Crunch. Chomp. It sounded like something was being devoured there, flesh and bones being ground by sharp teeth. The nauseating sound of meat being torn and chewed made him grimace. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, then summoned their swords. Like usual, before the two of them moved forward, Sunny sent his shadow to investigate the potent ill enemy. The shadow glided on the stones, quickly approaching the tower. Then, it dove into the darkness and concealed itself in the vast shade that permeated the structure. Sunny was able to see inside. The first thing he saw was several dead monsters lying on the stone in puddles of blood. The bloody trails left on the stone floor suggested that their massive bodies were dragged here by something very powerful. They were cut apart and eviscerated, as though dressed down by an enthusiastic butcher. Then, he saw a large pile of gnawed bones lying on the stones. Some of them still had pieces of meat stuck to them, while others were split apart and emptied of even the marrow. The next thing he saw was a fire burning in a circle of stone shards, with several skewers of monster meat roasting above it. Next to the fire, the source of the chomping and crunching sounds was sitting on the stones, munching on a well-roasted rib. It was a human. In fact, it was a young woman. She seemed to be only slightly older than the three of them. Sunny blinked. The young woman was tall and attractive. She had hazel eyes and beautiful brown hair, currently tied in a simple braid. Her build was extremely athletic, with perfectly defined lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin with each movement. And there was a lot of skin on display, since she only wore a provocatively short white tunic, augmented with bronze greaves, vambraces, and a cuirass with leather teruges. While Nephis was slender and lithe, this stranger radiated a sense of vitality and vigor. Everything about her was lavish and generous, screaming of strength, potency and power. The strangest part, however, was that there was an absolutely relaxed, comfortable, and happy expression on her face. In the months spent on the forgotten shore, Sunny had never, even for a second, allowed himself to lower his guard completely. Neither had Nephis or Cassie. Even in the rare moments of rest, sheltered in reliable safety, they were always slightly tense, expecting all kinds of horrors to fall on them in an onslaught of teeth, poison, and claws. Even while under the hex of the Soul Devourer, there was always an invisible shadow in their hearts. However, the young woman seemed to be completely content with being in this cursed place. In fact, she looked happier than Sunny had ever been, even in the real world. As Sunny watched, the young woman messily devoured the meat of the unfortunate monster. The juices were flowing down her face and fingers. Done with the meat, she bit on the bone itself. His eyes widened. The adamantine bone of the nightmare creature was easily crushed between her teeth, and, closing her eyes in pleasure, the girl proceeded to suck out the marrow, then chew and swallow most of the bone itself. Crunch. Crunch. Chomp. Crunch. Finished with the rib, she threw its remains into the disturbingly sizable pile of bones at her feet, loudly burped with no decorum whatsoever, then immediately stretched her hand out to pick up another piece of monster meat from the fire, and sunk her teeth into it. Sunny blinked a couple of times more, then shifted his perspective back and looked at Nephis. "What did you see?" He lingered for a bit, and then said in a hesitant tone. "Well, it's either a very hungry human girl, or a very gluttonous demon." Chapter 126 Effie. Nephis stared at him for a few moments, then turned her head to Cassie and said, "Follow behind us." The three of them cautiously approached the entrance to the tower and lingered there, uncertain of how they should proceed. In their minds, there were two outcomes to this unexpected situation. 1. The mysterious young woman would turn out to be a local awakened. In that case, all their problems were going to be solved. If an awakened happened to meet a group of sleepers in the wild reaches of the dream realm, it was customary to guide them to the nearest human citadel. Of course, exceptions happened, but in general, awakened strived to take care of sleepers in this alien land. Humans had to band together. It was not only a moral obligation, but also in their own best interest. 2. The stranger would turn out to be a nightmare creature. In that case, they were going to have a tough fight on their hands. Since the rank and class of the enemy were unknown, it was impossible to predict the result. They just had to risk it. Drawing a deep breath, Sunny followed Nephis into the cool darkness of the tower. Immediately, the appetizing smell of roasting meat hit his nostrils. His stomach growled. Crap. Before Sunny could react, a piece of bone flew past his head and hit the wall with enough force to shatter into tiny pieces. Belatedly, he raised the midnight shard and assumed a defensive stance. But it was a little too late. The young woman had already been alerted of their presence. Raising her head, she bared her teeth in a wide grin and murmured, "Is someone hiding in the shadows? Why don't you come out to play?" Her voice was deep, smoky and had a raspy huskiness to it. But what mattered the most was that she was speaking in the human language. She was human. Probably. The stranger was still sitting in a relaxed pose, but Sunny didn't miss the subtle tension in her carved muscles. He had no doubt that the alleged awakened could explode into a whirlwind of violence at any moment. It was better not to provoke her. Glancing at Neff, he followed her example and dismissed his sword. Then, the three of them hesitantly stepped into the circle of light cast by the bonfire. The young woman looked at them in surprise and raised her eyebrows. Humans? How unexpected. Then she smiled and shook her head. Ah, where are my manners? With that, she lightly rose to her feet. The white fabric of her tunic shifted slightly, revealing even more of her toned, powerful thighs. Sunny blinked. He had assumed that the stranger was tall, but only now did he realize how imposing her true height was. The woman stood considerably taller than even Nephis, not to mention Sunny himself. Complete with her robust physique, olive skin, and archaic armor, she looked like an ancient goddess. Craning his neck to look her in the eyes was sort of irritating, though. But Sunny had no choice. If he were to just look straight, his line of sight would land directly on her shapely arm. The young woman, meanwhile, wiped her dirty face with a forearm and gestured at the fire. "Here, would you like to take a seat?" Despite the polite invitation, they hesitated. After several seconds passed in awkward silence, Nephis finally took a step forward and asked the question that had been tormenting all three of them. With her voice uncharacteristically tense and full of suppressed emotion, she cautiously said, Are you human?" The stranger stared at her with a blank expression, then blinked a couple of times. "What else would I be? A horse?" With that, she threw her head back and laughed loudly, amused by her own silly joke. Nephis and Sunny glanced at each other, confused as to what to do. Meanwhile, the young woman giggled a few more times and looked at them with sparks of glee dancing in her eyes. "Of course I am human, why are you even asking? Anyway, come sit. My neck is tired from looking down on you." With that, she sat down near the fire and assumed a relaxed pose. Nephis, Sunny and Cassie finally approached and lowered themselves to the stones, looking at the tall girl with hungry flames burning in their eyes. She looked them over, then frowned a little. "Haven't seen you guys around. Are you new?" Nephis gave her a nod. "Yes. We have just reached the city." She was trying very hard to act like a normal, well-adjusted person. It seemed that her endless attempts to improve her social skills had not been in vain. If Sunny didn't know how awkward and clumsy Neff's natural state was, he wouldn't have suspected anything. The young woman grinned. "In that case, my condolences. Wait. You guys survived for 2 whole months in the labyrinth." She whistled and looked at them with newfound respect. "That's a real feat, congratulations." Nephis lingered for a few seconds, then said, "I'm Nephis, and these are my companions, Cassia and Sunless. We are sleepers who came here during the winter solstice." The young woman gave them a wide, friendly smile. "Nice to meet you, Effie. Well, at least that's what people call me. I'm also a sleeper." Sunny frowned. So the beautiful giantess was not an awakened, just a sleeper like them. Strangely, he didn't remember ever seeing her in the academy. Still, too impatient to remain silent, he leaned forward and said, "Are you from the castle? There are people living there, right?" Effie glanced at him. In her eyes, there was a hint of a strange emotion. It almost looked like pity. There are indeed people living in the castle, yes. Nephis and Sunny exchanged excited looks. Then, Changing Star cautiously asked. Can you take us there? Effie shrugged. Sure, no problem. Do you guys have shards? Sunny blinked. What did soul shards have to do with any of this? They had retrieved 2 from that weird stone he had killed at the base of the wall. Was she going to ask for payment? Nephis retrieved the soul shards and showed them to the tall girl. We have 2. Effie sighed. Only 2? Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. Keep them. You'll need them later. Not quite understanding the meaning of her words, Changing Star lingered, then said uncertainly. We were hoping to reach the citadel and access the gateway as soon as possible. How long will it take? The young woman stared at them for a long time, and then suddenly bent over in a fit of hysterical laughter. She laughed so long and hard that tears soon appeared in the corners of her eyes. Unpleasantly surprised, the 3 sleepers stared at her in shock. None of them understood the reason for this bizarre behavior. Is she insane? Sunny frowned, re-evaluating the situation. Previously, the local girl just seemed to be a bit eccentric. But maybe there was more to it. Effie's laughter stopped as abruptly as it had started. Wiping her tears, she shook her head and said in a strange tone. Sorry guys. I just couldn't help myself. Please, forgive my lack of manners. Then, she straightened her back, looked them heavily into the eyes, and said. I can take you to the castle, but there is no gateway there. In fact, there's no way out of this cursed hell at all. I've been stuck here for 3 years myself already. So welcome to the Dark City, I guess. Abandon hope all ye who enter here, and all that. Chapter 127 Abandon all hope. Shell-shocked by her words, the 3 of them stared at the young woman with pale faces. Sunny felt something brittle and precious shattering in his heart, piercing it with an almost physical feeling of pain. No. No, it can't be. It just couldn't be true. How could all of this have been for nothing? How could all of his hopes, dreams, and desires just be destroyed with a couple of words? How was it possible? Somewhere beside him, Cassie suddenly said in a tiny voice. What do you mean, there is no gateway? Effie shrugged. It's very simple, really. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, but deep down inside you must have known already. Didn't you? The Forgotten Shore is not really a place where humans are supposed to survive. That's why you have never heard of anything like it in the school or the academy. Sunny's face got contorted with anger. Of course, the answer was always within his grasp. He was just too naive and foolish to grasp it. The dream realm was vast and strange, with most of its regions barely explored by humans. However, there was at least a small amount of information available about them. Some were even fully under human control, with large citadels like Bastion providing shelter to hundreds of thousands of awakened. And yet, when he had first come to the Forgotten Shore, Sunny didn't recognize any of the unique characteristics of this place. At the time, he had thought that his patchy education was to blame. He should have realized the truth when neither Nephis nor Cassie managed to succeed where he had failed. Why would a region as unique as this one be utterly unknown? The most logical explanation would be that no one had ever returned from this deadly abyss to the real world to tell others about it. What a fool he was, just a few weeks in the comfortable life in the academy, and he had completely forgotten that the world never played fair against people like him. The truth was always worse than his worst expectations, so why would this time be any different? The world was a predator that always waited for an opportunity to devour you. Why would he even expect anything else? A familiar bitter taste appeared in his mouth. Meanwhile, Effie continued in a gentle tone. 15 years ago or so, a group of powerful and desperate sleepers managed to reach this city and claim the castle for themselves. Not because it had a gateway, but because it was the only place that could keep them safe. At least for a while. Ever since then, a few lucky or resourceful people would find their way to the castle each solstice, only to get stuck here with the rest of us. Nephis was sitting quietly, with only her clenched fists betraying the storm of emotions raging in her heart. Cassie was taking the news harder than both of them, though. After all, it was her vision that led them into this trap. Her face was deathly pale, with an expression of pain and shock contorting its delicate lines. Closing her eyes, she whispered. But that is not fair. Effie looked at her with pity. Then, she chuckled, smiled darkly and said, "When was anything ever fair?" She was right, of course. Justice didn't really exist outside of the ethereal realm of human imagination. Sonny had learned that lesson a long, long time ago. While he was stewing in his indignant despair, Effie's smile suddenly lost its grim undertone and turned into a happy grin once again. Leaning forward a little, she said, "But it's not all bad, at least you have met me. You guys are incredibly lucky, really. If you hadn't run into a local, you would have been dead already." Nephis stared at her and asked in a flat tone. "Yeah? Why is that?" Her awkward manner of speech was back again in all its glory. Effie sighed. The Dark City is simultaneously the safest place to be on the Forgotten Shore, and also the deadliest. It is safe because no sea monster can cross the wall, let alone reach the castle. But at the same time, it is far more dangerous than the labyrinth because almost every nightmare creature here is of the fallen rank. Sonny blinked, feeling a cold shiver permeate his whole body. Fallen creatures were immeasurably more powerful than awakened ones. Dormant humans like them had no business fighting against the latter, let alone the former. One awakened demon was already more than they could handle without resorting to summoning a true terror from the depths of the cursed sea. Something much more powerful than the carapace demon would simply wipe them out from existence in a matter of seconds. Remembering countless shapes moving through the ruins, he couldn't help but tremble. Was each of those shapes a fallen monster? How would anyone survive even a day in this cursed city? They would have to be insane to even try. Slowly, the magnitude of the perilous trap they had found themselves in began to seep into his mind. Effie smiled. "But you guys managed to stumble into me before descending from the wall. Otherwise, the fallen ones would have been feasting on your souls already. Lucky, very lucky there are very few people in the castle who go out hunting in the ruins, let alone venture so far away from it. Meeting an experienced hunter like me was probably your only chance to avoid finding out about the true face of the Dark City a second too late." She shook her head. "That's like 1 to 1,000? 10,000? A million? At any rate, the odds were really not in your favor. Fortune is definitely in love with at least one of you, guys. So cheer up, do you want some meat? I had a truly amazing hunt today. It was so amazing that I don't even mind sharing." Nephis didn't even look at the roasting meat and instead leaned forward, her words filled with intensity. "If there is no gateway here, why didn't you try to leave?" Effie blinked a couple of times and looked at her with sincere confusion. "Leave? And go where?" The meat was about to become burnt, so she leaned to the fire and removed the skewers, then replaced them with a couple of new ones. Then, with a sigh, she turned to Changing Star and said, "You've been to the labyrinth, so you know what it's like. There's nothing else but that damn coral and cursed sea for months of travel in every direction. You can't go on foot, you can't swim. You can't even fly, because there are swarms of dreadful flying abominations hiding in the clouds. But try to leave. Yeah, many have tried. They're all dead now. Actually, that's how the initial master of the castle had perished." Sonny gritted his teeth. "So, what? You guys just hide in the castle and wait for death?" The beautiful young woman laughed. "Of course not, doofus." Then she pierced him with an unexpectedly grim look of her hazel eyes and said, "Most of us can't even get into the castle. The king demands his tax, you know. So we just wait for death outside. Chapter 128 King of the Hill. Sunny stared at her, trying to understand the meaning behind the strange words. What do you mean? Effie shrugged. The castle belongs to a man named Gunlorg. If you want to enter and live in the safety of the castle walls, protected and provided for by his hunters, you need to pay a tribute. 1 shard each week. Of course there was exploitation going on even in this pit of despair. What else did he expect? As long as there were people, someone was going to end up as prey. Sunny sensed a familiar dark feeling rising up from the depths of his soul. At some point, he had lulled it into a slumber and forgotten it, but now it finally returned to its rightful place. A corner of his mouth curled up. What happens if you can't pay the tribute? The huntress glanced at him with confusion. What do you think? You are not allowed to step anywhere near the gates. There's a small settlement for us unfortunate wretches beneath the castle walls, where we make do with what little we have and tremble in the night, hoping that nothing comes out of the darkness to devour us. That's pretty much it. He hesitated. But how are people even supposed to get soul shards in this cursed place? Effie gestured to the corpses of the monsters she had slain. By hunting. One can find awakened creatures here and there in the city. The trick is to find and kill them without stumbling into something far more deadly. Gunlorg's people form parties and go out to hunt, with experienced pathfinders leading the way. They bring back food, memories, materials, and shards. Nothing stops people from attempting the same. She fell silent for a few moments, and then said in a darker tone. Of course, without good memories, vast amounts of accumulated soul essence and intricate knowledge of the city, those people usually don't live long. Most of them either die or turn to other ways of earning shards. There's very few independent hunters with more than a couple of successful hunts to their names. Ones that are still alive, I mean. Sunny glanced at the dead monsters, each of them large enough to give him pause. What about you? How many did you survive? Effie smiled. More than a couple. With a chuckle, she raised her hand and began folding fingers, a thoughtful expression on her face. Let's see 1, 2, 5. Running out of fingers on one hand, she scratched her head and said with a bit of uncertainty. I'm not really sure, but it should be around 100 or 2. Yeah. Sunny's eyes widened. 200? If what Effie had said was true, then she was a force to be reckoned with. Slaying even one awakened creature was worthy of respect. Slaying hundreds of them, however, was nothing short of remarkable, perhaps even heroic and a little fearsome. Especially since she had hunted them alone in the middle of a cursed ruin full of fallen abominations, unaided, with no one to rely on except for herself. The easygoing huntress was not as simple as she appeared. He frowned. If this is true, then you should have had no problem paying the tribute to stay in the castle. This doesn't make sense. Why haven't you? Effie shrugged with ambivalence. The topic didn't seem to interest her. Let's just say that I don't like the ambience there. Sunny wanted to learn more, but suddenly, Nephis spoke again, her voice strangely tense. You said that there were other ways of earning soul shards. What are they? The huntress turned to her and was silent for a while, a hint of some dark emotion in her eyes. However, it was quickly erased by her usual laid-back smile. Well, there's a few ways. If you have a useful utility ability, you can become a craftsman or an artifacts in the castle. There's not a lot of such sleepers, so they are well regarded and cared for. If not, there are other opportunities, too. Boys can become Gunlorg's soldiers, while girls can enter his harem. Pretty ones like the two of you especially. No one will force you, of course. Nephis scowled. Sunny could see white sparks dancing in her eyes. So you can either become his soldier, his servant, his plaything, or die. But that is your own choice. No one is forcing anyone to do anything. Of course. Effie grinned. Smart girl. You get it. Changing Star looked down, her indifferent face turning hard and cold. Her fists were clenched so hard that they seemed bloodless. So why hasn't anyone killed him yet? The huntress laughed. Kill Gunlorg? Oh, many have tried. Great people, terrible people, and everyone in between. You can see their skulls above the castle gate, actually. She shook her head. I like your train of thought, princess, but you should forget it. Just consider him to be immortal. He practically is. Believe me when I say that no sleeper can defeat Gunlorg ever. It's simply impossible. Effie sighed. Plus, no matter how much I hate the bastard, he is the only thing that holds this place together. Despicable as he is, without him, we would have all been dead already. Sunny watched Nephis, waiting to see her reaction. What he saw did not make him happy at all. On her beautiful ivory face, there was nothing but cold indifference and resolve. It was the same expression he had seen on it before the battle with the Carapace Centurion first, and the Carapace Demon later. Without even needing Cass's prophetic ability, he could easily imagine what was going on in her head. This is going to become a problem. As though sensing the same thing, Effie grimaced. No, seriously. Trying to go against Gunlorg will only get you killed if you're lucky. Don't even think about that. Thinking too much is not good for your health here in the Dark City anyway. Then, she smiled and gestured to the fire. Just have some of this delicious meat instead. Life is good when your stomach is full, right? Let me tell you, this is most likely your last chance to eat anything for free. Food is a real rarity in these parts. Can you believe it? Sunny sighed, then leaned forward and picked up a sizzling piece of meat. No matter what happened, they had to keep going. One step at a time. This was the only way to survive. Of course I can believe it. I'm from the outskirts, you know. I didn't even know what real meat smells like before entering the academy. With that, he handed the piece of meat to Cassie, took another one, and began devouring it greedily. Nephis lingered for a bit, but then followed his example. Effie giggled. That's the spirit see, Doofus gets it. It seemed as though Changing Star had listened to her advice. At least on the surface, she had accepted that defeating the current master of the castle was impossible. But Sunny knew that, deep down inside, she remained unconvinced. After all, Nephis was in the habit of making impossible things happen. Chapter 129 Solace. After the shocking revelation about the cruel futility of their long and arduous journey to the Dark City, the desire to reach the promised castle that kept the three of them going for so long had diminished significantly. However, they still wanted to get there as soon as possible. There was a tiny remnant of hope still burning in Sonna's heart. Perhaps Effie was lying to them, or wrong about everything. Somehow. He didn't really believe it, though. The beautiful huntress seemed sincere and competent, if a little eccentric. More than that, her words made too much sense. But Effie wasn't in a rush to leave the granite tower. There's not enough daylight left to traverse that much distance. Moving through the ruins is a slow ordeal. Get comfortable and rest. We'll leave tomorrow at dawn. After that, she got busy dressing down the monster carcasses with a long knife that appeared in her hand. She even summoned a memory that looked like a leather apron to avoid getting blood on her tunic. Whistling an upbeat melody under her nose, the vigorous young woman looked like an enthusiastic gourmet chef. Nephis, Sunny and Cassie were in no mood to talk. Each of them sat somberly by themselves, trying to digest the awful reality of their new situation. Sunny was utterly disheartened. He felt as though someone had pulled the batteries out of his body, leaving him with no strength or desire to do anything. The world had become dim and tiresome. That's hope for you. He didn't even have enough motivation to get angry. It was as though he had run an exhausting marathon and crossed the finish line, only to find out that there was another race waiting for him on the other side. In fact, he would have to keep running forever. He would never meet Master Jet and Teacher Julius again to thank them for the advice and teachings that had helped him survive, and maybe even repay their kindness. He would never become an awakened and learn more mysteries of his strange aspect. Most importantly, his dreams of becoming rich and spending the rest of his life in comfort were also not meant to be. Which hurt the most? Figures. Crestfallen, he made an effort to find some semblance of solace in this disastrous fiasco. Well, if you think about it, I'm still alive. That has to be worth something, right? His shadow glanced at him, not entirely convinced. Plus, I can easily stay alive for the foreseeable future. Yeah, the big picture changed for the worst, but our immediate situation has actually improved a lot. We are safe from the constant threat of drowning or being devoured by the dwellers of the deep dark sea. We have also found a strong community of humans. No matter how things were run in the castle, there were hundreds of people living there. Numbers and experience meant everything in the dream realm. By becoming a part of a human collective, they were going to shed most of the burdens that had been silently crushing them all this time. Compared to the infernal gauntlet of the labyrinth, life in the castle was going to be like a dream. If they were willing to submit to its thug of a master, of course. If Sunny was alone, he probably would. Now, however. But even if they were to refuse, there was still the outer settlement. Effie seemed to be doing just fine as an independent hunter. She didn't even seem miserable. In fact, she might just be the most contented person I've ever seen. Seriously, how can she be so laid back and cheerful? Is she insane? He cast a sidelong glance at the unreasonably tall huntress and frowned. Well, let's ponder about it. She has a roof over her head and a limitless supply of delicious food, provided that she hunts it down herself. That is already better than my life in the outskirts. Come to think about it, remaining in the dark city for the rest of his life was not how he had envisioned his future, but it was not that different from struggling to survive in the slums of the real world. Actually, in a lot of senses, it was way better. So, maybe, the situation seemed to be so bad not because it actually was, but because it simply didn't fit his inflated expectations. Perhaps Effie didn't expect anything from life at all, and that's why she was so damn happy and lively even in the middle of this odious hell. Yeah, that must be it. Problem solved. Easy. The shadow shook its head and turned away. Sunny sighed. Despite his somewhat rational attempt to find the bright side in this calamity, he didn't feel any better, at all. In fact, thinking about how inescapable and bleak their future was only made him more tired. Suddenly, his skin crawled. The familiar sensation of dread and unease flooded his mind, only now, it was so much more profound and invasive. The shadow of the Crimson Spire had fallen on the dark city. Soon, the sound of waves crashing against stone informed them of the coming of night. Not in the mood to even stand up, Sunny silently sent his shadow to take a look outside. As the last rays of the falling sun colored the world in the shades of red, the cursed sea was surging out of the great crater. Sunny watched as the distant statue of the beautiful faceless woman was slowly drowned by the darkness, until only her open hand remained above the waves. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked down. The undulating black surface of the cursed sea stopped mere meters beneath the edge of the granite wall. It seemed as though he could almost touch it with his hand. On the other side of the stone barrier, the ruined city lay submerged in shadows, dozens of meters below the water level. Trapped between the endless expanse of the dark sea and the vast emptiness of the ruins, the mighty wall seemed to be as thin as a sheet of paper. And yet, it silently withstood the crushing pressure of the black waves, serving as a dam that protected the city below from being erased by the terrible flood just like it did for thousands of years. However, Sunny couldn't help but imagine all that crushing weight bursting through the collapsing wall in an all-consuming torrent of darkness. He felt shivers running down his spine. Commanding his shadow to return, Sunny finally forced himself to stand up and walked over to Nephis. Changing Star was sitting with her back against the wall, a dark expression on her face. Hearing his footsteps, she raised her eyes. Sunny sat down beside her, lingered for a while, and then said, "What do you think?" She was silent for a long time, simply looking at him with an inexorable expression. Just when he was about to think that there would be no answer, Neff finally spoke. As she did, white sparks ignited in the depths of her cold grey eyes. "We will find a way to return. No matter what has to be done, we will." Her words echoed inside the granite tower, making shadows on the walls dance in sinister glee. Chapter 130 Strength of a Dozen Men. In the morning, they set out for the castle. Before leaving the safe haven of the granite tower, Effie gave them a list of instructions. "Follow behind me. Listen to everything I say. Don't make any noise. Don't bleed. Don't think too much. Some of the creatures out there can hear noisy thoughts, others can sense strong emotions. So don't feel fear, either." Sunny stared at her with a grim expression. How was he supposed to control what he feels? The vigorous huntress grinned. "What? You never tried to solve math equations in your head to impress a lovely lady? Just do the same." As Sunny's cheeks began to turn bright red, she giggled and turned to Cassie and Neff. "Correction. The two of you, try not to feel fear. Doofus, you try not to get too excited. If walking behind me turns out to be too much, ask to get slapped, all right?" Sunny scowled and uttered through gritted teeth, "That won't be a problem." Effie blinked a couple of times, then smiled. "Are playing for the other team. I see. What was that supposed to mean?" Trying to get his emotions under control, Sunny took a deep breath and counted to 10. "Math equations, my ass, who does she think she is? Wait, why am I counting?" Making sure that they understood her instructions, the huntress turned around and rolled the massive slab of granite that blocked the exit from the tower to the side. Lean muscles tensed and moved under her olive skin, making for a picturesque view. Sunny stared at her back and gulped. That slab of granite had to weigh a couple of tons, at least. How strong was the beautiful giantess, exactly? Catching a glimpse of his stare, Effie raised an eyebrow and winked. "Like what you see?" He answered on autopilot. "Yes, wait, no, I mean, that's not why I was looking. How are you that strong?" She glanced at the granite slab, then at him. "Oh, that's my aspect ability. It's a strong all-around physical enhancement. That was a very rare and powerful ability to have. While not as flashy as many others, it was practically the ultimate warrior ability. With not only her strength but also her speed, agility, endurance and resilience boosted, Effie was like one of those ancient heroes Neff sometimes talked about. Especially since that boost seemed to be so extravagant. Plus, she had most likely absorbed a very large amount of soul essence over the years of hunting monsters in the Dark City. All those shards the recalcitrant huntress refused to pay as tribute to the tyrannical lord of the castle had to go somewhere. But why would she just admit what her ability was? Sharing secrets like that was not a wise thing to do, especially not in the ruthless reality of the Forgotten Shore. Noticing his surprise, Effie grinned. "What? It's not like it's a great mystery. Around here, anyone with a pair of eyes knows what my ability can do. Do you want me to tell you what my flaw is as well?" There was a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Yeah, right. As if anyone is insane enough to share their. It's very simple. My aspect not only enhances all my physical attributes, it also does the same with all my physical needs. Why do you think I ate enough meat to create a literal pile of gnawed bones, for the fun of it?" She laughed and shook her head. "Well, it was fun, not gonna lie. So the price for having the strength of many men was to have the hunger of many men, as well. Out here in the Dark City, where food was scarce and hard to come by, it was a dangerous flaw to possess. It was a curse that could force a person to hunt more, and therefore risk injury and death more than anyone else would have to. Most people would scoff at its severity, but not Sunny. He knew what hunger, real hunger, felt like. What it could do to a person. Perhaps that was the reason why Effie was out here in the first place. Perhaps she had become a huntress not because she wanted to, but because she simply didn't have a choice. What other physical needs do people have? Sunny thought, a little confused. Air, then water and food, then aha? Hey, I said not to get excited. Sunny flinched and looked up at Effie, who was staring at him and cackling. Embarrassed, he gritted his teeth in anger. Don't flatter yourself, Bimpole. However, when he noticed that Nephis and Cassie were observing them with amusement clearly written on their faces, his anger somewhat subsided. Belatedly, Sunny realized that, perhaps, the experienced huntress had been joking around with him not just out of pure mischief. Perhaps she was trying to lighten the mood to get them into the right mental state, thus making traversing the cursed city less perilous. Meanwhile, Effie grinned. What? No answer? Sunny glared at her and said. Don't distract me. Then he forcefully changed the flow of his thoughts and reluctantly added. I'm solving equations. A minute later, they left the granite tower and stepped onto the streets of the dark city. Effie had summoned the helmet of her archaic armor before venturing forth. It was of the Corinthian design, with a tall crest of blue horsehair and a narrow visor that left only her eyes and lips exposed. On her back, there was a leather bag containing the meat, bones, and hides of the monsters she had slain during the hunt. Sunny knew for a fact that this bag was much larger on the inside than it seemed from the outside otherwise. In order to accommodate all of F's trophies, it would have had to be comically big. However, it still weighed way too much for an ordinary person to carry. Including the armor, the long knife, and the black leather apron, it was the fourth memory he had seen the huntress summon. He wondered how many more did she have in her arsenal. He had yet to see what weapons Effie used. In the ghostly light of early dawn, they entered the cursed ruins. Chapter 131 Traversing the Dark City. The mournful ruins of the once great city sprawled around them like a desolate stone maze. With grey skies above and nothing but dead silence surrounding the cohort of 4 tent sleepers, it seemed as though they were walking through a vast, cyclopean graveyard. Sunny had to constantly remind himself that there were countless horrors hiding in the ominous shadows of the dark city. One wrong turn could land them in dire peril. In this ancient ruin, they had no choice but to entrust their lives to the hands of their guide. Luckily, the guide in question was not a morose dead poet, but a tall, extremely attractive young woman clad in a pleasantly revealing archaic armor. In their current circumstances, Sunny much preferred the company of a warrior to that of a useless scribbler. In fact, circumstances had nothing to do with it. He was having trouble imagining any situation where a writer would be helpful to have around. From what he knew, all writers were lazy, talentless hacks whose only real skill was finagling money out of honest people while getting off on torturing them with sadistic cliffhanger. Not to mention that none of them had a backside like Effie. Wait, what? Getting his mind out of the gutter, Sunny frowned and reminded himself to keep his emotions in check. In a sense, this harsh necessity was a blessing. The perilous reality of the ruined city prevented them from concentrating on the bitter despair that had taken a stranglehold on their hearts after the grim revelation of the previous day. They just had to put one foot in front of the other and not think too much about anything. One step at a time. That was how he was going to survive. With a heavy sigh, Sunny glanced around and continued walking. Just like Effie had said, traversing the ruins turned out to be a slow ordeal. The huntress led them through the complex maze of wide and narrow streets following a strange, convoluted path that only she knew. Often, they would have to stop and hide, waiting for some unseen danger to pass. Sometimes they walked under the empty sky, sometimes they dove into the weathered buildings and spent some time crawling through the piles of rubble inside. Other times, Effie was able to lead them straight through half-collapsed houses to emerge into secluded alleyways on the other side. Once or twice, they had even climbed to the rooftops and proceeded forward by walking on precariously rickety tiles or bared support beams, jumping across vast chasms and balancing on half-rotten planks of wood that had been placed there by someone to bridge especially wide gaps. During these moments, either Neff or Sunny would carry Cassie in their arms. Sunny was surprised to discover that the interiors of some buildings were incredibly well preserved. It was as though the inhabitants had just left a few days ago, as opposed to the thousands of years that had passed in reality. Because of that, he was able to catch glimpses of how the citizens of this ancient city had lived all that time ago. It was a strange and eerie sight. He was also able to clearly understand that Effie indeed knew the ruins very well. Everywhere they went, there were signs of her previous visits and preparations. From the planks placed across the gaps between roofs to the heavy slabs of stone used to hide improvised passages, it was apparent that she had spent years of meticulous effort turning large parts of this lethal maze into her own private hunting grounds. He had gained a new respect for the seemingly carefree young woman. She almost made traveling through the cursed ruins look safe and easy. However, he knew that this couldn't be farther from the truth. In fact, he suspected that death was constantly breathing down their necks, only barely held at bay by Effie's knowledge and timely judgment. Several freshly eviscerated carcasses that they had stumbled on served as a clear sign that Dark City was teeming with harrowing life. Even terrifying nightmare creatures were not safe here. More than once, they heard the distant sounds of claws scraping against stone, sensed the ground trembling under heavy footsteps, or noticed swift shadows falling through the clouds. In those moments, Effie would change their course on the fly or find a perfectly concealed hiding spot without fail. Meeting her had indeed been a rare stroke of luck. But with each hour that passed, Sunny grew increasingly somber. No matter what kind of future awaited them in this cursed place, he had no doubt that they would have to hunt for food as well. That meant that he was going to have to learn all the same things that Effie had learned, and maybe even more. The task seemed incredibly daunting. He wasn't even sure that he would be able to accomplish it. At least he wasn't going to do it by himself. There was Changing Star to partner with, and Cassie. Their presence calmed him down. Living in this terrible hell alone, he didn't even want to think about it. Such a wretched existence would surely kill him, and if not, at least drive him insane. At that point, he wouldn't wish to be alive anyway. Who would want to endure that kind of misery? Why think about something that is never going to happen? Glancing at Nephis and Cassie, Sunny hid a smile and hurried to catch up to Effie. Come to think about it, he had it way better than the recalcitrant huntress. There were reliable allies with whom he had forged bonds of trust and companionship at his side. The three of them made each other stronger. More than that, his own aspect was able to provide him with a similar comprehensive physical enhancement ability, albeit a lesser version of it. It was much more versatile, though, allowing him to transfer the enhancement effect onto memories and inanimate objects, not to mention his invaluable ability to move and scout around without being seen. Sunny would offer the services of his shadow to Effie, but he wasn't sure about how safe that would be. If there were creatures in these ruins capable of sensing thoughts and emotions, what were the chances that some of them would be able to sense the gaze of the shadow as well? He would have to learn more and experiment before allowing it to wander around on its own. These thoughts had cheered him up a little. Soon, as the sun began to fall toward the horizon, they had finally reached the base of the hill on which stood the magnificent castle. Sunny looked up, sensing his heart beating wildly. A heavy and anxious feeling took hold of his mind. Depending on what happened next, their fates were going to change forever, either for the better, or for the worse. Chapter 132, End of the Line. In the center of the cursed city, a tall hill towered above the ruins. At its base, an arch made of pristine white marble stood amidst the devastation. It was unscathed and spotless, as though protected from the entropic touch of the all-consuming darkness by some sublime force. Beyond the arch, a wide road paved with white stone scaled the hill. Sunny looked up as they passed beneath the arch, trying to imagine crowds of festively dressed people doing the same in the distant past. It was hard and a little heartbreaking thinking about how the ancient city must have looked before the mysterious calamity. Not turning her head, Effie said in a wistful tone. There are areas in the ruins that many nightmare creatures tend to avoid for some reason. The castle is one of these places. I was told that back when the original group of sleepers came here hoping to carve a foothold in the city, there was only a single spire messenger nesting in the throne room, with no other monsters around. Those madmen actually managed to kill it. Nephis gave her a glance. Spire messenger. The huntress chuckled. Big ugly bastards with black feathers and pale bodies, you must have seen them hunting in the labyrinth. They come from the spire. Changing Star hesitated. What are their rank and class? Effie shivered a little. Fallen beasts. That's why I said that those guys were a little mad. But they were a powerful bunch. She grew silent and then added in a quiet voice. It must have taken a lot to kill them, in the end. Brought into a solemn mood by that last statement, they continued forward in silence. The stone road coiled around the hill, slowly climbing its sheer slopes. Here and there, it was broken by long stretches of stairs and formidable, but strangely graceful fortifications. No one was standing guard, though. The whole road was empty. Sunny gestured to one of the stone barricades and asked, "Why are there no watchmen?" Effie shrugged. Gunlorg has barely enough people to man the castle walls. They will notice anything that approaches the hill, though. The whole city is in clear view from up there, and there are different protective measures put in place. They have already spotted us, too. Sunny shifted his body a little, not enjoying the feeling of being watched by some unseen, potentially dangerous strangers. After a long time walking up the coiling road of white stone, they finally reached the zenith of the hill and saw the mighty castle in all its glory. Up close, it looked even more magnificent. Built from the same pristine marble as the arch at the base of the hill, it stretched into the sky like a white mountain made by human hands. The frontmost tower was wide and imposing, with a tall decorated gate and a grandiose staircase leading down from it to a vast stone platform that the road ended with. On both sides of the frontmost tower, brought slightly forth, two others stood as bastions, connected to it with arched aerial bridges and accompanied by smaller companion towers of their own. Behind them, the main keep soared even higher, as though trying to challenge the menacing crimson spire that loomed above the world far in the distance. Smaller towers, spires, and wings stood here and there, forming a complex and strangely harmonious formation. The whole structure was incredibly beautiful, striking, and at the same time radiated a feeling of unassailable firmness. It was as though the castle was built for gods, not mortals. The only thing that spoiled the picture were dozens of human skulls hanging above the gates on rusty chains. Sunny grimaced, brought down to grim reality by this ghastly sight. His gaze fell lower, only now noticing dozens of crude, makeshift hovels huddled on the stone platform. They were built from fragments of rubble, rotting wood, and pieces of monster hides, chaotically clinging to the stones as if afraid to be blown away by the wind. An unpleasant, strangely familiar smell hit him in the nose a few moments later. It was the motley, but unmistakable stench of the slums. That stench was nothing like the poisonous reek of the outskirts, and at the same time exactly the same. Sunny couldn't help but smile crookedly. Gee. I'm home. Between the hovels, gaunt and empty-eyed people were busy eking out their pitiful existences. They were dressed in a strange mix of dirty rags and shiny memories, with those wearing armor standing out among the rest like rare oddities. Most of them were extremely young, barely older than Sunny himself. He could smell their exhaustion and desperation even from where he was standing. Sunny really wanted to laugh. After everything he had been through ever since becoming infected by the nightmare spell, the cycle had finally completed. He was right back to where he had started, only much worse off. Wasn't that the funniest thing ever? If this wasn't fate, then he didn't know what was. Oh, the irony. Changing Star's voice tore him away from his reverie. Sunny? Are you okay? He blinked a couple of times, then slowly turned to face her and said after a brief pause. Yeah. I was just reminiscing. Something in his voice must have sounded strange, because she gave him a long look before turning away with a short nod. Good. Don't relax just yet. Then, She turned to Effie and asked, "What do we do now?" The huntress looked around and shrugged. "It's going to get dark soon, so I would advise you to find a shelter before that. Look around for an empty hut. With how many people die each season, there's always plenty of those. Otherwise, 2 of you can pay the tribute and go into the castle. But the third one will have to stay." Changing Star lingered, then said, "What about you?" Effie grinned. "What about me? That luxury 1-bedroom cottage over there is mine. Mind you, it was built from the best kind of crap you can find here, although it's still crap. Anyway, I am going home, preparing myself a hearty supper and then going to sleep. I'm dead tired from these last couple of days. Sorry, I don't host guests." Nephis stared at her, obviously wanting to say more, but then simply nodded. "I see. Thank you for everything you have done for us. I won't forget it." Effie smiled, patted her on the shoulder and turned to Sunny and Cassie. "Bye, doofus. Beau, doll. See you around." With that, she began whistling a cheerful melody and walked away. The 3 of them were suddenly left alone, lost and unsure about what to do. The inhabitants of the outer settlement didn't pay them a lot of attention, only occasionally throwing an indifferent glance at the 3 young strangers. Only Cassie's beauty attracted a couple of intense, darkly fascinated gazes. After a minute or so passed in disoriented silence, Changing Star hesitantly took out the 2 soul shards that they had collected from the remains of the rolling stone and looked at the glimmering crystals lying in her hand. They had to make a decision. Chapter 133 Farewell. Nephis held the shimmering crystals, looking at them with a heavy expression. Sunny was also staring at the shards, his head full of dark thoughts. The remnants of shattered souls glowed softly in the dim twilight of dusk. Around them, the inhabitants of the outer settlement were hurrying to get inside their pitiful hovels before the coming of night. The sun was already hidden behind the cyclopean silhouette of the crimson spire, drowning the world in its eerie shadow. The air was full of fear and worry. He grimaced. "What are you thinking about?" Changing Star sighed and looked up. Her ivory face was harsh and thoughtful. She remained silent for a while, and then said in her usual calm tone, "We need to split up." Sunny couldn't help but laugh. "You do know what usually happens when people split up in these kinds of situations, right?" She stared at him with no humor in her cold, gray eyes. "This is not a drama, Sunny. We have the means to provide 2 of us with food and shelter for a week. There's no reason to pass on this opportunity." Cassie turned to her, a confused expression on her face. But what about the third?" An uncomfortable silence hung between them, broken only by the whistling wind. Sunny looked at the blind girl, then at Nephis, and finally glanced at himself. Which one of them was going to remain hungry in the bitter cold while the other 2 would be eating their fill in the comfortable safety of the castle? He thought that he had an inkling. What else did I expect? It was less than 10 minutes since they reached the human civilization well, whatever passed for one in this loathsome purgatory, and the tentative connection that had been established between them in the crucible of the labyrinth was already coming apart at the seams. Just as he had expected, the nature of their relationship was going to change now that they weren't essentially the last 3 people in the whole wide world, with no one else to rely on but each other. Was it strong enough to endure without that desperate need? He wasn't sure. Throughout his whole life, Sunny had never managed to last long in any group. He didn't know if this time was going to be any different. Just as his insecurity threatened to break out of control, Nephis sighed and handed him the soul shards. "Here. Take Cassie inside." He stared at her hand, then looked up sharply. A strange storm of emotions erupted in his heart. There was surprise, joy, concern, but at the same time, irrationally, a dark sense of shame and resentment. Not knowing how to deal with all these feelings, he scowled and asked, "Why me?" Changing Star simply raised an eyebrow. Shaking his head, Sunny offered her a crooked smile and added, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not refusing. I'm just curious, why are you so kind all of a sudden? Is it out of some misguided sense of nobility? Nephis looked at him for a while, and then said with indifference, I have never been noble. I have never been kind. He blinked, struggling with the desire to pinch Neph and make sure that she was awake. Had she met herself? If she wasn't noble, then who was? Meanwhile, Changing Star shrugged and looked away. It is simply the best choice. Right now, we need information the most. With the help of the shadow, you will be able to learn much more about what is going on in the castle than I ever would. While you are gathering information inside, I will do the same here. We will meet in a week, share our findings, and decide what to do next. Sunny just stared at her. Did Neph just reveal herself to be as cynically pragmatical as he was? Once again, he felt a weird mix of emotions. He was simultaneously elated and hurt by her lack of sentiment. However, the fact that she simply assumed that they were going to continue working together, as though it was a given, had not avoided his attention. For some reason, this small detail gave Sunny a warm feeling. Nephis looked at him and added, Besides, the terms of our trade have come to an end. Your promise was to give up on your share of spoils on the way to the castle. Well, here we are. That stone creature was your kill, so these shards are yours by right. Trade? What trade? Oh, yeah, the trade he had made with Changing Star to get her to teach him swordsmanship and hide the fact that he had no way to absorb soul shards. He has almost forgotten about it. But she didn't. Now that Sunny had been reminded of its existence and realized that it was over, he felt a sudden pang of regret. It was as though one of the few strings that connected them together had been suddenly severed. With a sigh, he took the soul shards from her hand and gripped them tightly. All right. Then I'll meet you in a week, I guess. Sunny opened his mouth, wishing to say something else, but then just turned away. Stepping aside, he gave the girls some privacy to say their goodbyes. Soon, Cass's delicate hand found his shoulder. Sunny glanced at the blind girl, remained silent for a bit, and then asked, Are you ready? She hesitated before answering. When she did, there was a hint of sadness in her voice. Yes. With that, they walked away and left Nephis behind, standing alone in the surging darkness of the descending night. Guiding the blind girl, Sunny approached the grand stairs that led to the ornate gates of the magnificent marble castle. Out here, there was nothing but the howling of the wind and the encroaching veil of darkness. It seemed as though the dwellers of the slum were not allowed to build their hovels on the wide stretch of stone that separated the marble steps from the outer settlement. Be careful, there are steps ahead. After warning Cassie, he sensed a cold feeling grasp his heart. For some reason, it felt as though once he stepped on these stairs, there would be no way back. Gritting his teeth, Sunny took a step forward and began his ascent to the castle. Soon, they approached the apex and stopped in front of a couple of unfriendly guards. Both of the young men barring their way wore armor-type memories and wielded their weapons in the open, as though trying to warn anyone approaching to not test their patience. They looked at Sunny without even trying to hide their disdain. What do you want, rat? Sunny hesitated, then held out the soul shards. One of the guards glanced at them and grinned. Well, would you look at that? The rat has brought us a present. Chuckling, he took the glimmering crystals and waved a hand. Come on in. Someone will meet you inside. Struggling to not glare at the armed sleepers with murder in his eyes, Sunny forced out a pale smile and cautiously walked past them. Then, looking up at the dozens of human skulls swinging above them on rusty chains, he sighed darkly and led Cassie through the gates of the castle. Chapter 134 Bright Castle. As they passed through the ornate gates, a large hall opened up before them. Hearing a strange rustle from above, Sunny raised his head and saw tall windows with stained glass panes soaring to the distant ceiling. During the day, the hall must have been filled with cascading rays of beautiful light. Currently, though, several young women were nimbly moving from one window to another, draping them with thick sheets of crude fabric. The makeshift wooden ladders they used creaked and cracked, creating a strange and almost melodic sound. It seemed as though the sheets of fabric were being fastened in a way that prevented even the smallest glint of light from escaping the castle during the night. Sunny suspected that every window in the marble fortress was currently being covered in the same way. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a loud noise thundered behind their backs. Turning around, he saw the ornate gates closing. The two guards who had met them outside were already sliding a heavy iron bolt into the sockets, their faces red from strain. The massive bar must have weighed more than the two of them combined. The castle was now sealed from the outside world, ready to face the onslaught of cursed darkness. Suddenly, Sunny felt like an animal caught in a cage. Trying to calm himself down, he looked around and noticed an opulent wooden desk that looked completely out of place in the grand hall. It must have been dragged here from some other part of the marble citadel. Behind the desk, a gaunt young man with nervous eyes was writing something down on a piece of parchment. The whole thing looked strangely similar to a reception desk in a luxurious hotel or, rather, to what Sunny imagined such a thing would look like. He had never actually been to a hotel, of course. Hesitating for a few moments, he walked over to the desk and addressed the young man. "Hey. We've been told that someone will meet us inside." The castle receptionist flinched and looked up from his paper, a fearful expression appearing on his face. When he realized who was speaking to him, though, the fear disappeared, replaced by a tentative smile. The young man had a thin face and a pale, unhealthy complexion. He looked hungry and weak, much more like those poor souls in the outer settlement than someone who lived in the castle. His clothes, however, were clean and tidy, without any signs of wear and tear like that of the people outside. Guests, sorry, you gave me a fright there. Welcome to the bright castle. Whoa, you were just in time. A couple of minutes later, and the gates would have been closed. Saying that, he threw a tense glance at the two guards and then quickly looked away. Anyway, my name is Harper. I'm responsible for guest accommodations today. Let's get you. I don't seem to recognize you. Guys. Is this your first time paying the tribute? Sunny stared at him for a couple of seconds, feeling Cassie squeeze his shoulder a little tighter, then said. Yes. Harper smiled. Congratulations, you might not even suspect it, but I was once in your shoes myself. In fact, it was just a few months ago. But ever since Lord Gunlord graced me with his kindness, I've been living in the safety of the castle. You'll love it here too, I'm sure. Right. Sunny didn't know if the young man was sincere in his gratitude to the local tyrant or was simply saying these things for the guards to hear, and honestly, he didn't care. What piqued his interest, though, was that Harper did not seem as surprised by the timing of their arrival into the dark city as Effie had been. But then he realized that people living in the castle might not have known who came to the outer settlement and when. They would probably assume that he and Cassie had entered the dream realm close to the ruins and then spent the last 2 months scrounging for soul shards to pay their way into the castle. This was a good detail to know, since Sunny didn't want to announce the true extent of their competence just yet. Judging by how impressed Effie was by the fact that they had managed to carve their way through the labyrinth, this would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. He smiled with the corner of his mouth. So, what do we need to do now? Harper picked up his quill and opened a large ledger. That's very simple, really. I'll just need your names to mark when the two of you paid the tribute, and that's pretty much it. We have a lot of spare rooms here, especially in the Tower of Dusk. It is very quiet, so how about I settle you there? There was a nervous glint in his eyes. Tower of Dusk probably means that it's in the western part of the castle, facing the Crimson Spire. No wonder people don't want to live there. But to Sunny, fewer people meant less danger. He gave the gaunt young man a nod. Sure. No problem. Harper smiled. Great, that's great. So your names? Sunny interrupted him, trying to avoid dangerous questions. I'm Sunless, and this is Cassia. The young man wrote their names down and marked the date of their arrival. Sunny stared at his neat handwriting, his eyes locked on the short strings of numbers. So it had actually been exactly 77 days since the night they had arrived on the forgotten shore. The three of them had scrupulously kept track of time for a while, but after their harrowing experience with the soul devourer, Sunny had lost the grasp on the actual count. Out there in the real world, the spring was already starting. A whole season had passed. It felt like a lifetime. Not paying any attention to the storm raging inside Sunny's heart, Harper closed the ledger and offered them a polite smile. All done. Now, leave your worries behind and follow me. Between these walls, you are completely safe. Nothing is going to hurt you. His tone was jovial, but Sunny didn't miss the quick glance Harper threw at the menacing guards standing silently by the sealed gate. Chapter 135 Cohabitation. Harper led them through the castle, explaining small details about the rules and customs one had to follow once inside. He was a talkative and friendly guy, so Sunny quickly got the gist of it. In general, it was very simple. They were free to do whatever they wanted unless it broke the basic rules of cohabitation, with a few small caveats. There were areas in the marble fortress open to everyone, and areas that only members of Gunlorg's host could enter. Those were marked by the symbol of a serpent coiled around a tall tower. As they walked, Sunny noticed several crude tapestries with that symbol woven on them. The cloth of the tapestries was black, with a stylized white tower and a golden serpent embroidered in their center. He guessed that this represented the Dark City, the Bright Castle, and its lord respectively. Apart from that, there wasn't much to know except for when and where to find food, water, and other necessities. The last thing Harper said was about how they should behave around other inhabitants of the fortress. People here are very nice, but you still must remember to have manners. Especially when you are interacting with the guards and the hunters. These guys protect us and risk their lives to provide for us, so they deserve our respect. If there's a misunderstanding, be mindful of their burdens. Yes. Sunny threw a dark glance at the gaunt young man and translated that statement to don't mess with Gunlorg's people, and if they are messing with you, just swallow it. How wonderful. Meanwhile, he was able to catch a few glimpses of how people actually lived inside the castle. To Sunny's surprise, they didn't seem nearly as put down and miserable as he had expected. In fact, everyone seemed to be more or less fine, going about their business with mundane casualness. Of course, there were signs of worry, stress and pressure on their faces, but the same could be said about people in the real world. All in all, the inhabitants of the castle looked surprisingly ordinary. I guess humans can adapt to anything. And as Changing Star had taught him, adaptability was the greatest strength. As long as there was some semblance of stability, humans would find a way. And it seemed as though the tyrannical master of the ancient fortress, hateful as he was providing the sleepers trapped on the forgotten shore with that stability. Effie's words about how the bastard was the only thing holding this place together echoed in Sunny's mind. Perhaps has a necessary evil. Finally, they reached the westernmost tower of the castle. Indeed, it was mostly empty and quiet. Few people seemed to want to stay here, driven away by the unnerving vision of the crimson spire looming in the distance. However, for the two of them, it was perfect. Cassie couldn't see at all, while Sunny was long accustomed to the presence of the spire because of his sensitivity to shadows. Plus, right now, all the windows in the tower were closed, hiding it from sight. Harper suddenly stopped and said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. I forgot to ask. Would you guys be needing one room or two? Without thinking too much, Sunny and Cassie answered at the same time. 1. 2. Then, they froze and turned to each other with petrified expressions. Cassie blushed, while Sunny became even paler. He didn't mean anything untoward by requesting a single room for the two of them. It's just that over the months spent camping together, being close to Cassie in case she needed help with something had become his habit. More importantly, he was unwilling to let her leave his sight even for a second in this unpredictable castle. He didn't trust anyone here. But in these new circumstances, requesting a single room suggested a different meaning. But there wasn't. Clearing his throat, Sonny looked at Harper and said, 2 rooms if they're next to each other. That is not possible, then 1. The skittish young man scratched the back of his head, and then answered in a somewhat surprised tone. All right. I think I can find 2 adjacent rooms for you. Follow me. With that, he began walking forward. Sonny glanced at Cassie, then shook his head and followed behind Harper. She won't misunderstand. Right? Soon, they were standing in front of 2 sturdy wooden doors. Harper handed Sonny 2 iron keys and smiled. Here we are. The rooms are not very big, but they really are cozy. Enjoy your first night of safety, guys. You must have not felt safe in a long time. I know I never did before entering the castle. Thank heavens that time is behind me anyway. Food will be served 1 hour after sunrise tomorrow, in the main hall of the keep. See you there. With that, he glanced at them one last time, smiled sheepishly, and walked away. Sonny and Cassie were left alone in awkward silence. Still feeling a little embarrassed, Sonny sighed and said, I hope you didn't think that I was. Cassie suddenly giggled. I know. I just didn't expect it. Let me guess, you distrust every single person in this castle, and therefore are going to watch me like a hawk to scare them all away. Like an overprotective, mean, violent big brother. Right? With a smile, she turned her head this way and another, and then added. To be honest, I don't feel safe here either. So, thank you, although I must say, this place seems almost like a hotel. My parents took me on a mountain vacation once, and we stayed at a really old hotel. What was it called? Overgaze? Overlook? Anyway, this place is exactly like that. Sonny grinned. Right? I've never been to a hotel, but that was my first thought as well. Of course, that was if the hotel in question was populated by hundreds of nightmare spell carriers, with a murderous tyrant for an owner, and not a single police officer around to call for help if something happened. Funny. Sonny had spent most of his life scared of the policemen and trying to avoid them at all costs. But now, he actually missed them a lot. Chapter 136 Reflection. On the other side of the sturdy door, there was a tiny room with stone walls and a single, narrow window that was closed with wooden shutters and draped in thick cloth. Harper had warned them not to open the windows during the night, but out here in the Tower of Dusk, no one would want to stare at the view anyway. Allowing any amount of light to seep out of the castle at night was considered to be a severe crime, so he had been pretty emphatic on that point. Of course, the gaunt young man didn't know that neither Sonny nor Cassie required light to move in the dark. They could open the windows as wide as they wanted, not that they had any reason to. Inside the room, there was a bed with a straw mattress, a flimsy chest, and a tiny desk. On the desk, there was a basin filled with water, a few strips of clean cloth and an oil lamp. There was even a small round mirror made of polished bronze. Sonny caught a glimpse of his reflection and flinched, as though seeing a stranger. In these past 2 months, he had seen himself through the eyes of the shadow plenty of times, but it wasn't the same. He had changed a lot. His face was much sharper and angular now, the last remnants of youthful roundness chased away from it by the harsh gauntlet of the labyrinth, although Sonny never had a lot of that, to begin with. It was thin and pale, with dark circles under his eyes and other signs of extreme exhaustion. His black hair was longer, falling over his eyes in a dirty mess. What changed the most, however, were the eyes themselves. Deep in their dark depths, there was a glint of calm, heavy, bleak coldness that had not been there before. With a startling realization, Sonny understood that he, too, now possessed the look of a seasoned fighter. The type of calculating coldness hiding in the eyes of such men was known as the murder math in the outskirts. Hero and Nephis had that quality, too. Only in their case, it made them seem like true warriors. Sonny, on the other hand, Sonny had the eyes of a killer. And even deeper than that, visible only to him, golden threads of Weaver's inhuman legacy glowed mysteriously in the darkness. Staring at his reflection, Sonny grinned darkly and said in a strange, hoarse voice, "Looking good, Sunless." Leaving his shadow to guard the door to Cassie's room, Sonny fell on the soft mattress, wrapped himself in a blanket, and tried to get himself to sleep. Here in the safety of the mighty castle, surrounded by hundreds of people, lying on a real bed, it was hard to believe that just a few days ago he was traveling through the cursed darkness of the deadly sea on a rickety boat, fighting terrifying monsters in the bizarre landscape of the coral labyrinth, and losing his mind piece by piece to the gluttonous hunger of an ancient soul-devouring tree. It all seemed like a feverish dream. This isn't bad. With that thought, he fell asleep. In the morning, washed and refreshed, he waited for Cassie in the hallway. Even the puppeteer's shroud, which finally got a chance to return to the Soul Sea for a decently long period of time and restore itself, looked clean and tidy once again. That poor armor had gone through enough abuse to kill a dozen sleepers, yet it still held fast, saving his life on numerous occasions. Sonny was reminded of how lucky he had been to receive it. The blind girl did not make him wait for long. Soon, she came out of her room, practically glowing with loveliness and freshness. It seemed as though Cassie had done the same things as Sonny. After months spent crawling through blood and dirt in the wilderness, they finally looked and felt like humans again. "Good morning." Sonny blinked. He had almost forgotten how stunning Cassie was. With her delicate features, bright blue eyes and pale blonde hair, she looked like a beautiful porcelain doll. The blind girl had dismissed the enchanted cloak, leaving her dressed only in a light tunic, with leather sandals on her feet. She was nothing short of breathtaking. He closed his eyes and sighed. "This smells like trouble." "Good morning, Cassie." She turned her head to him and wrinkled her nose. Sonny frowned. "A what?" The blind girl knitted her brow. "I don't know. You smell different." He stared at her for a few moments, and then laughed. "If this is your way of saying that I used to reek, then thank you, I guess." Giggling, Cassie came closer and put her hand on his shoulder. "That's not what I meant anyway, let's go eat." The two of them were in a strangely good mood. Sonny guided Cassie to the main keep of the castle, following the route that Harper had explained to them the previous evening. On the way, he was careful to avoid any doors and corridors marked with the symbol of the golden serpent coiled around a white tower. His shadow was going to take a look at the forbidden areas of the fortress later, most likely. But for now, they had to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Finding the keep was not hard, as many other sleepers were going there to partake in the breakfast too. Meals were served twice a day in the castle, once in the morning and once right before sunset. If you missed one and had no other way to procure food, you would have to remain hungry for the rest of the day. Sonny observed the sleepers with curiosity, sometimes describing them to Cassie in a low voice. The inhabitants of the castle were very different from the desperate dwellers of the outer settlement. They generally seemed healthy, or at least well-fed. The amount of archetype memories here was also much higher, although many still wore clothes made of mundane fabrics. Almost all of them were young and beautiful, with only a couple of the people he had seen looking like they were past their early 20s. Despite that, few could compare to Cassie in terms of looks. Finally, they entered the main hall of the keep, where long wooden tables were placed to accommodate the morning crowd of hungry sleepers. Suddenly, hundreds of eyes turned to stare at Cassie and Sonny. Feeling cold shivers running down his spine, he gulped. Crap. Chapter 137 All Eyes on Me. The main hall of the mighty castle was grandiose and majestic in appearance. The gentle light of the morning sun was cascading through the tall windows and reflecting from the white marble walls, filling it with a bright radiance. The walls were decorated with intricate carvings that spanned dozens of meters, creating a regal tapestry. At the far end of the hall, a set of stairs led to a dark alcove. The back wall of the alcove had numerous small holes cut through it, and with sunlight shining through them into the deep darkness, it seemed as though a fragment of the starlit night sky was somehow locked within the castle. Beneath that light stood an empty white throne. Sunny stared at the throne for a few moments, then lowered his gaze and glanced at the several hundred people that were looking at them. Long wooden tables were placed along the length of the grand hall, with a motley crowd of sleepers sitting on crude benches behind them, busy consuming their food. There was some sort of hierarchy in how they were grouped, but Sunny couldn't understand it yet. Currently, most of them were staring in his direction. Sunny gulped. It took him a couple of seconds to realize that all these people were not, in fact, looking at him. They were all looking at Cassie, clearly startled by her loveliness. Crap. Just as he had thought, this smelled like trouble. The blind girl, meanwhile, was oblivious to the commotion her appearance had caused. Sensing the sudden tension in his muscles, she asked. "Sunny? Why did you stop?" He narrowed his eyes, gave the crowd of sleepers his most menacing scowl, and answered in a flat tone. "Just taking in the view." Then, Sunny walked over to the young women rationing the food, received 2 plates of steaming monster meat stew, and guided Cassie to a relatively empty spot at the end of one of the tables. He even got 2 cups of something that closely resembled tea. Sitting down, he put the crudely made utensils into Cass's hand and stared at his plate. He didn't like all this attention one bit. "Look at that, Cass, they even got vegetables. I swear there's at least 2 pieces of a tomato in my stew. Or is it a carrot? What's that thing that looks like a red potato?" Sunny had only seen vegetables in the academy's cafeteria, so he was not well versed in differentiating them. Teacher Julius had also only mentioned them in passing, since the chances of encountering a vegetable from the real world in the dream realm were not very high. To be precise, he had briefly showed Sunny pictures of the most common earth vegetables and said that if he ever was to find something that makes him think, that thing looks familiar, he should turn around and run. Cassie smelled her stew and said with a smile, "I think it's a beetroot." Sunny blinked. Never heard of it. While they were innocently chatting, he was observing the sleepers through his shadow, waiting tensely for things to go wrong. And pretty soon, they did. Sunny gritted his teeth when 2 rough-looking young men suddenly rose from their benches and headed across the hall toward them with unpleasant excitement burning in their eyes. Here we go. Who would have thought that the thing that landed him in trouble would be Cass's beauty, of all things? Usually, it was either his sharp tongue or his general obnoxiousness. Never, not even once, had it been his looks. Ouch. I shouldn't be jealous, right? The worst part was that the 2 approaching sleepers were obviously a part of Gunlorg's gang. It was apparent from their armor and the fact that they carried their weapons in actual sheaths, like a pair of idiots. Memories could be freely summoned out of thin air, so the only reason to keep them visible at all times was for the sake of intimidation. He had noted that detail after meeting the castle guards yesterday. What had Harper said? If there is a misunderstanding with one of Gunlorg's people, remember that these guys carry a heavy burden. Treat them with respect. In other words, swallow it. The young men approached their corner of the table with vulgar smiles. They were clearly undressing Cassie with their eyes. Sunny turned his head and looked up at them. The sleepers sitting nearby turned away with heavy looks, clearly afraid and uncomfortable. Maybe they just want to say hi. Sunny opened his mouth. "Respectful, remember, be respectful." And said, "What the fuck are you degenerates staring at?" The whole hall was suddenly enveloped in silence. Once again, Sunny had found himself in the center of attention. But this time, everyone was actually staring at him instead of Cassie. I guess that's better. The few nearby sleepers who had pretended to not notice anything a few seconds earlier lowered their heads, as though trying to become smaller and disappear completely. Sunny glanced at them with disdain and turned back to the pair of young men who were currently towering above him, a dark and dangerous light dancing in their eyes. To be honest, his incendiary reaction had caught Sunny by surprise. The anger had taken the better of him for a moment, forcing the words out of his mouth. But the damage had already been done. It seemed as though his brotherly instincts were not only still alive, but also somewhat overwhelming. To hell with this. They want to see dark and dangerous. I'll show them. He glared at the two idiots, knowing that, at this point, there was no way back. Beside him, Cassie turned her head, an alarmed expression on her face. One of the idiots grinned. Ha! We were just hoping to politely introduce ourselves to this lovely little doll, but hey, we can get acquainted with the ugly little clown first. How about it? He glanced at the other sleeper, who was looking at Sunny with no humor in his eyes whatsoever. Cassie frowned, then said, "Why are you?" However, at that moment, the second young man took a step forward and growled, interrupting her. "What did you just say, clown? Do you know who we are?" Fool, we're Gunlorg's men. His hand was resting on the pommel of his sword. Sunny knew that escalating the situation was not a wise thing to do, but at this point, he didn't have a choice. Backing down now would only lead to a disaster. He knew this type of people well. The moment they felt a weakness, it was all over. They understood only two things: fear and strength. Outstretching one hand, he scowled, looked the young men right into the eyes, and said, "Congratulations. Now get lost before I make you dead men." Perhaps recognizing something in his voice, or maybe in his eyes, the sleeper who had his hand on the pommel of the sword hesitated. For a second, Sunny almost believed that his threat worked. But then the young man furtively glanced around, and this tiny hope evaporated. If they were alone, maybe the sleeper would have reconsidered his desire to antagonize Sunny any further. But with all these people watching, he couldn't show fear. Sunny failed to account for one crucial detail. All bullies were cowards, but what they feared the most was people finding out about their cowardice. Gunlorg's man bared his teeth in a threatening grin. "Those are terribly big words, coming from a puny weakling like you. You know what? I think your girl needs to keep better company. Why don't we help her out by making you disappear?" Sunny smiled. "I guess I'm going to kill a couple of fools today." Cassie, meanwhile, was not happy with what was happening at all. The frown on her face deepened. "I'll decide what company to keep myself. Now, please." However, they weren't listening to her. Sunny was already bracing himself for the worst-case scenario, prepared to summon the Midnight Shard at a moment's notice. But then, suddenly, a calm voice sounded from behind his back. "Leave them alone, please. They are my friends." Caught by surprise, Sunny hurriedly shifted his perspective to the shadow and glanced back. Behind him, a tall and confident young man stood calmly with his hands resting at his hips. He had brown hair and a gentle, handsome face. His eyes sparkled with friendly humor. It was Caster? Chapter 138 Unexpected Reunion. Without a doubt, it was Caster, the only person Sunny had ever seen defeat Nephis in a fight, even if it was just during training. Back at the academy, Caster had been a star of their batch of sleepers. Handsome and friendly, he was not only popular, but also respected. And although it pained Sunny to admit it, that wasn't only because of his lofty status of a legacy. Even other legacies looked up to him. Many even considered him to be the true king of the rankings, speculating that Changing Star had gotten her first place by mistake. Caster was powerful, skilled, and charming. He was also humble and had an amiable personality that made it hard for anyone not to like him. His background was impeccable, and his future was unquestionably bright. Basically, he was the polar opposite of Sunny. Damn, I knew that voice sounded familiar. Sunny turned his head and stared at the handsome young man in utter bewilderment. What was that guy doing here? The two sleepers, who didn't even know how close they had come to tasting the sharp edge of the Midnight Shard, were doing the same. There was no more excitement on their faces. "Oh. It's you." That was my line. Caster looked at them with a silent smile. There was no apparent hostility in his eyes, but for some reason, Gunlorg's men seemed to lose their desire to stir trouble. After glancing at each other, one of them said in a hesitant tone. You know this guy, Caster? He gave them a nod. Yeah. We were in the academy together. Don't mind his rude behavior, guys, that's just how he is. Rough around the edges, but really nice once you get to know him well. Since when do we know each other? Sonny was irrationally angry at that statement, but forced himself to keep his mouth shut. He understood that Caster was just trying to defuse the situation. Actually, his arrival had been very timely. Sonny was sure of his ability to dispatch a couple of thugs, but what would happen next? He doubted that other members of Gunlorg's host would just sit and watch. Becoming involved in a conflict with the masters of the castle on his first day here would have been less than ideal. The thugs in question, meanwhile, had given up. Trying to keep the appearance of being in control, they glared at Caster darkly and backed down. Teach your friend some manners, Caster. Next time we won't be so lenient. With that, they turned around and retreated back to their seats, throwing menacing looks at anyone who dared to stare at them. Soon, the grand hall was once again filled with the hum of voices. Caster followed them with his eyes and then turned to Sonny, his smile becoming a little somber. That wasn't a very smart thing to do, my friend. Sonny scoffed. Yeah, well, who says that I'm smart? Wait, no. That didn't come out right. The tall young man stared at him for a few seconds and then sighed. In any case, it is very nice to see you. Both of you. With that, he sat down, as though somebody had invited him. Well, admittedly, there was some connection between them. Wishing to talk to people with whom you had attended academy was sort of understandable. Still, Sonny didn't like it. Throwing a quick glance at Cassie, he smiled coldly and said, What? Are you very shocked to see us alive? Caster hesitated. It is good that you managed to survive. It seemed that this was his way of admitting that yes, he was surprised, but in a pleasant way. It wasn't a secret that Sonny and Cassie had been seen as two walking corpses by all the other sleepers in the academy. Just like Nephis and Caster occupied the top 2 positions in the rankings, they were dead last. Because of that, the two of them had been shunned and ostracized. Of course, when it came to Sonny, he not only welcomed the cold treatment of his peers, but had actually been the one to engineer it. In any case, no one had wanted to be around them, as though afraid of becoming infected by the invisible aura of death that followed them wherever they went. Sonny himself had been guilty of avoiding Cassie as much as he could in the past. It must have been very strange to see the two of them alive and well after months spent among the horrors of the Forgotten Shore. Cassie smiled. Thank you. Caster reciprocated her smile and asked, his tone strangely warm. You are Cassia, right? And you are Sunless. Sonny gave him a curt nod. Right. Although I'm surprised that you remember our names. Don't think that we've forgotten how you guys used to treat us. Cassie squeezed his hand and said in a disapproving tone. Sonny. Caster chuckled. No. He's right. We behaved like a bunch of jerks. Looking back, there were a lot of things we did wrong. If only we had known better. His voice trailed off, and after being silent for some time, the handsome young man suddenly smiled with nostalgia. But still, those days in the academy were not all bad, right? Heh, I still remember the first time I met you, Sunless. You made quite an impression, all those tall tales spitting in the faces of awakened tyrants, slaying sword saints with a shake of a finger. He chuckled, remembering the good old days. Sonny grinned. He was in the mood for some mischief. What? That trivial stuff. Child's games. You should have seen the things I've done in the labyrinth. Now that's something to brag about. Caster looked at him with humorous sparks dancing in his eyes. Oh? Well, do tell. What else have you done? Sonny shrugged with profuse indifference. This and that. Let's see. He pretended to think for a few moments, and then said in a bored tone. I guess the most incredible thing I've done was killing a great devil with just one strike of my sword. Finished him right off, no problem at all. I even got a memory from that kill. Ah, but before you ask, no, I can't show it to you. Because, oh, right. I ate it. Chapter 139. Caster stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Even Cassie giggled, entertained by Sunny's earnest delivery. Shaking his head, the handsome young man smiled and said, I see your sense of humor did not change. Good, that is good. Few people manage to preserve it here. Sunny blinked a couple of times and said, pretending to be offended. What do you mean, sense of humor? It's the honest truth. He received another bout of laughter instead of an answer. There was food, safety, and laughter, he thought suddenly, remembering how Cassie had described the bright castle after dreaming of it for the first time. She had also seen Sunny leading her through its gates. Her prophetic visions were turning out to be frighteningly accurate. Makes you wonder about that other vision she saw. Not allowing himself to become distracted, Sunny chased away the ominous feeling and hid a smile. Then, with a shrug, he scoffed. Well, don't believe me if you don't want to. That was just one of my many adventures, anyway. Although the other ones were, admittedly, less remarkable, the usual stuff, slaying dozens of awakened creatures, being resurrected from the doors of death by a beautiful princess, summoning ancient horrors from the depths of the cursed sea, outsmarting ancient fiends to escape from their clutches, sailing through the abyss on a boat made of demon bones, fighting gargantuan leviathans underwater, and so forth. Mundane crap like that. As he was talking, Cassie gradually stopped laughing and turned to him with a somewhat startled expression on her face. It seemed as though it was only now, with the harrowing journey already behind them, that she had finally realized how outlandish it all actually was. Put together, the facts of their bloody struggle to survive sounded like something out of a fairy tale. But they both knew that all of that had actually happened. It had happened to them. Caster chuckled. Wow. Compared to you, Sunny, my own story sounds kind of lame. I just entered the dream realm near the city wall and spent a few days running away from a bunch of terrifying monsters, then stumbled on a hunting party from the castle, and that's pretty much it. He sighed. By the way, when did you guys arrive? I'm sure I haven't seen you around before. There was no reason to lie, and Sunny couldn't anyway. Looking longingly at his monster stew, which was slowly growing cold, he sighed and said, We reached the Dark City 2 days ago, and entered the castle yesterday at dusk. The handsome legacy stared at him, then blinked a couple of times. Wait, what do you mean? Did you guys really spend 2 months in the labyrinth? Ooh-ho. Finally, the moment he had been wary of came. Sunny really didn't want for anyone to think that he was some kind of a powerful figure. First of all, there was no better advantage than being underestimated by the enemy. Secondly, he still had to hide the fact that Changing Star had not been the only one to receive a true name in the first nightmare. Luckily, he had long thought of an exceptionally convincing excuse. When in trouble, blame everything on Nephis. Laughing inwardly, Sunny pretended to shiver and sighed. Yeah. I don't even want to think about it. That place, it's pure hell. Honestly, if it wasn't for Changing Star, both of us would have been long dead. She wouldn't have survived without his help, too, but Caster didn't need to know that. Sunny was pretty sure that mentioning Neff's name anywhere near the names of two losers like Cassie and him were believed to be would make anyone think that she had single-handedly carried the both of them to safety on her back. As it turns out, he was right. As soon as he mentioned Nephis, something changed on Caster's face. With a strange look in his eyes, the handsome man leaned forward a little and asked in a deceptively calm tone. Changing Lady Nephis is alive. She is here. He had already forgotten all about how unlikely it was for someone like Sunny to survive a long journey through the deadly nightmare of the labyrinth. Sunny narrowed his eyes slightly. Caster's reaction was a little bit more intense than he had anticipated. It was on the border of being weird. But then again, the tall and handsome Legacy had seemed to be strangely enamored with Nephis even back at the academy. You bastard. Enraged for some unknown reason, Sonny gritted his teeth and said. Yeah. She's around. Turning her head slightly in his direction, Cassie hesitated for a moment, and then added. We only had 2 soul shards when we came to the castle. So she is staying in the outer settlement. For now. Castor leaned back, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face for a fraction of a second. Then, he inhaled deeply and said. I see. I see. Sonny took a sip of his tea and asked. Why are you so interested in Nephis all of a sudden? The handsome young man looked at him with surprise. What? Oh. I'm just glad to know that more of us survived. Then, he sighed and shook his head. From what I was able to learn, there were no more than 7 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore by the spell this year. Up until today, I thought that I was the only one to survive. It's good to know that I was wrong. Castor's face grew solemn. If Lady Nephis was with you, that explains how you have managed to reach the bright castle alive. But the other 3, I'm afraid that they are long dead. May their souls rest in peace. Sonny and Cassie lowered their heads, coming to terms with this new information. It was true that they had not been treated well by the rest of the sleepers in the academy. Still, it was also somewhat heartbreaking to know that several of the kids they had known, even if it was just for a short amount of time, were now gone, killed by the vicious crucible of the dream realm. The cruel and ruthless nightmare spell had taken its first victims. Who would be next? Without having to look at each other, they quietly repeated Castor's words. May their souls rest in peace. Chapter 140 True Legacy. Some time passed in silence, with each of them thinking about what their own fates would be in this cursed place. Finally, Sonny extricated himself from this dark reverie and asked. So you've been here all this time? How are you able to afford to live in the castle? Don't tell me that you have joined this Golden Serpent's army. Castor sighed. No, I didn't. Although I'm going to lie if I say that I haven't been tempted to. One way or the other, all roads here lead to Gunlorg and his men. I don't think there's more than a handful of powerful sleepers who have managed to remain independent. Currently, I'm one of them. Sonny stared at him and repeated his question. How so? The handsome young man shrugged. My aspect ability gives me a certain advantage when it comes to escaping the clutches of the nightmare creatures. Not so much with killing them, though. I went on a few hunting expeditions with other independent hunters, but that was a mistake. We barely escaped alive. Still, it landed me a few soul shards. The rest I got from selling a couple of memories. Right, unlike them normal people, the proud Legacy had entered the dream realm with an entire arsenal of memories that his clan had prepared for him. He had also started with a somewhat considerable amount of soul essence already absorbed, although it wouldn't have been too much. Unlike memories, which could be brought back to the real world by anyone, actual soul shards were physical objects, and as such, only masters and saints were able to transport them because they traveled between realms physically, and not just in spirit like sleepers and awakened. That meant that even rich Legacy clans couldn't afford to feed too much soul essence to their scions in advance. Masters were a rare breed, after all, let alone saints. In any case, Castor had it better than anyone else on the Forgotten Shore. His ancestral memories were enough to buy him months, perhaps even years of a tranquil life in the castle. He could use this time to learn the ins and outs of the Dark City to become an independent hunter or reconsider his position and join Gunlorg's host eventually. Even in this hell, his background gave him an enormous advantage. Lucky bastard. But that still didn't explain why those thugs were so unwilling to get on his bad side. Sonny frowned. Why were Gunlorg's men afraid of you? Castor looked at him with irony. Those two. Oh, right. You have just arrived at the castle. Well, basically, there are different kinds of people serving Gunlorg. The guys you have so carelessly offended are members of the castle guard. They are at the bottom of the totem pole. They are also the weakest and have little to no real battle experience. What minor reputation I have is enough to make them think twice before messing with me." For a second, there was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Because of Castor's amiable personality, when talking to him, it was easy to forget what the word legacy really meant. Legacies were trained to fight and kill since they could barely walk. Every one of them was a true powerhouse. Sonny had no doubt that Castor's actual reputation in the castle was not as negligible as he would have them believe. After all, he was the only human actually, the only being Sonny knew of that had managed to defeat Nephis in combat. And in terms of personal power, Nephis was as high as one could get in Sonny's heart. No one else could even compare. He was also sure that Castor's reputation was earned by spilling blood. "I really hope that I won't have to face this guy in battle one day," Sonny thought, feeling a cold sensation that he desperately hoped was not a premonition. With a sigh, he tried to hide this unease and asked, "So I shouldn't be worried about their retaliation?" The amiable young man gave him a nod. "The two guards you have humiliated might try to do something on their own, but there won't be any reaction from the host itself. But I doubt that they will. Just don't antagonize them any further." He suddenly grew serious. "However, if they were hunters or, even worse, one of the Pathfinders, even my name would not have protected you. You'd simply be dead. So, please, watch your actions in the future. This castle, in a sense, it can be as dangerous as the city outside. Especially for someone with your temperament." "What's that supposed to mean?" Sonny wanted to bite back, but then closed his mouth. Yeah, he really did have a temperament that attracted trouble. Guilty as charged. While he was reconsidering his life choices, Cassie suddenly spoke in a quiet voice. "Castor, is there really no way out of here?" The proud legacy looked at her and remained silent for a long time, a somber expression finding its way to his face. His eyes were heavy and bleak. After a while, he sighed and said, "None that any of us can ever hope to reach, Cassia. As it is right now, this is where we have to live. Maybe something will change in the future. But for now, just take care of yourself and try to survive." Standing up, he glanced at them one last time and smiled. "It was so nice to see you, guys. Really. I'll leave you to your food now, if that's okay. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come find me. My quarters are in the Tower of Dawn. Quarters, of course, that miscreant has quarters." With that, Castor left, letting Sonny finally get to his stew, which was barely warm by that point. Great breakfast is ruined, he thought angrily, drilling 2 holes in the tall sleeper's back. His fault, it's all his fault, not mine. Yeah, definitely. Some time later, Sonny was lying on his bed with his eyes closed. The Tower of Dusk was calm and quiet. It was time to send his shadow on a walk. Chapter 141, Golden Serpent. Other the next 5 days, Sonny mostly stayed in his room while his shadow stealthily prowled around the castle, spying on people and learning their secrets. Slowly, he began to understand the undercurrents that flowed beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of life in this pristine white fortress. Of course, in reality, things weren't peaceful at all and as far from pure as one could imagine. But that was to be expected from a place where hundreds of lost youths lived with no hope of ever finding their way back home, away from all the restraints of civilization. He wasn't surprised at all. If anything, it was strange to see some semblance of law and order, no matter how detestable and revolting, persevere despite all the obstacles that stood in the way. Somehow, the inhabitants of the castle were able to coexist with each other in a fragile balance. The system was cleverly built in a way that allowed the abused to dream of a better life and restrained the abusers from going too far. Better life meant winning Gunlorg's favor, while going too far meant losing it and being banished into the cold darkness of the outer settlement. Both fear and hope were created and firmly grasped by the Bright Lord. Their mere existence kept people in their places. Sunny suspected that the same dynamic, just substituted for a different kind of reality, reigned in the slum outside of the castle walls. The outer settlement seemed to exist separate from the castle, but in fact, both were simply parts of one large ecosystem. People on the outside longed to be allowed inside, while people on the inside dreaded being exiled to the outside. Because the possibility of a better life or a worse one existed, they were distracted from the fact that, no matter what happened, they would still be spinning in a circle. Like a serpent biting its own tail, the bright castle and the outer settlement created a closed cycle of exploitation and abuse that, paradoxically, kept everyone in the dark city sane and alive. It was nothing short of ingenious. Of course, Sunny wanted no part of it. He didn't know how many people were currently surviving in the slum, but there were somewhere around 500 sleepers living in the ancient stronghold. However, not all of them shared the same status. There was a complex hierarchy in place, separating people into different castes. Some of these groups had a distinct place in the hierarchy, while others were less clearly defined. Most of the inhabitants of the castle, unsurprisingly, were directly serving Gunlorg. They were guards, hunters, pathfinders, artisans, and handmaidens. Ruling over them were 5 lieutenants who answered directly to the Lord himself, each responsible for their own aspect of the day-to-day life of the fortress. The castle guard was the largest of these groups, consisting of around 150 men. They were in charge of guarding the stronghold and enforcing Gunlorg's laws. Just like Caster had said, they were near the bottom of the totem pole in terms of power and status. Anyone with a remotely useful aspect ability could join the guard, and although their training was rather rigorous, actual opportunities to experience combat were few and far between. That was not to say that their job was not dangerous every time a stray nightmare creature climbed the hill or attacked from above. It was their duty to either kill or chase the monster away. And out here in the Dark City, no monster was anything less than terrifying and absolutely deadly. The castle guard was led by a morose giant of a man named Tessai, who was one of Gunlorg's most trusted lieutenants and perhaps the oldest sleeper on the Forgotten Shore. He was just 2 years short of 30. Tessai was a ferocious fighter and ruthless commander, holding his subordinates in an iron grip. Above the castle guard, there were hunters. These were the elites of Gunlorg's forces, each possessing a powerful combat aspect, rich battle experience, and sharp wit to make use of both. There were around 50 of them, divided into 7 hunting parties. Each morning, as soon as the gates of the castle opened, one of the parties left the safety of the impregnable marble walls and ventured into the harrowing maze of the Dark City to hunt and kill awakened creatures. It was thanks to their efforts that people in the ancient stronghold had food on their plates. Without them, none of this would have been possible. Hunters were recruited from the ranks of guards, and becoming a hunter was a dream come true. That was because these professionals enjoyed plentiful rewards from the Lord, such as living in a room of their own as opposed to cramped barracks, better food, and access to various luxury items, best memories and tools the bright castle could provide, as well as many other things. Of course, the other side of the coin was that their lives were often the shortest. Despite all their experience and preparations, many never returned from the hunts. And the only reason any did at all was the pathfinders. Pathfinders served as guides for the hunting parties. Just as Effie had said, the secret to surviving in the Dark City was to find and kill comparatively weaker creatures without stumbling into something far more deadly. They made sure to do just that, track the awakened monsters without leading the pack of hunters into the jaws of fallen abominations. There were so few pathfinders that Sunny even questioned whether they could be categorized as a group. In the whole castle, there were less than a dozen. Each of them was a seasoned veteran who earned his role through surviving long years of bloody battles in the ruins, and thus had a chance to live long enough to learn large areas of the Dark City like his own 5 fingers. Needless to say, all of them were incredibly fearsome combatants and enjoyed lavish, sometimes even decadent lifestyles. Both hunters and pathfinders were led by a charismatic man called Gemma. Gemma came to the Forgotten Shore in the same year as Gunlorg, and had helped him take control of the castle. Together, these three groups, guards, hunters, and pathfinders, formed Gunlorg's army, which was simply known as the Host. Chapter 142 Behind the Scenes. There were two other groups of people that belonged to Gunlorg. The first of them consisted of sleepers with useful utility abilities and their helpers. These people, known as artisans, played a very important role in the life of the castle. They were responsible for creating and maintaining various items that were either vital to survival or made existing on the Forgotten Shore less unbearable, such as clothes, tools, equipment, utensils, and various gear. Each artisan had a small team of less gifted sleepers helping them craft the necessary items. All in all, there were around 100 of them in total, with most of that number consisting of the assistants. They were led by a young woman called Kido, who was a talented manager and had an ability that allowed her to change attributes of certain plants. The vegetables in Sunnis stew came from her garden. Since such an ability was nothing short of priceless on the Forgotten Shore, where food was scarce and mostly homogeneous, it wasn't surprising that she had become one of the lieutenants despite being much younger than the rest of them. The status of artisans was somewhat of a tense subject in the Bright Castle. Because they were largely non-combatants, guards felt that their position should be inferior to that of people actually risking their lives in vicious battles against nightmare creatures. Artisans, on the contrary, believed that the rarity of utility aspects and the vital role they played in maintaining the living conditions inside the castle should land them more prestige than the castle guard, which basically recruited any random nobody, enjoyed. This conflict had been simmering for a long time, and was not going to be resolved anytime soon. Funnily enough, hunters, who risked their lives the most, did not care about the issue one way or another. Their leader Gemma, however, was silently supporting the artisans and their chief, Kido, which prevented the guards from being too forceful in their argument. The last group of people who belonged to Gunlorg was the handmaidens. These were the young women Sunny had seen quietly performing various chores around the castle, like making sure that windows were properly closed before the onset of the night or preparing and handing out food during mealtime. They were responsible for maintaining the castle itself, as well as serving the high-ranking members of the host. There were also around 100 of them. From what Sunny knew about the world, these poor girls should have been the prime victims of abuse within the walls of the ancient stronghold, but to his surprise, they were actually strangely revered, and even a little feared. The main reason for this was their leader, a mysterious and strikingly beautiful woman known as Sishan. Sishan not only took care of her handmaidens, but also secretly taught them how to defend themselves. The exact extent of their training was unknown, but Sunny clearly saw that members of the castle guard were very careful to behave themselves around handmaidens most of the time. The other reason was that, like everything else in the castle, the young women technically belonged to Gunlorg, and Gunlorg was very particular about people laying hands on his belongings without permission. Even if some foolish guard was brave enough to anger Sishan, no one with a desire to live was willing to get on the bad side of the Bright Lord. Sunny, however, was already scared enough by Sishan herself. The first time he had sent his shadow to take a look at what the handmaidens were up to when no one was watching, it had almost gotten caught. That was the first time someone managed to sense his shadow. One moment, beautiful Sishan was calmly standing with her back to the shaded corner where it was concealed, giving instructions to one of her subordinates, and in the next, she suddenly turned around and looked directly at the hiding shadow. Not knowing what else to do, Sunny shut his eyes and shifted all of his perception back. He was fairly sure that no one would be able to directly see the shadow after all. His innate stealth enhancement was even more pronounced when it came to his silent companion. However, there were a lot of different aspects. Many awakened, for example, were able to feel when someone was looking at them. Praying that this was the case here, Sunny waited for a while before cautiously opening one eye. Luckily, this time, he didn't cause too much of a commotion. Confirming that Sishan had returned to her conversation, he hurriedly sent the shadow away and made sure to stay away from the mysterious beauty, and her handmaidens in general, ever since. The last 100 people in the castle were those who paid tribute, but didn't serve Gunlorg directly. There was no real name for this group, so Sunny simply called them tenants in his mind. There were two types of tenants. A smaller number of them were those who were able to make a decent living by providing Gunlorg's men with various services, mostly having to do with craftsmanship and entertainment. For example, there was a man who created something akin to a music lounge, another one who operated a small theatre troupe, and even an entrepreneurial girl who owned a gambling den. A larger number of tenants were people like Harper, those who had entered the castle through luck and remained there by the skin of their teeth, desperately trying to earn soul shards for tribute by acting as servants and doing various menial jobs. These poor folks were at the very bottom of the social hierarchy of the castle. And on the opposite side of that hierarchy, there was the Golden Serpent, the master of the castle, Bright Lord Gunlorg himself. The man who, by Effie's description, was nearly immortal. On his 5th day in the ancient stronghold, Sonny had finally laid eyes on this loathsome tyrant. He didn't like what he saw at all. Chapter 143 Gunlorg. Despite the fact that Gunlorg's heavy presence permeated every centimeter of the castle, the Bright Lord himself was strangely elusive. He didn't show himself often, preferring to rule through his 5 proxies. Whether it was out of arrogance, paranoia, or some other reason, Sonny did not know. After the incident with Seishan, he was afraid to let his shadow walk too freely and tried to avoid going anywhere near the fearsome master of the ancient stronghold. Because of these precautions, he had not seen Gunlorg until their 5th day in the castle. As it turned out, when Golden Serpent did show up, he liked to leave an impression. Sonny and Cassie were about to receive their usual breakfast when the whole grand hall suddenly grew deathly silent. Feeling that something was wrong, they turned to the entrance just in time to see a torrent of guards pouring inside. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. What's this? Fearing for the worst, he tried to think of the best way to escape, but luckily, the menacing soldiers of the host paid them no attention. Instead, they quickly dispersed around the hall and moved the long tables to the walls, creating a large open space in the middle. Cassie grasped Sonny's shoulder and whispered, "What is going on?" He hesitated, then answered uncertainly, "I'm not sure." Suddenly, he caught sight of Castor standing among the crowd. The handsome young man had a solemn look on his face. His gaze was turned to the dark alcove at the far end of the hall. One by one, all the sleepers turned to face the same direction. Sonny followed their example. Slowly, 5 figures stepped out of the darkness of the alcove and stood at the steps leading up to the throne. They were Gemma, Tessai, Seishan, Kido, and the last of the 5 lieutenants. When Sonny noticed him, an involuntary shudder ran through his body. The 5th lieutenant had no official duties in the Bright Castle, but everyone here feared him the most. It was a strange, pale man with a bony face and glassy, emotionless eyes. His spine was twisted, making him appear deceptively short. The hunchback was wearing simple black clothes with no adornments and holding himself with a bit of awkwardness, as though uncomfortable with all the attention. His name was Harris, and he was Bright Lord's hidden blade and executioner. When someone needed to be disposed of, he was sent to carry out the punishment. If Gunlorg wanted everyone to know about his displeasure, there would be rivers of blood left in his wake. If not, there wouldn't be even a single drop. People would just disappear, as though they had never existed. Harris was Gunlorg's murderous shadow. Many of the inhabitants of the castle had seen nightmares in which they awoke only to see his glassy, cold eyes staring at them from the darkness. For some, those nightmares became a reality. Harris was willing and eager to follow any command of his master, no matter how vile. What disturbed Sonny the most, however, was that looking at Harris was like looking at a dark mirror. Despite the fact that they were almost nothing alike, for some reason, he couldn't help but recognize traces of himself in the sadistic butcher. Or, to be precise, of a possible future version of himself. No way, I am much more pleasant on the eye. Forcing himself to look away before the hunchback felt his stare, Sonny turned his head and looked at the tall man who had finally appeared from the darkness. At least he assumed that it was a man, and not some golden demon. Bright Lord Gunlorg was clad in a strange, gilded armor that covered his tall figure from head to toe, not leaving even his eyes exposed. It seemed simultaneously solid and liquid, almost flowing over his mighty muscles and broad, powerful shoulders. In the place where his face should have been, a smooth and empty expanse of polished gold reflected the frightened faces of hundreds of sleepers back at them. Sunny saw his own reflection staring at him and suddenly realized how small and weak he was in front of this brilliant giant. His legs trembled. The pressure Gunlorg exerted on the space around him was almost palpable. All the people near Sunny were going through a similar kind of experience as him. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide, drops of sweat appearing on their temples. Even the lieutenants seemed slightly uncomfortable, affected by this oppressive aura just like the rest of them. God damn it, that's not an aura, that's a mind attack. Protected by the doubtless trait of the puppeteer's shroud, Sunny was more resistant to such attacks than most. Gritting his teeth, he shook off the effects of Gunlorg's psychic pressure and drew in a deep breath. Then, he glanced at Cassie, concerned about her well-being. To his surprise, the blind girl was doing absolutely fine. Unlike the rest of them, she wasn't showing any signs of distress. Sunny stared at her and blinked a couple of times. The reflection This all started when I saw my reflection in the visor of that bastard's weird armor, but Cassie is blind, so. It seemed as though Gunlorg wasn't actually attacking them. It was just an enchantment of that strange golden armor of his. Whoever looked at its mirror-like face was immediately assaulted by a crippling feeling of awe, dread, and the crushing desire to submit. What kind of a memory can practically paralyze several hundred people just from its passive effect? Sunny thought, astonished. How was this possible? Meanwhile, Gunlorg approached the empty white throne and gracefully sat down. The light falling from the numerous holes in the back wall of the alcove reflected from his armor, making it appear as though he was enveloped by a bright radiance. The golden mirror that served him as a face turned to gaze at the rows of sleepers trembling at his feet. A few moments later, a deep and insidious voice resounded from all around them, as though the castle itself was whispering into their ears. Ah, what a nice day it is today. A perfect day for justice, don't you think, my precious wards? I've heard that there's a criminal hiding among us today. Well, am I not fair? Am I not just? Let me show you how just I am. Chapter 144 Right of Challenge. Sunny felt cold sweat running down his back. Shaken by Gunlorg's serpentine voice, he was tempted to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. However, he also understood that every person in the Grand Hall currently felt the same urge. Everyone here had done something that might be considered a crime by the tyrant. He almost expected to hear people begin confessing their sins, but at that moment, a strange commotion at the doors attracted his attention. Moving with menacing determination, two guards dragged a man to the center of the hall and threw him on the floor. The man was dressed in rags and painfully lean, which betrayed his nature as a dweller of the outer settlement. However, there were ropes of powerful muscles rolling under his thin skin, and an angry, fearless look in his eyes that made the man appear proud and defiant. Throwing a contemptuous stare at the guards, he picked himself up from the floor and stood up, his back straight and his head held high. There was no ounce of fear on his face. Instead, there was dark, furious resentment. Gunlorg looked down on the brave man from his throne and slightly tilted his head. The outsider grimaced after seeing his reflection in the golden mask, but still didn't lower his head. That's pure willpower, Sunny thought, impressed by the stranger. Meanwhile, Bright Lord's voice resounded in the Grand Hall once again. My wards. We have a guest today. This man, called Jubei, is visiting us from the outer settlement. Recently, he had been leveraging an accusation against one of my men. As a just and benevolent lord, I have invited Jubei here to plead his case and expose the criminal. We must get to the bottom of this matter after all. The law is our only guiding star in this dark world. Despite being free from the psychic pressure emanated by Gunlorg's armor, Sunny still felt strangely affected by his deep, soft voice. He even got goosebumps. With or without the golden memory, Bright Lord possessed a powerful and ingratiating charisma. It was hard not to listen to him. But the man called Jubei just smirked. That's right. I'm here to accuse one of your thugs, Gunlog. Let's see how you'll get out of this one, bastard. With that, he raised one hand and pointed a finger at the group of hunters watching the proceeding from their usual corner of the Grand Hall. That man right there, one of your so-called pathfinders, is guilty of murder. He had killed an innocent kid in the most repugnant of ways. I've been watching you and your minions commit all sorts of vile crimes over these years, but enough is enough. Today, you'll see him answer with his life for what he did. A wave of shocked whispers ran through the crowd. Accusing a pathfinder was not something a sane person would ever do. Due to their venerated status, these men were nearly untouchable. And yet, Jubei seemed unrelenting. Gunlog spoke. Is that so? That is a heavy accusation, Jubei. Please, tell us more. The man from the outer settlement gritted his teeth. That scum and his people lured a naive kid into their party by promising him all kinds of rewards and riches. They told him that he is going to become one of them and come to live in your damn castle. But in reality, they just fed him to the monsters as bait. He spat on the floor. You dare to call yourself hunters, you damn cowards. Don't you have any shame? A heavy silence settled in the Grand Hall. People were now staring at the group of hunters with dark expressions on their faces. The inhabitants of the castle were used to pretending to be blind to all kinds of wicked deeds, but all those deeds were committed by humans against other humans. What they couldn't forgive was a human being betraying another of their kind to the nightmare creatures. In the Dark City, this was tantamount to sacrilege. Gunlog turned his head to face the hunters, who shivered under his gaze. Is this true? The oldest of the group, the Pathfinder, glanced darkly at Jubei and scowled. There must be some kind of a misunderstanding, my lord. The boy in question was a highly valued member of my party. We all had high hopes for his future. His death saddened all of us a great deal. His voice was steady and calm. Perhaps even a little too calm. Jubei snarled. Lies. I happened to be hunting on that day myself and saw everything with my own two eyes. I know what you did, bastard. Gunlog turned to face the crows and sighed. After some time had passed, he solemnly said. What an unfortunate situation. It seems that it is your word against his, Jubei. What to do, what to do? I trust my brave men wholeheartedly, of course. Who would be so ungrateful as to distrust these heroes when they are the ones keeping you all alive? Surely, there's no one that vile and wicked among you, my precious wards. Sunny held his breath, feeling singled out by the insidious voice. The chilling threat hidden behind these words was not very subtle. Gunalug was silent for a few moments, battering the crowd with his oppressive psychic aura. Then, he turned away, letting the people breathe, and said, But it would be unbecoming of me to play favorites in such a grave matter. And this matter, oh, it is grave indeed. What a dilemma. How do we uphold justice, my wards? In the ensuing silence, Gemma, the leader of both hunters and pathfinders, suddenly spoke. My lord, if I may speak. Isn't there a law that suits this situation perfectly? It has existed for as long as humans lived in this ancient castle. I'm talking, of course, about the right of challenge. He glanced at Jubei and smiled. If this brave hunter has any shadow of doubt about his accusation, he should step down. If not, he can challenge the criminal and prove it with blood. Of course, the real culprit here is me. As the person responsible for these men, any crime they commit in their roles as hunters is my fault. Gemma's charismatic smile was wide and friendly. So how about, Jubei? Will you step down? Or do you want to challenge me? The hunter from the outer settlement glared at him for a while, his eyes burning with fury and contempt. Finally, he spat. Do you think I'm afraid of you, lapdog? Sure, why not? I challenge you. Chapter 145 Justice. The whole spectacle was so smoothly orchestrated that Sunny was almost tempted to believe in it. Of course, he knew better. The only thing he didn't know was whether the bits performed by the Pathfinder and Gemma were rehearsed in advance or improvised on the fly to fulfill their lord's desire to maintain appearances while having the man who had dared to speak openly against him publicly executed. And that was what this was, an execution. Sunny didn't believe for a second that Gunlorg was going to give the brave hunter a chance to leave the Grand Hall alive. No, he wanted him dead, and he wanted everyone to see him die. Lest they get the idea that it was possible to run their mouths against him and escape unscathed. And yet a tiny ember of hope still burned in Sunna's heart. From the looks of it, Jubei was an experienced hunter. A capable, seasoned warrior who faced numerous monsters and ended up on top every time. He was very strong, with enough willpower and resolve to crush rocks into dust. Perhaps a miracle would happen. No matter how small, there was a possibility. That's why Sunny couldn't understand why Gunlorg would be willing to risk his right-hand man's life in this farce. As though reading his thoughts, the Bright Lord spoke. A challenge. Ah, so be it. This is a sacred tradition, indeed. As long as good men are willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of righteousness, depravity can't win. The crowd of sleepers exploded into whispers. Some of them were tense and somber, others filled with dark anticipation. The corner of Sunny's mouth turned downwards. From what he could see, depravity had already won, or at least gotten the upper hand. But Gunlorg wasn't done speaking. However, it would not be suitable for you to represent the accused personally, Gemma. The Bright Castle can't afford to lose you, my friend. Jubei, would you mind if the accused chose another champion? The hunter from the outer settlement simply shrugged and said. Bring your worst, cowards. Bright Lord turned to the Pathfinder and tilted his head. With his suddenly pale face reflected in the eerie mask of the strange golden armor, the murderer remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a quiet voice. I choose Harris, my lord. Everyone suddenly grew silent. Sunny himself felt cold shivers running down his spine. Why did it have to be that creepy wicked cripple? In the deathly silence, Jubei smirked and spat with grim satisfaction. Even better. It seemed that he had a score to settle with the silent hunchback, too. Harris, who had looked a little bored and uncomfortable through the whole procedure, stared at the Pathfinder who had named him with no particular expression on his bony face, and then slowly walked down the steps. The other lieutenants reacted to this unexpected turn of events differently. Gemma frowned and threw a quick glance at Gunlorg before stepping back with a dark expression. Tessai grinned, as though expecting a good spectacle. Kido grew a little pale and took a little step sideways, trying to distance herself from the descending hunchback as much as possible. Only Sishin remained silent and indifferent, not allowing any emotion to appear on her cold, beautiful face. Realizing what was about to happen, Cassie squeezed Sunny's arm and whispered. Sunny, I want to leave. After a short pause, he answered in a raspy voice. I'm sorry. We can't leave now. Despite the fact that he didn't want to be anywhere near Gunlorg's scarecrow, he knew that leaving now would draw too much attention. They couldn't risk that in the presence of all 5 lieutenants, not to mention Golden Serpent himself. What's more, his mission in the castle was to gather as much information as possible. He couldn't miss the chance to see one of the most dangerous creatures in this deceptively peaceful stronghold in action. And there was this dark feeling deep within his heart that one day, somehow, he and Harris were going to end up blooded, with only one of them walking away alive from the fight. It was as though an invisible thread connected them together. Perhaps it was a string of fate. Meanwhile, the hunchback descended from the steps and stopped opposite Jubei in the empty space that had been cleared in the center of the grand hall. His face was still motionless and a little bored. Sunny held his breath. As Gunlorg sat silently on the white throne, Jubei summoned his memories. A flexible armor made out of red scales appeared on his body, complete with a winged helmet and a kite shield. In his hand, a curved scimitar weaved itself from the sparks of light. Its blade was as sharp as a razor. The hunter glanced at Harris and said in a steady voice, "Let's see what you're capable of, butcher." The hunchback just looked at him with his glassy eyes and silently allowed his thick cloak to fall on the floor. Then, he grimaced and straightened his spine as much as he could, suddenly losing the appearance of a small and fragile cripple. At his full height, Harris towered above most of the sleepers in the Grand Hall, losing only to the giant Tessai. His monstrous, twisted shape radiated a sense of deep, bestial power. He didn't bother to summon any memories, staring at the hunter with the same cold indifference. Jubei scowled. So be it. Full of anxiety, Sunny held his breath. The proud hunter lunged forward, raising his shield and at the same time slashing with the scimitar. His movements were incredibly fast and nimble, his technique sharpened by years of bloody battles in the Dark City and guided by rich experience. Good as good. Did Jubei really have a chance? As Sunny's eyes widened, Harris seemed to miss the attack completely. As though forgetting that he wasn't armed, the hunchback simply raised a hand to meet the razor-sharp blade. And gripped it with his bare fist, stopping Jubei's strike in its tracks. For a fraction of a second, everyone in the Grand Hall froze in astonishment except for the hunter, who immediately tried to wrestle his scimitar from the iron grip of the gunlord's killer. But it was of no use. It was as though the saber was stuck in stone. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. In the next moment, Harris moved forward with a snake-like speed and put his large hand on Jubei's shoulder. Then, with a sickening sound, he effortlessly tore the entire arm off. Somebody screamed. As blood spilled on the marble floor, the proud hunter stared at the stump that had suddenly replaced his dominant arm in disbelief, not yet feeling the terrible pain that would soon follow. However, it never did. Before Jubei could even react, Harris grasped his head with both hands and snapped his neck in one brutal, violent motion. Then, he hit the hunter in the chest, shattering his ribs and sending the body flying back a dozen meters. The broken corpse of the defiant challenger fell on the floor, rivers of blood flowing from its terrible wounds onto the pristine white stones. From start to finish, the whole fight took no more than 5 seconds. Harris looked at his hands, shook a few crimson droplets off, and then silently returned to his place beside the master of the castle, his expression still cold. However, it wasn't bored anymore. Instead, it was full of subtle glee. After all, he had just helped his lord pass down judgment. This was law, this was tradition. This was justice. Chapter 146 Power. Several hundred sleepers stared at the disfigured body, horrified. Jubei's scale armor disappeared in a rain of light, leaving him dressed only in torn, blooded rags. A surprised, dazed expression was still frozen on his face. Awash in blood and broken, the man who had been proud and defiant just a minute ago was now nothing but a pathetic corpse. He was sprawled on the floor in a glistening crimson puddle, reminding everyone of one simple truth. Never, ever dare to disobey Gunlorg, the Bright Lord. Or you'll end up just the same. Sunny was probably one of the only 2 people in the Grand Hall who wasn't looking at the corpse. Instead, he was looking at Harris. Harris himself was staring at the wall, absolutely disinterested in the gruesome fruit of his dark labor. What else was I hoping for? Stupid. Hope is a poison. It will only get you killed. Sunny knew all the facts, but only now had he finally understood how hopeless it was to even think about challenging the Golden Serpent. Everything in the Dark City was designed to make him and his army invincible. That was how the damn hunchback had managed to defeat the experienced hunter from the outer settlement so easily, using nothing but his raw strength. He hadn't even had to show his aspect ability. Why was the divide in their physical prowess so vast? That was because with every human in the Dark City possessing the same dormant core, there were only 2 things that could make someone more powerful than the rest: soul essence and memories. And both were monopolized by Gunlorg. Only he possessed the manpower and knowledge to freely hunt in the Dark City. This way, he had become the only person with a reliable source of both soul shards and memories in his possession. Whatever crumbs the independent hunters were able to acquire would inevitably end up in his hands, too, because Gunlorg also controlled the primitive economy in this cursed place. By providing food and safety in exchange for the so-called tribute, he made sure that all the resources would flow in only one direction. Into his hands. With soul shards and a vast arsenal of memories, he could make his army stronger, which in turn would bring him more soul shards and memories, which in turn would make his army stronger, and so forth. It was a simple, perfect, and harrowing cycle that made his power more and more absolute with each revolution. By the time Sunny, Nephis and Cassie had arrived in the Dark City, the divide between Gunlorg's forces and everyone else here was too wide to ever be bridged. Sunny had no doubt that most of the elite warriors of the host had their cores saturated with soul essence to the brim. There was a limit to how many soul shards a nightmare spell carrier could absorb before reaching the bottleneck of their rank, although few ever did. Advancing to the next rank removed that bottleneck and enhanced their bodies according to the saturation level of the core. But with no way to advance, people in the Dark City could only rely on the raw amount of soul essence to accumulate power. This meant that within these ancient walls, sworn into servitude to a single man, there lived the most powerful group of sleepers to ever exist in human history. And this was the man Nephis planned to kill. With a shudder, Sunny remembered Effie's words: "No sleeper can defeat Gunlorg, ever. It's simply impossible." He also remembered dozens of skulls swinging in the wind above the castle gates. Curse it all, what is she going to pull me into this time? I really have to persuade her to give up for once. My life might depend on it. But somehow, he doubted that Changing Star even knew how to give up. At least not when it came to her mysterious goal. Curses. Sunny was so consumed by these dark thoughts that he even neglected to listen to Gunlorg's farewell speech. He had the general idea of what kind of bullcrap the bastard was proselytizing anyway. Soon, the Bright Lord had left his white throne and disappeared into the darkness behind it. The lieutenants followed, with Harris being the last one to leave. As soon as they were gone, the body of Jubei was unceremoniously dragged away, and a group of handmaidens silently wiped the puddle of blood off the pristine marble floor. The tables were moved back to their places, and the crowd of sleepers was invited to return to their breakfast. As if nothing had happened. However, Sunny had completely lost his appetite. Leading Cassie away, he glanced at the plates full of food and thought without humor. I guess there's a first time for everything. For the remaining 2 days, Sunny had done nothing but frantically gather information. Knowing that he will be leaving the castle soon, he became a little bit bolder in where to send his shadow. He spent a lot of time spying on the hunters and pathfinders, learning their tactics and secrets. He observed how guards were trained. He learned which artisans were important, and which were not. The only caste he tried to avoid was the handmaidens. He even studied various engravings and stone carvings that decorated the walls of the castle. Finally, the week they had paid tribute for came to an end. On the dawn of the 8th day, Sunny and Cassie once again appeared in the large hall with beautiful stained glass windows and saw the gates of the castle. Despite the fact that there was nothing outside these gates but a dirty slum, Sunny felt relieved. He couldn't wait to leave this damn place. Why do people even want to live here? As soon as he finished this thought, Sunny realized that he didn't actually know what life in the outer settlement was like. Perhaps the castle was actually a paradise in comparison. I doubt it. How bad can it actually be? I guess they just never lived in the outskirts. Shaking his head, he walked toward the gates, but then stopped when someone called his name. Turning his head, Sunny noticed the familiar young man with a thin face and nervous eyes. Today, Harper seemed to be especially distressed. His clothes were a bit less tidy, and there were a few ugly blotches of ink on his parchment. Our son Sunless and Cassia, right? Goodness, it has already been a week. Oh, where was I? Oh, yes. Are you guys here to pay tribute for the next one? Sunny stared at him for a few minutes, then forced out a smile and pretended to be sad. No. We haven't been able to, and shards. So, we're leaving. Maybe we will see each other again, someday. Harper opened his eyes wide and stuttered. What? Why would I be sorry? I'm very sorry that you couldn't stay longer. But don't despair, Lord Gunlog is truly kind, and life is unpredictable. I'm sure you'll be able to come back soon. Sunny gave him a curt nod and turned away. I hope not. Not too soon, at least. With that, they passed through the gates and left the bright castle, the promised castle they had spent so much time seeking and dreaming of. What a disappointment it all had been. Standing under the grey skies of the forgotten shore once again, Sunny and Cassie breathed in the cold fresh air and both smiled. Cassie tugged on his sleeve. Sunny, what do we do now? He looked at the pitiful slum that lay beneath them and answered without having to think for too long. What else? We go find Nephis. Chapter 147, Guildhall. Cassie smiled, but then suddenly frowned and asked. Ed. But, Sunny, how do we find her? He thought for a few seconds, then shrugged. I'm not sure. Follow the sounds of mayhem. This place is not that big. I'm sure we'll manage. They descended the stairs and entered the slum, with Sunny looking around in search of the distinct tall figure. There weren't that many sleepers in the outer settlement who possessed an armor-type memory, so he was sure of his ability to notice changing star in the crowd. Soon, they were surrounded by makeshift hovels and people that had empty, bleak eyes. Some of them stared at them with pity, realizing that the two had just been sent away from the castle. Others openly gloated. Sunny paid them no attention. Once again, he was surprised by the sharp contrast between the castle and the outer settlement. No matter how vile the underside of the ancient stronghold was, people were actually living there, walking around with mostly mundane human worries written on their faces. Here in the slum, people were merely existing, and barely at that. In their eyes, there was a more dire need and a more consummate fear: the need to find food for the day, the fear of being devoured by some unseen monster in the night. They were all gaunt, cold, and listless. The only time hope appeared on their faces was when their gazes accidentally fell on the bright castle. Hope will get you killed, fools. You have it better here than those poor souls in the fortress. All in all, it was not so different from the outskirts, with the added terror of nightmare creatures waiting somewhere in the shadows. But then, there were monsters in the real world as well. They just wore human skin. Sunny was once again reminded of how surprisingly well prepared he was for the trials of the nightmare spell, his lack of education not included. Surprisingly, there was no sign of Nephis anywhere. They walked through the entire settlement before finally catching the glimpse of her. At the very edge of the slum, perched precariously above the vertical fall from the stone platform, stood an uncharacteristically spacious dwelling. It was crudely put together out of slabs of stone that had been unceremoniously scavenged from the ruins, with many of them still bearing the intricate carvings left behind by the original inhabitants of the Dark City. This barbarous atrocity was the closest to the road of white stone out of the entire outer settlement. Perhaps that was why it seemed to be a bit sturdier than the rest of the hovels. The lodge even had a small addition built on top of it, somewhat resembling a second story. Changing Star was sitting on its roof with her legs crossed, gazing at the rising sun and the cursed city below. In the pale light of dawn, her ivory skin and silver hair looked beautiful and eerie. She had dismissed her armor and was wearing a crude tunic, with a piece of rope tied around her waist. Sensing their approach, Nephis turned her head and glanced in their direction. Then, she stood up and jumped down, landing lightly on the stone surface of the vast platform. Sunny grinned. Hey, Neph. Long time no see. Nephis led them inside the stone lodge, which had turned out to be her new residence. The interior was Spartan and austere, with pieces of broken furniture lying here and there and cold winds sweeping freely through the spacious hall of the first floor. Despite its larger size and superior craftsmanship, the lodge had been empty when she found it. No one wanted to live this close to both the edge of the platform at the threshold of the road, where the risk of being attacked by nightmare creatures was the highest. But Changing Star didn't mind. Looking around, Sunny scoffed. Gee. This place surely needs some work. Neff shrugged, seemingly not very concerned with her living conditions. Well, they did spend the past 2 months sleeping on nothing but rocks and dirt, so in a sense, even this ramshackle mess was an enormous improvement. With some improvements, it could even become somewhat of a decent place. Suddenly, Sunny felt a little guilty about all the comfort and warmth he had experienced in the castle. He was even fed delicious fresh food twice a day. Speaking of food, Cassie smiled and handed Neff a small bundle. Concerned about her friend, she had not eaten her supper the previous evening, choosing to save it for this moment. Here, Neff. I brought you something to eat. Changing Star received the bundle with a faint smile and lingered a little before saying, Thank you. Do you guys want breakfast? With that, she walked over to a flimsy wooden table that stood near one of the walls and removed a piece of cloth from it. Beneath, there was a pile of juicy roasted meat. It was sizable enough to feed 10 people in the castle for a day or two. Sunny stared at the meat blankly, then moved his eyes to stare at Nephis. Where the hell did you get all this meat? We thought you would be starving here in the outer settlement. She touched her hair in embarrassment. Oh, a few nights ago, a big monster came from the road. I and a few other people managed to kill it. This is my share of the spoils. Cassie opened her eyes wide. But I thought that Gunlorg's men were supposed to fight off nightmare creatures. Changing Star remained silent for a few seconds. They do if the castle is attacked, either from the slopes of the hill or from the sky. If the monsters come from the road, they usually don't bother to do anything. So that's why all the nearby hovels were empty. Who would want to live in the direct path of attacking nightmare creatures, especially since people who were supposed to fight them weren't going to move a finger to help? Sunny smiled darkly. That's the glorious castle guard for you. Wait. He blinked, then glared at Nephis. If that is true, then why on earth, Dream Realm, would you choose to live in this pit, of all places? She stared at him for a while, then said in a flat tone. It's quiet here. Then, a small smile appeared on Neff's lips. Turning to a window, she added. I like it. Chapter 148 Last Harvest. Behind the window, a striking vista of the cursed city sprawled far below. The morning sun washed the ruins in a pale light, making them look menacingly mysterious. Nephis smiled. Besides, what can compete with this kill of you? As though answering her words, a ghastly wail resounded from somewhere far away, echoing in the wind like a dying scream. Sunny trembled. I guess she meant it literally. With a sigh, he put Changing Star's strange choice of habitat at the back of his mind and approached the pile of meat. Let's eat first. The three of them sat on the stone floor and ate monster meat, passing around Cassie's beautiful glass bottle between each other. It was just like the good old times, provided that those times were not actually that old, and there had certainly not been anything good about them. Almost. When all three of them were satiated, Nephis looked at Sunny with calm intensity. For some reason, he was reminded of the unseen waves of pressure that Gunlorg created anywhere he went. What have you learned in the castle? He sighed. This was going to be a long conversation. Sunny started by describing the general order of things in the ancient stronghold. He told Neff about the 6 different castes and the complex relationships that existed between them, as well as briefly explaining how the members of each caste lived their lives. Sometimes, Cassie would add a few details of her own. Changing Star frowned. Wait, did you say that there were 500 people living in the castle? Sunny gave her a nod. Yes, somewhere around that. Why? She thought for a bit, then said. That doesn't make sense. There are almost as many people here in the outer settlement, perhaps even more. That would put the human population of the Dark City at around 1,000. Most of them are fairly young, too, which would mean that each year, hundreds upon hundreds of us are sent to the Forgotten Shore, with most somehow managing to survive and reach the Bright Castle. She paused. But I haven't seen a single sleeper of our crop here in the slum. As far as I know, we three are the only ones to come to the Dark City after the recent solstice. Sonny scratched the back of his head and said with reluctance. Actually, it's 4. Castor is also here. Hes living comfortably in the castle. Nephis suddenly grew strangely animated. Castor of the Hanley clan? He is here. No need to be so enthusiastic, damn it. Sonny tried not to grimace. Yeah. He had been here pretty much this entire time. Actually, Castor had told us that there were only 7 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore by the spell this year. Strange, I know. He paused for a few moments, and then added. Truth be told, I noticed this discrepancy as well. But there is an explanation. You see, there seems to be a pattern to how many people the spell sends here. 15 years ago, when a bunch of crazy humans first laid claim to the castle, there would be just a dozen or so newcomers each year. Then a few dozen. Then 100. In the past few years, it was several hundred each time. Sonny gestured at the 3 of them. Until this year, that is, when mere 7 sleepers arrived. Since the spell is obsessed with the number 7, some people believe that this marks the end of a 14-year-long cycle and the first year of a new one. I think it's plausible. Changing Star thought for a bit, then asked. How does Castor know the total number of new arrivals? That was a good question, naturally. One that Sonny had asked himself many times before finally convincing himself to go find the handsome legacy and ask him directly. There's an artisan in the castle with a weird type of revelation ability. She can trace the general location of everyone a person had ever met. Castor paid her a bunch of soul shards to check if any of his acquaintances made it to the Forgotten Shore. She told him there were 6. Nephis was silent for a few moments, then simply said. Continue. Sonny did. He briefly mentioned the main points of everything he had been able to learn, including all the vile crap he had to witness and his own thoughts on how things worked under the pristine white surface of the magnificent fortress. Inevitably, he had to describe how ingenious and unassailable Bright Lord's hold over the Dark City was. Cassie grew pale and quiet during his somber account. Changing Star's face grew darker and darker with each word. When he told her about the travesty of a trial that ended with Jubaeus' harrowing death and shared his own thoughts on how powerful the host truly was, the corners of her mouth turned downward. Finally, he came to the conclusion. And that is why Gunlorg can never be defeated. He controls every facet of life here, both material and abstract. Food, shelter, hope, fear, everything comes under the purview of his authority, and his authority is absolute. Even power itself is his to give and take. Out here, Gunlorg might as well be considered a god. Nephis remained silent for a long time, and then quietly said. He is not a god. He is just an imposter. Sonny chuckled. In this hell is there a difference? She glanced at him sharply and gritted her teeth. After a few minutes spent in tense silence, Neph suddenly said. Still. That only explains why Gunalug can't be overthrown in a rebellion. Why didn't anyone simply kill him in his sleep? Why didn't one of his lieutenants stage a coup? After all, this is how tyrants usually end, by the hand of their most trusted ally. Sonny smiled darkly. Ah, well. That is because up until now, I only told you about his power as a ruler. Which is, by all accounts, nothing short of terrifying. But his personal power? He shivered, then added in a hoarse voice. It's way, way worse. Chapter 149 Dark Diver. Sonny was silent for a while, then sighed. Do you remember how Effie told us that he might as well be considered immortal? Well, she wasn't wrong. Apart from the fact that Gunlorg has probably absorbed more soul essence and has more experience fighting both Nightmare Creature and Awakened than anyone else on the Forgotten Shore, there's more to him than that. Nephis frowned. Is his aspect ability uniquely powerful? Sunny shook his head. His aspect ability is that he is able to breathe and move with incredible speed underwater. But it is connected to what I am about to tell you. He hesitated. You see, Gunlord came to the Dark City around 8 years ago. Since his ability was of no use in the ruins, he quickly became an outcast. From what I was able to learn, things were even darker in the castle back then. Strength decided everything, and anyone without strength wasn't even considered to be human. Sunny shuddered. He could imagine it vividly. This was, by far, the most cruel and bloody time in the history of the Bright Castle. Right after the last member of the original cohort to conquer the ancient stronghold had perished and before Gunlord took control, things balanced at the edge of madness for a while. Say what you want about the bastard, but at least he kept the humans here from turning into animals completely. Sunny continued. But Gunlord, he turned out to be mad even by those standards. Because he actually began to hunt in the Dark Sea. Changing Star blinked. What? He nodded. Yes. At dusk, he would dive from the city wall into the black water to scavenge the soul shards from the monsters of the labyrinth that were crushed by the flood, racing against the approaching horrors of the depths. And at dawn, he would dive into the retreating sea to scavenge meat from the remains of creatures that the dwellers of the depths had killed and left behind. Nephis silently stared at him. They had met the abominable existences that hid beneath the black surface of the cursed sea twice, and each of these harrowing meetings had left scars on their souls and minds. To do so twice a day, every day Gunlord was indeed a madman. But he was also somewhat of a mad genius. Sunny took a deep breath. And this is how he turned from a desperate outcast into the Bright Lord. One day, Gunlord was pulled away by a current and, once the sea disappeared, stumbled onto a mortally wounded, dying Leviathan. The creature was still alive, but just barely. Knowing that the carrion eaters of the labyrinth will soon come to feast on it, Gunlord began cutting the meat of the creature's bones with his knife. He paused, then said in a strangely dark voice. By chance, the Leviathan happened to die from its terrible wounds at that exact moment. And since Gunlord's blade was the last thing to cut it, the spell happened to attribute the kill to him. And that kill happened to give him a memory. A wondrous golden armor that no human weapon can even scratch. No one really knew a lot about the dwellers of the depths, but Sunny and Nephis had once witnessed 2 carapace centurions retrieve 2 transcendent souls shards from the carcass of one of them. Which meant that Gunlord's armor-type memory was at least 3 ranks above the soul cores of every human on the Forgotten Shore. Almost every weapon-type memory they possessed was either of dormant or awakened rank. Even if someone managed to kill a fallen creature and acquire an ascended weapon from it, the weapon would most likely still be ineffective against the transcendent armor. And since that damn armor didn't have any openings. Basically, Gunlord was invincible. Sunny sighed. With that armor, he returned to the Dark City, gathered a few supporters, killed everyone who stood in his way, and took control of the castle. No one was able to threaten his reign ever since. And all those who tried well. Their skulls are out there for everyone to see, swinging on chains above the gates of the castle. Nephis remained silent for a long time, staring at the floor. She seemed to be a bit disheartened. Finally, she asked. What traits does the armor possess? He shrugged. Who knows? It's not like anyone who had the opportunity to learn that lived to tell the tale. The only thing widely known about the golden armor is that it is made out of some strange liquid metal and that it emanates a field of crushing psychic pressure. But even that is not entirely true. Actually, it only affects those who look at their reflection in the visor. Cassie wasn't affected at all. The blind girl raised an eyebrow, only now learning that everyone except for her always felt incredibly oppressed in Gunlord's presence. For once, her terrible flaw gave her an advantage. It had also allowed Sunny to learn a valuable secret. But he had no time to be happy about it. The most important part of this conversation was drawing close. He had to convince Changing Star to abandon any idea of going against Gunlord. Otherwise, All three of them were going to end up dead. Sunny looked at her and asked in a carefully neutral tone. So, what do you think? Changing Star was quiet for a while, then suddenly said. I have also learned something while you were gone. Sunny frowned slightly. Was she trying to avoid this conversation? Feeling heavy and uncertain, he asked. Really? What is it? However, in the next second, he had forgotten all about his previous worries. Because Nephis looked him right in the eyes and said, there is a gateway here, after all. Something exploded in Sunny's mind. What there is a gateway. Stunned, he stared at Neph with wide eyes. How could this be? Why hadn't anyone ever mentioned it? No, it didn't make any sense. If there was a gateway, why would people just stay in the Dark City? Why were both Effie and Castor so adamant that there was no way out? A familiar dark feeling of unease settled in his heart. Trying to compose himself, Sunny slowly said. Then why hasn't anyone left? Where is it? Nephis looked at the window, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered in a flat tone. Where do you think? It's in the Crimson Spire, of course. Chapter 150 Hunting Party. The Crimson Spire, that eerie and ever-present shadow that had hunted him all this time. The Cyclopean tower that stood at the center of the labyrinth, or maybe was the source of it, emanating a harrowing sense of foreboding. The background for the last part of Cass's vision. Of course, the damn gateway just had to be in that damn spire. Sunny sighed. This was unwelcomed, but not unexpected news. After all, Inspector Rock did warn them that, should they ever find themselves in a region of the Dream Realm without an established human citadel, they should look for the gateway either around or inside the most prominent landmark there. The Crimson Spire loomed over the entire forgotten shore like an axis connecting heaven to earth. It was hard to imagine anything more prominent. Ever since Cassie had first told them about it, deep down, Sunny always suspected that they were going to end up having to enter that creepy tower at some point. After the revelation that there was no gateway in the human castle, that suspicion only grew stronger. But, wait. There was something else that Instructor Rock had told them. Work together to defeat the Gateway Guardians, wasn't these his words? So who is guarding the Crimson Spire? Glancing at Nephis, he asked darkly. So what is inside the spire? I gather that it's not something pleasant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 1,000 sleepers choosing to live in a city full of vicious monsters instead of going there. Changing Star nodded. Without changing her expression, she looked away and answered. A fallen terror. Sunna's heart skipped a bit. A fallen terror, the nightmare creature one whole class above the dreaded tyrants, with 6 mighty soul cores providing it with profane power, would certainly do the trick. So, going there is suicide. No amount of sleepers could ever hope to defeat a fallen terror. The possibility of surviving such an encounter, let alone emerging victorious, was zero. It was even less probable than breaking through Gunlorg's indestructible armor. Impossible. He chuckled. What irony to not only be trapped in this hell, but also be forced to stare at the path to freedom every day, knowing that you'll never be able to reach it. That was such a cruel torture. Sunny would even go as far as to say that it was a type of hell in and of itself. No wonder the Tower of Dusk was so unpopular. Living there would simply drive some people insane. They were really, truly stuck here forever. Nephis sighed. The first ruler of the Bright Castle led a large expedition to find a way out of the labyrinth. They all perished. The second ruler, the last member of the original cohort, tried to reach the gateway instead. They all died, too. After that, no one tried to find a way out anymore. The three of them remained silent for a long time, their mood grim and somber. Now that they had a chance to spend some time in the small human enclave on the Forgotten Shore and gather information, there were no more excuses to deny it. Everything that Effie had told them was true. They were going to spend the rest of their lives here, however long that might be. Sunny sighed, then looked at Changing Star. So what's the plan? Nephis looked at the vista of the ruined city through the window. Sunny was sure that she had already thought a lot about their future. He just hoped that her thoughts were not too crazy. After a while, she said, "We will create a hunting party." Not too bad. Despite the fact that becoming independent hunters was going to be a long and perilous journey, it was at least achievable. They just had to be smart and careful about it. He scratched the back of his head. Going into the dark city blind will be very dangerous. Nephis shrugged, then turned to face him. You are right. We will need to recruit a pathfinder. Someone who was already experienced and could teach them the ropes that would certainly speed things along and make the whole process safer. Good thinking. Do you have someone in mind? She gave him a nod. As a matter of fact, I do. We will go see her later. But first. Her eyes gleamed with intensity. Tell me every detail of what you have learned in the castle. Every name, every aspect. Every ability and flaw you've been able to glean. Every grievance people have and every agenda they are hiding. I need to know it all. Sunny smiled. Sure, no problem. But be warned, this is going to take a while. I've been very busy snooping around, you know. For the first time since receiving his aspect, Sunny had been able to do what he had planned to do from the start: gather information without risking his hide, as a real spy should. After months of bloody battles and open confrontations, it was strangely rewarding. Changing Star gave him a nod. There's no hurry. Several hours later, Sunny was finishing his winding report, his voice hoarse from all the talking. Is actually the same pathfinder who the hunter from the outer settlement, Jubei, accused of using another human as monster bait. A real nasty fellow. He is an incredibly formidable fighter and is good at his job, but his personal habits, well. The man is a degenerate gambler. He spends all his shards in Aiko's gambling den, then refuses to pay and hurts anyone who dares to object. He took a breath, then added angrily. Some people even say that this whole challenge happened because he wanted to hunt a powerful monster and pay off a part of his gambling debt. The bastard. Then, Sunny thought for a while, scratched his head, and said, "Oh, I think that covers pretty much everything. Of course, there are a lot of things I wasn't able to learn at all." Nephis was in deep thought, digesting the mountain of information that Sunny had thrown at her. Her face was cold and distant. Feeling that her friend wasn't going to react, Cassie patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "You've done a very good job, Sunny. This is amazing." He blinked and looked aside, slightly embarrassed. "Well, of course it is. That is what my aspect is actually for, remember. The whole monster-slaying thing is nothing but an unfortunate misuse of my talents, honestly. Yeah, I would much prefer to stay hidden somewhere safe and let my shadow do all the work." The shadow slightly turned its head and threw a menacing look his way. It was not amused. Sunny smiled, then looked at Nephis. "So who is the pathfinder you want to recruit? There can't be a lot of experienced hunters in the outer settlement, right? And each of them must have their hunting party already. How are we going to persuade one to join us?" Changing Star lingered, then said in a strangely tense voice. "Yes. Everyone who is worth something has their own party except for one person. But persuading her won't be easy." She sighed, then added, "Actually, you already know her. It's Effie." Chapter 151: Headhunting. Some time later, they were standing in front of a makeshift cabin. Just like Changing Star's patchwork dwelling, the cabin was constructed out of mismatched stone blocks that had been scavenged from the ruins. It was reinforced with monster hides here and there and seemed to be built slightly better than the rest of the hovels in the outer settlement. There was a large bestial skull hung above the door, its thick forehead split apart by a devastating strike of some sharp weapon. Glancing at the skull, Nephis took a step forward and knocked on the door. However, no response followed. Sunny sighed. Maybe she's not home. Instead of an answer, Changing Star frowned and banged on the door with her first. The first strike was somewhat gentle, but by the last, the bestial skull was on the verge of flying off the wall. A sleepy and irritated voice sounded from the inside. "I swear to gods, whoever you are, you'd better be a nightmare creature." A few moments later, Sunny heard the sound of footsteps approaching the door. Before it opened, though, Nephis suddenly spoke. "Sunny, turn away." Hearing a strange urgency in her voice, he scowled and did as she had asked. "Your shadow, too? What is going on? Are we expecting trouble?" As he was staring away from the cabin, the creaking of wood informed him that the door was flung open. "Who the hell is oh? It's you." He swore he could hear Neff's teeth grinding against each other. A few seconds later, Changing Star spoke, her tone especially flat. "Put on a memory, Effie. Please." "Wait, what? Why would she oh?" "Oh." When he was finally allowed to turn back, the last glimmers of ethereal light were yet to disappear from the fabric of Effie's provocatively short chiton. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, either. "Here. Better?" The huntress was exactly the same as the last time he had seen her, tall, strong, and brimming with vitality. Without the bronze cuirass with leather terruges, as well as other elements of the archaic armor, even more of Hugh dewy olive skin could be seen. "So, you guys are back together, huh?" Judging by how clean and shiny the other two look, I'm guessing that their stay in the castle was pleasant. Sunny glanced at Cassie, then said in a reserved tone. "Not particularly. Just like you said, the ambience there is well an acquired taste, I guess." Effie grinned. "Well said anyway, how can I help you?" Changing Star motioned at the door. "Can we come inside?" The unruly huntress glanced back, then shrugged. "Sure. Why not?" Inside, the cabin was small and cozy. One of its corners was occupied by a large pile of furs that served Effie as a bed. At first glance, it didn't seem that lavish, but once it hit Sunny that each of the furs had come from the corpse of a nightmare creature, he quickly changed his mind. That was probably the most extravagant thing he had ever seen. Also, one could only imagine what went on between those furs. Pure thoughts, Sunny focus. There was also a fireplace, a table with a single wooden chair, and a pair of sturdy chests. The rest of the space was occupied by various curios that the huntress had scavenged from the ruins over the years. There was no particular logic to this opulent collection except for the fact that each object had once caught her fancy for this reason or that. After the three of them were seated, Effie returned to her pile of furs, wrapped herself in one of them and asked, "So, what's so important that you had to come and wake me up this early in the morning?" "Early in the morning? It's already noon." Nephis lingered for a few moments, then said, "You haven't hunted since the day we met, right?" Effie yawned, then said in a languid tone, "Nope. I'll go back into the ruins once my food runs out. Which will be in a day or two, I think." "What, how?" The amount of meat she had butchered off those monsters was enough to feed a person for a couple of months. It was all gone already? Just how much did the vigorous huntress eat? Changing Star nodded. "When you do, come with us. Be our pathfinder." Well, she certainly doesn't beat around the bush. For some reason, Sunny had not expected Neff to be this direct. He had always imagined this conversation taking much longer before getting to its real purpose. Effie stared at them, then threw her head back and laughed out loud. "Ah, that's a good one. Do you want me to be your nanny, too?" When her laughter died down, she shook her head and said, "No offense, kids, but you have just arrived in the Dark City. You are as green as it gets. Best hunters out here wanted me to become a part of their party, and I refused them all. Do you know why?" Neff nodded with a serious expression. Most hunting parties share the spoils of their hunts. Each hunter keeps a part to eat and sells the rest to the people in the slum. But because of your flaw, you can't allow yourself to do the same. You need all the sustenance a hunt can provide. The more partners you have, the lesser your share will become, so you hunt alone, and never sell the meat of your prey, just their hides. Effie smiled. I see someone has been doing their homework. Changing Star tilted her head a little and, not paying any attention to the irony in those words, continued. We can solve that problem by. However, the solitary huntress interrupted her. Stop. Good guess, but you are wrong. That is not why I refused all those hunters. Nephis blinked, surprised. After a long pause, she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Then why? The smile disappeared from Effie's face. Because they are weak. Every one of them is weak. Even the most successful of them are. And do you know why? Something dark gleamed in her hazel eyes. They are weak because Gunlorg will never allow anyone strong to exist outside of his control. So I am not going to be your pathfinder. Sorry, princess. Changing Star froze, obviously flustered by that answer. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again and awkwardly pressed her lips together. No matter how much she had honed her social skills during their journey through the labyrinth, this conversation still seemed to be too much for her. In the ensuing silence, Sunny suddenly spoke, his voice calm and slightly provoking. Has allowing you to exist. Effie looked at him, raised one eyebrow with a smile, and didn't say anything. Finally, Nephis was able to compose herself. We might be new here, but we are not weak. Between the two of us, Sunny and I had killed dozens upon dozens of awakened creatures in the labyrinth. The huntress interrupted her once again. Even if that's true, that was there. Out here in the Dark City, things are very different. The two of them stared at each other, one with a relaxed smile on her lips, the other with stubborn flames burning in her eyes. Oh, I don't like this. Eventually, Changing Star grimaced and said. So, if we prove that we have strength, you might reconsider. Effie chuckled. Damn, you say it like it's easy. You do know how many people can't even step a foot into the ruins, right? If you guys survive in this hell for a few years, maybe then we can talk again. Nephis looked at her for a while, and then smiled darkly. We will talk again in the evening. Then, you will change your mind. Chapter 152 There and Back Again. Outside, the sun was already moving past its zenith. There wasn't that much time left before the sunset, so Sunny was really unsure about what Nephis could do to change Effie's mind before evening. However, judging by the determined expression on her face, Changing Star wasn't just throwing words to the wind. She had something specific in mind. He hesitated. So, what exactly are we going to do now? Neph glanced at him, white flames dancing in the depths of her cold grey eyes. Then, she turned away and said, Follow me. With that, she walked forward in the direction of the castle. Castle? Why are we going to the castle? Somewhat uneasy, Sunny gently took Cassie by the arm and hurried to catch up to Nephis. When he did, she suddenly threw over her shoulder. Tell me about that pathfinder again. The one who was accused of murder 3 days ago. Sunny frowned, then repeated what he knew about the guy. When he was almost finished, she asked. What's his aspect ability? He hesitated, then said. He can make any weapon become incredibly sharp when it's in his hands. Sharp enough to cut stone, maybe even steel. It's a very powerful combat ability. Changing Star was quiet for some time, then said. What about his flaw? Sunny shook his head. That I have no idea about. People are very protective of their flaws, you know. Not everyone goes around telling everyone about their greatest vulnerability like that lunatic, Effie. Cassie, who seemed to be very protective of him today, decided to support this claim. Sunny is right, Neph. We don't even know what his own flaw is, remember? Sunny almost stumbled and had to try very hard to not let any emotion show on his face. Cassie was right, of course. While Changing Star and she had shared their flaws with him, Sunny never reciprocated the gesture for obvious reasons. That is true, but can we not talk about that? Nephis silently nodded and didn't comment on it further. It seemed as though her mind was on something else. Phew. Soon, they scaled the magnificent stairs and were approaching the gates of the castle. Sunny was growing increasingly nervous about Neph's intentions. What is her plan, exactly? Neph. What do you need us to do? She shrugged, then said in her usual indifferent tone. You don't really need to do anything. Just follow me and try to look virtuous. Look virtuous. What does that supposed to mean? The guards standing watch in front of the gates blocked their path with contemptuous and suggestive looks in their eyes. Contempt was directed towards Sunny, while the rest was directed toward the girls, of course. Stop! What business do you have in the bright castle? Want to pay the tribute? Or maybe want to get paid, instead? If you know what I mean. Both of them laughed, making Sunny's blood boil. Nephis looked at them with a calm expression, then said, I want to go inside, but am not going to pay tribute. The laughter suddenly stopped. The guards looked at them with a bit of amusement, a harsh and dangerous light finding its way into their eyes. Have you lost your mind, wench? Why are you here if you're not going to pay tribute? Stop wasting our time. Changing Star stared at them with no emotion whatsoever showing on her beautiful ivory face. Then, she said evenly, I'm here to invoke the right of challenge. For a few seconds, everyone stayed silent. Sunna's heart was beating like a wild beast in his chest. Mad, she has gone mad. But no, Changing Star was not mad. Although Sunny liked to joke inwardly about how crazy Nephis was, she was anything but. In fact, her ability to remain cool-headed and rational in any situation was one of the main reasons that made her so dangerous. Which meant that there was some opportunity she saw here that he didn't. At least he hoped that this was the case. Meanwhile, one of the guards frowned. Stop joking around, little girl. Shut your mouth and get lost if you want to live. Neph didn't move. Instead, she said, I'm not joking. The other guards stared at her, then shook his head. Those slum rats have really all gone crazy, huh? I thought that this recent show would teach them a lesson, but it seems as though it did not. He sneered. Listen, lass. The right of challenge is not a laughing matter. It's a fight to the death. No one is going to go easy on you just because you have a pretty face. Do you understand? Changing Star simply nodded. The guard waited for a while, looking at her tall figure and the crude tunic that she wore. Then, he grimaced. I guess we'll have some entertainment today, such a shame. With your looks, you could have lived in the castle without ever even needing to pay the tribute. Shaking his head, he turned around and gestured for the three of them to follow. The other guard stayed behind, a bewildered and darkly excited expression on his face. With the sound of the rusty chains swinging in the wind invading their ears, Sunny, Nephis and Cassie passed beneath the hanging skulls and entered the castle. Inside, everything was exactly the same. Even Harper was still sitting behind his opulent desk, writing something on a piece of parchment. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his head and threw a furtive glance in their direction. An expression of confused surprise appeared in his eyes. Sunless and Cassia. What are you guys doing back here? Sunny felt the desire to palm his face. When he had said to the gaunt young man that they might see each other in the future, he certainly did not mean that that future would be on the same damn day. Not knowing about the thoughts raging in his head, Harper smiled. Oh, did you guys get lucky and come into some shards? Back all ready to pay the tribute? Sunny gritted his teeth and forced out a weak smile. No. Not exactly. Chapter 153 Guiding Star. By the time the three of them were led to the grand hall of the castle, the news that there was going to be another challenge had yet to spread through the entire fortress. Because of that, there was no crowd there, just a few dozen people who had happened to walk past and heard the commotion. However, their number was growing with each minute. Standing before the entrance to the hall, Nephis was calmly looking forward, her thoughts a mystery. She seemed to be steady and collected. Sunny, on the other hand, was very nervous. Just what was changing star planning? Glancing around to make sure that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, he leaned to her and whispered. "You're not really going to fight one of Gunlorg's lieutenants, are you? Because that would be suicide." No matter how talented and strong Neph was, she couldn't hope to win against someone like that, at least not before absorbing enough soul shards to even the odds at least a little. Those people had not gotten to where they were by pure accident, too. They had talents of their own. Nephis didn't turn her head and simply said, "The walls have ears." Sunny gritted his teeth and was about to retort, but at that moment, the guard that had led them inside appeared from the grand hall, threw a dark look at them, and spat. "Come on in, fools." Changing Star simply walked forward, leaving Sunny and Cassie no choice but to follow. Inside the hall, a small crowd of people was staring at the entrance. When they saw Nephis, a wave of confused whispers ran through their ranks. "Who is that? Never seen her before. There's something strange about that girl." The whole situation was much less ostentatious and theatrical than that on the day of Jubaeus' death. Most of the lieutenants weren't even here, not to mention the Bright Lord himself. Only the leader of hunters, Gemma, was sitting on the steps leading up to the empty white throne. On his face, there was a slightly sullen expression. To Sunnis' relief, Harris was nowhere to be seen. When the guard led the three of them inside, Gemma raised his head and glanced in their direction with a frown. "Did I hear it correctly? One of you three wants to invoke the right of challenge?" Nephis took a step forward, looked him right in the eyes, and answered in her usual errant voice. "I do." Her calmness was in direct contradiction with the heavy meaning behind those words. It was the polar opposite of the impassioned, scornful, furious speech of condemnation that Jubae had given in this hall 3 days ago. The confused frown on Gemma's face deepened. "You do know what that means, right, little girl?" She continued to stare at him without showing any sign of fear, then repeated. "I do." The tall hunter sighed. "Listen, it is indeed true that anyone has the right to invoke the right of challenge. But throwing your life away is a really stupid thing to do. I'm sure that you had to suffer a lot to make it this far. Everyone here did, pretty much. So how about you think about it some more and reconsider?" His voice wasn't unfriendly. In fact, it seemed sincere, as though Gunlorg's lieutenant really did not want to see her die for no reason. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Neph just tilted her head a little and said, "No need." Gemma sighed again, then shook his head. "Fine, have it your way then. Who are you here to accuse?" Sunny already had the idea. That's why he wasn't surprised to hear her next words. "I am here to accuse the Pathfinder known as Andal." Andal was the person whose crime had led to Jubaeus' challenge, and then death. As another wave of whispers rose from the crowd, Gemma blinked. With an unhappy scowl on his face, he said, "As I've told the last time, I am the leader of both hunters and pathfinders. Any crime they commit while performing their duties is my crime, so I will be the one to answer for it. Are you sure you want to challenge me, kid?" Sunny held his breath, knowing that Neph's next words would decide their fates. Despite the older man's heavy tone, she did not even flinch. However, she did pierce him with a cold gaze, then slowly shook her head. "I'm not here to accuse him of murdering the young man from the outer settlement. I'm here to accuse him of theft. Andal has lost a considerable amount of soul shards while gambling, but refused to pay. That is stealing. Since it was done on his private time and not while performing any official duties, you have nothing to do with it." Gemma stared at her, a bewildered look written clearly on his face. Sunny was doing the same. Well, that was unexpected. Kind of ingenious, actually. Who knew Neff can be so crafty? By shifting the accusation from a crime committed during a hunt to a misdemeanor that had nothing to do with Andal's role as a pathfinder, she effectively prevented any of the lieutenants from fighting on his behalf. At least if they remained true to their claim of being just. But was a seasoned pathfinder any less of a threat than one of Gunlorg's proxies? And would Gemma even allow a challenge like that to proceed? As though responding to his questions, the tall hunter raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief. What? A gambling debt? You want to did I co-send you? Nephis shook her head again. No. I've never even met her. Everyone in the Grand Hall looked at her as though she was insane. The charismatic lieutenant was no exception. With some exasperation finding its way into his voice, he asked. If you don't even know the person Andal owes the shards, why are you here challenging him on her behalf? Neff simply shrugged. Do I need to personally know the victim of the crime to punish the criminal? Gemma stared, clearly finding the whole situation ridiculous. It's just a gambling debt. I can pay the shards myself, and we all can. However, Changing Star interrupted him. Her voice was still inexplicably calm and even. It's not about shards. It's about justice and law. After all, the law is our only guiding star in this dark world. Without its light, there's only darkness. Her words echoed in the Grand Hall and put a grim expression on Gemma's face. By repeating what Gunlorg had said here a few days prior, she left him with little choice but to satisfy the request for a challenge. After all, going against it would be tantamount to going against the Bright Lord's will. How devious did she learn that from me? The hunter looked away with regret, remained silent for some time, and then said to one of the guards in a dark tone. Go and bring Andal here. Tell that bastard that after he kills this stupid girl, he and I will have a long conversation about his life choices. Then, he glanced at Neff and said. And you say your goodbyes and prepare for battle. Oh, right. What is your name? Tell us. That way, you will at least be remembered. Looking him right in the eyes, Nephis stayed quiet for a bit, and then answered. Her clear voice resounded loudly in the Grand Hall. I am Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Suddenly, everything became silent. Chapter 154 Light of the Seven. Everyone grew quiet. Even Gemma seemed to be slightly stunned by that proclamation. The only person to not react to it at all was Castor, who had entered the Grand Hall a bit earlier and was now standing by one of the walls, watching Nephis with a complex expression. Her full name was shocking to hear for two entirely different, but equally earth-shattering reasons. Firstly, she had called herself not by a human name, but by a true one. In the entire history of human civilization, only a handful of awakened had managed to earn a true name in their first nightmare. Needless to say, none of them was among the 1,000 sleepers currently trapped on the Forgotten Shore. Even Gunlorg himself did not have one. But Nephis did. And Sunny too, of course, but no one had to know that. Secondly, she had announced herself to be a legacy, and not just any legacy at that, but one from the legendary Immortal Flame Clan. A clan that had been responsible for propelling the entire human species forward not once, but twice, first by helping conquer the second nightmare, then the third. A combination of these facts was enough to set off a metaphorical explosion in the middle of the Dark City. If this was true, then she could be considered to be an almost messianic existence here on the Forgotten Shore. Suddenly, the calmness with which she dared to challenge a fearsome pathfinder to a battle to the death did not seem that strange. The dazed looks in the eyes of all the sleepers gathered in the Grand Hall had slowly begun to give place to a subtle, tentative, weak glow. It was as though a tiny seed of hope was suddenly planted in the dead soil of their lightless, forlorn souls. Either by accident or on purpose, Nephis chose that exact moment to summon her armor. Numerous sparks of light surrounded her in a whirlpool of soft radiance, and when they were gone, a striking black and white armor had appeared on her graceful body. Everyone's eyes were immediately glued to the symbol on its breastplate. On it, 7 shining stars were intricately engraved into the strange white metal. Fat Hat symbol. Its starlight crest. The crest of the 7. Just like Sunny, many of the inhabitants of the bright castle were familiar with the symbol of the 7 stars. Not only was it carved into the robe of the giant statue standing in front of the impregnable city wall, it was also often depicted in numerous stone carvings decorating the walls of the ancient fortress. It seemed to represent the 7 heroes that had once vowed to vanquish the darkness consuming this cursed land and lead its people back into the light. Sunny felt cold sweat running down his spine. What is she doing? Is it all a coincidence, or did Nephis plan everything? Does she not understand how these fools will react to such theatrics? If they get the wrong idea and start running their mouths about how she is some sort of a heavenly savior, Gunlorg will soon come knocking on our doors. What did Neph say? Just follow her lead and try to look virtuous. Sunny stared at her back, stumped. How would he even do that? There had never been a single drop of virtue in his entire body. Meanwhile, Gemma had finally managed to compose himself and threw an evaluating look at Changing Star. If there had been nothing but neglect and disregard in his eyes before, now there was a hint of dark wariness in them. Slowly, the leader of hunters smiled. Ah. In that case, nice to meet you. I must say, it's a very impressive name you have there. Makes one wonder where it came from. The implication behind these words was easy to understand. Gemma was insinuating that Nephis was lying. It seemed as though this insinuation had removed a veil from everyone's eyes. Most people quickly lost their wistful expressions, once again looking at her either somberly or with dark anticipation. Only now, there were also hints of mocking disdain on some of their faces. And yet, several of them were still staring at her with expressions full of hesitant, timid faith. Changing Star did not react to any of that in any way. She simply remained calm and indifferent, as though she existed slightly apart from the dirt and despair of this world. Soon, Andal the Pathfinder was led into the Grand Hall. The Pathfinder was of average height and solid build, with menacing blue eyes and a sharp jaw. His head was shaved on the sides, with the remaining hair weaved into a short braid. He appeared to be slightly older than the rest of the sleepers gathered in the Grand Hall, with the exception of Gemma himself. Andal was probably around 24 years old. He looked like a skilled, seasoned, and ruthless fighter. Every Pathfinder was nothing less than an elite among elites, and he was no exception. Even those who hated Andal stared at him with fear and respect, even veneration. Entering the hall, Andal threw a dark look at Nephis and walked forward to the base of the steps leading to the White Throne. There, he stopped and bowed, showing his respect to the leader of hunters. "I'm here." Gemma stared at him with an irritated, contemptuous expression, and then sighed. "You know why I've summoned you?" The Pathfinder smirked. "Some wench wants to challenge me. Good. I was very sad to let Harris have all the fun last time." Several angry whispers sounded from the crowd, but no one dared to reveal their hatred toward the arrogant murderer openly. The corner of Gemma's mouth turned downward. He remained silent for some time, and then said in a dangerous tone. "Fun? Did you say fun? Well, Andal, if you lacked excitement in your life, you should have just told me. How about this? After you kill that girl, I will show you what real fun is." With that, he gestured to the guards that the fight could begin. Andal frowned a little, but then turned around with a dark smile on his lips. Sunny and Cassie were led to the side, where they joined the crowd of spectating sleepers. By that point, there was a considerable amount of them gathered in the Grand Hall. Everyone looked at the fearsome Pathfinder and Nephis with a mix of tension and anticipation. Some were here just to see a macabre show, waiting with excitement for blood to flow. To them, it didn't matter who lived and who died, although none believed that the girl from the outer settlement had any chance of surviving in a duel against the experienced Pathfinder. Others wanted to see Andal punished for his crimes. But even these people seemed to believe that Neph was doomed to die. They just hoped that she would manage to make the bastard bleed a little before she did. Perhaps only Sunny, Cassie, and Carsten knew that the result of this fight was not as predictable as everyone seemed to think. Not wasting any time, Andal summoned his weapon and walked toward Changing Star. In his hand, a vicious, crudely forged falchion suddenly gleamed with polished luster, its edge turning sharper than that of a razor. With a shudder, Sunny realized that not even the Starlight Legion armor would stop such a blade. The Pathfinder's movements were soft and deceptive, betraying years of experience in bloody battles against both nightmare creatures and humans. The dark smile had never left his lips, and there was bloodlust burning in his eyes. After years spent hunting monsters, he looked like a monster himself. However, Nephis just stood there calmly and watched him approach, not even trying to summon her sword. What is she doing? Trying to mimic Harris. When the distance between them shortened to that of only several steps, everyone held their breaths. Suddenly, Andal flourished his cleaver and lunged forward with astonishing, almost inhuman speed. His push was so powerful that dust flew into the air from under the soles of his boots. Sunny clenched his fists. What is she? Just a fraction of a second before the magically enhanced blade cleaved her apart, Nephis suddenly sidestepped the strike and threw her arms into the air, simultaneously summoning her longsword. The ethereal sparks of light passed through the blade of Andal's falchion, forming into silvery steel only on the other side of it. The Pathfinder's eyes widened. Forever. Without anything separating it from the enemy's flesh, the longsword that had just formed from the thin air behind the falchion bit into his neck, cleanly severing Andal's head from his shoulders. As blood shot into the air from the Pathfinder's neck, his head rolled on the floor like a macabre ball and stopped near the steps that led to Gunlorg's white throne. It seemed as though all oxygen was suddenly sucked out of the great hall. In the deathly silence, Andal's body heavily fell on the white marble. Everyone was staring at Nephis in utter disbelief, the sleepers, the guards, even Gemma. Honestly, Sunny himself was a bit stunned. Of course, he had suspected that Changing Star might win the duel. But even he did not expect that she would kill an actual Pathfinder, one of the most fearsome warriors in the Bright Castle, with just one strike. Dismissing her sword with a cold expression on her face, Nephis walked over to the marble steps, picked up the severed head by the hair, and looked up at the leader of the hunters. Then, with a well-practiced polite smile, she said, "Oh. It was nice to meet you too." Chapter 155 First Recruits. The blood was still dripping from Andal's severed head when they left the castle. Nephis was holding it by the hair, her face as indifferent as always. It seemed as though carrying human heads was not even something worthy of changing facial expressions. Suddenly, Sunny saw Changing Star in a new light. It was a long time since he had last been wary of her, but now, he was starting to wonder. Just how many people had she killed in the past? The facial expressions of everyone else, though, ranged from astonishment to horror. People who had witnessed the duel stared at Nephis as though she was some sort of an avenging angel. The others treated her like a terrifying demon. I wonder how much soul's essence had she absorbed with this one kill? Has to be a lot, right? But those were just the inhabitants of the castle. The reactions of the people of the outer settlement were strangely reserved, but even more intense. They had never seen one of them stroll into the ancient fortress and walk away freely with a severed head of a Pathfinder in their hands. Now, all of them were watching silently, an inexorable, dark, sweltering emotion burning in their eyes. All of it made Sunny very uncomfortable. He wasn't sure if Nephis knew what kind of a storm her stunt had evoked in the hearts of these people. That sort of emotion was dangerous and almost impossible to control. If she didn't know, things could turn really bad really quickly. But it was even worse if she did, and had done it on purpose. Was Neph really capable of such ingenious and effective manipulation? Was this her plan all along? Sunny wasn't sure that he knew this side of Changing Star. Come to think of it, he didn't really know that much about her at all. Consumed by these doubts, Sunny didn't even notice that they were already in front of Effie's cabin. He glanced at the sky, only to see the sun hiding behind the ominous silhouette of the crimson spire. It was evening, just like Nephis had promised. Scary. The unruly huntress opened the door before they even knocked, a hint of irritation in her eyes. What's with all the commotion? Can't a girl spend a day in? Noticing the three of them, she froze. Without so much as batting an eye, Nephis simply threw Andal's head to Effie's feet and asked, "Can we talk now?" Looking down at the macabre present, the huntress narrowed her eyes. Her face darkened. A few moments later, she glanced up and said in a grim voice, "Come inside." As soon as the door closed behind them, Effie asked in a furious whisper, "What the hell have you done, princess?" Nephis tilted her head and slightly frowned. Then, she said with a hint of sincere confusion in her voice, "You wanted me to prove my strength. Did you not?" The huntress stared at her in disbelief. Misunderstanding her silence, Neph blinked, then added, "Oh. That head belonged to. I know whose head it is. Where did you get it?" Sunny sighed and slumped heavily on one of the sturdy chests. Then he forced out a dark smile and said, "Oh, by the way, you might be the last human in the Dark City to learn this, but standing right in front of you is none other than Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the champion of justice. She just walked into the castle, challenged the bastard, and killed him with one strike of her sword, right under everyone's eyes. By now, this must be the only thing people are talking about." His tone lacked any kind of amusement. If anything, it seemed as though Sunny was just barely stopping himself from cursing out loud. Why did trouble have to follow him everywhere he went? While Neph and Cassie were anxiously waiting for Effie's response, Sunny just stared at his shadow, hoping to find some sympathy. Sadly, there wasn't any to be found. The shadow was just staring back at him, full of jubilant gloating. Effie, meanwhile, blinked a couple of times and looked at them with a strange expression. "That's right. Run while you can." Then, she threw her head back and laughed out loud. Oh, gods, did you really? This is priceless. I wish I'd seen their faces." Sunny watched her with his mouth wide open. That was not the reaction he had been expecting. Crazy, they're all crazy. I'm surrounded by crazy people. When Effie finished laughing, she glanced at Changing Star with a dark, but gleeful expression. "All right, you have proven your point. But there's something you should know. Back when I refused to join the host, Gunlorg made it clear that if he can't have me, no one else will. Ever since, any group that dared to invite me to join them ended up regretting their decision. By hiring me as a guide, you will be putting yourself in his crosshairs. Are you sure you want to do this?" So there was more to her story. No wonder she was so solitary. In the ensuing silence, Sunny was the first one to speak. His voice sounded bitter and dejected. "I mean, it's a bit late to worry about that. Don't you think?" The next morning, they were preparing to go on a hunt. A small crowd of slum dwellers gathered around to see them off, their dark eyes burning with a strange mix of hope and anguish. By now, the story of Changing Star's clever ruse and heroic battle against villainous Pathfinder Andal had already flown all over the place, growing more and more unbelievable with each retelling. Now, these people came to witness her with their own eyes. They were especially interested in the Starlight Legion armor and the symbol engraved on its breastplate. Who knew that the memory of a simple carapace centurion would have such an effect on the inhabitants of the Dark City? Sunny was not happy about it at all. The previous evening, he had a chance to ask Nephis a few questions after they had returned to their lodge. However, he kept most of them to himself, not knowing how to properly express his feelings. In the end, he only asked about how she had managed to defeat her human opponent, who was much more powerful in terms of physical prowess, so easily. Changing Star's answer was very simple. She just shrugged and said, "An old legacy trick." Which pretty much explained everything and nothing at all. And now, they were going into the Dark City to hunt monsters. When the four of them were ready to set off, a sudden hum of voices made them turn around. The slum dwellers stepped aside, letting a tall young man walk through. Sunny frowned. Great. What is he doing here? Walking closer, Castor stopped a few meters away from them and gave a polite bow. Lady Nephis, Huntress Athena, Cassir, Sunny. Good morning to all of you. I, Castor of the Hanley clan, would like to join your hunting party. Will you have me? Everyone grew quiet for a few moments. Despite Sunny's dislike of the handsome legacy, having him on their side would be an incredible boon. Genius fighters like Castor were hard to come by anywhere, let alone on the Forgotten Shore. He felt torn. A buzz of whispers rose from the crowd. People were shocked to see a warrior from the castle volunteering to join an outer settlement cohort. And one of such fearsome reputation, too. After some time had passed, Changing Star simply shrugged. If you want. Just like that, the proud scion of the Hanley clan had become the 5th member of their hunting party. It was strange to see their numbers grow after months spent alone in the labyrinth, but that was probably inevitable. What else did Sunny expect? That it would be just the 3 of them forever. Stupid. Together, the 5 sleepers left the slum of the outer settlement behind and stepped on the road of white stone that lead into the cursed ruins. And just like that, the fates of every human in the dark city were sealed. The end had begun. Chapter 156 Free Lunch. Their first hunt was surprisingly uneventful. Guided by an experienced pathfinder and augmented by Sunny's stealthy shadow, they managed to avoid any fallen creatures and arrive at the destination in one piece. There, the group hid in the ruins and waited for their prey to show up. The plan of battle was discussed beforehand. After Effie had described the type of monster they were here to kill, complete with a detailed list of its strengths and weaknesses, Nephis quickly assigned different roles to different people. Sunny had expected that things would work just like back in the labyrinth, but to his surprise, they did not. Just like before, Neph was going to take most of the risk and lure the enemy into revealing its vulnerability. However, Castor was going to be the one to make use of it and deal the fatal blow, not Sunny. Which made sense, really. After all, his ability was not a combat one, at least not officially. It was rational to entrust the role to someone with an incredibly powerful combat ability, as the one Castor possessed. Still, for some reason, Sunny felt angry about it. It felt as though he was being replaced. Not wishing to appear childish, he swallowed his bitterness and remained silent. When the monster did show up, everything went perfectly. Nephis and Castor were able to finish the creature off without sustaining any injuries. Their teamwork, while not effortless, was strangely harmonious, probably because both were legacies and had received similar kind of training. Sunny, whose task was to join the fray if things went wrong, ended up not having to lift a finger. Neither did Effie, who simply stayed with Cassie in case the blind girl needed protection. After everything was over, she laughed. "Ha, this is the easiest meal I've ever earned." Effie's status in the party was a bit strange. Unlike the rest of them, she had not shown any desire to join the cohort officially. Instead, she was somewhat of a hired worker. Her responsibilities included guiding the party through the ruins and providing them with information, and nothing else. She wasn't even required to fight side by side with them. After the nightmare creature was dead, they quickly butchered it and left the scene of the battle loaded with a heavy weight of meat. Before the shadow of the Crimson Spire fell on the dark city, the cohort was already approaching the marble arch at the base of the hill. This was when something unexpected finally happened. And it happened because of Nephis. After giving a fair share of the spoils to the vigorous huntress, she glanced at Sunny, Cassie, and Castor. Then, Changing Star said, "I would like for you 3 to entrust me with your part of the meat." "What? What is that about?" Before Sunny had an opportunity to ask a question, Cassie already smiled and said, "Of course, Neph." Castor did not linger, either. With a small bow, he nodded. "As you wish, Lady Nephis." Sunny gritted his teeth. After that, he would have looked like a complete jerk if you were to start interrogating her. Especially because, technically, he had not done anything except for lending his shadow to Effie. Nephis and Castor were the ones who had actually risked their lives. Fine. Nephis gave them a nod and continued walking up the white road. When they returned to the outer settlement, she separated the remaining share of monster meat into 2 parts. One, much smaller part, she handed to Cassie. The other, incomparably larger part, she simply placed on the white stones in front of their lodge. Effie looked at the whole process with curiosity. So did the slum dwellers who had gathered to welcome them back. Sunny frowned. "What are you doing?" Changing Star glanced at him and then gestured to the small bundle of meat in Cass's hands. "This is for us to sustain ourselves. We will eat that meat until our next hunt." Somebody from the crowd shouted. "What about the rest? Are you selling it? What is your price?" It was customary for the outer settlement hunters to sell some of their spoils. That was how people here fed themselves. The meat could be exchanged for items, services, or, in very rare cases, actual shards. Neff turned to the people who had gathered around and looked at them with a frown. When everyone grew quiet, she said in a cold tone, "My hunting party will not be selling any meat. Ever." Before anyone had time to react, dismayed by that answer, she took a step to the side, gestured to the large pile of meat, and said, "Instead, we will be giving it away for free." A dead silence hung above the edge of the outer settlement. The slum dwellers who had come to catch a glimpse of Changing Star or in hope of procuring some food were all looking at Nephis with a dark mix of mistrust, disbelief, and suspicion. After a while, someone shouted, "What trick are you trying to play? People here are hungry, Changing Star, shame on you." Nephis crossed her arm, furrowed her brow, and answered, "There is no trick. Everyone is free to take a small share of the meat to fill their stomach." The young man who had accused her before laughed. "Why would you just hand it out for free? Do you think that we're fools?" Sunny was being tormented by the same question. He often joked about Neff's foolish nobility, but he also knew that she wasn't really stupid. She always had a reason for everything she did, even if those reasons sometimes seemed insane to him. Lately, he even started to suspect that Neff was much more cynical and pragmatic than he had ever given her credit for. It's just that her version of cynicism was very different from his own. What was she doing? Meanwhile, Nephis pierced the shouter with a cold look, scowled, and said, a hint of anger in her voice, "Why? Am I not a human? Are you not humans? Does a human need a reason to help others of her kind in this cursed place?" She took a step forward and looked at the gathered people, making them shiver under her heavy gaze. "Shame on me? No. Shame on you all for forgetting who you are. We are people, not beasts. In the real world or in the dream realm, this is who we are." Her words echoed above the white stones, mixing with the howling wind. "Now come forward and take some food if you're hungry." The slum dwellers were still not convinced. However, their hunger was stronger than their wariness. Soon, the first of them stepped forward, tentatively took a small strip of meat, threw a furtive glance at Nephis, and then hurriedly walked away. When the others saw that nothing happened to him, they became braver. Young men and women dressed in rags formed a messy line. One by one, they came forward, received their tiny piece of meat, and then disappeared with haste, afraid that it will be taken back. Slowly, a new kind of light appeared on their faces. It was the same timid, weak emotion that Sunny had noticed in the eyes of the castle inhabitants after Neff had announced her name. It was something that precipitated hope, or maybe faith. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny looked up, at the tiny silhouettes of guards observing them from the walls of the magnificent fortress. Nephis was right when she said that they were all still people. However, she was wrong about everything else. Because people were much worse than beasts. He did not like what was happening at all. Chapter 157 Wind of Change. After that day, things moved with a speed that left Sunny disoriented. It was as though he was being pulled forward by an overpowering current, helpless to slow down or change direction. Before he could react to one change, another would happen, making him feel like he was losing control. Everything was happening so fast that he found it difficult to adjust. It was hard not to fear that, eventually, he would simply be left behind. After that first hunt where Nephis had chosen to give most of the spoils away, she led them on several more. Not all of those hunts went as smoothly, but they did manage to return victorious, if a little battered. Every time, she paid Effie her share of the meat, took a small amount for them to consume, and gave the rest to the people of the outer settlement free of charge. Because of how little their own share was, the group was forced to hunt every other day instead of once or twice a month. Sunny did not understand at all why they were taking on all that unnecessary risk. Provided, he wasn't exposed to many risks himself. Apart from a couple of short battles where Neff and Castor ended up requiring some backup, he spent most of his time with Effie, serving as her scout and slowly learning the ins and outs of the Dark City from her. With the well of knowledge that the unruly huntress possessed and his nimble shadow, the party rarely met anything they weren't ready to face. This gave them an incredible advantage over all other hunting parties of the outer settlement, and even some of Gunlog's own. Soon, their flawless and intense track record earned the cohort reputation and renown. They weren't seen as newcomers anymore. Instead, people considered them to be nothing short of the strongest hunters in the slum. Many even believed that Changing Star and her people were in no way inferior to the hunters of the Bright Castle. Nephis herself was known to be a fearsome fighter ever since her dramatic duel with Andal. Effie had the reputation as one of the outer settlement's best from a long time ago. Handsome and capable Castor quickly won respect and adoration thanks to his amiable personality, noble bearing, and skill. The three of them were considered to be the core of the party, with Cassie and Sunny existing somewhere on the periphery. People loved Cassie because Neff had entrusted her with the responsibility of handing out the free meat, and also because it was nearly impossible not to love this sweet, exquisitely beautiful, and tragic girl. For most of the slum dwellers, she was the welcoming face of the cohort. Sunny, on the other hand, no one really paid him any attention. With no valiant feats of vanquishing monsters of the Dark City under his belt, most considered him to be a mere support member of the party. Inconsequential at best, a charity case at worst. If they even remembered his existence. Sunny was simultaneously happy to live in obscurity and secretly infuriated by this lack of recognition. It was good that no one suspected how powerful he really was. And yet watching everyone fall over themselves in Castor's presence while completely ignoring his own made Sunny want to kill something. Or someone. Especially because, due to the tactical composition of the cohort, Nephis spent most of her time with the handsome legacy. They seemed to work especially well together. When this frustration threatened to overwhelm Sunny, he would go away, find a quiet corner, and train his carters until every muscle in his body hurt. Usually, the whistle of the midnight shard's blade cutting air was enough to calm him. He trained his swordsmanship day after day, finding strange comfort in it. At least this was something he could control. Of course, Sunny was never entirely relaxed. In fact, with each day, he grew more and more anxious. Because other things were changing as well. After each hunt, Changing Star would provide the dwellers of the slum with free food. At first, they treated her with distrust, then with gratitude, and finally with something akin to reverence. The strange light that Sunny had noticed in their eyes after that first time was slowly growing brighter and brighter. Some people even started jokingly calling her Saint Nephis, as though she was some sort of an angel. However, he felt that these words strangely contained less and less humor with each day. It was really very creepy, not to mention dangerous. The more people looked at Neff like she was their personal savior, the more he feared how drastic Gunlog's reaction would be. If history had shown anything, it was that kings never went easy on meddling messiahs. And throughout all of that, the same question continued to torment Sunny. Was all of this an accident, or had Nephis done it on purpose? As time went by, more and more random people joined their group. They weren't hunters, just forlorn young men and women from the outer settlement who wanted to help. They tended to monster hides that the cohort brought back from the hunts, maintained various tools and gear that needed to be used, assisted Cassie with handing out food, and did other kinds of small but useful things. Soon, the ramshackle lodge was full of them. Sunny didn't even know all of their names. It seemed as though every day, someone new would appear, acting as if they had always been a part of the group. What's worse, not all of them seemed to know who he was, either. No once and not twice, someone would smile at him and ask in a friendly tone, "Are you new?" Of course, bastards never said the same thing to Castor. Sunny felt like he was slowly becoming a stranger in his own home. The feeling was rather unpleasant, not to mention how perfectly it fit all his insecurities. What's worse, these new people really made him uncomfortable. He wasn't really sure of whether they were Changing Star's helpers, or if they were her followers. Were they loyal, or devout? One night after a couple of weeks of this, he was suddenly woken by Cassie tugging on his sleeve. The blind girl was whispering, "Sunny, wake up." A moment later, he was already on his feet, ready to summon the midnight shard. A light coming from the other room told him that Neff was awake, too. "Gunlorg? Did someone betray us? What's wrong?" Cassie covered the candle she was holding in her hand and answered in a worried voice. Something is coming from the road. I've dreamt of it. A nightmare creature." Knowing what had to be done, Sunny simply nodded, gripped her shoulder for reassurance, and walked over to meet Nephis. Since their lodge was on the edge of the slum, right in front of the entrance of the ancient road, they had no choice but to fight. That night, the three of them, Changing Star, Sunny, and Castor, battled a devil that had wandered up the hill and fought it off before it could reach the outer settlement. When dawn came, terrified people walked out of their hovels on shaking legs and saw the horrible marks left on the white stones by the beast's claws, as well as puddles of blood, both human and that of a monster, steaming in the morning cold. They also saw Changing Star leaning tiredly on her silver sword. Sunny, who was sitting with his back against the wall of the lodge and breathing heavily, was looking at her, too. Back when he was describing to Nephis why Gunlorg could never be defeated, he had told her that every facet of life here was under his control: food, safety, hope, fear, even power itself. Now, Changing Star had given these people food. By protecting the outer settlement, she had given them safety. She had even given them hope. There was also the fear that the inhabitants of the castle felt after Neff had easily beheaded one of their pathfinders. All that remained was power. Finally, the question that pressed heavily on his mind had an answer. No, none of this was a coincidence. Everything that had happened, from choosing the outermost building in the slum as their base to insisting on giving away the food for free, was part of Changing Star's strange but methodical plan. She knew what she was doing all along. But why was she doing all this? What was her ultimate goal? Uneasy, Sunny stared at Nephis and wondered about the future. Chapter 158 Invisible. After about a month of living in the outer settlement, Sunny woke up one morning with the feeling of not belonging anywhere in this world. This familiar feeling had pursued him for most of his life, and had returned recently after being gone for some time. With a sigh, he rose from his narrow cot and summoned the puppeteer's shroud. The stone lodge was already full of sounds and voices. The tempting smell of breakfast filled the air. Coming out of his small room, Sunny saw a bunch of Neff's helpers rushing here and there, busy with various tasks. Some of them stopped to greet him, others did not. He paid no attention to them and went outside to wash his face and take a look at the sky. The grey sky of the Forgotten Shore looked as it always did. Nothing ever really changed in this loathsome hell. On his way back, Sunny noticed a gaunt figure standing hesitantly near the doors of the lodge. The ragged young man looked very familiar. Reaching into his memory, Sunny identified him as the friendly, but nervous receptions from the castle. His clothes were much less clean and tidy than they had been before, and his face had become even thinner. The young man had clearly seen better days. What is he doing there? Coming closer, Sunny called out to the young man. A Harper, right? How come you're here? Harper flinched, then looked at him with anxious eyes. Oh Sunless, it's so nice to see you. Sunny stared at him for a while, then asked bluntly. Did they kick you out of the castle? Harper's face instantly fell. Lowering his gaze, he stayed silent for a few moments, and then said quietly. I haven't been able to pay the tribute anymore. So yes. I guess they did. Then he glanced up, hesitated, and asked in a weak voice. I heard that I can get some food here. Sunny tried to give him a reassuring smile. Sure. Usually, we give out meat after the hunts. But if you're hungry right now, I'm certain there's something we can do. Just talk to that girl with red hair. She's in charge of breakfast, I think. Harper smiled, too, the weak light of hope igniting in his eyes. Really? They will just give me a meal for free? Sunny shrugged. Why not? We have enough food right now. Most of those guys and girls are always here, anyway. They're like guests that won't doesn't matter. They help around, doing this and that, to express their gratitude, I guess. If you feel guilty just eating for free, ask them for some chore. This might not be the bright castle, but you'll see that life here can be not bad as well. Guiding the gaunt young man inside, Sunny directed him toward the kitchen and sighed. Even castle dwellers were now coming to their lodge. If this went on, he would have to share his room with some random stranger. What a joke. Entering the main hall, Otis, Nephis and Castor standing near the window, discussing the approaching hunt. This morning, there were several hunters from other parties surrounding them. The cohort had been planning a big joint hunt for a while now, and today was the day. Did they just start without me? Hiding his discontent, Sunny walked over to the group of hunters and greeted them. Castor smiled at him, while Nephis simply nodded. The other hunters glanced at the new arrival and didn't pay him much attention. Fools! If you knew who stands before you. Consoling himself with these childish thoughts, Sunny listened to the discussion. One of the hunters was speaking. South of the collapsed lighthouse is a good choice, but the awakened creatures living there have an incredibly sharp hearing. Attacking them in large numbers won't be easy. In the past month, their lodge had gone through a transformation. The remnants of broken furniture were long gone and replaced. Some of the new pieces of furniture came from the ruins, some were made right here by the craftsmen of the outer settlement. There were monster hides and decorations hung on the walls, making the space look neat and presentable. These days, the lodge appeared as the headquarters of a small, but prosperous awakened cohort. There was even a large map of the Dark City on one of the walls, with various symbols marking all kinds of useful information. Currently, the hunter was pointing at a particular spot on the map. This spot right here is much more promising. Blood fiends are known to dwell in these parts. They hibernate during the day, so if we manage to find a lair or two. Castor shook his head. The area you're suggesting is too close to the territory of those strange living statues. We all know how formidable those bizarre creatures are. I still think that south of the lighthouse is better. We just need to think of a way to deceive the hearing of the monsters. Suddenly finding something that he could be helpful with, Sunny said. I have a bell that can. However, his voice drowned in the buzz of the conversation. No one paid attention to his words. Embarrassed, Sunny inhaled deeply, waited for a few seconds, and spoke again. Actually, we can use one of my 2 sound-producing memories too. But right at that moment, Castor seemed to come up with a brilliant idea. Everyone listened to him, turning their backs to Sunny. It was as though he was completely invisible. What's even the damn point? Sunny stood there for a minute or two, feeling awkward, angry, and utterly stupid. Then he simply turned around and walked away. Finding his way to the roof of the lodge, He climbed on top of the second-story addition and sat there, solemnly watching as the sun slowly climbed up. After a while, Sonny sighed and closed his eyes, letting the shadow slip back into the building. Just as he had expected, no one even noticed his absence. Not surprised, he sent the shadow around the lodge, watching all the people who were busy making Nef's mysterious plans happen. Everyone seemed full of energy, enthusiasm, and a sense of belonging. Why was he the only one who couldn't fit in? Even that guy from the castle, Harper, had already found some friends. He was currently helping the red-haired girl who was in charge of breakfast wash the dishes. Sonny frowned. Something wasn't quite right with Harper. He couldn't put his finger on it, but the gaunt young man seemed a little off, somehow. Forgetting all about his bad mood, Sonny concentrated on watching the timid sleeper. Harper seemed to do just what any newcomer would do, helping people, learning their names, and asking questions about how things worked in the Changing Stars party. It seemed as though he wanted very badly to stay in the lodge and become useful. Which was understandable. But something was wrong. Sonny's suspicions were confirmed when, about an hour later, Harper left the lodge and went back into the slum. With the shadow stealthily following him from behind, the gaunt young man made sure that no one saw him and hurriedly dove into a secluded alley. Deep in the darkness of that alley, a man was waiting for him. Sonny frowned, recognizing one of the high-ranking guards from the castle. So that's what all this is about. The guard, meanwhile, glared at Harper and asked in a rough, unfriendly tone. Well. Harper looked down, his fear and anxiousness apparent. Yes, sir. I've done what you told me. It wasn't very hard. The guard smiled. Good. It seems that you really do want to return to the castle. Harper glanced up, a desperate light igniting in his eyes. Really? So I can return? Even though I don't have any shards to pay the tribute? The smile disappeared from the guard's face. You will be able to return after you gather all the information that I told you to learn. If you do, I'll invite you inside myself. No need to even worry about the tribute. But remember, I need to know everything about the core members of the cohort, including Saint Nephis herself. Their aspects, their abilities, their flaws. I even want to know what hand they use to wipe. Understand? Harper paled. But, sir, things like that, it won't be easy to learn them, especially for a simple servant like me. The guard frowned. Didn't you say that you knew 2 of the cohort members already? This is why I gave you this chance to begin with. Did you lie to me, boy? The gaunt young man flinched. No, I do know them. I actually spoke with Lady Changing Stars Scout already. He is a friend of mine. A wide, menacing smile appeared on the guard's face. What's the problem? Just get that fool talking. Rats like him will tell you everything as long as you pay them a little attention, believe me. I'm willing to bet that this useless freeloader is walking around full of jealousy and delusions of grandeur. Pretend to respect him even a little, and he won't be able to shut up. Ouch. Harper nodded, then suddenly hesitated. After a few moments of silence, he asked in a timid voice. Sir, you won't hurt them, will you? They are good people. The guard stared at him for a second or two, then said in a dark, mocking tone. Why do you ask if you already know the answer? Hearing those words, Harper deflated. His face darkened, and he lowered his head, as though ashamed to look straight. However, he didn't object. That bastard, just wait and see. Sonny was already planning the beating he was going to give the cowardly young man before throwing him out of the lodge, but at that moment, a voice called out for him. It was Effie. Hey, doofus, are you asleep? Come down, the hunt is starting. Torn away from the shadow's perspective, Sonny threw a dark glance at the tall huntress, called his shadow back, and sighed. I'll deal with him after we return. But by the time he returned, Sonny was in no state to deal with anything. Chapter 159 Revelation. Despite all his misgivings and unease, Sonny had never expected that this hunt was going to change everything. He was just going through the motions, somewhat on edge because of the scale of this joint operation, but also strangely reassured by the large number of hunters surrounding him. The unusual hunting party left the outer settlement at noon, heading east, to the massive ruin of a collapsed lighthouse that was situated at the edge of the city. There were almost 20 of them gathered together, all carefully making their way through the deadly maze of narrow streets, with Effie serving as the chief pathfinder and Sonny helping her by scouting ahead. The plan was as straightforward and simple as possible. However, nothing was really ever safe in the dark city. Everyone was prepared for the worst. And pretty soon, their fears came true. Halfway to their destination, a sudden sound made Effie freeze in place. Raising a fist to signal everyone to stop, she peered into the fog, a dark and foreboding expression on her face. Feeling that something bad was about to happen, Sonny commanded his shadow to return and moved closer to Cassie. His hand was ready to grasp the hilt of the midnight shard out of the air. For a few moments, everything was quiet. Then, Effie's pupils suddenly widened. Scatter. As soon as the word left her mouth, the experienced hunters dashed in different directions. Sonny himself grabbed Cassie and lunged to the side, dragging her along with him. Then, something large and heavy crashed from above into the cobblestones where the sleepers had been standing just a second ago. Luckily, most of them were already somewhere else due to Effie's timely warning. However, a couple of people were a little late to react. Their screams drowned in the sickening sound of tearing flesh. Sonny cursed. His shadow was nowhere near yet, leaving him with no choice but to fight without its aid. He spun around, summoning the midnight shard and froze for a fraction of a second, all blood draining from his face. Out there in the middle of the street, a massive, winged creature was standing on the cracked cobblestones, its pale body and black feather stained by the blood of the unfortunate hunters. Its terrifying beak was open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like fangs. A spire messenger. As Sonny watched, momentarily paralyzed by fear, a long red tongue snaked out of the creature's maw to lick the blood off its face. Move. Shaking off the paralysis, Sonny gripped his sword and prepared to fight for his life. His and Cassie's. After that, everything happened incredibly fast, but also felt like an eternity. The hunters had a simple choice to make: either separate into smaller groups and retreat into the ruins, risking encountering something equally as or even more terrifying, or stand their ground and try to drive the fallen beast away. Without having to discuss it, everyone chose the second option. No matter how dangerous, a familiar enemy was always better than the unknown. Unknown. The surviving hunters attacked the abomination with all they had. Even though their memories had no chance of breaking through the skin of the terrible creature, each strike still hurt it. Those who had aspect abilities capable of dealing direct damage immediately used them, hoping to at least disorient the beast. Of course, no ability of a sleeper could ever hope to wound a fallen beast. However, if their assault was ferocious enough, the messenger could retreat to search for easier prey. If it only made the abomination angrier, however, most of them were going to die. More than anything, trying to resist creatures of this rank was nothing but a gamble. For several seconds, it wasn't clear which way the situation would turn. The messenger easily shrugged off the rain of attacks and lashed out with its beak, piercing one of the hunters clean through despite the man's mighty build and heavy armor. Another was almost torn apart by terrifying talons, but at the last second, Caster managed to pull the young man away thanks to his incredible speed. Sonny waited at the back, covering Cassie and praying that his shadow would come back in time to give him a chance of dealing damage to the damned creature. But in the end, it was Effie who dealt the decisive blow. Summoning her weapon, she leaped forward. Sonny could see her lean, powerful muscles moving like wire ropes under the olive skin. As though turning into a spring, her whole body tensed, and then exploded with momentum. There was enough force behind her attack to split a mountain apart. Miraculously, the tip of her weapon managed to break the pale hide on the messenger's chest and stab deep, causing a stream of blood to shoot out. The creature screamed, and then lashed out with its powerful paws at the huntress. A large round shield appeared on Effie's left hand. Digging the soles of her sandals into the ground, she leaned forward and received the terrifying blow. The cobblestones under her feet cracked, but the huntress remained standing. Spitting a mouthful of blood, she grinned crazily and twisted her weapon, causing more damage and pain to the messenger. It seemed as if the fallen beast did not expect to meet such fierce resistance from a bunch of ants, not to mention actually being hurt by them. Letting out another scream, it waved its wings to send the sleepers flying back, picked up the dead hunters, and jumped into the air. Soon, the abomination turned into a dark spot in the skies. All that remained behind were puddles of blood, broken stones, and the moans of battered humans. Somehow, they had survived well, most of them. Effie straightened, dismissed her shield, and glanced down. Damn. I think my arm is broken. With blood running down her chin, the huntress laughed and leaned on her weapon, visibly exhausted. Sonny wanted to congratulate her on that awesome strike, but then, something registered in his mind. Suddenly cold, he stared at Effie's weapon. He had never seen her fight before, so this was the first time Sonny saw what memory the huntress used in battle. It was a spear. An ancient, beautiful spear forged from bronze. Something clicked in his mind, disparate pieces of information connecting together. And then, everything exploded. Or at least it felt that way. Because Sonny finally understood the future. Chapter 160 The Future. Hey, doofus. You're okay? Sonny reacted after a second or two, raising his head and staring at Effie with empty eyes. Yeah. I'm fine. Just thinking about stuff. Effie gave him a strange look, then shrugged and turned away. Everyone was too busy to pay him any attention. Not that anyone ever did. Left alone, Sonny staggered and slowly lowered himself to the ground. In his mind, one phrase was repeating itself, over and over, growing louder and louder with each second. A woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monster. A woman with a bronze spear. This was a part of the vision that Cassie had seen back at the beginning of their journey, on the night they had spent atop the giant statue of a headless knight. The one that was so harrowing that she had almost jumped into the dark waters of the cursed sea just to run away from her terror. It was also the key that connected every little piece of information that Sonny knew into one cohesive picture and let him understand the true meaning of that terrifying vision. He shuddered, remembering what Cassie had told them on that dark night in stark detail. I saw the human castle again. Only this time, it was at night. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light, the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. I saw a corpse in a golden armor sitting on a throne, a woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monsters, an archer trying to pierce the falling sky with his arrows. All that time, Sonny was sure, for some reason, that Cassie saw the cataclysm that had devoured this land and turned it into a desolate hell, creating the Forgotten Shore. The first part of the vision was certainly referring to how the curse of the all-consuming darkness had broken free from its 7 seals. So he had just assumed that the other parts of the vision spoke about the past, too. But Effie's spear gave him an epiphany, a terrible revelation that he had been wrong all this time. That the apocalyptic images Cassie had described were not of the past, but of the future. Their future. Trembling, Sonny raised his head and glanced at Nephis, who was using her powers to heal the wounded hunters, her ivory face contorted in a painful grimace. His eyes were wide and full of disbelief. It was all so clear. She was the lonely star that burned in the dark skies above the bright castle, bringing with it fire and rivers of blood. After all, her name was Changing Star. Or, depending on the runes used to write it, Star of Misfortune. The Star of Ruin. Sonny spent so much time fearing what Gunlorg was going to do with Nephis, but he should have been scared of what she was going to do to him, instead. A corpse in a golden armor sitting on a throne. Why hadn't he realized the truth after seeing the bright lord for the first time? It was him. Gunlorg was the corpse in Cass's vision. Effie was the woman drowning in the sea of monsters. The archer Sonny didn't know yet, but he was sure that they would meet soon. Maybe only to die together. He had always known that Nephis was guided by some mysterious, overwhelming goal. He didn't know what that goal was, but it was certainly not here, on the forgotten shore. To achieve it, Changing Star had to find a way to return to the real world. That's why she had always been so unwavering and relentless in her ambition to move forward, overcome any obstacle, endure any pain. At times, it even seemed as though her conviction was more akin to an obsession. Nephis was willing to do anything to fulfill her dream. The comforting words she had told him on their first day in the dark city suddenly resounded in his mind. Only now, there was another, colder, and much darker meaning hiding beneath their surface. We will find a way to return. No matter what has to be done, we will. No matter what has to be done. There was only one way to leave the forgotten shore, and it lay in the Crimson Spire. No sleeper could ever hope to reach that gateway in one piece. They would need an army to even try. Maybe then, walking on corpses, 1 or 2 survivors would be able to escape from this cursed place. But Nephis didn't have an army. Yet. To gather one, she would need to kill Gunlorg, usurp his power and eliminate all opposition, drowning the bright castle in blood. Only then would she be able to rally every single sleeper left in the dark city and lure them into following her on a suicidal crusade. Knowing all too well that most of them would die because of it. No sane person would follow her. They won't. Right? Sonny remembered the faces of the young men and women that had become part of their group in the last few weeks. The strange light of hope, or maybe faith, burning in their eyes. The almost religious reverence they felt toward Nephis, no, not Nephis. Toward Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Their personal angel. Were they sane, still? Finally, he understood every part of Neph's plan. Looking at the beautiful young woman with silver hair, Sonny shivered. And then there was the last part of the prophecy. On their way back, Sonny felt as though he was in a feverish dream. The magnitude of the revelation was too much for him. His mind felt weak, unsteady, and on the verge of breaking apart. He had never experienced such a deep feeling of shock. It was as though the very core of his being was violently shaken. He wasn't equipped with the right tools to cope with it. It felt as if he was on the verge of losing it. Sonny was truly horrified. Don't waste time trying to deal with your emotions. This is not the right time for feelings. You need to figure out how all of this affects you personally, and what you need to do to turn things to your advantage. After all, what was there to be scared of? That many people would die. What did their lives and deaths have to do with him? Yes. As long as he was the one left standing in the end, this whole thing might actually turn out to be beneficial. Hadn't he spent the last weeks being afraid of what Gunlorg was going to do to them? Well, now he knew that Gunlorg was going to end up as a corpse. Problem solved. Wasn't he crushed by the news that he would spend the rest of his life in this odious hell? Well, now that wasn't a certainty anymore. That last part of the prophecy. Everything was well. Better than ever. And yet, no matter how much Sonny was trying to be rational, he just couldn't help but be filled with terror. In the crimson light of sunset, he found a reason to leave the lodge and walk to the edge of the stone platform. No one really cared that much about his whereabouts, so it wasn't hard to disappear for a while. No one noticed that something was bothering Sonny either. They were all accustomed to his moody behavior, anyway. Only Cassie seemed to have picked up on something. And Castor, who pretended to be carefree, but actually had a habit of watching anyone close to Nephis like a hawk. The bastard. Reaching the very end of the stone platform, Sonny turned around and looked at the outer settlement and the magnificent castle towering above it, with hundreds of sleepers rushing to find shelter before the coming of night. A cold and harrowing feeling gripped his heart. All these people are going to die. Neph was going to kill them. Was he willing to help her do it? For some reason, Sonny wanted to laugh. This whole situation was so sick and appalling that it was almost ridiculous. He was never an altruistic type, really. More than that, he always prided himself on being a cynical, selfish, and vicious person. But this was too much even for him. Grabbing his head, Sonny moaned. "What am I going to do?" At that moment, the sound of steps suddenly attracted his attention. A gaunt figure appeared from the slum and walked toward him. Sonny frowned. "Oh, right. That guy, I have completely forgotten about him." Harper stopped a few paces away and smiled timidly. "Sunlissa, can we talk?" Chapter 161 Rubicon. Harper stared at him with that pathetic timid smile frozen on his lips. In his eyes, there was fake friendliness, worry, and desperation. For some reason, Sonny felt a violent urge to erase the smile of his face. "You scum." In his rattled state, he was having trouble controlling his emotions. Something must have shown on his face, because Harper suddenly blinked and took a step back. But in the end, the desire to be allowed back into the bright castle won over his caution. He forced himself to stay still, hesitated for a few moments, and said, I want to thank you for inviting me into your home this morning." Sonny looked at the gaunt young man. In the twilight of dusk, his pale face was hidden in deep shadows. Finally, he answered. "Yeah. We can talk." "Think, Sonny, think." But his mind was refusing to obey. Most of it was drowning in the sea of cold terror that had been summoned by the revelation of the future. What little remained was utterly disoriented. Sonny raised one hand and rubbed his face. "He's a spy. He's here to make it easier for Gunlog to kill us." What should be done? In the morning, yes, back before everything changed, Sonny had seen Harper reporting to one of the guards. He wanted to give the cowardly young man a beating and throw him out of the lodge, but that would be a wrong decision. The best thing to do was not to expose the unfortunate spy, but to feign ignorance and feed him false information. Yeah, that was the optimal way to deal with moles. As an aspiring spy himself, Sonny knew these things well. But would he even able to deceive Harper? By accident, the failed informant had chosen a perfect person as his mark. Sonny knew a lot of secrets and was incapable of lying. But he was also a master of deception. So, Sunless. Sonny flinched and glanced at the gaunt young man. "Sorry. I am a bit out of sorts after today's hunt." "You wanted to talk?" Reassured, Harper smiled again. "You see, I wanted to thank you for everything that you had done for me, and for all the people here in the settlement. When I left the castle, I brought a very special item with me. I thought of sharing it with you." Sonny frowned. "A special item? I should see what his plan is exactly, feed him a couple of little truths along with the lies, and then report to Neff in the morning. Right?" Harper, meanwhile, was nodding energetically. "It's a bottle of liquor. Every month, a few are sold by the artisans working in the garden. Getting one is very hard, but I was lucky. Would you like to come and try? My hut is nearby." Sonny got distracted for a few moments, but then forced his Mel to concentrate. What was Harper talking about? Artisans, liquor, luck. Why not? Giving Harper a nod, he gestured for the young man to lead the way and followed.